Albus Dumbledore sat staring at the seemingly inconsequential ring upon his desk. The gold was old and dull, and the black stone was cracked, quite seriously now. That had been caused by the sword of Gryffindor, resting at his side now. The old man had broken the stone only an hour before, after retrieving it from a broken-down hut just south of Little Hangelton that very afternoon. It had been rather difficult to get, which made him wonder what other wards and protections he might face when he found the others. While it was true that Lord Voldemort was a most powerful individual, Dumbledore felt he lacked imagination. Perhaps it was another weakness they might exploit in the future. He opened his desk drawer at the sound of frantic knocking on his office door. He dropped the ring inside where it fell upon a mangled looking book that had several holes stabbed into the covers. "Enter," Dumbledore said as he shut the drawer. His familiar, a rare and beautiful-looking phoenix chirped musically from its perch in the corner. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile at the great bird's attempt to calm his master. "I was not expecting you this evening, Severus. How may I help you?" Dumbledore said, rising from his seat and going to a cabinet behind him. He pulled 2 crystal goblets from within and poured a measure of amber liquid from a large decanter in each before turning around to hand one to his potions master, who looked rather haggard at the moment. Dumbledore was fairly confident he knew what it was that was having such a pronounced affect on the younger man. "My apologies for disturbing you, but I had to come. This couldn't wait for, well, anything. It is as we thought. Narcissa came to me, asking for help." Severus Snape said, gratefully accepting the liquor and swallowing it all in one swig. "Did you make our offer?" Dumbledore asked, feeling the hair on the back of his neck begin to stand up. It was clear that something had gone horribly wrong. Snape was not a man to be so easily agitated. The dark-haired man refused to meet Dumbledore's eyes and pushed past the headmaster to pour another drink. "There was a complication. Rodolphus was there. He is most upset. He feels the Dark Lord should not have allowed Longbottom to get away with murdering his wife. Albus," Snape turned to look at the older man. "He's sworn revenge. We knew that would happen," the old headmaster replied calmly. "I have already made arrangements for those concerned. They will be quite safe for the holiday. What of Narcissa? They had me in a corner. I had no choice," Snape said quickly, looking away from Dumbledore again. "Severus," Dumbledore said firmly, "tell me what happened." Snape took a deep breath and swallowed his second drink. "I took the unbreakable vow. If Draco cannot accomplish the task set before him, then I must be the one too." Dumbledore looked as if he'd been slapped by a giant. Snape did not finish his sentence. He simply watched horror-struck as the elder man emptied his own goblet of alcohol. Silence reigned for several long moments. Only the sounds from the silver instruments and the occasional coo from Fawkes broke the tense quiet. "This does complicate things," Dumbledore finally whispered. "I had no choice," Snape repeated. "If I had refused, then they would have suspected you more than they do now," Dumbledore said, waving his hand airily. "How long do we have?" "Until the end of the school year. The Dark Lord does not expect the boy to survive, Albus. I think he meant for me to be the one too. He meant for me to do it all along," Snape said sadly. "That is quite clear, I think." "Well, at least we have some warning, and I shall be able to get my affairs in order. However, it will make matters even more difficult than I had anticipated. I will need your help, and it will mean that—" "No," Snape said vehemently. "You swore that you'd never tell him." "I did, and I have kept my word all these years. However, I believe that you have been mistaken in not telling him yourself. I have said from the very moment he walked through our doors that you have hidden behind your grudges and have failed to see the young man he has become. He is much like his father. It is true, however, he also possessed many of his mother's finer qualities, including his capacity for forgiveness. He would never forgive what I did. I can't even forgive myself," Snape said hatefully. "Perhaps together you two might find a way. He will need you, especially after I am gone." "Stop it," Snape snapped. "You're not going anywhere. I decided on my way here that I would do my best to help Draco, if we can turn him back from this path. It will not be easy," Dumbledore pointed out. "You yourself told me that he sought the Dark Lord out on his own. He is angry and, like Rodolphus, seeks revenge for the insults he believes he has suffered. But you'll be able to make him see reason," Snape replied. "And then I shall finally shake off this horrid existence once and for all, and Potter will never know of my sins. That is unacceptable, Severus, and I refuse to allow it. You remember what you swore to me, to her?" Dumbledore looked angrily at Snape, who was now shaking with rage. "You are far more valuable to the light than I am." Snape said bitterly. "And I am old, I'm tired, and I'm not as fast as I once was. My time is ending, Severus. Whether through natural cause or murder, it is coming. I've known it for a long time. I am ready for it. It is only you who I can trust to carry on. Should Lord Voldemort manage his coup, then we will need someone to protect the young. We need him to make you the head master of the school." Snape nodded, remembering their many conversations about what the Dark Lord had planned for the magical community when he eliminated his enemies once and for all. Voldemort planned to purify the magical community by ridding it of all Muggle-borns, and then to turn his forces on the Muggles. Dumbledore reminded Snape of another man who had wished to destroy people he hated, and what it had done to the world. This was exactly the same, with the exception that the Muggles would not be able to fight against this. "I am going to hold you to your oath, even after my death, Severus," Dumbledore said firmly, and smiled softly to himself as Snape glared at him. "You're going to make it easy for me to want to end your life, aren't you?" Snape said, knowing the headmaster's plan before it had even been spoken. "Indeed. Now, since you are here, I'd like it if you would help me with a few matters." Dumbledore rose from his seat. Snape simply watched him, hating and loving the man who had saved his life, just as he hated and loved another young man who reminded him of two people who brought out the very best and very worst of him so long ago. She stood in front of a full-length mirror, her dressing gown open and hanging off her arms. Her dark brown hair was done in a loose pile on her head, and deep brown eyes were glistening with pained tears as she inspected her figure. Daphne Greengrass had developed a very attractive figure. Most other girls would have given anything to have her body. Her legs were long and slim and the color of fresh cream. She had a slender build, like a dancer's, with good curves. Daphne had liked her figure very much and rarely found flaw with what she had been given, until a few weeks ago. As she stared almost blankly, her fingers traced a long, ropey-looking purple scar. It began just below her left shoulder and ran diagonally down her torso, cutting across her breast and stopping just above her navel. It stood out in stark contrast against her light-colored skin and felt rough on her fingertips. Daphne had received the scar from Antonin Dolohov, she'd been told. One of the Death Eaters that she and several other Hogwarts students had fought against in the Department of Mysteries while attempting a rescue of her then-boyfriend's godfather. At the thought of that night, Daphne's chest constricted a bit. It had been 2 weeks since Ron Weasley's funeral and the day that Harry Potter had broken her heart. The boy had told her that he was breaking up with her for her own safety, and he had left before she could say or do anything. After he had left, everything was a blur to her. She vaguely remembered falling down and her friends trying to give comfort. She wasn't even sure how she'd arrived home. She had spent the last 2 weeks sequestered in her bedroom, doing hardly any more than sleeping. The family elf had made sure she took the potions she had been prescribed, and making sure she ate, but that was it. She hadn't even spoken to her mother and father, though her parents had tried. "Miss Daphne's bath be ready," a soft, childlike voice said. Daphne turned and nodded at the diminutive house elf who disappeared with a quiet pop. Daphne slipped her robe off and slid into the delicious warmth of her bath. Franny, the elf, always made it perfect, and the heat penetrated her body all the way to her bones. Daphne shut her eyes and tried to clear her mind, but it didn't work. She saw him so clearly. Harry had been an amazing boyfriend, and she loved him deeply. She could not stop thinking that she had done something wrong. Maybe he thought she was weak because she had gotten hurt, or maybe he had seen her in action and realized she was not very powerful. Daphne knew none of it was true, but her sadness at being left by the boy she had loved was doing things to her self-esteem. The truth was, Harry Potter had broken up with her to protect her. At least that was what he had said. He hadn't even come to see her while she recovered in the hospital wing. With the help of her other friends, Daphne was sure that he had learned something very disturbing. She was also sure it had something to do with what had happened in the Department of Mysteries. Hermione said that between losing Ron, nearly losing the rest of them, and whatever Dumbledore had shared with him, Harry likely felt he had no other alternative. Memories of her year with Harry flooded her mind, and she recalled the first time they had ever kissed. They had been interrupted several times before. Each time they had got close to sharing their first kiss, someone would ruin it. Her younger sister screaming from behind some bushes where she had been spying, or Draco Malfoy hexing Harry. But that beautiful afternoon, after playing Muggle football, they had shared a special moment, and it had been better than she had ever imagined it would be. Harry had been so tender with her. The way he had held her, and how soft his lips were on her own. That one perfect moment had been followed by a very difficult year, in which a giant toad with some kind of personal vendetta had all but banned the use of magic in a school that was supposed to teach magic. Harry had fought back, though. He had led a secret group where he taught them how to fight, should they ever be attacked. She had stood by him through it all, even though their relationship suffered. Most every other couple snuck off after curfew to advance their physical relationship. Exploring the castle with one's significant other to find secret places to explore one another was a rite of passage, one that Daphne had gladly passed upon in order to support Harry. When all was said and done, she felt their relationship was all the stronger for it. Besides, she was hopeful they could make up for what they missed this year. But Harry had ruined it when he told her they could no longer be together. He wanted to keep her safe. Daphne wiped the tears that had begun to fall. What on earth made Harry think she'd be safer without him? She'd been seen with him. She had fought at his side. She had announced her alignment to the world. What made him think no one would come after her to make her pay for her allegiance? She wondered about this so much that her brain hurt. She wished that she could talk to him and find out what he'd been told. She would have given anything to know what had happened, to understand why Harry had abandoned the people who cared about him the most. Despite the warmth of her bath, Daphne began to shiver again. Ever since Harry had disappeared with Dumbledore, she had been suffering bouts of chills that nothing could warm. She sighed heavily and climbed out of the tub, dried herself, and wrapped herself in her fluffiest robe. She walked back to her bedroom and found her younger sister, Astoria, waiting for her. "Tori, I'm really not in the mood," Daphne said wearily. "This is getting really awful to watch." Astoria looked up at her older sister. Astoria looked closer to their mother than Daphne did. At 13, Astoria's breasts were already as large as Daphne's, and it was clear that the younger girl would be much bustier. She had light brown hair and hazel eyes. She was more athletically built than Daphne, but her face was very soft and feminine, just like their mother's. "Have you tried writing him?" Astoria asked. "I have no idea where to send the letter." Daphne sighed, sitting in front of her vanity. She watched her younger sister in the mirror. Astoria got up from her seat on Daphne's bed. "Dad could find out if you asked him. They're really worried about you." Daphne didn't say anything. She knew her mother and father were worried. They had told her so several times when they tried to get her to talk about it. Daphne had simply stared at a point between them to avoid their eyes. She hated how she was acting, but she had never felt so awful in her life. She had seen girls get dumped at school and seen them cry, but most of them were as right as rain a few days later, some of them already with new boyfriends. Tracy always called the rebounds, which Daphne had never really understood. "What exactly happened? None of this makes any sense to me, and I know that you don't want to talk about the ministry, but I'm totally confused. Every time I saw him with you, he looked so happy. You both did." Astoria tried to get her sister talking. "We were," Daphne sighed, her eyes falling to her lap. She fell silent, and Astoria came forward and put a hand on her sister's shoulder. "What did he say?" Daphne shut her eyes, trying to fight another wave of tears. She remembered how sad he looked that day, how determined to say what he had to say and leave. Yet he looked so conflicted with himself. His eyes looked so sad as he'd broken up with her. "He told me that it was for my own safety." Daphne sighed after a long moment. "He thinks that you know who will leave me alone if I'm not dadding him." "Well, that's stupid," Astoria replied sarcastically. "I don't think it really matters if you two are together or not. If he wants to hurt Harry, he'll come after all of you guys, even if Harry's not hanging around you anymore. Doesn't he realize that you guys might actually be better off fighting side by side? I thought he was smart, but now..." Daphne couldn't help but smile at her sister's indigence. Daphne couldn't understand Harry's thought process either, but who could really understand boys at all? "I think it's truly sad that he didn't even give you a chance to say how you felt. He just tells you how it's going to be and then leaves without hearing your opinion. I never thought Harry would be that guy." Daphne suddenly looked up at her sister. Astoria was still ranting. "I mean, really. Sure, I understand that he wants you to be safe, and that's sweet and noble and all, but wouldn't you be safer with him? I mean, I've seen him fight. Well, in the DA, but I could see how amazing he was, and you and him together. I don't think you guys got beat by anyone. Okay, sure, you got hurt at the ministry, but a lot of people got hurt. Maybe if he learned some healing stuff, he would have known you were okay, and then maybe things would have been different. And besides, he is totally in love with you. Anyone who's got a decent pair of eyes can see it. Who does he think he's kidding?" Daphne could only stare, her younger sister's speech making perfect sense to her. Harry had decided the fate of their relationship without even respecting her enough to hear her opinion on the matter, and she didn't want to let him go. She loved him and she'd risked her life for him. How dare he think he could just toss her aside? "You're right," Daphne said softly. "Who the hell does he think he is?" "Damn right," Astoria said, smacking her fist into her hand. "I almost died fighting with him. He can't toss me aside like a broken wand. I'm going to show that arrogant little git that he's stuck with me. He's not getting rid of me so easily. Voldemort be damned," Daphne said. She was suddenly filled with serious rage at what had happened to her. "Whoa," Astoria stepped back, trying to suppress a shudder. "What?" Daphne looked up at her sister, who had gone suddenly pale. "You must really be mad. You said you know whose name." "I did." "Harry has no idea what he's done." "Personally, if it were me, I'd punch him right in the eye, make him apologize to me, and then once I'm finished showing him the error of crossing a Greengrass woman, I'd make him snog me until he couldn't see straight." Daphne smiled for the first time in 2 weeks. "Thanks for that," she said a bit wryly, scrunching her nose. "Though I could have done without the last bit. I don't fancy imagining you snogging my soon-to-be boyfriend." "Sorry, I got a bit carried away." Daphne went to her wardrobe and began pulling out some clothes. She began dressing quickly and purposefully. "Where are you going?" Astoria asked curiously. "To talk to Dad. If you think I'm waiting all summer until school starts, you're mad." Jonathan Greengrass sat in his study looking over some new legislation that was being passed around the Wisengamot. There was a lot happening these days. The biggest thing happening was the outcry for the resignation of Cornelius Fudge. Fudge was trying desperately to hang on to his office, but it was clear to everyone who worked within the ministry that there would be a new minister of magic. A few names were being mentioned. First, there was Pew's Thicknees. Pew's as a politician's politician. He was as smooth and charismatic as Lucius Malfoy, though not nearly as wealthy. Jonathan was not a fan of Thicknees, but not because of how much he reminded people of Malfoy Sr., but because of the whispers that surrounded the man. Though there was nothing concrete, it was widely rumored that Pew's was a fan of the dark arts, and it was through his subtle use of those arts that helped get so high in government. Jonathan felt there might be a bit of truth to those whispers, as Pew's was quite an idiot. Another name was Rufus Scrimgeour. Jonathan didn't really know much about the man, other than he was a very decorated Auror. He looked a lot like a lion, with a mane of dark blonde hair and a grizzled face. Jonathan knew nothing of the man's politics, but assumed he would be very proactive against the Dark Lord. The last name, the one who seemed to be getting the most mentions, was Amelia Bones, the head of the Auror department. Amelia was a very capable witch, and Jonathan was certain that she would lead the magical community well against the threat of the Death Eaters and their leader. Madame Bones was well-liked within the ministry, and other than her decidedly pro-Muggle-born stance, she had the majority of support to become the new Minister of Magic. Unfortunately, her opinion of Muggles seemed to be the only thing that would make things difficult for her. Too many seats on the Wisengamot were held by ancient pure-blood houses, many of whom believed that Muggle-borns had somehow stolen magic from wizards. Jonathan had once questioned one of those who felt this was the only possible explanation for Muggle-borns, only to get a very long-winded speech of nonsense. Jonathan himself was pureblood, but he felt that if it were not for Muggle-borns, wizards would have died out a millennia ago. His father had explained it to him while he was still in Hogwarts. As he grew up and did a bit of study in wizard lineage, he found that his father was right. More than a handful of families died out, or at least bred the magic right out of the line. There were other things happening, keeping Jonathan and his fellows quite busy. The trial of former Undersecretary Dolar's Umbridge was going to take place in the next month. The case against the former ministry worker was pretty solid. She had used the Cruciatus curse on Minerva McGonagall, and it was rumored that she had used it on Harry Potter as well. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the boy that had broken the heart of his daughter. Jonathan did not know the details. He only knew that Harry had told his daughter that they couldn't see each other anymore. He had done so at the funeral for the Weasley boy. Daphne had come home devastated. He had been proud when he had learned that she had stood by the boy and fought Death Eaters within the ministry. He and his wife had of course been horrified to learn that she had nearly lost her life, but proud that she had chosen the side of right and fought what she believed, or at least who she loved. Jonathan had been impressed by the boy when they had met. He was quite smart, if not a bit uninformed. He had stood against the government, and inevitably won when the truth came to light. He had suffered at the hands of those who are meant to protect the youth, and he had led his fellows against the dark. And yet, right now, all Jonathan wanted to do was find the boy and strangle him for the pain he had caused his daughter. The trouble was, he couldn't help but feel there was more to the story. Unfortunately, Daphne wasn't talking. "Dad!" Jonathan looked up to see Daphne standing in the doorway. "Daphne, come in. Are you all right?" He asked, and Daphne nodded, then screwed up her face and shook her head. "I need your help. I need to talk to Harry. Better yet, I need to see him. I need to fix this. He's wrong, and I need to show him that he's wrong." "I don't understand," Jonathan said, leaning back in his chair. "Harry thinks he's protecting me. That's why he broke things off with me. But it wasn't just me. He thinks by staying away from us he can, I don't know. He thinks the Dark Lord will not attack you or the others if he is no longer friendly with any of you." Daphne nodded. "But he's wrong. He needs us. Voldemort will kill us all no matter what Harry thinks. He knows we all care for Harry." Jonathan suppressed a shudder at Daphne's use of the Dark Lord's name, but stared incredulously at her. "He's truly had an influence on you. You would never have spoken the name before." "Dad, I love him," Daphne admitted softly. "It isn't some school thing that will go away after graduate. I would have gladly given my life for him that night. I feel so empty without him, like I'm broken. Like Mom always told us. I'm stronger with him. I'm whole." Jonathan stared at his eldest daughter for a moment. He knew exactly what she was talking about because he felt the same about his wife, Daphne's mother. Aurora was an extraordinary woman. Jonathan could not imagine a life without her and would do anything she asked of him, no matter how strange or silly. He lived his life for his family. "You think he will listen to you?" Jonathan asked. "He had his say," Daphne said bitterly. "Now it's my turn to express my opinion. He's not getting rid of me for some stupid, half-thought-out reasoning." Jonathan gave a rare smile and even chuckled. "Just like your mother. She was the very same when we began dating. I had it in my head that I should marry a pureblood. I tried to break things off with her right before we graduated." Daphne's mouth hung open. She had never known that her father had tried to end things with her mother. "Between her and your grandfather, I was set straight, and a month later I proposed. She said no." "What?" Daphne exclaimed. "Yes, she said no, but refused to end our relationship. She wanted me to earn it, I suppose. I asked again a few months later. She said yes that time. But if she had not, there is no doubt in my mind we would have remained together, just as deeply in love as we are now. I think our love has deepened." Both Daphne and her father turned to find Daphne's mother standing in the doorway, holding a steaming mug of tea, which she set before her father. She settled into her husband's lap and kissed his lips softly. A year ago, Daphne might have been sickened a tad bit watching such a display from her mother and father, but right now, it seemed like the most beautiful scene she had ever witnessed. "Daphne, we, are very proud of the young woman you're becoming," Aurora said as she faced her eldest daughter. "You are intelligent, thoughtful, kind, very beautiful, and surprisingly powerful. You have proven that you are fully capable of making good decisions and facing the consequences of your actions. You are more mature than either your father or I was at your age. If you are sure of your feelings for Harry, then I believe you should be allowed to confront him and figure this out with him." At that, Aurora turned back to face her husband, who nodded his agreement. "Your mother is right. You are only a little over a year away from becoming of age. Yet, you have shown that you can act well beyond your years. Perhaps it would be all right for you to try and solve this dilemma. Tomorrow, I will track down Harry's address and you can take the night bus for the day. Just promise not to hex the boy. It wouldn't do for you to receive a ministry citation. You are still underage." "I promise I won't hex him." Daphne smiled as she rose from her seat. "Thank you both." After she left, Aurora turned a worried expression to her husband, who mirrored her concern. "Why am I suddenly afraid for the boy?" she asked, and Jonathan began to chuckle softly. Harry Potter lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling of his rather small bedroom. He'd been doing this ever since he'd returned to number 4 Privet Drive the day of his best friend's funeral. The day he'd left the girl he loved and his friends. Now, he was more miserable than he'd ever been in his entire existence, which was saying something. Harry lived with his aunt, uncle, and cousin, who had treated Harry as if he were some kind of disease. They had lied to the entire neighborhood and perpetrated the rumors that he was some sort of delinquent, all because they hated anything they perceived to be abnormal. Growing up, Harry's relatives had done all they could to squash the freakishness out of him. They had made him their personal slave, never bought him anything new, or even celebrated his birthday. He'd grown up quite lonely, as his cousin, Dudley, had done everything in his power to ensure Harry was alone. Harry's life had changed forever the day he'd learned he was a wizard, and many hidden truths had come out on that fateful night. Over the next 5 years, Harry learned much about himself and his mysterious past. He'd even made friends. Hagrid had been the first, a monstrous mountain of a man with the temperament of a cuddly teddy bear. Then Ron on the train to school. Hermione followed, and for the next few years they were inseparable. Until the tournament. The Triwizard Tournament had not only tested Harry's limits, but his friendships as well. Hermione had stuck by him from the beginning, but Ron, who suffered serious self-esteem issues, had not believed Harry. What was worse was that Ron had known all along that Harry had not entered himself, but his stubbornness and his pride wouldn't allow him to make things right between them. Eventually, Ron had apologized, and the three were once again united. Then, at the end of that year, a new friend revealed themselves, though it wasn't until the start of Harry's 5th and latest year that he would truly get to know Daphne. Daphne had proven to be so much more than another ally or trusted confidant. She had awakened something within Harry's heart. She had become the single most important person in Harry's life, and he had been completely unaware of how much he truly cared for the girl until the day he watched her get cursed by a Death Eater. The moment she fell to the floor, presumably dead, Harry's world ceased. Daphne had survived, and so far as he knew, was mending well. It was because of that event, and what he learned after that night, that Harry felt it was better for everyone if they were to stay away from him. Harry had finally learned why it was he'd been hunted by the most powerful and notorious dark wizard in a century. Lord Voldemort wanted Harry dead because of a prophecy that predicted Voldemort's downfall. The funny thing was that the prophecy was not specific. It could have been another Dark Lord, some other child. But it had been Voldemort to actually put the prophecy into effect. The Dark Lord had marked Harry as an equal the night he tried to murder Harry as an infant. That night, nearly 15 years ago, had irrevocably changed the fate of 2 wizards. Dumbledore had sworn that he was going to waste no more time and train Harry to face his destiny. Harry had then vowed to protect the people he cared for. He would not see anyone else sacrifice themselves to save him. So, he had done the right thing and told Daphne they could no longer see each other. Harry had never hated himself more than he did now. He knew that she was safe now that he was no longer in her life, but he could not stop thinking of her. He still had 2 more years at Hogwarts, and he would see her every day, and every day it would be a knife twisting in his heart. It wasn't just Daphne, though. He had vowed to keep away from Hermione and Neville and Tracy as well. He couldn't stand the thought of any one of them being used to get to him. He had proven that he would try to save those he cared for, and Harry knew the Dark Lord would exploit this weakness. Both Neville and Hermione had been writing to him. He'd gotten 2 letters from Neville, and at least one for every day he'd been back at the Dursleys from Hermione. Hermione was not going to give up, Harry knew, which was going to make things very difficult when school began. Harry hoped he might be kept very busy with his promised training. There was a soft knock on his door, and Harry's aunt poked her rather horse-like face into his bedroom. "Harry, lunch is nearly ready." "Thank you," Harry said politely, not moving from his bed. He heard the door close and sighed heavily. This had been the nicest his relatives had ever treated him, and Harry had Dumbledore to thank for it. The day that the headmaster brought Harry back to the Dursleys, he had insisted on speaking with Harry's Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Dumbledore glared at Harry's relatives and spoke in a very disapproving tone the entire time. "Petunia, your sister would be most disappointed in how you have treated her son. You alone are responsible for all that has befallen Harry under your care. It is quite a miracle that Harry turned out better than your own son, for all the abuse he has had heaped upon him. To you, Vernon, who judge a person's worth by what they possess, this should be a lesson for you. Your nephew, whom you have spent a lifetime abusing, insulting, and using as a slave, is one of the richest people in England. As the last of the Potter line, he stands to gain a healthy sum of gold, as well as a handful of properties and 2 or 3 very profitable businesses. Had you shown him kindness and love while he lived here, it is very likely he would have been most generous in return, once he learned of his vast fortune." Both Harry and Vernon had stared bug-eyed at Dumbledore. The old man simply shook his head in annoyance at the look of greed on Vernon and Petunia's faces. Even Dudley looked anxious to get his hands on a large pile of gold. You can wipe those silly looks off your faces. I would not be surprised if Harry chose to use that wealth to see you all live the rest of your lives in total misery, the old man said bitterly. Harry will be staying with you for 2 weeks. At that time, I will be coming to collect him, and then you will never see him again unless he chooses to seek you out. Good evening. Dumbledore had held their gazes for a long moment before taking Harry by the arm and walking to the door. Sir, is all that true? Am I really that rich? Harry had asked, more than a bit stunned. It is indeed. The vault in which you've taken money out to purchase school items is little more than a trust vault. Many old families set them up with each child's birth to make sure they can cover the costs of schooling. The Potter family was quite old and had amassed quite a fortune. On your 17th birthday, you shall inherit it all, and the goblins will be most anxious to speak to you on matters of investment, I am sure. For now, however, you should not think on it. As I said, I will be coming to retrieve you in 2 weeks' time. Where will we be going? Harry asked. I shall not say any more. Suffice to say, I believe that while we will be working very hard, you shall quite enjoy the holiday. Now, before I depart, there is one more matter in which I wish to speak on. Your friends. No, Harry said, lowering his eyes. It's better this way. I ask that you spend the next 2 weeks to reconsider, Harry. You do not have to do this alone. In fact, you might find that your friends will be able to help you in ways that you cannot even begin to imagine. I won't watch another one of them die to protect me. Harry shook his head. They're all better off staying away from me. It's safer for them that way. Dumbledore lowered his own head and gave a soft sigh. I hope you think about what I have said, Harry. I shall see you in 2 weeks' time. With that, the old headmaster left number 4 Privet Drive. Since that night, Harry's relatives had become some of the most cheerful, friendly people Harry had ever known. They couldn't seem to do enough for Harry. At meals, which Harry no longer was forced to cook, Aunt Petunia gave him the biggest helpings. Neither Uncle Vernon nor Dudley complained about this. Dudley was forced to do the chores usually set for Harry, and Vernon had not uttered the word freak at all. Unfortunately, Harry was onto their plan. They clearly thought that Harry would reward them for their treatment of him this summer. Harry always chuckled when he thought about it. There was no way 2 weeks of fawning would ever make up for 14 years of abuse and neglect. Harry brushed it all out of his mind. He had too much to concern himself with. He was trying to figure a way to avoid his friends at school this coming year, as well as wondering what he might be learning from Dumbledore that summer. However, as happened so often, his thoughts wandered to Daphne and how she was doing. Dumbledore's words haunted him as well. You might find that your friends will be able to help you in ways that you cannot even begin to imagine. What did that even mean? Harry wondered. Are they going to jump in front of a killing curse? He cringed at the thought of Hermione lying upon the ground, her soft cinnamon-colored eyes staring lifeless up at him. Or Tracy's ever-present slight smirk frozen on her face forever. Or Neville looking horrified as death took him. And Daphne. Stop it! Harry cursed himself. In the past few days, Harry's inner voice had begun sounding like Ron. The problem was, the Ron/inner voice was making sense. Harry thought somehow his psyche was taking on the properties of his friends in order to win this ongoing inner struggle. It's better for them, Harry argued. Is it? Ron would ask. Harry just imagined Ron standing before him, hands on his hips the way Hermione would stand when she was angry. Yes, Voldemort won't go after them if they don't associate with me. They're safer this way. You're so daft, Potter, it doesn't matter if they're with you or not. He's seen your mind. He knows your heart. At least with you they have a chance. And don't you deserve some happiness? Isn't better to have loved and lost? They deserve better. Harry argued with his subconscious, which now sounded exactly like his red-headed friend, which made Harry shudder to realize. So do you, mate. Harry heard the doorbell ring, and he leapt off his bed, thankful to end this madness. Today was the day that Dumbledore had said he would be coming to collect him. Harry had spent the last few days going through his meager belongings and preparing to leave the Dursleys for the last time. He shut the lid on his trunk and looked to see that Hedwig, his snowy owl, was still in her cage where she had been since arriving with another letter from Hermione that morning. He shut the cage, and trying not to disturb his owl, set her cage on top of his trunk, then went down to meet the headmaster, anxious to begin the next chapter of his life. It was not at all what she had expected. In fact, she found it rather disturbing. Every single house looked exactly alike, save for the numbers set beside each door. How could anyone live in such a place? She wondered as she walked down the quaint little street. Daphne had gotten her information just after breakfast. Her father had made a special flu call and given her what she needed. Her mother gave her a small coin purse which was filled with money and waited with her as Daphne summoned the night bus. Daphne had decided quickly that she did not like the night bus. It was like riding the carts at Gringotts, which she had never truly liked. Once the bus finally stopped in Surrey, Daphne had gratefully stepped off, not relishing the thought of riding it home. However, since his house was not connected to the flu network, she had very little choice. All of her concerns were washed away when she spotted number 4. Her feelings became mixed. She desperately wanted to see Harry and kiss him and hold on to him and tell him that there was nothing they couldn't overcome together. But he had tried to dump her. He had tried to break up with her for the stupidest reason she had ever heard in her life. He wanted to protect her. He wanted her to be safe from the war that he seemed to be at the center of, like it was even remotely possible for her to be safe. The only way that could happen was if she were to leave England entirely, and that was not likely to happen. Not while he was here. They were destined to be together, and Daphne meant to make him see it, even if it killed him. The lawn was immaculate, and the stone walk looked as if it were scrubbed. Daphne almost felt as if she should have wiped her feet before stepping onto it. She felt like someone was watching her as she got to the door, though it was clear there was no one around. She rang the doorbell and waited. She had spent a lot of time preparing herself for this meeting. She wanted Harry Potter to realize exactly how big a mistake he had made in trying to leave her. She had chosen her best pair of jeans, which she felt hugged her nicely, accentuating her curves. She matched that with a button-down shirt and vest, which made her chest look bigger, undoubtedly due to the bar she had worn. She had even left a few buttons undone to show off her cleavage. She was playing dirty, she knew, but all was fair in love and war. Her hair was loose around her face, just the way he liked. Harry had a strange fascination with her hair, not that she minded. It was incredibly nice the way he ran his fingers through her hair when they relaxed together. One time, she had sworn she'd started purring in her chest like some contented cat. Luckily, Harry had not heard a thing. She stood waiting for only a moment before the door opened, and she set eyes on possibly the largest human being she had ever seen in her life. He was tall, taller than she was, but he was also immensely wide. Daphne could see that it wasn't all fat, however. His arms looked like they had more than a bit of muscle on them. He had sandy blonde hair and beady little eyes which roved over her body hungrily. It made her shiver slightly. "Can I help you?" The boy leered, and Daphne took an involuntary step back. "I'm here to see Harry Potter," Daphne said, sounding braver than she felt under this boy's lustful stare. At the mention of Harry's name, the boy's face changed to one of apprehension. "What do you want him for?" the boy asked, obviously curious why a girl would choose Harry over him. Daphne felt the sudden need to explain the finer points of women to this lunkhead, but she had more important things to deal with. "I need to speak with him." "Is he here?" Daphne said firmly but politely. "Yeah," the boy said, his eyes darting about. Daphne wondered what he was looking for as he seemed to be taking in the street beyond her, which was empty. "Are you one of them?" he asked, his tone becoming a bit fearful. "One of who?" Daphne asked curiously. The boy bent forward and whispered, "His kind." Daphne was now horribly confused, and she was beginning to get angry. Well, angrier than she already was. "Could you just please get Harry?" She snapped. She had no time for this. "Who is it, Dudley, dear?" It was a woman, likely the boy's mother. Daphne was once again surprised when the woman appeared in the doorway. She was terribly thin with an impossibly long neck and a face that only a horse could love. How had this woman made such a child? There was no resemblance at all. Perhaps the kid wasn't hers. "I'm here to see Harry. Is he here or not?" Daphne asked, getting more perturbed. The woman stared at her for several long moments, as if trying to decide what she should do, when a third voice was heard. This one she knew, and it sent a wave of warmth through her body. "Who is it?" The woman and the boy stepped away, and Harry came into view. He looked just as wonderful as always, his hair just as messy, and his amazing green eyes sparkling in the sunlight. His face changed from curious to disbelieving as he saw her. Daphne merely smiled warmly at him as he stepped forward. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked. Daphne didn't answer right away. She simply continued to look at him. Then her smile melted away and her face contorted into a mask of rage. She balled her fist and with all the power she could muster, hit Harry Bloody Potter right in the face. Harry stumbled back and tripped over the large boy, who was trying to get out of the way. The woman stared in horror at the Daphne's handiwork. "How dare you decide what's best for me without even speaking to me?" Daphne shouted. I thought Draco Malfoy was an arrogant sod, but you just surpassed him. I mean, the absolute gall of you to dump me at a funeral, no less, and not even give me a chance to express my feelings on the matter. I mean, my gods, I almost died for you. That's why Harry tried, holding his eye where Daphne had clocked him. Shut you, P. You had your say, mister, now it's my turn. If you think for a second you can just walk away from me like that, you have really gone round the twist. I'm not some simpering fangirl who you can use and toss away like some cheap floozy. I'm in love with you, and I will fight to my dying breath for you, even if it means fighting you. Yes, I think you made that clear, Harry said, still holding his now pulsing eye. You deserved it for what you did to me. Harry, you didn't even come see me in the hospital wing. I knew you were upset over what happened, but how could you think that it would all be better if you simply stayed away? It made things worse. Excuse me. Daphne turned to see the thin woman looking out the door with a look of utter humiliation on her face. Perhaps you can bring your conversation indoors. There's no need to alert the entire neighborhood to your plight. Plight? Daphne asked, incredulous. She arched her eyebrow in a curious expression, which the woman didn't bother to notice. No one else needs to know of your condition, the woman said with pleading eyes. Daphne turned a confused look to Harry, who mirrored her own confusion. The woman waved frantically with her bony hands for Daphne to enter the house, keeping her large eyes on the street behind her. Daphne gave a quick glance over her shoulder as she entered. Harry rose from his spot on the floor, and she followed him into the sitting room, while the thin woman escorted her son into the kitchen and back to his meal. What does she mean, my condition? Daphne asked with cold eyes. What have you told her? I haven't spoken to them at all since I've been home. We don't get along, Harry said, his tone bitter. How did you find out where I lived, and how did you get here? My father got your address, and I took the night bus here, Daphne replied. Why did she look so nervous? Daphne asked, pointing to the kitchen. My aunt and uncle are very concerned about what the neighbors think of them. They have done all they could to make everyone believe I'm some kind of delinquent. Oh my gods, she thinks you got me pregnant, Daphne nearly shouted. Her eyes were bulging and her hands shot to her mouth. Harry's eyes opened wide in horrified shock. But we never, he began. She doesn't know that, Daphne pointed out, and then began laughing. Harry could not help himself and began laughing as well. It wasn't very long before the both of them were holding their sides at the absurdity of their situation. Given how Daphne had been screaming at him, not to mention punching him in the face, it seemed a rather likely conclusion to someone who didn't know the full story. They began getting themselves under control, and Daphne began shaking her now pulsing right hand. That really hurt. I've never punched anyone before, Daphne said, still smiling. Harry looked up at her, his smile fading away to be replaced by the same hard look he'd worn at the funeral. You shouldn't be here, he said. I was being serious earlier, Harry, Daphne said, the smile still on her face. I'm not letting you go. Harry's smile faded and he fell onto the sofa. Daphne took a seat in an armchair and watched him. She could tell by his expression that he was struggling to keep his guard up, and she knew that she had to be careful here. One wrong word and she would truly lose him. You don't understand, he began. Then help me to, Daphne pleaded. This doesn't make sense to me, Harry, and I'm not going to give up what is possibly the best thing in my life without a fight. I thought that this meant something to you as well as me, but your actions tell me different. It does mean something to me, damn it, Harry snapped. Daphne actually leaned away at Harry's retort, and Harry looked remorseful immediately. I'm sorry. You have no idea how much it hurt me to do that, to leave like that, but I have to. If you stay with me, you're going to get killed, and I can't take that. Isn't it my choice how I live my life? Daphne asked. Harry looked up at her, and she softened her gaze. Harry, life without you simply doesn't feel worth living. I'm no safer with you than without you. Voldemort knows I fought at your side, and despite your moronic noble intentions, he'll come after me eventually. It's the same for Hermione, Neville, and Tracy. We stand a far greater chance if we stand united than we do apart. And if it's my destiny to die fighting with you, then so be it. At least I'll know that I truly lived my life, and that I loved you as hard and as fiercely as any one person could love another. Harry shook his head. He could hear his inner voice laughing at him, and it irked him. She made perfect sense. And to make matters worse, he missed her desperately. He looked up at her, and his heart leapt into his throat. She looked amazing, even though it was clear she was still angry at him. He knew he deserved her anger and more. I can't, he began feebly. Damn it, Harry, I will cast a permanent sticking charm to you so you have no choice. I'm not letting this go. I love you. I love you too. Harry admitted, his eyes filling with tears. I'm so sorry for what I did. Daphne came to his side and wrapped her arms around him. I told you at the funeral that I understood. I know that you're hurting, Harry, and that you just want us all safe. We want the very same for you. Stop fighting all of us. Stop fighting me and just let me help you. Let us help you. Harry allowed himself to be engulfed in Daphne's embrace. As soon as her arms were around him, the dam that he'd unknowingly been building broke away. All of the pain of losing Ron, of avoiding his friends, came crashing down on him. He felt so much anger at the people who were truly responsible for Ron's death. Two men in particular, Voldemort and Dumbledore. Dumbledore at least was trying to make amends. I'm sorry, Daphne, Harry whispered as he got himself under control. It was just too much, and I couldn't deal with it. Daphne pulled his chin up so she could look into his eyes. You should have confided in me. There is nothing that we can't get through, but I can't do anything if you keep everything bottled up. You have to learn to trust in me like I trust in you. Got it? Harry had to smile at Daphne's tone. It was like she were talking to a 5-year-old, which admittedly he had been acting like. Now, are you going to kiss me or what? She smiled, and Harry's heart pounded in his chest. Of course, he'd been an idiot to even think of leaving this girl, who'd proven to be not only beautiful, but intelligent and powerful. Harry realized that he'd always done better with the help of his friends. Without Hermione and Ron's help, Harry would never have done the things he'd done. And if Neville, Tracy, and Daphne hadn't come along with the rest of them, Harry most assuredly not be sitting here with the girl he loved so deeply now he bent forward and captured her lips. She tasted just as sweet as she always did, and Harry cursed himself for nearly giving her up. He had been stupid, and he knew it, but he didn't want to watch her die. But she was right. It was her choice. He would just have to find another way to protect her. All of them. He realized now that Daphne wasn't the only one who he would lose this same argument to, especially if Hermione's letters were anything to go on. As Daphne didn't need to leave for home right away, the two teens spent the afternoon together. Harry took his girlfriend out to the park, where he had spent much of his youth in order to get away from the Dursleys. It was strange to Harry. He had never imagined he would ever be walking down Privet Drive with such a lovely girl. She held his hand the entire time and looked about curiously as they walked. Many of the neighbors who Harry and Daphne gave strange looks at Harry. He guessed they were possibly wondering how such an obvious troubled youth wound up with a very upstanding-looking young woman. Why does everyone stare at you here? Daphne asked. I mean, I know they don't know you're famous or anything like that, but it's like they're all waiting for you to do something. You remember what I told you at my house. They all think I'm some kind of criminal. They've told everyone I go to some school for the criminally insane or something. Plus, I'm always wearing this crap because I've never had clothes of my own, so it all kind of perpetuates the story. Daphne turned astonished eyes on Harry, who'd suddenly gone red in the face. You've never had your own clothes. It was clear to her now that Harry was embarrassed by his admission, but he nodded confirmation. That's horrid. No one should be made to live like that, Harry. It wasn't the worst of it, but I don't want to talk about it anymore, Harry said, and Daphne respected his wish. Internally, however, she was wondering what else her boyfriend had suffered through during his youth. At 6:30, Harry and Daphne returned to Harry's house, and as soon as they entered the door, Aunt Petunia was on them. Oh, wonderful, you're still here. Would you care to join us for dinner? Daphne looked to Harry, who gave her a meaningful look. He had explained earlier how his relatives had flipped the personalities over the past 2 weeks in a desperate hope they might benefit from the knowledge that Harry was more than a bit wealthy. Actually, I'd be delighted, Daphne said politely. She wanted to see more of this farce for some inexplicable reason. Maybe it was the Slytherin in her, but she just had to observe these people who had treated Harry so terribly over the years. Wonderful. Petunia clapped her hands and led them to the dining room, where both Uncle Vernon and Dudley sat. Ah, Harry M. Boy, who are you, lad? And who is this enchanting young lady? Vernon said in his most polite and charming voice. This is Daphne Greengrass, my girlfriend. She goes to my school. Daphne almost missed it, the flash of fright in the extremely beefy man's beady little eyes. His hand came up as Harry introduced her, and hesitated just a fraction of a second before Vernon extended it fully. He shook her hand quickly, and then it disappeared under the table, where Daphne was sure he was wiping it off on his trousers. Harry helped Daphne into a seat before taking one of his own. Uncle Vernon looked as if he was about to ask another question when the doorbell rang. Dudley, go see who's at the door, Popkin, Aunt Petunia said with a smile. Dudley huffed as he got up from his chair and left them. How long have you two been dating? Aunt Petunia gave a false, sweet smile as she set a bowl on the table before her husband. Harry is so terrible about telling us what goes on in his life. Nearly a year now. Daphne smiled politely. She was beginning to enjoy watching Harry's relatives. She wondered how nervous they might be with two magical people at their table. It was clear they were putting on a show for her benefit, possibly trying to convince her that they were the bar by which all others should be measured. It was too bad that Harry had forewarned her. Dudley said as he re-entered the dining room. His chubby face had gone quite pale. It's for Harry. Both Harry and Daphne stood up and made their way out to the entry hall. Daphne felt in her back pocket for her wand, just to make sure it was there. Relief washed over her as she saw who the guest was. It is good to see you again, Harry. Albus Dumbledore smiled genuinely as he greeted Harry with a kind handshake. Neither Harry nor Daphne could truly believe what they were seeing. Dumbledore was wearing a stylish muggle silk suit in a fine magenta. He even had a matching fedora. And Miss Greengrass, this is indeed a surprise. It was my intention to collect you this evening just as soon as I had retrieved Mr. Potter. What? Harry asked. Daphne looked as confused as Harry sounded. Yes. You see, I have been making plans for your summer, which I hope you will find not only informative but enjoyable as well. I've much to make up for. There have also been some other, let's call them issues. We shall speak of those a bit later, however. Dumbledore smiled. Well, we do still need to visit the Greengrass family, so if you'd be so kind to gather your things. Harry turned and began making his way up the stairs with Daphne on his heels. But they've not eaten, Petunia said from the doorway. Mrs. Dursley, do you honestly believe that one dinner will make up for 15 years of abuse? As I told you both when I returned with Harry at the beginning of the holiday, you should have shown him every kindness from the day you took him in. Now it is all too late. Your things, Harry, Dumbledore encouraged. Harry burst into his room and with Daphne's help picked up his trunk and returned down the stairs. Where do you think he's taking us? Daphne asked. With Dumbledore, anything is possible, Harry said, unable to contain his excitement of finally leaving the Dursleys forever. Set them on the floor. If you would free your owl, Harry, and hand her to me. Dumbledore smiled, offering his arm. Harry unlatched Hedwig's cage and helped the snowy owl out and onto Dumbledore's arm. Dumbledore brought the owl close and whispered something to her. Hedwig gave a soft hoot, leapt onto Harry's shoulder, where she rubbed her head against his, and then took flight, sailing out of the open back door. Dumbledore then gave a flick of his wand and shrunk Harry's belongings. They shall be quite safe in your pocket now, I believe, Dumbledore said, and Harry bent and picked up his trunk and Hedwig's cage, which looked like they'd be quite nice in a dollhouse. Well now, I think it best if we got underway. He gave quick nod of his head to the Dursleys, who were now all standing in the small hallway watching Harry preparing to leave. Harry turned to his relatives. He had often thought of what he might say to them on the day he would finally be free of them, but now that the moment was here, words escaped him. Well, Uncle Vernon said gruffly, and Harry was suddenly glad that the man he'd known all his life was back. Do try not to darken our doorway again. I think you can count on that, Harry said. You people are disgusting, Daphne suddenly said, unable to hold her tongue. I don't know if there is a hell, but if there is, you people have places reserved in the most awful part. Come on, Harry said, taking Daphne by the arm. Goodbye, he said over his shoulder. I should have hexed them. Daphne sulked as Harry led her to the sidewalk where Dumbledore was waiting patiently. They aren't worth the effort, Harry said. Indeed. Dumbledore agreed, not looking at them. He seemed to be scanning the street. At once he began walking with Harry and Daphne right on his heel. Sir, where are we going? Harry asked. All in good time, Harry. It is best not to speak of such things while in the open. Do not worry, though. All will be revealed to you both soon. Ah, this way. Harry recognized the same path he had faced Dementors the year before. Dumbledore stopped just as soon as they were out of sight and held up both of his arms. If you two will kindly take hold, we shall be on our way, he said, still keeping his eyes scanning their surroundings. Harry looked at Daphne, who shrugged, and together they moved forward, each taking one of the headmaster's arms. This might be a bit uncomfortable, Dumbledore chuckled. Harry's knees buckled and he let go of Dumbledore's arm, stumbling a bit to keep on his feet. His stomach lurched, but thankfully he didn't throw up. Daphne, on the other hand, looked as if nothing had happened. She quickly looked about, wondering where they were. Okay, I did not like that at all. What just happened? Harry asked. You have just apparated. Dumbledore smiled benignly. And quite successfully, too. Most others throw up. I'm not sure that I won't, Harry groaned. Why is it every means of travel wizards have is so damn uncomfortable? Harry asked as he bent over, trying to stop the dizziness. It's not so bad, Daphne said, suddenly looking at Harry and Dumbledore. We're at my house. Harry looked up and saw that they had appeared just in front of a wrought iron gate, overgrown with ivy. Beyond, he could see a large house with white shutters. The house stood on top of a small hill covered in a very well-kept lawn. Near the front door, there were long beds of flowers that would have made Aunt Petunia gasp in desire. Daphne, smiling brightly, took Harry's hand and led her boyfriend and Dumbledore up the stone path to the house. Harry had been here once before, but had not seen the outside of the house. He thought it looked smaller than it had felt on the inside. He smiled to himself. How he loved magic. Harry was trying to catch every detail as they made their way up the short path to the front door. Daphne was positively glowing with excitement as she opened the door and called out to her parents. It was barely a second before Harry found himself in front of the Greengrasses once again. He suddenly felt a wave of guilt as he looked at Mr. Greengrass, who was eyeing him rather sternly. Harry had nearly forgotten what an imposing figure his girlfriend's father was. Professor Dumbledore. Mrs. Greengrass looked rather shaken at the sight of the headmaster escorting their daughter and her boyfriend in their home. What an unexpected pleasure, she said kindly. Dumbledore, who had changed his rather awe-inspiring magenta suit for something more familiar and likely more comfortable, waved away the compliment. I am afraid this is not a social visit, as I'm sure you have already deduced. Then, let us adjourn to the sitting room, Jonathan Greengrass said, waving his arm towards the sitting room. Dumbledore led the way, followed by Harry and Daphne and her mother and father. When they were all seated, Franny, the Greengrass house elf, appeared with tea service. She poured tea and handed each of them a warm cup before disappearing again. Would we be correct in assuming this has something to do with the events in the ministry a few weeks ago? Mr. Greengrass began the conversation, his tone neutral. Harry felt himself getting rather tense, especially as Daphne's father kept shooting him strange glances. You would be, Dumbledore confirmed. As I'm sure you have read in the papers, they are now referring to young Mr. Potter as the chosen one. As you can guess, this will complicate his already rather troublesome life, as well as the lives of those close to him. As such, I have taken the liberty of setting up a safe and secure location where they will receive advanced study for the remainder of the holiday. With your permission, I would like to extend an invitation for Daphne to join them. But the summer holiday has only just started, Mrs. Greengrass said, looking between Dumbledore and her husband, who looked to be mulling things over. We've barely had any time to spend with her. Again, Harry felt a sickening weight settle in his stomach. He knew that he was the reason that Daphne had kept herself locked in her bedroom for the past 2 weeks. He avoided the eyes of all the adults now and focused on the cup of tea in his hand. Daphne gave his other hand a squeeze, and when he looked at her, she gave him a warm smile, trying to tell him silently not to blame himself. I must stress how important this could be. Daphne has made some very powerful enemies, while she will be away from you. You will not be completely cut off from her. She will be able to write. I also believe we might be able to arrange visitation. However, it would be problematic at best. But Mrs. Greengrass started to speak, but her husband cut across her. I think I see where you're going with this, Albus, Jonathan said, his eyes focused on the older man. You want us to denounce Daphne. If the Death Eaters think we have turned our backs on her, the rest of us will be safe. They already think they'll have me on their side once they take over. As always, Jonathan, your insight proves invaluable. Dumbledore smiled softly. The other option would be for the entire family to go into hiding. If that is what you wish, I can help make arrangements for you all. That won't be necessary. Jonathan waved away the offer. I can do more if I'm still in a position to oppose legislation, or at least forestall it. What about when she returns to school? Most of the Death Eater's children are in her house. I have already made arrangements. She will be watched over very closely. I assure you both that she will be safe within the school. Dumbledore smiled confidently. Jonathan Greengrass began rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Daphne recognized the expression, as did her mother. Jonathan, Mrs. Greengrass looked apprehensive. Daphne, you should go and pack your things. Jonathan looked to his eldest daughter, who smiled brightly before giving the man a tight, warm hug and running from the sitting room and up the stairs. Aurora stood and went up the stairs along with Daphne to lend a hand and speak to her firstborn. Now that everyone knows he's back, How long do you think we have before open war is declared? Jonathan asked Dumbledore, who shook his head. I do not believe there will be an open war, the old man sighed. Lord Voldemort has learned at last the value of subterfuge and patience. It is my guess that unless we can unite to stop him, we will be under his control within a year's time. But that is only an educated guess. I see, Jonathan said, his head falling forward and his hand running through his short, dark hair. What do you have planned? For now, simply preparing those who shall be at the forefront of the conflict, Harry and his friends and a few others. It is my hope that those who are not loyal to Voldemort will do what needs to be done. You mean the ministry? Dumbledore nodded. I think that will depend on who will be the one to step into office. Pew's thick knees is getting a lot of support. He is indeed. It is quite worrisome. Should thick knees end up in power, Voldemort's coup will be much swifter than we should like. It is well known that he is a part of the same circles in which Lucius Malfoy associated, and I am positive there are Death Eaters, or at the least people loyal to Voldemort in important positions throughout the ministry. Death Eaters are in the ministry? Harry asked, speaking for the first time. That is one of many rumors, Harry. Jonathan sighed, again rubbing at his chin. Whispers of sedition can always be heard within any government. Sometimes whispers need to be heeded, Dumbledore said wisely. It is my hope that Amelia Bones will be Fudge's successor. She will not go easy on captured Death Eaters, and as much as it pains me to admit, I fear that the only course of action is to be hard on those found guilty. Jonathan nodded and sipped his tea. She already has my support. He then looked to Harry, who shuddered under the man's hard gaze. I take it by the interlocked hands and the not-so-subtle looks, Mr. Potter, that Daphne was able to convince you of your stupidity. Harry felt himself getting hot and could only nod in response. Jonathan set his cup down and smirked ever so slightly as he stared at his daughter's boyfriend. I must admit that I'm elated that you wish to keep her safe and out of harm. I'm also glad to see you two back together. As a father, it is my deepest wish to see my daughter happy. And I like you, Harry. I believe you have it in you to become a very great man. However, if you pull another stunt like that and break Daphne's heart again. He didn't need to finish the threat. Harry gulped audibly at the man's glare and looked to Dumbledore for support, only to find the headmaster admiring the pattern of the sofa quite closely. Harry nodded his understanding, and Jonathan smiled. Harry shivered again as Jonathan sat back in his seat, keeping his eyes locked on Harry. Daphne came back down the stairs with her trunk, followed by her mother, and Astoria trailing behind them. Astoria looked very different than she did at Hogwarts. He had never seen Daphne's younger sister dressed casually before, but the young girl's ever-present smirk was there, and Harry could see that mischievous spark in her light brown eyes. The three ladies entered the sitting room, and Dumbledore rose to his feet, followed by Harry and Jonathan. Harry, may I have a word? Mrs. Greengrass asked politely. Harry nodded and followed her out of the room and down the hall. Aurora opened a door and waited for him to come inside. Harry saw they were in the kitchen, and when he turned to face Daphne's mother, he gulped again. Aurora's ever-present smile had vanished, and her eyes were cold. The last few weeks have been some of the hardest for me as a mother. Daphne refused to speak to anyone until yesterday. All we knew was that you had ended things with her, at a funeral, of all places. Now, we did eventually learn what the reason was, and you should thank whatever gods you pray to that we actually understood what it was you were trying to do. That girl loves you, Harry. I want you to understand how precious a gift that is, so in case you ever get another idiotic thought like this in your head, you think before you act. I don't think she would run after you again. She's a special girl, and I'm not just saying that because she's my daughter. Greengrass women do not give their loyalty easily, but when they do, it's a lifelong commitment. Understood? I do, Harry said, his voice shaking. I didn't want to do it, Mrs. Greengrass, but I just wanted to protect her. It's very admirable, Harry, but it was stupid. We are much stronger as people when we are surrounded by those who care for us. Allow her to stand at your side, and I promise that no matter what happens, you will never regret it. Harry nodded his understanding, and then felt the hair on his neck stand up as Mrs. Greengrass' eyes narrowed. A word of caution. Do not think that you're off the hook with her, and if you ever break her heart again, Mr. Greengrass already, warned me. Harry, if you break her heart again, you'll wish it had been my husband who got to you first. Aurora's smile was back, and Harry took a step back. He flinched as the woman came forward and hugged him. Watch over her, Harry. Slowly, awkwardly, Harry hugged the woman back, expecting to be hexed, but Aurora let him go and opened the door for him to leave. Harry swore he heard his inner voice laughing, and he pictured Ron rolling on the floor holding his stomach, tears streaming from his eyes at Harry's discomfort. "Ah, I take it we're ready, then?" Dumbledore asked as Harry, looking severely pale, and Mrs. Greengrass returned. Daphne stood talking with her sister and father, her trunk already having been shrunken down and tucked into her pocket. "How will we be able to write to her?" Mrs. Greengrass asked as she engulfed Daphne in a tight embrace. "We are currently exploring a rather unique means of communication. I'm told it will be very secure, though I am unsure how long it will take to complete. Once it is finished, we will make sure you have everything you need in which to use it." Jonathan then took Daphne in his arms and whispered something to her, which made her giggle. Astoria, however, was staring at Harry, who could not help himself from looking back at her. He started to smile at the younger girl, who had been so fun to hang around the previous year, despite her annoying tendency to get over-involved in other people's lives. Astoria smiled back, and then, without warning, kicked Harry hard in the shin. Harry fell to the floor, clutching his injured leg. Astoria nodded her head, quite satisfied at her work. She then looked at Daphne, who looked horrified and amused all at once. "Tori!" Mrs. Greengrass shouted. Astoria simply shrugged her shoulders. "What? He deserved it. Possibly, but that's no reason to actually injure the boy." Mrs. Greengrass scolded, though Harry thought her tone had lightened significantly. Harry felt that he now completely understood what it was to cross a member of the Greengrass family. Daphne clicked her tongue and bent to help Harry up. "I think he's suffered enough," she said, winking at her younger sister, who embraced her sister once she let go of Harry. "I'll miss you. I'll miss you, too." "Stay out of my room. If I do that, I won't get to read your diary." Astoria smiled mischievously. "Good thing I'm taking it with me, then." Daphne gave her sister one last squeeze before Dumbledore suggested that they get moving. There was another round of farewells, as Dumbledore, along with Daphne and Harry, left the Greengrass home. "Now where are we going, sir?" Harry asked, hobbling along next to Daphne, who was holding tightly to his hand and grinning at him. "There is one last errand we must accomplish before I take you to your summer accommodations. One that I hope will prove most fruitful for you, in fact." As soon as they passed through the ivy-covered gate, Dumbledore held out his arms again and waited for the teens to take hold of him. With another soft pop, the trio disappeared. The sun had only just set in the distance, and the sky was still a bright purple as Dumbledore, along with his 2 charges, appeared in a quiet little square. There was a small fountain surrounded by benches and well-kept shrubbery. Harry thought it was a much nicer park than the one close to Privet Drive. "This way, if you please," Dumbledore said. Harry and Daphne followed. "Sir, where are we now?" Daphne asked, obviously not recognizing anything. She and Harry were both trying to take in as much of their surroundings as possible while staying close to the headmaster. "Welcome to the charming village of Budleigh Babberton," Dumbledore said with one of his cheekiest smiles. "Why are we here?" Harry asked. "I have grown so tired of saying this over the years, but it seems we are once again a member of staff short. I have an old colleague who has agreed to rejoin us at Hogwarts. We are here to finalize the contract. This way." Harry and Daphne followed Dumbledore up a long, winding street. It appeared as if most of the rather nice-looking houses were deserted. "It is vacation season for many of the families who live here," Dumbledore said easily. "But we need not worry about those who have yet to begin their travels. I have placed a Notice Me Not charm on the 3 of us. I do not think we shall have any difficulties in our journey. Ah, this way, please." They had turned up another street, which was just as quiet as the one they'd left. "Why didn't we just apparate in front of your colleague's house?" Daphne asked curiously, as it winded. The streets were all uphill so far, and they were becoming more difficult to traverse easily. "Because, to be honest, I have no idea where he is living. I think you shall understand once we arrive." "Oh," Dumbledore began to chuckle. "We're here." They came to stop in front of the nicest-looking house they had seen so far. Dumbledore approached the gate and stopped just short of opening it. He then raised his hand and moved it slowly, almost as if his fingers were running along an invisible wall. "Wands out, if you please. If I tell you, you are to run as fast as you can back to the square where we arrived." Both Harry and Daphne nodded their understanding, and very slowly and cautiously, the 3 of them made their way up the path and into the darkened house. It was a disaster. It looked as if there had been a battle, or at the least a difficult struggle. There were burn marks on the walls and the carpet. Bookshelves were knocked over, and the chandelier in the dining room had crashed through the table. Daphne found a large patch of blood on the wall. It looked as if someone had been hurt and slid down the wall. "This is bad," Daphne hissed. Dumbledore turned, his finger to his lips indicating they remain silent. Harry was looking at a broken desk, where many wizarding photographs lay in a pile of broken frames. He bent to inspect them closer when Daphne tapped his shoulder and pointed to Dumbledore, who stood in front of a rather hideous-looking armchair. Harry and Daphne came over to get a closer look, when Dumbledore gave a sharp poke to the chair, which actually screamed. Both teens stumbled back as a rather portly man morphed out of the chair, wearing pajamas with the same hideous pattern the chair had been upholstered with. "Merlin's beard, Albus, was it necessary to poke so hard?" the man said. He was quite short, with a very large belly and a thick mustache. His head was bald, and his eyes were a soft brown, which sparkled merrily. "It is quite good to see you, Horace. Forgive me for asking, but was this charade for me?" No, I expected you this evening, of course, but you didn't say when you'd be arriving. When my intruder charm went off, I assumed it was the Death Eaters. I am sorry to have frightened you." "No bother at all. Incidentally, what gave me away?" the bald man asked, a fat finger tapping his chin in a thoughtful gesture. "My dear friend, you forgot the dark mark." "AH," the bald man shouted. "Of course. I just knew I had forgotten something. Well, would you mind helping me clear up? I would hate for the muggles who own this lovely little place to come home from vacation to find this." "I would be most happy to," Dumbledore smiled, and as one, the two men began waving their wands like a couple of conductors in front of a symphony, and the whole mess cleaned itself up in a dazzling display of magic, which left both Harry and Daphne grinning like 5-year-olds at Christmas. "That's done the trick. Now how about some refreshment?" the bald man smiled. "And possibly some introductions. Of course, Horace Slughorn, it is my deepest pleasure to introduce you to Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass." "A pleasure, sir," Daphne said. "You taught my parents." "Yes, I do remember your father, member of the Wisengamot, I believe. A great pleasure to make your acquaintance, my dear. And you as well, Mr. Potter. Your mother was one of my favorite students. A delight to have in class." "I wonder if you are as talented at potions as she was." "Potions?" Harry asked, his eyes darting to Dumbledore, who gave a slight nod. "Yes, potions. I promise that you will quite enjoy my lessons, lad. Oh, I cannot wait to get back into the dungeons. Is everything in order, Albus?" "It is, Horace. I have secured for you a very large office as well as a very good salary," Dumbledore said, pulling a pile of parchments out of his robes and handing them to Slughorn, who took them greedily. "Ah, yes. Yes, very good. Well then, it looks as if you have yourself a new potions master, eh? But what about Snape?" Harry asked in confusion. "Professor Snape will be taking a new post this year, though you need not worry over such matters." Dumbledore smiled, giving Harry a look that clearly said that the matter was closed. Harry had a nagging suspicion he knew what new post his most hated teacher was going to be getting, and Harry felt anger boiling inside of him. Daphne took his hand and gave him a soft smile. He could tell that she understood what he was feeling, and knew she'd let him vent about it later. "Horace, there is still one more thing you need to do before our agreement can be settled. I think it is time for you to hand over what you promised me," Dumbledore said calmly. Slughorn's smile fell at once, and his eyes darted to the headmaster and back to the now confused-looking teens. "Albus, is this really the time or place?" Slughorn looked sharply at the elder man. Harry thought that the new potions teacher had begun sweating. "It cannot wait, I'm afraid," Dumbledore sighed. "We have been over this, my friend. You will be safe at Hogwarts, and no one shall know of it save for those we have discussed. But Albus, the children there—" "Horace, we have discussed it at length. You know what this means and what it will mean to the cause. Without it, we are lost." Harry looked very confused now, and looked inquisitively at Dumbledore, who had not taken his eyes off Slughorn. Slughorn looked as if he wanted to protest more, but realized he had already lost. He sighed heavily and his shoulders sagged. "I hope that you will not think badly of me, my boy. I had no idea what he was capable of," Slughorn said to Harry, who was now thoroughly confused. "I do not think he will hold any sort of grudge, Horace. I do not believe it is in Harry's nature. In fact, once he knows the whole story, he may even thank you for your help," Dumbledore said, a new smile on his face. He had taken a crystal vial out of his robes and was holding out for Slughorn to take. Horace gave another great sigh and took the vial, and at the same time held his wand to his temple. Harry watched as, with a very sad expression, Slughorn pulled his wand away, dragging a long, thin, silvery wisp out of his temple. The wisp came away, and Slughorn slipped the silvery strand into the vial where it coalesced into a shining, silvery liquid. "That's a memory, isn't it?" Harry asked. Daphne looked very curiously at the vial, which Slughorn stoppered, and handed back to Dumbledore, who slipped it into his robes. It is one which I believe crucial to us. What do you mean? Harry asked. All in good time, Harry, Dumbledore smiled. For now it is starting to get late and I need to get you two to your summer home. Harry looked at Slughorn, who sank into an armchair looking quite morose. He wiped at his sweaty brow with a silk handkerchief. Professor, Harry said. Slughorn looked up, shame on his face. Thank you. I don't know what it is you did for us, but I can't help feeling that it was very important. You may not feel that way once you understand, boy, Slughorn said in a hoarse whisper. Time will tell, but for now, thank you, sir. I look forward to your lessons. Me as well, sir. Daphne smiled, and Slughorn actually smiled weakly in return. I shall see you both on September the 1st, then. Dumbledore smiled and told Slughorn he expected him at Hogwarts in the next few days, and with the teens in tow, left the new potions master to rest. Sir, Harry asked when they were outside again, what was all that about? Professor Slughorn has taught a great many students over the years. He always favors those he feels have great potential to go on to great things. He helps get those students started in the careers of his choice, and then reaps some benefits from their success. Many students are so grateful for his help that even years later, they still send him tokens of their esteem. I still don't understand, Harry said, and Daphne mirrored his confusion. Do you remember what I promised you at the end of last year? Dumbledore asked, and Harry responded in the positive. This is part of that promise. I must first inspect it, not only to make sure it hasn't been altered, but to understand it as well. If I am to help you in what must be done, I need to fully grasp what it is we are about to embark on. Dumbledore stopped and looked at Daphne. All of us. Daphne gave Harry's hand a squeeze and he turned his green eyes on her. She looked confused and a bit frightened. This will do, Dumbledore smiled. One last time. Again, Harry and Daphne took the headmaster's arms and felt as if they were being squeezed through a garden hose. This time, when it was over, their senses were assaulted. They could hear the cry of seagulls and the crashing of waves. The air smelled of the sea and wind buffeted them. Now where are we? Daphne asked, a bit of excitement in her voice. Very small island just west of Aberystwyth. Only a handful of people know of its location, and most of them are already here, Dumbledore said. It was left to me by a very good friend, Nicholas, when he died a few years ago. Harry looked up sharply. Nicholas Flamel. The very same. He and his wife had purchased this island and built their home on it. He left it to me, and I had, until recently, had no use for it. I believe you and your friends will find it most invigorating. Dumbledore winked as he began leading them from the sandy beach to a stone path that was all but hidden by trees and the dark. A very short walk later, they came upon a large house. There were lights on in almost every window, and Harry swore he saw familiar people sitting inside. Dumbledore opened the door and led his two charges inside. Albus, we weren't expecting you for another few hours. Harry leapt past the headmaster and threw his arms around his godfather's neck. Sirius held tightly to his godson and laughed. Good to see you, Harry. Harry's here. Sirius released Harry, and the messy-haired youth found himself being hugged tightly by Hermione, who immediately began asking Harry if he was all right, and that she had been terribly worried about him. Daphne! Tracy Davis screamed as she lunged at her best friend, who looked shocked to find her best friend here. Tracy, how long have you been here? I brought Miss Davis here on the same day as Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom. Dumbledore smiled. Miss Greengrass, it is indeed a pleasure to meet you in person. Sirius smiled and gave a little bow. Daphne couldn't help the giggle that came out of her, and Harry smiled as well. Who else is here? Harry wondered, a look of discomfort shadowing his face. Just me for now, Sirius smiled. Though we will be having a lot of regular visits. Dumbledore thought it would be good for you five to get some advanced training over the summer. Training? Daphne asked, casting her eyes to Dumbledore, who was still smiling. Indeed, he nodded. You will all be receiving advanced defense training from some trusted friends. I am hopeful that you will all do your very best. I also hope you will manage to enjoy this holiday. How could they not? Sirius asked, a wry smile on his face. They have their own private island to do whatever they like. No muggles for miles, and people within the ministry overlooking their constant use of magic. What? Harry looked to Sirius and then back to Dumbledore. It will all be explained later. Now I would like a private word with Harry, Dumbledore said, and Sirius shepherded the other teens out of the entry hall. Dumbledore took Harry by the arm and led him into a small study, where he motioned for Harry to take a seat. Harry, I promised you that I would make up for all the mistakes I made. We have a very busy time ahead of us and quite a lot to cover. I'm going to ask that you pay attention and do your best to learn everything that we teach you. Of course, sir, Harry nodded. I plan for you to have private lessons with me as well. However, my schedule is rather busy, so during the summer holiday, we will be limited in how often we can meet. Once you are back at school, we will be able to meet far more often. Harry perked up, his eyes getting a bit wider. What will you be teaching me, sir? Quite a bit, actually. Dumbledore grinned under his snowy beard. Some very advanced magic as well as a bit of history. He reached into his robes and pulled out the small crystal vial that Slughorn's memory stirred in a silvery swirl. This is just one of many memories I plan to show you, Harry. Together, I hope we can learn the secret to destroying Lord Voldemort once and for all. Harry nodded enthusiastically, and Dumbledore slipped the memory back into his robes. Harry, I want you to consider telling your friends the prophecy. I know that you feel that they would be safer avoiding you, but I think it should be quite clear that they believe differently. They believe in you, and you do them a disrespect by not trusting in them. They care for you very deeply, Harry. I know that now, sir, Harry said. He looked into the twinkling blue eyes of the headmaster and gave a small shrug. Daphne made me see that I was wrong. I still feel like they'd all be safer staying away from me, but I don't think any of them will understand my point of view. I think they understand better than you think, Harry. I hope that you will see how much stronger you can be with their help. Now, I shall return in 2 weeks' time. When I do, I think we shall begin our special lessons. For now, I think it a good idea for you to go and spend time with your friends and Sirius, who has been deeply worried about you. Harry rose and Dumbledore shook his hand firmly. Harry smiled, feeling invigorated by what Dumbledore had promised, and he went out to the sitting room, where Hermione, Tracy, and Daphne were sitting together talking quietly, while Neville and Sirius were bent over a chess table. Dumbledore's advice echoed in his mind, and his new inner voice, the one that sounded like Ron's, spoke up. He's right. You owe it to them. They deserve to know exactly what they're getting into, especially after what you tried to do to them. Harry took a great breath and held it for a moment before releasing it slowly. He did owe them, Daphne especially. They had all gone with him to the ministry and had risked their lives. They were all now going to be given special training, and they all deserved to know the real reason for it all. So, with another great sigh, Harry walked into the sitting room and cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention. I'm sorry, to all of you. I only wanted to keep you all safe. I thought that if I stayed away from all of you that the Death Eaters would leave you alone. I know now I was only fooling myself. The 3 girls were watching him, and Harry could see each of them were fighting tears. Neville looked up at him, a strange look of anticipation on his face, while Sirius looked as if he'd been expecting what was coming. Were you friends, Harry? Neville said, his voice soft. We're not going to give up on you. We love you. Hermione gave a watery smile, and Tracy grasped her shoulder, smiling tearily. I know that now, Harry nodded, looking pointedly at Daphne. I care about all of you so much that the thought of losing any of you the way I lost Ron. We all lost him, Harry. Neville said, rising from his chair. He was a friend to all of us. But I think I can safely speak for all of us when I tell you that we'd all do the same thing he did, just as you would for any one of us. Harry felt his throat constrict a bit as his emotion for those before him began to grip him. He took a few calming breaths, tried to get himself under control. You're not alone in this, Harry, Daphne said. She had gotten out of her seat and come to his side, taking his hand in hers and squeezing it comfortingly. That's why it's time for you all to know why we were lured to the ministry. It's time I told you the prophecy. Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. On his desk was the stone basin in which one could view memories. The pensieve. Several crystal vials sat next to the pensieve, each filled with silvery vapor that were important pieces of a great puzzle. Dumbledore had managed to get the final piece of this puzzle, but unfortunately, it had not formed a clear picture as he had hoped. Tracking down the owner of that memory had taken just over a year. Horace Slughorn loved his comforts, and being in the spotlight due to his relationships with famous witches and wizards, all of whom he had taught years before. However, when Dumbledore came out to announce the return of the Dark Lord, Horace Slughorn all but fell off the face of the earth. Upon finding the old potions master at last, Dumbledore had immediately offered the retired professor a job, explaining he would be far safer from the Death Eaters at Hogwarts than anywhere else. He also managed to drop a few names of youngsters who Slughorn would no doubt wish to add to his collection of famous students, including the boy who lived. Negotiations nearly failed when Dumbledore asked for a favor in return. Slughorn's large round face paled, and a sheen of sweat formed on his bald head when Dumbledore explained about his research. "I remember how fond you were of him, Horace. I also know that you, like so many of us, were unaware of what he was to become. I am begging you to help me in ending this war. All I need from you is your memories," Dumbledore had pleaded. He remembered how truly frightened Slughorn appeared. At first he denied knowing anything that might help the headmaster, but Dumbledore was not to be fooled. It took several weeks, but ultimately it was a narrow escape from Death Eaters that changed Slughorn's mind. He had written to Dumbledore accepting his offer of protection. Dumbledore was unsurprised to see a list of demands, all of which Dumbledore was more than happy to meet. And so, at last, Dumbledore finally got his hands on a handful of memories featuring a young Tom Marvolo Riddle, the future Lord Voldemort, as he was in his formative years. As Dumbledore studied these memories, he saw the signs they should have all seen. He was manipulative, even as a boy. The way he was able to get people to do as he liked through mere words. It was no wonder that Slughorn was embarrassed by these memories. He'd been a fool, a puppet for Tom Riddle to make dance as he liked. But it was the last memory that both excited and worried Dumbledore. It was something he had known for 3 years now. The secret of Lord Voldemort's immortality, Horcruxes. It was Slughorn who had given Tom the answers he had sought, though he clearly had not suspected what he'd just done. Dumbledore also learned that there was a total of 7 Horcruxes. Dumbledore had a long piece of parchment next to the stone basin, on which he had many notes scribbled out. There were 2 lists at the top. One list was quite long, and it consisted of locations all over the country. Locations that to anyone else would appear benign, unimportant. Many of the locations were scratched out, places Dumbledore had been to and found nothing. The second list was small, a diary destroyed. The Ring of Slytherin destroyed the locket of Slytherin, the cup of Hufflepuff, the gauntlet of Gryffindor, the diadem of Ravenclaw, the ring of Ravenclaw, the star pendant of Ravenclaw, the serpent Harry Potter. Dumbledore had stared at the last item on his list, a shiver of fear running up his spine. He had researched for years on the cursed means to attain immortality. One needed to split their soul by committing murder. Voldemort had proven capable of that. Dumbledore had loads of memories that proved that. The headmaster also knew that Voldemort was fond of trophies, and had also deluded himself into believing that he, and he alone, should own any artifacts from the founders of Hogwarts, as he was a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin. That was the reason for the list. They were guesses of what Voldemort might have used to make his Horcruxes. He had no idea exactly what items were used, though they were very educated guesses. Dumbledore had done his research well, and had worked up a list of famous artifacts once owned and treasured by the great founders of Hogwarts. Only one item did not make the list, the sword of Gryffindor. That sword rested on the wall in the headmaster's office. He'd used it to destroy the ring of Slytherin the night he'd retrieved it. The diary he knew was destroyed, pierced by the fang of a basilisk. The others, the one item on his list that gave him so much pause for thought was the boy, Harry. Dumbledore was sure that Harry possessed a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, though he was unsure if the boy was actually a Horcrux. There were too many inconsistencies. Surely, if Harry was actually a Horcrux, there would be signs. It was true that Harry had a strange connection to the Dark Lord, and he had managed to inherit a few of the Dark Lord's gifts. It was true, but that was not enough reason to think that Harry was actually a Horcrux. Secondly, there was the fact that Harry had been bitten by the basilisk in his 2nd year. If Harry was in fact a Horcrux, the venom of the Serpent King would have destroyed it. At least, Dumbledore thought it likely. Perhaps, then, the prophecy has been somewhat fulfilled. Harry inadvertently killed Voldemort, at least the part that resided within him. There was also the fact that Harry was his own person. The boy had never exhibited any of Voldemort's personality traits, even when he was living with those despicable people. Dumbledore frowned as he thought of the Dursleys. He shook his head to clear the negative feelings and images that sprang to his mind when he thought of Harry's relatives. It was indeed a miracle that Harry had come out of that environment as well as he had. If Harry were indeed a Horcrux, that fragment of Voldemort's soul, which Dumbledore was sure rested inside the boy, would have manifested itself long before now, especially given Harry's home life. So the question was, exactly how strong was that fragment of soul, and how to rid the boy of it once and for all? Maybe all they had to do would be to get a young priest and an old priest. Dumbledore chuckled to himself. If only it was all that easy. No, Harry would face the Dark Lord in the end. Voldemort was now obsessed with the youth, and it was that obsession that would keep Harry alive for a while. So long as Dumbledore could keep the boy safe, and out of Voldemort's clutches, the boy had a chance. And Dumbledore had time to do what he should have done all this time. 1 year. 1 year to correct all his mistakes. 1 year until he would leave this world. "Ariana, give me strength," Dumbledore whispered. Harry lay in bed in his new bedroom, listening to the sound of the sea. He had revealed everything to his friends, expecting them to abandon him once he had finished telling all he knew. Thinking about it now, he still couldn't understand why he thought Hermione, Neville, Tracy, and especially Daphne, and Sirius would leave him to his fate. Harry wondered if it had anything to do with how he'd been treated by the Dursleys. Sirius had revealed that he had known of the prophecy, but had refused to hear it when Harry's father had tried to tell him nearly 16 years ago. "I didn't want to know. I didn't want to risk getting captured and having Voldemort learn it." He had grimaced at Harry. "I'm sorry, kid, but remember, you're not alone, and we're all going to help in any way we can." Sirius had then went on to tell the teens just what they were in for during the holiday. "Dumbledore's arranged for a few trusted Aurors to come by a couple times a week and train you all up. Starting Monday morning, you'll all start getting up at 6 and running. Mad Eye's going to be overseeing your physical training, and I'll warn you all now, he's a bit of a tyrant." All the young faces paled a bit. Sirius smiled as he went on. "In the afternoons, you'll have a handful of folks teaching you different things. Dumbledore's even gone and secured permits for all of you to use magic while you're here. And I'll be teaching you some of the finer arts of Muggle combat, like sword fighting." Harry felt excitement as he and his friends gathered on the large front porch and talked about what they might be learning over their holiday. Harry had only just begun learning sword play with his godfather last Christmas, and had to admit the knowledge had helped. Harry allowed a moment to let himself think of Lucius Malfoy shivering in a cold stone cell, staring at his stump, where his hand had once been. Harry then wondered if Lucius could have his hand regrown, since it was not magic that had cursed it off. Wormtail had received a new hand from Voldemort, but it was made of dark magic. Would the scent? Mungo's healers be able to replace a limb if it had been removed through Muggle means. So that means we have 2 days to do nothing, except enjoy ourselves, Tracy said, bringing Harry out of his wonderings and back to the present conversation. "And I just realized I'm the only one without a boyfriend. I knew I should have flirted harder with Blaise in those last few weeks of term." "You have a thing for Blaise?" Daphne asked incredulously. "When did this start?" "During the DA." "Didn't you notice how often I paired with him?" Tracy looked to the rest of them, all of them looking gobsmacked. When none of them answered, she threw her hands up in exasperation. "Bloody love-blind wankers, the whole lot of you. Yes, I have a thing for Blaise Zabini, and I think he might like me in return. All right." "I like Blaise," Neville said quietly, giving Hermione a warm, comforting squeeze. "He's never been mean to me." "He's also never spoken to you, dear," Hermione pointed out, leaning her head back and planting a soft kiss on her boyfriend's jaw. Neville smiled softly as he countered her point. "That's not true," Neville smiled. "He once asked me if I knew how to get to the astronomy tower." "Wait a second," Harry said, looking puzzled. "You remember one time in first year when someone asked you a question, but you can barely remember the password to Gryffindor Tower." Neville shrugged, and the others chuckled at his embarrassment. It wasn't long after that Tracy, Hermione, and Neville had all excused themselves for bed. Harry and Daphne remained outside a little longer, enjoying the view of the half-moon hovering over the sea. "I'm glad I got to come. I'm looking forward to spending summer with you, even if we are just learning stuff." Daphne smiled. She leaned into Harry and captured his lips softly, her arms slithering around his neck as she deepened the kiss. "Somehow I don't think it will all be spent training. Dumbledore won't allow it, nor will Sirius. We'll have time to just do whatever, I'm sure of it." "Good," Daphne smiled. "I can work on my tan." Daphne's face then scrunched and she began to laugh softly. "What?" "I don't have my swimsuit. I didn't know where we were going, so it didn't pack that much. I don't know that I'm daring enough to lay out in the nude." Daphne grinned. Harry felt his face getting hot as his mind pictured his stunning girlfriend laying on a beach towel, the sea air kissing her bronzed skin. I don't have any swimwear either," he mumbled, which made Daphne stop laughing. She began to turn a bit red but smiled at Harry. I guess we'll just have to make do then, won't we? Again, she reached up and kissed him lightly. Ahem. Harry and Daphne broke apart and saw that Sirius was leaning in the doorway. I think your problems will be solved tomorrow. We've arranged for a quick trip to the mainland so you five could get some essentials. Tonks will be taking you to the Muggle shopping center tomorrow. Apparently, it's all on Dumbledore. He seems especially concerned that Harry gets some proper clothes, and he figured with 3 young ladies to help, it would be no problem. Harry looked puzzled. He does, Sirius nodded, his smile clearly visible in the moonlight. He's paying for it all. Daphne asked, looking rather confused. Why would he do that? Sirius merely shrugged. You'd ought to get some rest. Tonks will be here bright and early. Go on. Harry's room was up 1 floor from the others. Neville had his own room, while the 3 girls all bunked in one very large room with their own private bathroom. Harry would not have minded bunking with Neville, but was actually thankful for the privacy he had now. As he lay in his very comfortable bed, he kept thinking on how strange his day had been. He couldn't help but wonder what the summer had in store for him. Just as Sirius had told them, Tonks arrived bright and early the next morning and explained over breakfast just what the plan was to be for the day. This is supposed to be the only time you're going to be off the island, so you all need to take advantage. Anything you'll need for school or other magic needs will be taken care of. But as far as clothing and personal item, this is your only chance. It'll have to be Muggle, as well, as there aren't any magical shops in Aberystwyth. Tonks looked pointedly at Tracy, Neville, and Daphne here. You have to appear as Muggles while you're in town. We're pretty certain that there won't be any Death Eaters there, but you never can tell. So do your best to blend in and not draw attention to yourselves. We have a handful of people undercover who will be watching out for you, as well as personal escorts. I'll be going with the ladies, while you 2 gents will have the company of Lupin. It was then that the flu flared up, and Remus Lupin stepped out, wearing Muggle blue jeans, trainers, and a black button-down shirt and waistcoat. Looking good, Professor. Tracy smirks and Remus gave a casual nod of thanks, returning the smile. Both Hermione and Daphne chuckled at Tracy's boldness. Running a bit late, old friend, Sirius remarked, pouring a cup of tea for Remus. Rather late night. Dumbledore had me and Moody checking out a few potential Death Eater safe houses, all of them empty. The teens all perked up at this information, and Harry was surprised that they didn't lower their voices or change subjects. Maybe they all finally realized that we're capable and need to be informed, he thought. We'd best get moving, Tonks said, looking at her watch. I imagine the ladies will want to spend quite a bit of time in the shopping center. Aberystwyth turned out to be quite nice for a smaller coastal community. The shopping center was nothing to scoff at, though it had nothing on London. Tonks and Remus agreed on a rendezvous, and then with waves and a couple of kisses, the males went in one direction, while the girls went off in another. Harry had never really cared much for shopping, but perhaps it was due to the fact that he never got anything. In fact, the more he thought about it, he came to the realization that when he shopped in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade, he rather enjoyed it. However, shopping for clothing was very different from shopping for potion ingredients or a new cauldron. Simply put, he was clueless. Neville wasn't much better off. Fortunately for them, there was several young women working in the men's department more than eager to help them. Remus seemed more than a bit entertained to watch the young men get helped. Neville wasn't too bad off, as most of his clothing fit properly, though he did get himself some new jeans, shirts, shoes, and most importantly, swim trunks. Harry, on the other hand, ended up getting an entire new wardrobe, thanks in large part to Remus, who casually mentioned that it was high time he got clothes that had never belonged to someone else. So it was that Harry ended up getting jeans, shirts, socks, shoes, swim trunks, and most embarrassingly, underwear. The shop girls picked out nearly everything, urging him to try on as much as possible, and offering their opinions. Harry felt like he had become their personal dress-up doll. He kept shooting angry glares at Remus, who could not stop chuckling at the entire scene. Once the clothing was taken care of, Remus noted that both boys needed some other items. Toothbrushes, combs, and razors, as Remus noted that girls didn't really like the feeling of sandpaper against their skin. The shop girls agreed, and Remus made sure that both boys got the very best razors in the store. It's the least Dumbledore can do for you both, Remus muttered, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Harry made a note to question him later about it. He'd heard similar tones in Tonks and serious voices when the headmaster had been mentioned. Once everything had been rung up, Remus handed over what looked like a credit card to the clerk, and then, weighed down with all their purchases, Remus led Harry and Neville out of the men's department. It had been fun at first, rummaging through racks and picking out new clothes. Even though she wasn't really a shopaholic, like more than a few girls she knew, Daphne did enjoy going out with friends and picking out new clothes. Or she had until they got to swimsuits. Daphne had found a few really nice bikinis, anticipating Harry's reaction to seeing her body. She had taken her selections to the dressing rooms and taken off her shirt to try on her first selection. She stopped short as she looked in the mirror. There, just as angry-looking as the day she'd received it, was the scar she'd gotten during the night in the Department of Mysteries. It was so ugly, standing out starkly against her smooth, fair skin. Tears formed in her eyes almost at once as she looked at it, entranced by it. "I'm hideous," she thought to herself. At once her mind began picturing scenarios where Harry would finally see her disfigurement and turn away in disgust. "Come on, Daphne, let's see," Tracy called from the other side of the door. Daphne could hear Tonks, Hermione, and Tracy mumbling. She imagined them all trying on great suits and commenting on how great they looked. "Daphne, we're waiting," Tonks sing-songed. Hermione chuckled at something, and Tracy guffawed. Daphne ignored it, simply staring at herself in her white bra, with that evil-looking ropey scar slashing across her chest. The door suddenly clicked, and Daphne turned quickly to see Tracy peeking inside. "Why aren't you coming?" "Oh." Tracy's eyes had landed on Daphne's scar. Her reaction sent Daphne over the precarious edge she'd been balancing on and crumpled to the floor, clutching her arms over herself. "Oh, sweetie," Tracy said comfortingly as she entered fully. She wrapped her arms around her best friend while both Tonks and Hermione peered in, each wearing fantastic-looking swimsuits, which only made Daphne feel worse about herself. "I'm so disgusting," Daphne moaned. "That's not true," Tracy said angrily. "Why would you even think that? Harry's going to be so grossed out. He's going to," Hermione cut her off before she could even think of finishing her thought. "Are you out of your mind?" The bushy-haired witch looked angry. "He'd never turn away from you over something so superficial as a scar. He's not that shallow. He loves you more than anything, and he's not about to let you go over that." "But he tried to," Daphne began, but Hermione wasn't going to let her get a foothold in the argument. "And you didn't let him. I know that he wouldn't have been able to let you go, either. I bet if you asked him, he'd tell you he was going spare without you. He tried to leave because he thought it was going to protect you, not because of that," she said, pointing at Daphne's scar. Daphne began wiping her eyes and looked to Tracy, who was smiling once more. "If you're that concerned, why not show him a bit, talk to him about it," Tracy suggested. "He's going to see it eventually, isn't he?" Daphne blushed crimson and Tonks chuckled. The other girls looked at her and she shook her head. "Teenagers and hormones," she laughed. "I remember. In fact, maybe later I'll share a few stories with you three," Tonks winked. "In the meantime, I don't think these are for me." Daphne's eyes went wide as Tonks' breasts shrank a bit. Tonks smiled and threw a wink at them before going back to her own dressing room. "She's a metamorphosis," Hermione whispered. "Oh, what I wouldn't give to be able to make my boobs bigger at will." Tracy looked envious. "Daphne, why don't you get a one-piece like me?" Hermione smiled, stepping in the doorway a bit more to show off the suit she'd chosen. "They can be just as flattering as a bikini." Daphne wiped at her eyes and put her shirt back on. She went back out and selected some different swimsuits. The girls went on to get more clothes and even adventured into the lingerie section. Tracy was like a kid in a candy store, especially with Tonks at her side. Hermione was a bit more conservative and could not stop blushing the entire time. Daphne, still feeling self-conscious, didn't really bother exploring. She did select some new bras and knickers, but that was it. She could no longer imagine scenes where she might be showing herself off to Harry wearing something silky and sexy. The rest of the day, she remained quiet and introspective, thinking only of what Harry might say or do if he ever saw what was hidden under her shirt. "Daphne, I have to tell you, I think Harry might be far more interested in your boobs than some silly line on your chest," Tracy had said at one point, trying to lift her best friend's spirits. "Got to say, the girl makes a point," Tonks said jovially as they finished up their excursion, and she handed over a gold credit card. "Boys do get quite mesmerized by a girl's chest, especially if the girl lets him touch them." Daphne couldn't help but blush. She wasn't the only one, as Hermione looked scandalized. Tonks and Tracy both started laughing hysterically. The girls met up with the boys, who looked to be just as burdened with purchases as they were. "Hey!" Harry smiled, kissing Daphne softly. At once she felt warm as she looked into his brilliant green eyes. As she stared into his eyes, she couldn't understand why she would ever think he would abandon her over a stupid scar. For Merlin's sake, he'd lived with one on his forehead all his life. If anyone could understand, wouldn't Harry? Still, there was the smallest seed of doubt in the back of her mind, but she knew that both Tracy and Hermione were right. She would need to talk to him, or even show him. He deserved honesty at the least. The chaperones allowed the teens to get lunch at a small restaurant before heading back to the Flamel house. Harry noticed Daphne's change in demeanor, but when he asked her about it, she simply shook her head. Harry felt it was best to wait until they were alone to try again. After putting away all of his new possessions, which he still had trouble figuring out why Dumbledore had paid for it all, Remus's words about it being the least Dumbledore could do kept repeating in his mind. What had he meant? Why had Sirius and Remus' attitudes changed towards the leader of the Light? Had the headmaster admitted his failings to the Order? Remus tells me you got a bit of attention from the shop girls. Sirius smirked. Harry turned and saw his godfather leaning against the door, his hands shoved in his pockets. That's the kind of thing one might use as leverage against you, a bit of blackmail material. It would be if I had flirted with the girl or something like that. To be honest, I was a bit frightened of her, both of them. Harry shrugged, putting the last shirt in his wardrobe. Do you know why Dumbledore paid for all of this? Not just my stuff, but everyone. Sirius shrugged, but his eyes went dark for a second. Harry didn't miss it. What is it you're not telling me? He asked, holding Sirius' gaze. Sirius heaved a great sigh and ran his hand through his long black hair. The night after the ministry, Dumbledore called a special meeting of the Order. Tensions were already high. The 6 of you had proven something which many of us had been arguing for. The only way to deal with the Death Eaters is to fight them. They can't be negotiated with or reasoned with. Dumbledore had held tightly to the idea that most of them could be turned back to the right path. Not likely, Harry smirked. Exactly. That night, Dumbledore admitted that he had failed. He'd failed all of us. He stepped down as the leader of the Order. What? Harry was completely shocked by this. Who's in charge then? Amelia Bones. Dumbledore is now acting in an advisory position. He says that he now has something else he has to sow, something that will lead to Voldemort's downfall. He and Amelia spoke in private, and the Order is going to go after the Death Eaters and try and thin their ranks while Dumbledore carries out his mission. What is his mission? Harry asked, curiosity burning within him. Only he knows, and he hasn't told anyone, but I think it's a safe bet that you're a part of it. McGonagall told some of us that he's been traveling a lot. Harry sat on his bed, his mind working through all he'd just learned. Dumbledore had relinquished his leadership position to concentrate on, what exactly? Training Harry and his friends? That couldn't be it. They were going to have Moody and other people training them. Dumbledore had only said they would do stuff when they were back at school, hadn't he? I can't imagine how you're feeling, kid. Sirius sighed again, entering his godson's room at last. Like the whole world is on your shoulders. Just try to remember that you aren't alone. Neville, Hermione, Tracy, Daphne, me, we're all here for you. No matter what they throw at us, we're together in this, and none of us are going to stop fighting. Harry looked up at his godfather, who was smiling at him proudly, and nodded. There was a soft sound coming from the door. Both Sirius and Harry looked to see Daphne standing there, looking a bit nervous. Well, that's it for now, I guess. Sirius smiled knowingly. Dinner'll be ready in an hour or so. He gave Harry a pat on the shoulder and left the 2 teens alone. Daphne came in the room, shutting the door behind her. Are you all right? H.R.I. asked. You've been really quiet since we went shopping, and you, Daphne cut him off by grabbing hold of his face and kissing him deeply. Harry wrapped his arms around her waist and held her tightly to him. There was something in her kiss that frightened him, a desperation he'd never felt from her before. When she broke the kiss, Harry saw there were tears in her eyes. What is it? He asked, grabbing her arms as she tried to slip away from him. It's stupid. I know it is, but I feel like I'm wretched. Harry's face changed to a look of utter confusion. Daphne averted her eyes from his and pulled her hands away. She clutched the hem of her shirt and tugged it up. Harry reached out to stop her. What are you doing? Harry, just wait a minute, she said shakily. She pulled her shirt up a bit more so that Harry's eyes saw the bottom of the angry purple scar. Harry gasps and his hand reflexively reached out to touch it. Daphne took a step back instinctively. I'm sorry, Harry said quickly, fearing that he had upset her further. I was trying on swimsuits and I had forgotten all about this. Then when I saw it, I kind of freaked out. I love you, Harry, and you really hurt me. I thought that once you saw that I wasn't perfect, that you might try and leave me again. Harry lunged for her. He wrapped his arms around her tightly and kissed her so deeply, Daphne felt her toes curling in her trainers. I'm not going to leave you again, he said, staring hard into her eyes. I was an idiot before and you made me see that. So what if you have a scar? So do I, Harry rolled his eyes and Daphne couldn't help the small chuckle that erupted from her. At least you can hide yours. Harry grinned, and Daphne laughed again, a tear escaping her eyes. You will always be beautiful to me. But why is it so important? Harry, Daphne said, rolling her eyes at him. We're teenagers. I don't know about you, but I'm nearly 16 now and my body is wanting to do things with you. Last year we didn't get to explore that way other couples do, and because of that I think we have a much stronger bond. However, I figured that sooner or later, hopefully sooner, we might. Recognition lit up on Harry's face. He looked at Daphne, who began laughing again at her boyfriend's curious and embarrassed expression. Wow, was all he said. I'm not going to pressure you or anything because quite frankly I'm not exactly sure what I'm ready for, but I hope that we could. She felt her stomach tighten and she looked away. She felt Harry relax a bit and he turned her face back so he could look into her eyes. I'm not sure what to do or even how to begin, he admitted. But I have to admit I've thought about things. Really? Daphne, I'm a nearly 16-year-old boy, of course I have. Plus, I've been roommates with Dean and Seamus. I've heard them talk, I just don't know what, maybe this is one of those things that we just make up as we go. Daphne smiled softly. See what happens, you know. Harry sighed, feeling a bit of relief wash over him. He nodded, and Daphne smiled softly. She lifted her head, and he captured her lips in another soft kiss, so it wasn't just him. Daphne wanted to take things further, physically speaking. Harry had been trying to quiet those urges for a while, unsure of what exactly they were, or why he felt the way he did, even though a part of him knew it was natural. Still, he hadn't wanted to scare Daphne. Plus the fact that he had absolutely idea what he was supposed to do to her. Part of him wanted to ask Hermione, but his utter mortification prevented him from even thinking of broaching the topic with the smartest person he knew. Then something occurred to him. In that moment, holding Daphne in his arms and wondering just how to make things progress into the next level, he was as normal as any other boy his age. He was just a normal teenager. He smiled to himself and buried his face in his girlfriend's sweet-smelling hair, holding her tightly, and sighed contentedly. Daphne would probably never know just how much that conversation had meant to him. Get your mangy, good-for-nothing CARCASSCS out of those BEDS, and down here this instant before I come up there, and shove him my good foot up your sorry RCs. The magically amplified voice belonged to none other than Mad-Eye Moody, and it had accomplished its goal. In 3 of the upstairs bedrooms, 5 teenagers quite literally fell out of their beds, scrambling in their blankets and throwing clothes on before running like rampaging elephants down the stairs, wands in their hands. What's going on? What's happening? You're all dead. That's what's happening. Someone could have impersonated my voice and none of you would know the difference. Moody snarled, looking angrily at each one of the youngsters. Had I been a Death Eater, you'd all have been killed. Were you a Death Eater, I doubt you would have announced yourself so loudly, Tracy remarked. The others started to chuckle, but Moody's gaze silenced them. He glared at them for a moment before continuing. Dumbledore's asked me to get you lot trained up Auror style. He seems to believe you will be at the center of the war, and I tend to agree with the man on this occasion. So we start with the basics. You're all far too slow, for starters. We're going to fix that issue right now. Out there. Moody pointed one gnarled hand out the front door towards the beach. I've set up a sort of course for you to run. Today it'll be easy because I'm only concerned about getting you to move. This island is roughly 2 miles around. You'll run it in under an hour, or you'll get extra exercise before you get breakfast. And I mean run. Get going. The 5 teens ran out to the beach as quickly as possible, none of them eager to find out what the former Auror might do to them for disobedience. They easily found the markers that Moody had set out for them and began their jaunt. Moody apparated along the course, keeping his eyes on them to make sure they didn't slow down. He even sent stinging hexes at them when they started slowing up. Thankfully, they all managed to finish the run in under the lime limit, though they were all completely exhausted by the effort. They collapsed in a heap on the front porch of the house, panting and gasping for breath. Pathetic, Moody growled at them. Before the summer is over, you'll be able to run that at top speed in half an hour, even with the obstacles. Obstacles? Daphne gasped, her eyes widening in horror at the demonic grin Moody now wore. Oh yeah, lass, you didn't think I was going to go easy on you, did you? Moody chuckled manically, stumping past the exhausted teens who could only stare at one another in fright. The delectable smell of sausages and eggs being cooked roused the tired youngsters to move again. Very slowly, they clawed their way into the kitchen and sat wearily in their seats. Tracy and Neville both chugged their glasses of juice before refilling them and nearly emptying them again. Harry laughed out loud when he saw Hermione channeling Ron, as she shoved an entire egg into her mouth unashamedly. Hermione simply glared at her best friend as she chewed and cut up her sausages. "Is it going to be like this every morning?" Daphne asked, looking at Moody, who was leisurely stirring his tea. "Lassie, you listen, and you listen good. The Death Eaters aren't going to go easy on you. They're going to do their best to kill you as quickly as possible. I plan on making it very difficult for them by making you lot use your brains. Death Eaters rely on their magic. They don't adapt well under pressure. You will. You're going to be fast, and you're going to use more than just magic to defeat them. I'm told you all started learning some sword work." Harry nodded, thinking of the sword Sirius had given him last Christmas, the one that had taken Lucius Malfoy's hand. He couldn't stop the smile from spreading on his face. "Good. We'll get you all trained up in that, as well as some Muggle fighting techniques. I want you all to be able to act instinctively. The time you waste trying to think will be more time Death Eaters will have to end your lives," Moody said, lifting his teacup. "It won't all be this sort of thing, will it?" Hermione asked, looking to Remus and Sirius. "No, you'll be getting spell training in the afternoon," Sirius said matter-of-factly. "Tonks will be here today, but there will be others as well. Kingsley Arthur Snape. Snape. Harry dropped his fork, looking aghast. "Yes, Harry, despite your feeling towards the man, he is most knowledgeable in the dark arts. Don't worry, he won't be left alone with you. We'll be watching him," Sirius said, sitting down and filling his plate. "What do you think he'll show us?" Hermione asked, looking to the three adults, watching their faces carefully. She could see clearly that none of them were happy about Snape being allowed to teach them, much less being allowed on the island. "I imagine he's going to show you lots some more questionable spells," Moody said, sipping his tea and looking pointedly at the table, his magical eye looking out the back of his head. He gulped the last of his drink and stood, grabbing his walking stick. "Tomorrow, 6 a.m. I don't want to have to wake you lot up again." He growled and stumped off. A moment later, they heard the flu flare up. "Eat up, you lot. You've got a lot to get through today," Remus said. Once the meal was finished, Sirius led them back outside into a large clearing behind the house. For the next couple of hours, Sirius ran them through some basic sword combat, taking time with each of them in turn so they each had a chance to practice what they were shown. They were given an hour before lunch to cool down and rest, which they all truly needed. "I don't know if I'm going to make it through the summer," Tracy whimpered. She had never felt so much pain in all her life. Her arms felt like they were filled with lead and her legs shook horribly every time she stood up. "Think of it this way, your butt is going to look amazing," Daphne quipped. Hermione even laughed while Neville and Harry simply rolled their eyes. "No one's going to be able to appreciate it while it's hidden by my robes," Tracy whined. "We could make that portion see-through," Hermione suggested. "Exactly how see-through are we talking about here?" Tracy looked interested and apprehensive. "I'd make sure to always wear your best underwear," Hermione winked. "In that case, no," Tracy chuckled. "If this is really what Aurors go through, then I think I know why there are so few of them." "Wait, what?" Harry asked. He and Daphne had collapsed on one of the sofas together. Daphne fell over as Harry lunged forward, giving a small shriek of surprise. "What do you mean there aren't many Aurors?" Harry asked, looking at Tracy intently. Tracy missed his pointed stare as she'd shut her eyes. "Not many people apply for the job," Neville said, getting Harry's attention. "Even fewer get accepted, and of those, well, not everyone graduates. On top of that, it's a very dangerous job," Daphne said from behind Harry, still lying where she had fallen. "The ministry has really strict standards on who gets in the program. It's one thing to become a member of the law enforcement department, but something altogether different to become an Auror. The ministry used to have quite a few Aurors, but my Gran told me that Voldemort managed to kill off more than a few in the last war. The ministry hasn't rebuilt their ranks because of their strict regulations on who they accept." Harry mulled over that information for a bit. It was no wonder Fudge wanted to deny the truth for so long. They weren't prepared for another war, and it looked likely that they would lose to the Dark Lord because of it. "I'll bet we all get offers to join the Auror Corps after we graduate. We'll have already completed training," Hermione said flatly. Tracy chuckled, followed by Daphne. "They might take us all in even before we graduate," Neville grinned. With Mad-Eye as our trainer and all, the new minister might ask us by the end of the year. Hermione and Harry couldn't hold it in and began laughing with the others. The idea was so ludicrous that they couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't the idea of being offered the job. It was more the idea that the ministry would be so desperate for people trained to fight that they would start looking to school children for help. Tonks arrived right after lunch, sporting her signature spiky pink hairdo. Sitting down with them at the table, she talked to them for a bit, trying to figure out where they were in terms of skill. That discussion led to a few demonstrations, so Tonks could assess their level of power. You're a bit further along than you're supposed to be, which means we can forego a lot of the basics. She smirked. The first thing we're going to start with is silent casting. You'll be learning that at school this year, but there's no reason not to get a head start. Harry noted Hermione's grin at getting a jump on her studies. Even Daphne and Tracy looked excited, while Neville appeared apprehensive. Harry guessed that Neville was still suffering bouts of low self-confidence, but Harry wasn't worried. Neville was surrounded by friends who wanted to see him do well, and they weren't about to let their friend fail at anything. We're going to start small. You're going to just do summoning spells and we'll build on that, Tonks explained. I want you to remember that it isn't the words so much as the intent, so focus on what you want to happen and how it feels to cast the spell. Tonks conjured some pillows and set them a few feet away from her trainees. She turned to face them again and allowed them to begin, warning that if she heard them utter a sound, they would pay for it. Harry and the others all took at their wands and concentrated on calling the pillows to themselves without speaking. Harry remembered learning to cast this particular spell in his 4th year in preparation for the first task. Harry tried to focus on what it felt like to cast the summoning spell and let that feeling fill him up, much in the same way that a Patronus work. Over and over, Harry repeated the incantation in his head. Next to him, Daphne had her eyes closed, her face calm and serene. Neville's face was purple with concentration, while Hermione had her eyes narrowed. Tracy's was the first pillow to move, though it was only an inch or so. After 15 minutes, Hermione was the first to get her pillow to fly into her hand. She grabbed it out of the air and screamed delightedly. Harry was the next one to accomplish a silent summoning. Well done, Tonks praised as Tracy managed at last to get her pillow to fly into her hand. Daphne followed suit, her pillow hitting her in the face. It's not funny, Daphne said, hitting Harry with her pillow. It's useless. Neville sighed heavily. Why do I have so much trouble with all of this? We're done for today, you lot, Tonks said, staring at Neville. Go on inside. Neville began to follow the group into the house when Tonks laid a hand on his shoulder. Not you, Neville, I want a word. Tonks waited until the others were inside before she spoke. You've got a lot of power within you, Neville. I can see it. Tonks smiled. Neville shook his head disbelievingly, and Tonks gave him a playful shove. I think the problem is that you compare yourself to Harry and the others. You think you need to be something other than what you are, and it's blocking your power. I also happen to know you grandmother is a bit hard on you. You need to let all of that go. I happen to know Hermione would never have agreed to be with you if she didn't see something in you. Trust in your friends and yourself, Nev. If you do that, I think you'll be surprised at what you'll accomplish. Neville looked up at her and Tonks smiled at him in return. You've got power, kiddo. It's time to believe in it. At that, she motioned towards the pillows they had been practicing with earlier. Neville raised his wand and took a long, deep breath, letting it out slowly. He shut his eyes, focusing on his intent, imagining the pillow soaring effortlessly into his hand. A Kyo pillow, Neville said clearly in his mind. He opened his eyes slowly and nearly fell to the ground as he saw 3 of the pillows soaring right at him. I told you that you could do it, Tonks laughed. Now you just got to work on focus a bit. Wow, Neville sighed, staring at the pillows that now lay at his feet. Go on inside and remember what I told you, Neville. You can do it if you believe you can. Neville nodded and with a smile ran into the house, stuffing his wand in his pocket. That was really a nice thing you did. Tonks turned, and a shy smile emerged on her face. Her hair lengthened and turned a deep shade of auburn. She reached out and took the offered hand and melted into a warm embrace, taking in the man's smell and committing it to memory. Do you have duty tonight? The man asked, a smile in his tone. Yes, unfortunately, but I have 3 hours to kill until then. Tonks grinned into her lover's neck. Unfortunately, everyone is still awake, and someone will notice if I disappear for too long. I don't think we need to regale them with the sounds of our lovemaking, especially not with 5 hormonal teenagers present. You coward, Tonks sighed, pulling away from her lover's embrace. Do you honestly think we're going to put ideas into their heads that aren't already there? And furthermore, why are we sneaking about anyway? What are you so afraid of? Are you ashamed of me? As her anger rose, her hair brightened to a brilliant shade of red. No, Merlin, no. But I just don't think now is the time to announce that you and I are, the man stammered, holding up his hands in surrender, fearing the Auror might hex him into oblivion if he misspoke. Shagging, Tonks arched an eyebrow. I don't see what the big deal is, Remus. Remus Lupin looked towards the door that the 5 teens had all gone into and looked back to the young woman before him, who now had her arms crossed and a dark look on her face. I think they'd all be happy for us. In fact, I think it's high time we found out. Tonks spun on her heel and began marching for the house. Dora, wait, you don't know what you're doing. Dora, please, we have to talk about this, Remus pleaded as he followed the young Auror. Attention, everyone, Tonks shouted as she entered the house. The 5 teens and Sirius, who were all in the kitchen, turned to see Tonks standing in the doorway, looking pleased with herself. Remus, and I need to tell you all something. Remus appeared just behind Tonks now, looking fearful. He was looking directly at Sirius, who looked puzzled, though a smile was beginning to form on his thin face. Harry caught the look of resigned fear on his former professor's face, and the look of triumphant glee on his godfather's mug. Oh, this is gonna be good, Harry thought, and a small smile began tugging at his lips. Remus and I have been seeing each other for the better part of the last month. We're falling in love, and we wanted to share it with you. Tonks smiled, turning to slip an arm around Remus and pull him into the kitchen with her. Congratulations! Hermione beamed at them. Both Daphne and Tracy smiled as well. Harry nodded towards the new couple and then turned to look at Sirius. Well, I was wondering when you'd get around to telling everyone. Sirius barked with laughter. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the counter. Why did it take so long? You knew, Remus asked in shock. Sirius nodded and tapped a finger to the side of his nose. Canine sense of smell, Sirius grinned. Both Remus and Tonks turned crimson. Hermione's eyes went wide, and she covered her mouth with both hands in embarrassed horror. Daphne and Tracy stared wide-eyed at each other before breaking into hysterical laughter, while Neville looked a bit lost. Harry simply continued watching, thinking this was better than any show Dudley used to watch on the telly. You see, Remus said, looking at Tonks. I was never embarrassed of you, I just knew what was in store for both of us if this mongrel ever found out. I resent that, Sirius shouted in mock offense. You don't have to stay here with him. You won't have to put up with the torrent of bad jokes, innuendos, and god-awful remarks. Remus went on, ignoring his friend's remark. I'm sure you're overreacting, Tonks said, looking worried. No, he's really not, Sirius laughed. I'm never gonna let him forget what a cradle robber he is. Not to mention his befoulment of my dearest cousin. Why, the absolute horror. He will have to pay dearly for his filthy deeds. O.H., Neville shouted, his face bright with understanding. You smelled Tonks on Professor Lupin. Neville, Tonks shrieked, blushing crimson. Merlin, help me, Remus groaned, walking out of the kitchen. Tonks tried to glare at Sirius for a second before breaking into an excited smile and following behind her man. Sirius, you aren't really going to torture him like that, are you? Hermione asked worriedly. Well, Hermione, think of it this way. If I don't focus my attentions on my lifelong friend there, he nodded towards the door where Tonks and Remus had disappeared through, then I'll have to focus it on the younger couples in this house. Ooh, I'm safe either way, Tracy grinned. Well, when you put it that way, Hermione said, looking truly frightened. I say have at him, Harry said, looking at Daphne. He can take it. Exactly, pup, exactly. Somewhere far from the Flamel house, Draco Malfoy stared out onto the grounds of his family's home, thinking of what he was about to do that night. Tonight was to be his induction into the ranks of the Death Eaters. Tonight was the first step on his road to vengeance. For far too long he suffered embarrassment at the hands of the savior of the wizarding world, Saint Harry Potter. But the insults Draco's family suffered at Potter's hands this past month were the final straws. Draco's father was now rotting in a cell in Azkaban, and the Ministry had seized much of the family's fortune. Worse still, Draco's father had lost his hand. The story was that Potter had cut it off with a sword himself. Potter had mutilated his father with a muggle weapon. He hadn't even the decency to use magic, likely because Potter hadn't the power to do it. Draco had spent the final week of school planning his revenge. As soon as he stepped off the Hogwarts Express, he had demanded his mother take him before the Dark Lord. To say that his mother was shocked was an understatement. She spent the better part of 2 weeks trying to talk him out of it, but Draco's mind was made up. He wanted his revenge. At last, he had finally been brought before the Dark Lord, and Draco could not remember ever feeling so much power. He saw more than a few familiar faces in the hall where he'd been brought before the greatest wizard ever known. Theodore Knott's father, both of Crabbe and Goyle's fathers. Professor Snape stood at the Dark Lord's shoulder. "The scion of the Malfoy family, Draco, it is a pleasure to meet you," the Dark Lord hissed. Draco bowed low before the robed figure, keeping his eyes low. "I thank you for seeing me, my lord," Draco said reverently. "I am told you wish to ask something of me." Voldemort asked, his voice like sun silk. "Revenge," Draco said simply, his voice cold and hard. "Revenge." Draco raised his cold gray eyes and held the Dark Lord's sinister red for a long moment. "I want to do to Harry Potter what he has done to me. I want to take away everything from him, and I want him to know it was I who bested him. I want to kill his friends and take his lover for my own. I want to snap his wand in two and burn them before his very eyes. And then, my lord, I want to watch as you take his life." Voldemort slowly tossed his head back and laughed. He had already begun working on a plan to punish Lucius Malfoy for his failings at the Ministry. He would fill the boy's head with visions of glory and send him off to die. But now, the boy's lust for revenge was so palpable, Voldemort shivered with the smell of it. "We shall speak on this matter soon, young Malfoy. But first, you shall be inducted into service." And that had been it. He had been dismissed. He had heard nothing more on the matter until that morning. His mother, looking exhausted and fearful, had informed him to prepare himself. When the sun went down, Draco's mother knocked on his door, and Draco draped his robes and followed his mother down to the dining hall of his own home. The long table had been removed, as well as most of the chairs, save for the high-backed chair his father normally occupied at meals. Sitting in that chair, draped in elegant, yet simple black robes, was Lord Voldemort. His pale skin glowed yellow from the fire nearby. His sinister red eyes watched Draco's entrance like a serpent preparing to strike an unsuspecting rodent. "Kneel, Draco," the Dark Lord hissed. Draco dropped to his knees before his new master, eyes low in subservience. The Dark Lord rose from his seat, his wand appearing in his hand as he stepped forward. Draco's heart began pounding in his chest as the Dark Lord offered his hand. Draco pulled up his left sleeve and presented his arm to Voldemort, who took it firmly in his skeletal white hand. "Do you, Draco, swear upon pain of death to do everything I ask of you and to forsake any and all who stand in opposition of me?" "I do," Draco said, lifting his head to stare in the Dark Lord's eyes. Lord Voldemort stabbed his wand at Draco's forearm, and Draco winced with pain. Upon his arm, spreading out from the tip of his new master's wand, were lines of purest black that slithered under his skin to form the dark mark. "Whenever you feel it burn, touch your wand to this mark and you will be brought before me. You must come as soon as you feel it or suffer my wrath. Now rise." Draco stood up, just as someone stepped out of the shadows and presented him with an ornate sliver mask. Draco took it and stared in awe at his Death Eater face. Without waiting to be told, Draco slipped in onto his face, feeling it attach itself to his skin and warming his face. "Leave us," Voldemort commanded, and Draco watched as all the assembled Death Eaters slipped out of the dining room. "I have a task for you, Draco, and there is no one better suited for it than you," Voldemort said as he returned to the high-backed chair and faced the new Death Eater. "I will allow you to get your revenge upon Harry Potter this year. You must divide him from his friends. I will supply you with anything you need at any time. But you must accomplish one task by the end of the year. You must kill Albus Dumbledore." Draco's eyes went wide. He looked confused. "My lord," Draco began, "he will never suspect that you, a mere student, would be powerful enough to destroy him. That is his greatest weakness. I do not care how you do it. But Albus Dumbledore must die by your hands, is that clear?" "My lord, how am I to?" "That is for you to decide, Draco. It is your mission to accomplish. No one must know of it, you must do it alone. Be warned, I have eyes and ears everywhere, Draco, and I will know if you defy me. You may go and begin preparation." Draco stood, bowing low before his master, and then turned and left the dining hall and into the waiting arms of his mother, who began to sob as she held him. Draco's confusion was too great to push her off in disgust. Kill Albus Dumbledore, the second greatest wizard of all time. While it was true that the old fool would never suspect a sixth year would even attempt such an act, there was a reason for it. No sixth year would really be capable of such an act. And then he realized that he would solidify his place in history when he accomplished it. Draco would be known forevermore as the wizard who defeated the great Albus Dumbledore. He would inspire awe in every wizard who spoke his name. He would show the world just how powerful he truly was, and no one would ever dare cross him again. He pushed his weeping mother away from him, and with his arms still burning from where he'd been branded, Draco went to the family library and began searching for every book on dark magic. He would perfect each and every spell. He would learn the components for every poison, and when it came time to return to Hogwarts, he would kill Albus Dumbledore. Minister of Magic SDEPS down in a surprise announcement. This yesterday morning, Cornelius Fudge resigned his post as Minister of Magic. The announcement came after nearly a month of public outcry over Fudge's dismissal of warnings about the return of He Who Must Not Be Named, as well as the appointment of Dolores Umbridge as High Inquisitor inside Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who allegedly used the torture curse on a student, as well as a fellow teacher. For nearly a year, Fudge denounced Albus Dumbledore, calling the former chief warlock mad and delusional for even thinking that who could possibly return from the dead. Unfortunately for Fudge, Dumbledore and Harry Potter were vindicated when He Who Must Not Be Named was spotted inside the Ministry of Magic, having apparently battled with Potter and several other Hogwarts students. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, has been named interim minister until elections can be held later this month. Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror Corps, has announced his candidacy for the top job. His opponent is Pew's Thicknees from the Wisengamot. When asked if she would be also putting her name into the election ring, Madame Bones declined to comment, saying she had more important things to focus on at the moment. Indeed, this is true, as the trial of Dolores Umbridge begins next week. For more details, page 12. Is this for real? Harry looked up from the paper to Sirius, who nodded. Fudge really stepped down. The order got told last night at the meeting. Sirius smiled. Why didn't Madame Bones announce her candidacy? Hermione asked. I think she'd be a really good minister. 2 reasons, Remus said, getting everyone's attentions. Number 1, as the interim minister, as well as the leader of the order, she's going to have a very difficult time. She's now number 1 on Voldemort's hit list, and we think there are already loads of Death Eaters infiltrating the ministry. There are very few people that we know we can trust. And second, Neville pressed, she believes that the public would be better served if she continued leading the order. As the minister, she'd be restricted by laws in dealing with Voldemort. Sirius explained. The order is not condoned by the ministry and is what the Muggles call a vigilante group. Outside of the law, as such we aren't restricted by the rules and laws of the government. Which means what? Daphne asked, suspecting she already knew the answer. Put simply, we don't have to take prisoners. Sirius shrugged. Wait a minute, Hermione said, looking horrified. You're killing Death Eaters? Is that really the answer? Everyone looked at the bushy-haired witch, all of them wearing similar expressions. Hermione, Dumbledore would be most proud of you, but even he knows that we are at war. It's part of the reason he stepped down. He can't condone the violence he knows is coming, and has already happened, and yet, he knows better than anyone that there is no other course of action. People are going to die, and it is almost a certainty that each and every one of you will take someone else's life. There was a collective gasp from the youngsters, and both Remus and Sirius looked saddened. I'm not saying that they don't deserve it, Hermione whispered, shaking a bit in her seat. Neville reached out and ran a soothing hand up her spine, and Hermione closed her eyes at his touch. But I don't know if I can. Harry looked at his best friend and wondered if he would actually be capable of taking another human's life, even if they were a Death Eater. The image of Ron jumping in front of the curse that had been meant for him appeared in his mind again, and Harry squeezed his eyes closed. I won't let it happen again, he said to himself. Take someone's life, Remus asked softly. No one is asking you to, Hermione, but you may not have that choice. To save any one of your friends or you family or even yourself, there may be no alternative. We've told you all dozens of times, and you all know from personal experience how Death Eaters operate. It doesn't matter to them who you are. They will not hesitate to kill you. Daphne shivered, a cold sinking feeling in her stomach. She absent-mindedly ran a hand down her stomach over the scar that was hidden by her jumper. Her eyes distant, she remembered the moment that malevolent purple hex had struck her, and how the pain was so intense that she thought, in that brief moment before unconsciousness had claimed her, that she had just been killed. Everything had changed for her in that moment. A million regrets flashed in her mind as she had fallen to the floor. "Why don't you all go to the beach for the afternoon?" "Dumbledore won't be here until tonight, so you may as well relax a bit." Sirius smiled. The teens had been training hard for the past 2 weeks, starting every morning at 6 in the morning. They would run around the small island, with Moody encouraging them to go faster. During the second week, he had been popping up to fire stunning spells at them. He wouldn't allow them use magic, so they had to dodge the stunners as best they could. So far, none of them had been hit, but they all knew that Moody was going easy on them. They had also started learning to fight with their hands and other weapons, such as knives and swords. Sirius and Remus had been handling that quite well. Sirius was quite handy with edged weapons, explaining to the teens that the Blacks had once been supreme sword fighters, and passed the teachings down the line long after wizards had stopped using them. During the afternoons, they worked on spell work with Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Professor McGonagall, who had come by only twice. So far it had been somewhat easy, as they were only working on things they already knew, but were learning to cast silently. Professor McGonagall actually complimented Neville, as he was showing markedly vast improvements from what she had seen of him until now. Tonks could not hide the smile she gave to Neville, who looked thoroughly surprised to get a compliment from the normally stern teacher. Tonight was to be the first visit from Dumbledore since he'd brought Harry and Daphne here 2 weeks ago. The 510s were very curious what the headmaster would be teaching them, but welcomed the respite from an afternoon of work. Tracy was off like a shot, going to her room and changing into one of her new bikinis, grabbing a towel and a book, and heading out to the beach. "I'm going to get myself a nice tan to go with this new hot body I'm working on. Let's see Blaze resist me now," she smirked, passing Hermione and Daphne in the hall. Both girls simply stared before Daphne gave a snort, and the 2 girls burst into laughter. "Oh, I hope she snogs his brains out when we go back to school," Daphne said, wiping a tear from her eye. "Actually, I don't think he's going to have a choice." Hermione smiled as she began changing into a swimsuit. "With as much as she's talked about him all summer so far, I think she's going to be hunting him as soon as she gets on the train." Daphne had to laugh as the image of a primitive-looking Tracy, with war paint on her face and a bone in her hair, stalking a rather meek and unsuspecting-looking Blaze, before clubbing him on his head and dragging him off into a cave to have her way with him came to her mind's eye. "Okay, I think that does it." Hermione smiled. Looking herself over in the mirror, Daphne's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when she looked up at the normally reserved girl. Hermione had tamed her bushy hair into a ponytail and had donned a somewhat revealing bikini, which accentuated the girl's natural curves. Daphne was shocked to see that Hermione was actually quite blessed with a slim figure and above-average chest. "Wow," she said as Hermione smiled. "So I look okay?" Hermione asked, looking momentarily embarrassed. "I want Neville to notice. If he doesn't, he's dead," Daphne remarked. "Any special reason you're attempting to cause the boy's brain to shut down? We've been together a long time, and I think we're at a point where it's time to, learn more about each other." Daphne couldn't help but smile, and Hermione gave her a withering look. "All right, ever since we went shopping, and you shared your concerns about Harry and getting physical, I've been thinking about it. A lot." "Haven't you and Neville already explored each other?" Daphne asked curiously. "Well, we've snogged, quite a bit actually, but he's never tried to do anything else. He's always respected me, which I love, but that is." Hermione began to ramble a bit. "Want him to ravish you with lustful abandon." "Oh my gods, yes," Hermione sighed. The 2 girls began to laugh again. Hermione collected a few things into a bag, and Daphne noticed that a book was not one of them. Hermione then slipped a long t-shirt over her bikini, giving a wicked look to Daphne. "I don't want him to have a stroke right away." She winked, and Daphne laughed again. "I want to know everything later," Daphne shouted as Hermione left to meet up with Neville. Finally alone, Daphne went to her trunk and pulled out one of her own swimsuits. She didn't feel terrible daring at the moment, but Hermione's boldness had felt infectious. She had already told Harry that she wanted to become more intimate with him. Unfortunately, they had been working so hard over the past couple of weeks that they had been too tired to even try and find time to explore that new avenue of their relationship. Perhaps now was the time. Slipping into the one piece, Daphne followed Hermione's example and took a long t-shirt that she had stolen from Harry a week ago and slipped it on over her suit. She then collected a towel and some lotion from the girls' bathroom before going downstairs to meet with Harry, who was already changed and waiting for her. They had all decided it would be fun to go to the beach, though they all wanted a bit of time alone. As the island was quite empty except for the people living on it, privacy didn't seem to be an issue. There was plenty of beach for the teens to find quiet spots for themselves. Harry offered his hand, and he and Daphne slipped out of the house together. As they walked, Daphne found herself becoming increasingly nervous. In truth, she and Harry had never truly been alone, at least not like this. They had found moments at school away from the other students, but they were still at school. Here it was just the two of them. That frightened and excited her all at the same time. "What about here?" Harry asked, pointing out a nice spot close to the tree line, but not far from the water. Daphne noticed that they were on the far side of the island, and from there they would be able to watch the sunset. "Perfect." She smiled, and Daphne helped Harry lay out the blanket he'd thought to bring. She sat down next to him on the blanket and kissed him softly. He smiled at her and then looked towards the water. "Until now, I'd never been to the beach. It's much nicer than I'd imagined it." "Don't Muggles go there all the time?" Daphne asked. Harry merely shrugged. The Dursleys weren't shore people. "You saw them. Would you want to see that in swimwear?" Daphne shuddered, and Harry laughed, wrapping an arm around her. She leaned into him and sighed contentedly as they sat in silence for a bit, just watching the ocean. After a bit, Daphne decided that she should take advantage of the sunshine and their privacy and finally took off her t-shirt, which Harry suddenly noticed. "Is that my shirt?" he asked, a curious expression on his face. He remembered buying it at the shop with the very pushy and touchy salesgirl the day they'd gone into town. Daphne Simple gave him a smile and slipped it over her head. When she saw his face again, she couldn't help but smile. She'd seen boys look like that before, though it had never really been at her. Harry was staring openly at her, taking in her every curve. Her swimsuit was black with some flowery pattern, and it hugged her tightly, showing off her body quite nicely. It rose very high in her hips and made her legs look incredibly long. The back was quite low, and the front lifted her breasts a bit, giving her cleavage a nice enhancement. She turned around and blatantly bent over to reach into her bag, giving Harry quite the eyeful of her backside. She turned and knelt beside him, seeing him trying to pretend that he hadn't just been ogling her. "Harry, it's okay to look. I want you to look at me." She grinned, taking his face in her hands. "Don't you remember what we talked about?" Harry smiled softly, and she returned it, giving him a soft kiss. "Would you mind?" she said, handing him a small tube of lotion. "I don't want to burn. I didn't know wizards had suntan lotion," Harry remarked, taking the tube from her. Daphne lay on her stomach and smiled to herself. "Make sure you get everywhere." She heard him gulp, even over the crash of waves on the shoreline, and grinned madly. "Did you really think we'd come up with potions that could regrow bones, or potions to remove warts, and not come up with something to protect us at the beach?" she asked. She didn't hear his resentments as she kind of lost herself when she felt his hands touch her exposed back. Harry was very gentle as he rubbed the lotion into her skin, taking great care to get her shoulders and arms. His hands were calloused from riding his broom, but still soft somehow. "My legs too, Harry." Daphne reminded him, enjoying his touch intensely. Harry obeyed, starting at her ankles and working his way back up. Daphne felt herself growing warmer as his hands climbed steadily higher up her legs, and she gave a soft moan of pleasure at his ministrations. Harry had never in his life felt so nervous. His hands were shaking, and his heart was pounding as he rubbed the lotion into his girlfriend's legs, climbing higher. He gulped audibly as he reached her soft bum, and very slowly and tentatively began to do as she asked, and make sure she was protected from the sun. He was shaking horribly, his heart pounding in his chest, and his mouth going dry. Her skin was so soft and smooth, and it felt amazing to him. Harry wondered if his girlfriend had any idea what this was doing to him. Daphne stifled a gasp when she finally felt Harry's hands on her backside. She actually bit her lower lip for a moment while Harry very gently moved his hands along the exposed portions of her rear, and when he stopped, she actually rolled her eyes, in exasperation. She'd never been touched so intimately before, but she knew instantly that she liked it, and she desperately wanted more. She turned to look at Harry, who was now removing his own shirt, and Daphne felt her heart thundering in her own chest as she got a good look at Harry's torso. He was thin, as she always knew, but there was definition there. Her eyes roved hungrily over Harry's body, stopping at the very obvious point in his swim trunks. She looked away quickly, feeling her face heat up. She heard Harry lay down next to her and smiled stupidly as Daphne realized that he had definitely enjoyed his exploration of her body. "Thank you," she smiled, turning back to face him and kissing his nose. "My pleasure." He smiled in return, a twinge of pink still on his cheeks, and Daphne thought to herself that it had been her pleasure too. For a first attempt, things had not gone too badly. Deciding that she should return the favor and also fearing for Harry's comfort, as he was very pale, Daphne rubbed lotion into his back in return, enjoying how he purred and breathed deeply at her manipulations. Feeling adventurous, Daphne bent low and playfully nibbled on Harry's ear. The reaction was instant. Daphne shrieked in surprise as Harry flipped her over and slowly slid over her, a very wicked grin on his face. What surprised her even more was feeling Harry's excitement pressed against lower abdomen. She thought that she should be embarrassed by it somehow, but only found it more exhilarating. "I think I found a new fun spot." Daphne laughed as Harry stared intensely into her eyes. She pulled Harry down and very softly began to nibble on his earlobe, loving the hissing intake of breath he made. "I think it's possible," Harry sighed, his eyes a bit glassy. He pulled his ear away from her soft lips and kissed Daphne very deeply. She slid her arms up around his neck, holding him very close to her, shivering slightly as Harry's hands crept up her sides. Daphne gripped his hair tightly, deepening the kiss. Her body was heating up as they melted into one another, and Daphne was truly enjoying how it felt. She felt that she was beginning to understand why other girls seemed to like this sort of thing, though Daphne could not ever imagine doing this with anyone other than Harry. "You need to come back to the house." Harry nearly jumped off of Daphne at the sound of the voice, and Daphne grabbed at the blanket to cover herself, though she was still technically dressed, and both of them looked to see a shining silver dog. It was already heading back towards the house, and they both realized it had been a Patronus. Great timing. Harry sighed heavily. "Yeah, things were just getting interesting." Daphne groaned and Harry chuckled. He pulled her to her feet and she wrapped her arms around him tightly. "We'll have other opportunities," he said, rubbing her back soothingly. Daphne pressed her lips to his softly. "You promise?" she asked with hopeful eyes. "Cross my heart." Harry nodded and captured her lips one more time. "What's going on?" Neville asked as they met with Daphne and Harry on the trail back to the house. Daphne noted that Hermione looked just as upset as Daphne felt about being interrupted. They hadn't been out all that long, and Daphne wondered just how far things would have progressed had they not been disturbed. While she wasn't ready to make that big step, she felt she was ready to be more intimate with Harry. Harry only shrugged at Neville's query, and the two couples entered the house. They were all surprised to find Albus Dumbledore awaiting them in the sitting room. "Sincerest apologies for interrupting your relaxation time. I know you've all been working very hard these past 2 weeks. I promise it will be made up to you." He smiled sadly. "Harry, would you please join me in the study?" Harry nodded, and with a soft squeeze to Daphne's hand, Harry and the headmaster left the others. "I thought he was going to teach all of us," Hermione said, looking very upset now. "Why don't you all get cleaned up?" Remus said as he came into the hall. "We'll have dinner soon." "What is going on?" Daphne asked, but Remus didn't answer. He simply lowered his eyes and returned to the kitchen. Daphne looked to Hermione, who mirrored her confusion. "Calm down, I'm sure we'll find out everything later," Neville said, looking at the two young women. He then led them back upstairs, both girls following the boy with mounting frustration. Tracy greeted them, wrapped in a towel. She had obviously just come out of the shower and was pulling a pair of shorts from her trunk. She gave the other two girls a wicked grin and plopped onto her bed. "So let's hear it," Tracy demanded. "Oh, we have to find you a man." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on, I'm the only one here without someone to snog. Let me live vicariously through the two of you, and I swear I will share all my naughty exploits with you both when I actually have some to share," Tracy said, looking truly pathetic. Daphne couldn't help but laugh as she patted Tracy's head and went into the bathroom. When she had rinsed off in the shower and wrapped a towel around herself, she returned to the bedroom just in time to hear Hermione telling Tracy, and that's when the Patronus showed up. "Oh gods, I'm so jealous," Tracy, who was now fully dressed, frowned. "I'm still in shock that you let Neville get that far. I told you I was the one leading him. He was like a little scared rabbit or something. I was scared too, but it felt so good." "Okay, I'm officially intrigued," Daphne said, sliding into a pair of shorts. "Spill it." Hermione shook her head. "Not until I hear what you and Harry got up to." Hermione grinned. She couldn't believe that she was speaking this way. She had always turned up her nose whenever Lavender and Parvati spoke like this, yet she couldn't stop herself. It was fun. Maybe it was Tracy and Daphne that made it fun. She wondered if she would be like this with any other girls, and she briefly thought of the way she and Ginny used to talk. They had spoken about boys many, many times, but it was never like this. It had never been so deliciously naughty. Daphne could not hide the smile that broke out on her face. She then recounted to her friends how she and Harry had walked on the beach, looking for a nice private spot, and how they had chatted for a bit before Daphne had decided to take off her shirt. "He actually looked embarrassed that he was looking me over," Daphne said dreamily. She continued on, telling them how she felt with Harry rubbing sunblock on her, and how she was intensely exasperated that Harry had stopped, and then how it felt when she spotted his arousal. "How big is he?" Tracy asked shamelessly. "Wait, stop, I don't think I want to hear anymore." Hermione was blushing furiously. "Every time I see him from now on, I'm going to picture Harry all excited, and I won't be able to look him in the eyes anymore." Hermione got up quickly and ran to the shower to rinse herself. Tracy and Daphne couldn't help but laugh at their friend's discomfort, though they both understood. It was very clear that Harry and Hermione had a sibling-like affection for one another. On Hermione was gone, Tracy turned back to her best friend. "Well, I didn't actually see it," Daphne looked affronted. "And even if I did, I'm not about to measure it. Boys are already so sensitive about that kind of thing." "Okay, fine." What happened next? There was a knock at the door and Daphne got up. She opened it a crack and saw Neville in the hall. "Remus wanted me to tell you all that supper is ready." "Okay, thanks, we'll be down in a minute." Neville nodded and retreated down the hall. Daphne shut the door and finished dressing before going into the bathroom to let Hermione know that dinner was prepared. "Am I going to get the rest of the story?" Tracy looked desperate. "And not much else happened." Daphne smiled wryly. "Things were starting to look like they might get interesting, but then the Patronus showed up and I made him promise that we would find time to see where things might go." "Arg," Tracy grimaced. "You guys are so frustrating. I had to practically threaten Hermione to give me some details. She wouldn't tell me everything, but I get the suspicion she and Neville got a little more intimate than she's revealing. And you, I can see that you're not telling me everything." "What? How do you, why do you think that?" "Well, for one, you're blushing like mad right now. And second, the dreamy look in your eyes right now." Tracy smiled brightly as she passed her best friend and headed downstairs for dinner. Daphne, suddenly self-conscious, ran into the bathroom to look in the mirror. Tracy was right. She was blushing horribly. Harry sat down across from the headmaster, who looked very tired. "I had originally planned to ease you into all that I had to tell you, Harry. However, I do not believe that would serve you as well. So I ask that you bear with me. I will not explain everything tonight, as there is a great deal to get through." Dumbledore folded his hands and set them on the desk. Harry edged forward in his seat, listening intently. He couldn't help feeling he was about to get the answers he'd sought for so long. Dumbledore took a great breath and looked at the young man on whose shoulders so much rested, though he had no idea just how much depended on him. "Have you ever heard of a Horcrux, Harry?" Dumbledore began. Harry frowned and shook his head. "I would have been surprised if you had." Dumbledore smiled easily. "It is a very dark magical object in which a person might hide a part of their soul." Harry looked confused. "A part of their soul? Is that even possible?" "I assure you that it is. In fact, it is terribly easy to break apart one's soul. It takes an act of great evil to do it." "Killing someone?" "Exactly." Dumbledore smiled at Harry, who looked rather proud he'd guessed correctly. "Killing someone will rip a person's soul in two. Creating a Horcrux is a bit more complicated. It takes a great deal of preparation. The object in which you'd place your soul fragment must be prepared. Once it's ready, you can transfer a part of your soul into it, and then you would be, for all intents and purposes, be immortal. Voldemort made one, didn't he? That's why he didn't die the night he tried to kill me." "Very perceptive, Harry. He did indeed make a Horcrux." "Now, extracting a piece of your soul exacts a terrible price, Harry. It alters you in many ways, disfiguring you as you become less and less human. Do you follow me?" "I think so. The more Horcruxes made." That's why Voldemort looks so snake-like, isn't it?" Harry asked, now on the edge of his seat. Dumbledore reached into his robes and extracted a very familiar-looking book. There were several ink-stained gashes, and Harry recognized it at once. "Riddle's diary." "Yes, perhaps his first Horcrux, made, I am sure, while he was still at Hogwarts." "Voldemort killed someone while he was still a student." Harry looked disgusted. "His Muggle father, if I am correct. Just before his 7th year. But that isn't important at this moment. What is important is that, thanks to you, this one is destroyed. I have found and destroyed a second, not long after school let out for the summer. a very rare and important artifact. Dumbledore again reached into his robes and took out a small gold ring with a large green stone, which had been cracked. Harry took the ring from the headmaster and examined it. Other than the crack in the stone, it didn't look like much. However, just as he was about to hand it back, Harry saw what looked like a letter in faint gold, the letter S. That was the ring of Salazar Slytherin, Dumbledore said, leaning back in his seat. As you know, Lord Voldemort is the final descendant of the founder, and went to a great deal of effort to retrieve that particular ring in order to make another Horcrux. Sir, how many did he make? Harry asked, a bit of worry now creeping up into him. If I am correct, he made a total of 6, Dumbledore sighed. But there might be 7. You see, on the night that Voldemort tried to kill you, in the very moment that your mother's sacrifice saved you and destroyed his body, a part of his soul sought out the first living person, hopping to find a host. You, Harry. Harry dropped the ring and stared in horrified silence as Dumbledore rose from his seat and came around the desk. I had originally thought that you were an unwilling Horcrux, but after I researched the topic, I now believe you are merely playing host to a now weakened fragment of Lord Voldemort's soul. It is this reason that you share some of his abilities, as well as a link into his mind. Once I learned that you were not a Horcrux, it became my mission to discover how to rid you of this blight. Have you found a way? Harry asked, fighting a wave of nausea. I believe so, but first, I need to determine exactly how strong this fragment might be. I must ask you to allow me to enter your mind, Harry. I promise you that I am not searching for anything other than this soul fragment, and whatever I glimpse in your mind will never be spoken of. Harry could only nod, not really hearing what Dumbledore said. Dumbledore sat in a chair next to Harry and stared into the young man's eyes. All at once, Harry felt a soft push at the edge of his occlumency shields. He had to fight against the urge to fight the headmaster out of his head, and tried to relax. Unlike with Snape, Harry wasn't forced to watch flashes of memories. Instead, he just saw the headmaster's light blue eyes. He could feel the light probing the headmaster was doing inside his mind. It wasn't unpleasant, but Harry knew that his memories and feelings were laid bare to the old man, and Harry couldn't help feeling embarrassed, especially when his afternoon with Daphne came to the forefront of his thoughts. Before Harry could clamp those images and feelings down, he felt an intense pain in his skull, and he heard the angry shrieks of something evil. Harry crumpled forward and vomited on the headmaster's robes. I think I found it. Dumbledore smiled softly, vanishing the vomit from his robes. It is indeed very weak, which makes it all the more dangerous. Can you remove it? Harry asked, still panting from being sick. I believe that I can, though it will not be easy on you, I am afraid. In fact, it may be intensely painful. Harry shook his head, trying to clear the pounding throb. He looked up at the ancient headmaster and sighed. I want it out. I have no doubt of that, Harry. I wish you to be rid of it as well. Though I must point out that its usefulness. With this connection, you have been able to see what Voldemort has done, thus saving the lives of more than a few people. But he was able to use it to lure me to him, Harry pointed out. Indeed. Tell me, have you had any more dreams or visions since the night at the ministry? Harry had to think about it for a bit, then realized that he hadn't. I thought not. Voldemort learned a very important lesson that night. He cannot enter your mind without potentially harming himself in the process. Your feelings give you great strength against him, Harry. While I am willing to remove the fragmented soul from you, I must ask you if you'd be unwilling to carry it a bit longer. Harry thought hard about what the headmaster asked. It was true that the connection between Harry and Voldemort had proven useful. It still made Harry shiver to think that a part of that murdering psychopath resided inside of him. Sir, could it grow stronger? Could it take me over? Harry asked, fear in his voice. No, it is far too weak to take you over, or it would have long ago, while you were a child, still living with your aunt and uncle. It is part of the reason I know it is not a Horcrux, but instead a shadow, a wisp of the Dark Lord. Your will is much too strong for it to take control of you. Harry nodded. He still didn't like knowing he had a bit of Voldemort hidden within him. Though Dumbledore had assured him that he was safe, Harry could not help imagining the bit of Voldemort somehow gaining control of him and making him do things. Hurting people he cared for, Daphne. Sir, I want it out, Harry said quickly. I don't care what it takes, but please get it out of me as soon as possible. Now would be preferable. Dumbledore smiled softly and gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Very well, I shall begin the preparations. Tomorrow night, we will rid you of this soul fragment. The sunlight warmed him, though it hurt his eyes. He knew he was in his bed, and that it must be afternoon because the sun didn't shine into his room until late in the day. He took several deep breaths, feeling for any pain. All he felt was a bit of stiffness, but nothing worse than that. In fact, he was a bit puzzled to feel a bit stronger than he could ever remember. There was something else as well, something weighing him down. Very slowly, Harry opened his eyes, blinking in the brilliant sunlight. He tried to sit up fully, but whatever was on him prevented him from moving too much. Harry was able to move his right arm, which he took advantage of to retrieve his glasses from the bedside table. Once he could see clearly, Harry found that what was keeping him down was nothing less than Daphne, sleeping on top of his blankets, her arm draped over his middle, her dark shining hair covering her beautiful face. "Daphne," he said hoarsely. His throat was terribly dry. He desperately wanted a drink, but first he had to get out of bed. He gently reached out and began shaking his girlfriend to wake her. "Come on, beautiful, it's time to wake up." Daphne gave a soft groan. "Nuana." She tightened her hold on him a bit as she snuggled into his chest further. Harry couldn't help but smile at her protestations. "Come on, I really need to get up." "Wah," Daphne muttered, slowly lifting her head. Her dark hair hung in her face, which she brushed aside in annoyance, her eyes widening in realization when her brain seemed to start functioning properly. Harry noticed that her eyes looked a bit bloodshot, almost as if she'd been crying at some point. "Harry?" Yeah," Harry gave a soft smile. "Whose bed did you think you were in?" "Oh my gods, you're finally awake." She sat up and pulled him into a tight embrace. "I've been so scared and worried, we all have." Dumbledore was so frightened that he'd messed everything up. "How long have I been out?" Harry asked curiously. 3 days. Dumbledore said if you didn't wake up today, he was going to risk bringing a healer to take a look at you." Daphne smiled, her dark eyes brimming with happy tears. Harry reached up to wipe them away, which caused his girlfriend to smile brightly. She clutched his hand, which he pressed against her cheek, sighing in contentment at the feel of his hand on her skin. "She hasn't left your side." "We've had a terrible time just getting her to eat." Sirius was leaning in the doorway, smiling happily at his godson. Harry was struck at how calm his godfather looked in that pose, even though Harry could see the relief in Sirius' eyes plainly. "You gave us all a bit of a fright, kiddo. How are you feeling?" "Okay, I think. I can't really remember what happened." Harry frowned. "Get dressed, we'll fill you in over dinner." Sirius nodded. "Come on, Daphne, give the boy a bit of privacy." "But..." Daphne began to protest, but Harry cut her off. "I'm fine, I'll only be a minute," Harry whispered, his voice still hoarse. Daphne looked at him for a long moment before nodding and slowly sliding off his bed. Harry watched her back out of his bedroom, looking as if she was worried he might simply vanish from existence. Sirius grinned as he shut the door, allowing Harry to get out of bed and get dressed in private. Harry felt stiff. His muscles felt tired and weak, almost as if he'd been immobile for years. As he dressed himself and moved about, the stiffness lessened. He wanted to take a shower, but the noise coming from his stomach made it clear that food was his top priority. A few moments later, Harry was opening his door, only to be engulfed by his girlfriend once again. "You're acting like I died and came back," Harry joked. His smile faded away when he saw the look on Daphne's face. He was filled with a wave of anxiety as Daphne's face darkened. "You very nearly did." Dumbledore had arrived that night as he had promised Harry he would. With a swish of his wand, he removed all the furniture from the sitting room except for one of the sofas, which he beckoned Harry to lay upon. Harry was glad that Dumbledore had not excused the others, but instead asked them all to stay. Dumbledore reached into his robes and retrieved what appeared to be an ordinary goblet. Harry thought it was similar to one of those he'd used so often at Hogwarts, and yet there was something off about this rather benign object, something foreboding. Harry looked to the headmaster, preparing to ask about it, but the headmaster didn't give him the opportunity. "I am sorry, Harry, but I think this will be quite painful. I would ask that you try to think of something pleasant and focus on it with all your might," Dumbledore said quite sadly. He took his wand and aimed it at Harry's heart. Harry felt his pulse quicken, and he saw a look of utter revulsion on the headmaster's face. "What are you doing?" Daphne asked, worry evident on her face. Harry looked over to her and tried to give her an encouraging look, but his heart was now racing, and he was feeling entirely too nervous. Dumbledore had not explained how they would be getting the soul fragment out of him, and had also warned him not to speak about it to his friends. "Please, Miss Greengrass, remain where you are. It is very important that you all remain on that side of the room." Dumbledore looked at Harry's friends pointedly before turning back to Harry. Dumbledore took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The headmaster began mumbling, and Harry tried to make out what Dumbledore was saying, but it was far too soft, and the crackling of the fire drowned out most of it. The room became deathly quiet, and Harry lay back to try and relax as he'd been told to. He looked over at Daphne again, who was watching him carefully, worry reflected in her dark eyes. Harry felt himself relaxing as he looked at all his friends. He began to think how lucky he was being here with them all in this wonderful house on the beach, when suddenly everything changed. The pain was indescribable. The torture curse had nothing on what Harry felt. His joints all locked, and his back arched up so much that Harry thought he would crush his own spine to dust. Fire was coursing through his veins, and his jaw was clenched so tightly, Harry was sure he heard teeth cracking under the pressure. The worst was the pain in his skull. It felt as if his head were only a moment from exploding. All the while, there was a constant, terrible, gut-wrenching scream that Harry was sure not his own. Daphne lunged towards Harry, but was held back by Sirius, who looked just as frightened as she felt. He wrapped his arms around the girl as she fought to get free and kept repeating to wait. "Let me go," she screamed. "Stay back," Dumbledore warned again. Daphne fought against Sirius's grip as she watched Harry writhe in agony. Blood began to spill out of his nose and scar, and a horrible scream began in his throat and erupted out of his mouth, causing Hermione to hold her hands over her ears. She turned away from the scene and hid her face in Neville's chest. Neville wrapped his arms protectively around his girlfriend, but could not tear his eyes away from Harry's writhing form. Strange wounds began to on up all over Harry's body, blood staining his clothing. Neville began to step forward unconsciously when Remus threw out an arm to stop him. Dumbledore looked horrible as he continued to mumble. It appeared to the onlookers as if he were now fighting something. His wand began to shake, and the old man grasped hold of it with both hands. "What is he doing?" Tracy whispered, tears falling from her eyes as she could only look between Harry and Daphne, who was fighting hard against Sirius to get to Harry. Remus had now stepped forward to help his friend restrain the young witch. Suddenly there was a scream that was unlike anything any of them had ever heard, and something that looked like black smoke came out of Harry's chest. Around them, windows began to crack, and things fell from the walls. Very house was shaking, and they all felt a deep fear as they watched Dumbledore manipulate this apparition that had risen out of Harry's chest. Daphne stopped struggling, frozen in fearful wonder as Dumbledore looked to be fighting against this specter, guiding it with his wand into the goblet. The old man was grimacing and sweating as he waved his wand in several intricate patterns. The goblet began to glow with a sinister-looking red light, and the scream ended, and the everything fell silent once again. Dumbledore collapsed to his knees, and Remus ran past the group to see to the headmaster. "Give me a moment," Dumbledore sighed. "See to Harry, please. He's unconscious," Sirius said. He had leapt to Harry's side, Daphne close beside him. Sirius began doing his best to mend all of the open cuts on Harry's body, while Remus rushed to fetch some potions for the boy. "What did you do to him?" Daphne asked scathingly, glaring at the headmaster, who was now climbing to his feet once again, looking very worn down. "I have freed him," Dumbledore sighed. "Please step back from him so that I may see if he is indeed all right." Sirius pulled a very distraught and angry Daphne away again, as Dumbledore bent over the now limp form of his godson. Daphne now had tears streaming from her eyes as she reached out to try and get to Harry. Dumbledore moved his wand over Harry's body several times, watching with great interest as his wand glowed with a faint yellow light. He cast several advanced healing spells and suggested several restorative drafts to be used later. Finally, Dumbledore rose to his feet again and levitated Harry's body up the stairs and into his bedroom. "You still haven't told us what you did to him," Daphne asked, her voice low and dangerous. She was waiting at the foot of the steps as the headmaster returned. Her fists were balled up at her sides, and Dumbledore actually felt a twinge of fear as he stared into her cold, dark eyes. He had to smile at the girl, as he could now clearly see the depth of her feelings for the young man on whom so much rested. "I assure you, he is going to be quite all right. If you calm yourself, I will explain everything to you all." "Let's hear what he has to say," Tracy said, pulling Daphne back into the sitting room. Daphne kept her gaze locked on the old man as he followed the two girls into the sitting room that had been restored to its normal look. Dumbledore went to the hearth and took the gold goblet and set it on the small table in the middle of the two sofas, before sitting in the soft armchair at the end. The goblet seemed to be shaking ever so slightly. If they all hadn't been watching it so intently, they would have missed it entirely. They could all feel revulsion just looking at it, but none of them understood the reason why. "Professor, what was all that? What did you put in there?" Hermione asked, wiping her teary eyes. "What was that came out of Harry?" "That, Miss Granger, was a piece of Lord Voldemort's soul." There was a collective gasp, and Dumbledore noted that they all looked horror-stricken by his statement. Before they could ask any questions, the ancient headmaster launched into a very long explanation on how Harry had come to possess a piece of the Dark Lord's soul within himself, and how he'd been totally unaware of it for all these years. "So that's how Harry is able to see what Voldemort is doing," Sirius remarked, looking at the goblet. "That was their connection." Dumbledore nodded. "Why would anyone split their soul apart?" Neville wondered aloud. "How is it even possible in the first place?" "I mean, where's your soul even located?" Tracy asked, feeling terribly confused and overwhelmed. "It is quite easy to split one's soul," Dumbledore said softly. "Too easy, in fact. It takes an act of greatest evil. Can any of you guess what might be the most evil act a person can partake in?" "Killing someone," Neville said almost inaudibly. In his mind, he saw Bellatrix Lestrange and how he'd shoved her own dagger deep into her shriveled black heart, taking her life from her once and for all. Yes and no. Killing someone will most definitely affect you, but it won't necessarily split your soul. Murder, on the other hand, will do irrevocable damage to your soul. You see, there is a fine distinction between killing someone in defense of yourself, or as an accident, and taking one's life for other purposes. Killing out of jealousy, or greed, or rage. So, Mr. Longbottom, you should not worry too much about your own soul. I believe that while you initially sought vengeance for what happened to your mother and father, I do not believe you would have killed Bellatrix Lestrange in cold blood," Dumbledore said. Neville looked up, his eyes distant and sad. He had been privately struggling with his own guilt over the incident. He knew that it was nothing less than the psychotic woman deserved, but had he truly been in the right to end her life? Who was he to play judge, jury, and executioner? Hermione pulled him closer to her, wrapping her arms comfortingly around his shoulders, placing a soft kiss at his temple. "I told you you could talk to me about that," she sighed. "I know, it's just difficult. And this is why I do not fear for you." Dumbledore smiled softly. The guilt over taking the life of another person, even one as sick and depraved as Bellatrix was, is proof that your soul is intact. It is the deepest hope in my heart that you will never find yourself in a situation where you have no other choice. I am sure that you will all have to do what is needed to survive this war," Dumbledore said sadly, his usually twinkling eyes darkening a bit. "But why would Voldemort want to split his soul?" Tracy asked, trying to steer the conversation back to the original topic. She was sure she wasn't going to like this line of conversation anymore, but it was better than having to imagine killing people except maybe Malfoy. "To make this," Dumbledore motioned to the goblet. "A Horcrux." "No," Sirius said in shock, staring with wide eyes at the goblet. "He actually made one of those disgusting things. I thought they were just something made up in a book. A sick joke." "I'm afraid they're quite real, and Lord Voldemort has made at least 6. I have made his 7th here tonight, one which I intend to destroy this very evening with your help." "How do you know what it is?" Hermione asked Sirius, who was unable to look away from the goblet. "I've told you on several occasions that the Black family is less than reputable, Hermione. Our library was filled to bursting with all manner of dark arts books. I read about Horcruxes when I was younger than you all." "I don't understand," Daphne said, looking at the goblet, which she swore had begun shaking a bit more. Indeed, she noticed it was not where Dumbledore had originally placed it. Dumbledore then explained what exactly the purpose of a Horcrux was, and how he had learned of the existence of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The 4 teens and the 2 men listened intently, all looking thoroughly sickened by what they heard. "You said some of them had been destroyed," Sirius asked, and Dumbledore nodded. "It was Harry who discovered and destroyed the first one, though at the time he was unaware of what it was he'd truly accomplished. Even I was not certain of it, though I suspected." "The diary," Hermione shouted. "Very well done, Miss Granger. Were we in school, I would have awarded 10 points to you." Dumbledore smiled. "You are correct. The diary that possessed Miss Weasley in her first year was indeed a Horcrux. When it was brought to me, I suspected what it might have been, and during that summer I began my research into the subject. I have spent the last 2 years diligently trying to find any clue as to where the rest of them are." "Exactly how many of them are there?" Neville asked, a look of determination on his face. I am not completely sure, though I believe that there are no more than 7 in all. 2 of them have been destroyed, and after tonight that number will be 3. It is my intent to seek out and destroy the remaining Horcruxes before Harry has to face Lord Voldemort. It is also my intention to give Harry the tools he needs to put up a good fight. I cannot guarantee the outcome, but I feel, with the 4 of you at his side, Harry will win this war for all of us. Wait a minute, Remus piped up. If Harry was already a Horcrux, why did you make a new one? Harry was not a Horcrux. He was simply a vessel for a very weak portion of Lord Voldemort's soul, Dumbledore said reassuringly. Had he in fact been a Horcrux, he would not have been Harry, but Lord Voldemort himself. As we have just established, Miss Weasley was in possession of a Horcrux in her first year. The soul that resided inside possessed her, gaining in strength as it absorbed her essence. In effect, it was trying to take her over. Had Harry actually been a Horcrux, that piece of Voldemort's soul would have taken over Harry long ago. He looked at them all to make sure they were following his explanation. That fragment of soul that resided in Harry had many years in which to take him over. The soul fragment was far too weak to actually do that. All it could do was to anchor itself to him. As Harry grew up, that soul fragment gained strength, though it was still far too small, and weak to do much more than to hinder Harry's magic. Nor did it have any of the enchantments a Horcrux would have provided it to help assert itself over Harry. You see, an item that is to become a Horcrux must first be made ready through a ritual, one that needs to be done before you are able to place a piece of your soul inside. As Harry was never put through that ritual, he merely played host to that. Dumbledore indicated the goblet again. Living beings are not typically used as Horcruxes, as they are quite volatile. You would not want to place your soul inside another living being, as their soul would be constantly at war with your fragmented soul, though in the end, it is likely you would go quite mad and the Horcrux might take over. This, of course, just conjecture. Also, if that being were killed, your Horcrux would die with it. You said it hindered Harry's magic, Sirius remarked. Are you saying Harry's a lot stronger than we think? Sirius asked curiously. I think it is a distinct possibility. He has mastered charms and spells far beyond his years, and I believe that given time and proper training, he quite a cunning and powerful opponent to Lord Voldemort. With this connection now broken fully, the Dark Lord will be unable to see into Harry's mind, and will be at a great disadvantage in the future. He will be quite clueless as to Harry's full potential. But he always has trouble learning new spells. Hermione pointed out, sometimes it takes him forever to get the hang of new spells, but when he does get them, they're always better than most others. Neville pointed out, there's no denying that you're usually the first to get a new spell, but when Harry does, he does kind of, beat you, in a way. Hermione looked like she was going to be upset, but her anger melted away as she realized what Neville was saying. More often than not, Harry's spell work was a bit better than hers, though he struggled to work new spells. Magic works in mysterious way, Miss Granger, but we do know that our power is focused through our wands by out intent. An organized mind such as yours will undoubtedly be able to focus their intent much easier, thereby accomplishing new spells quicker, though it will still take time to get that spell up to its full potential, as it takes time to focus one's power along with the intent. With others, they might have a much easier time focusing their magic. They will be unable to accomplish the spell, because they can't concentrate on the intent, and their magic will, of course, have some rather interesting results. I suspect that Harry will have a much easier time, as I believe he has always been able to focus his intent. I believe that the soul fragment continually block his magic, so Harry would have to try much harder, thus getting great results, when he was finally able to tap into his magic. Silence fell for a moment, as they all tried to process everything they had seen and heard. How do we destroy them? Daphne asked, her tone stoic and determined. I am glad you asked that, as it is getting to be very late and tonight's events have exhausted me. Let us take this outside, as it will be most eventful. As one, they all rose, and Dumbledore took the goblet in his hands and led them all outside into the warm night. Dumbledore noticed how violently the cup was shaking and knew that it must be aware of its imminent destruction. They walked until they were on the beach and a good way away from the house. I shall ask you all to light your wands, Dumbledore said, using his own wand to drag a large stone over to him and placing the goblet upon it. Once again he reached into his robes and pulled a long, shimmering sword from underneath. That's Gryffindor's sword, Neville said, pointing in awe at the shining blade. You are correct. I have found it most effective for this task. Now if you would all take a step or two back, but please keep your wands lit." Daphne saw that the goblet had fallen on its side and was shaking quite noticeably now. Dumbledore raised the sword and drove it down into the goblet quite forcefully. It was a blast that knocked them all off their feet, and that unearthly scream they all heard early echoed and faded away. Slowly, they all began to get to their feet again. "Is that it?" Tracy asked, looking around fearfully as if she expected something else to happen. Perhaps the fragmented soul would try to find a new home within her. "It is," Dumbledore said, pointing to the now mangled and smoking goblet. There was a thick, black liquid oozing from the hole made by the glimmering sword in Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore replaced the sword within his robes and gingerly picked up the now destroyed Horcrux. "I think that is more than enough for this evening. I shall return tomorrow evening to look in on young Harry." With a soft bow, Dumbledore disappeared, leaving Daphne and the others staring at the now blackened stone in awe. "He's been in to see you every day since." Remus concluded the story, and Harry gave a great sigh. He felt such relief that they all now knew of the Horcruxes and that he had unwittingly been a vessel for so long. He looked up at his friends and smiled at their concern. "I feel fine. In fact, I don't know that I've ever felt this good," he said, and Daphne gave his hand a squeeze. Harry leaned towards her, and she rested her head on his shoulders. "Dumbledore said that your magic was helping the potions and stuff help you to heal faster. He was really impressed," Neville remarked with a grin. "That doesn't give you license to go getting yourself hurt all year with Quidditch and whatever else you get up to," Sirius said with faux sternness. "We've all been so worried about you." Hermione smiled softly. "When you weren't awake the next day, Dumbledore thought he might have done something wrong. He kept checking you, trying to find something out of place. But it seems all you needed was rest," Dumbledore said happily as he entered the dining room where they had all just finished dinner. "It is very good to see you again, Harry." "It's good to see you, sir, and thank you for everything." "It was nothing. They all needed to know what we're up against. I didn't want you to tell them as it was quite complex, and I wished for them to understand fully. Not that I am concerned about your ability to convey the facts." Harry waved it away. "I understand what you're trying to say, sir." "Well, as I only came to look in on you and I am pleased to find you up and about, I should be on my way. I still have much to do in preparation for the coming year. Harry, I would ask that if you feel any effects from our, for lack of a better word, exorcism, please notify me immediately." "I will," Harry nodded. "Are you sure you won't stay, Albus?" Sirius asked. "Maybe have a brandy or something." A very tempting offer, but as I said, I still have much to do. "Harry, I will be back in 2 weeks for our first lesson." "I'll be ready," Harry promised, and with a polite bow, Dumbledore swept from the room. "I don't know how good you're going to feel tomorrow," Remus said, looking pointedly at Sirius, whose face suddenly darkened. "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "Snape is coming tomorrow for his first lesson with you all." Harry was not going to rest up. The very next morning he was up and running with his friends. As they dodged and wove their way through the ever-growing complexity of Mad-Eye Moody's obstacle course. They were still not allowed to retaliate during the course, but Moody continued to promise that once they made the 2-mile course in under 15 minutes, he would then allow them their wands during the course. Tonks arrived that afternoon to work them through their spell work. They had progressed far enough that Tonks was taking it in turns to duel them one-on-one. So far, none of them had beaten her, but this afternoon, she was in for a surprise. "All right, Harry, I think it's time you and I tangled horns again. Remember, non-lethal spells and only silent casting. I hear a peep from you, and I'll make what I did to Neville look like a love hex." Neville paled and unconsciously rubbed his left buttock. Hermione giggled and nudged him playfully, causing the boy to blush crimson. Sirius and Remus had both come out to watch and stood in silent observation as Harry and Tonks began to circle. Tonks struck first, her wand flashing forward, sending a brilliant flash of red at Harry, who rolled to the right to avoid it. He was on his feet and casting in an instant. Tonks barely got her shield up as 3 stunners soared at her head. The force of the spells caught Tonks off guard. She couldn't remember the last time she felt stunners this powerful. The 3rd stunner shattered her shield altogether, and she had to sidestep what she thought was a levitating charm. Tonks retaliated with a series of tripping jinxes, but Harry easily dodged them. Harry moved quite quickly, and Tonks had to admit that Moody's physical training was starting to really shine through in all of them. All of the teens were moving far more than simply relying on shield charms. Harry cast a blasting hex at Tonks' feet, making the metamorph jump in surprise. Her attention distracted with trying to avoid being blown apart, she nearly fell to another stunner. Tonks cursed herself and decided that Harry was getting a bit cocky. The Auror felt it was time to take the chosen one down a peg, but just as she was about to put her plan into action, she felt as if she'd been hit by a truck. Harry had no idea why he thought of it, but he had followed his instincts, and it had gained him a victory. He aimed his wand at Tonks and blinded her with a Lumos spell, though he tried to make it very powerful. As Tonks stumbled, he sent a bludgeoning hex at her and knocked her off her feet before securing her with magical ropes and picking up her wand off the ground. "Dora!" Remus called out, and the others all rushed over to see if she were all right. "It'll be all right, so long as someone gets me out of these ropes right away," Tonks said, stinging from her loss. She had not been prepared for any of these youngsters to be able to take her just yet, though she had been going fairly easy on them. Remus removed the ropes with a finite and helped H to her feet. Harry handed her back her wand with a rather sheepish smile. Tonks couldn't remain angry at him. The point of all this was to make them strong and to be able to defeat their enemies. Harry had done that. The fact that he looked almost apologetic rather than smug helped to ebb her anger. "All right, you lot. It's clear you've got the simple stuff done. I think it's time we moved on to some more difficult stuff." The rest of the afternoon, Tonks began to show them some new spells to conceal themselves. The group ended making a game of hide and seek using disillusionment charms. At 7 that night, Snape arrived, looking just as dour and sinister as ever. The moment he laid eyes on them all, his sneer appeared on his sallow face, and when he spoke, his tone was nothing less than annoyed. "I have been asked to instruct you in some more common dark spells. This is to supposedly give you an advantage in a fight with Death Eaters, most of which I will show you is very advanced magic, and I am doubtful that you will ever accomplish it." He stared coldly at Neville, who for the first time did not cower under the old bat's gaze. Instead, Neville looked like he was ready to take on the challenge. "Maybe if you were a decent teacher and truly took time to instruct us, we might surprise you." The other 4 teens turned as one, all staring open-mouthed at Neville, who was satchering coldly at Snape, who looked as if he'd just been hit over the head. "What did you say?" Snape asked, his tone cold and threatening. "I think you heard me quite clearly, sir," Neville said, his eyes narrowing. "Perhaps if you took time to truly instruct us, we might actually be able to learn what you have to teach. Or is that you truly don't know how to teach? Maybe that's why you've never been given the defense job." "I will not be spoken to in such a manner, especially not by a squib. We're not in class, sir," Neville said, taking a step forward, drawing his wand in the process. "And I am no squib. I've done things I never thought I was capable of, and I will no longer allow people like you to try and tear away my self-confidence." Snape's anger melted away a little too quickly for Harry's liking, and he wanted to warn Neville to calm down, but Snape spoke up quickly. "So, you think you've gained a bit of power? You think yourself ready to face a truly powerful Death Eater? Well then, perhaps we should see what it is Neville Longbottom can truly do." Snape's wand was out in a flash, and Neville was very nearly hit with a sickening yellow curse. Neville only just ducked, flicking his own wand at the teacher who had beaten him down for so long. The others all retrieved their wands, but Snape warned them against helping Neville out. Harry looked to Hermione, who was watching the duel anxiously. Harry knew, as did the others, that Snape was simply toying with Neville. The curses he was throwing were child's play to the former Death Eater, and Harry knew it, as did the others, but Neville was blinded by his own anger to see it. To his friends' collective surprise, Neville actually held up pretty well against Snape. He dodged almost everything thrown at him, and was able to conjure up shields when he couldn't. Unfortunately, he was never given a chance to fight back, and was kept on the defensive. Yet, through it all, Neville was actually smiling. Snape was just as surprised as Neville's friends, though he masked it well. He realized as he kept Neville moving and dodging, that by the end of the summer, if he kept working as hard as he'd been hearing the teens were, Neville might actually manage to fire off a few offensive spells, and given how deep Neville's hat of him quite logically ran, Snape shivered to think what the boy might actually hit him with, especially given the nature of what he was supposed to teach them. Snape finally managed to trip Neville and throw a full body bind on him. Yet Neville didn't whine, as Snape expected. He was actually smiling when he had been freed. He seemed more than pleased with himself, and Snape inwardly groaned. as if this group wasn't already so full of themselves. Snape managed to show them 2 new spells after his duel, with Neville a cutting curse that some of his former Death Eater compatriots favored in the First War, and rather nasty bone-crushing hex. Snape shivered at the thought of Neville using it on him, as the boy had a very wicked glint in his eye the rest of the evening. "You are to practice these spells every night. I shall return in a week," Snape said at the end of their lesson. "And the next time you think you can match me, Longbottom, you'd better be able to do more than dance prettily." He sneered, knowing in his heart that it was very likely the boy would do just that. The house seemed empty, except for the laughter that could be heard throughout every room. The laughter came from the courtyard which the house was built around, where 5 teens were learning the meaning of trust and teamwork at the hands of their pink-haired tutor, as 2 men stood in the open double doors, chuckling as their young charges laughed, and enjoyed themselves at the sheer silliness of their exercises. In the sitting room, the flue flared up, and Amelia Bones' shouts carried out through the flamel house. Remus, with his heightened sense of hearing, was the first to respond, with Sirius following hot on his friend's heels. They had truly hated to tear themselves away from watching Tonks run the teens through their team-building exercises, as the Auror had thought that the kids would truly enjoy an afternoon of fun. While they had enjoyed watch all the kids, both men were focused mostly on Harry, the one link they had to James and Lily Potter, 2 people who had meant so much to them, and had been taken away far too soon. Remus Lupin and Sirius Black had carried on a rather hushed conversation, both commenting on how truly good it was to see the young man, who had suffered so much, and had never really known innocence as any other child, to be acting his age. Harry and his girlfriend were almost constantly smiling and laughing. Harry joked with Daphne, Neville, Hermione, and Tracy, and even got into a few wrestling matches with Neville or Daphne, the later of which he lost badly. The insistent and rather harried voice of their new leader tore them away from enjoying the teens being just what they were, kids. Upon seeing Amelia's face, both men realized that if she were contacting them, something big was about to happen. "Amelia, what's going on?" Remus asked. "I need you both and Tonks to join us at headquarters right away. We've gotten some information about a Death Eater raid, and we're going to try and stop it. I'll go let the kids know and get Tonks." Remus said, rising to his feet. Sirius nodded. "Will I be participating?" Sirius began, but Amelia cut him off. "Yes. I also have a few matters to discuss with you, but they'll have to wait. Sirius, listen to me carefully. If Pettigrew is there tonight, I need you to put aside your personal feelings and take him alive. Are we clear?" Sirius nodded his understanding, though his eyes burned with hatred for the fat man who'd been the cause of Harry's parents' deaths. Unfortunately, he was also the only way he could be completely cleared. Amelia had explained that she could not pardon him and be done with it. The Wisengamot would overrule her decision in the first place, and secondly, the whole of the wizarding world needed to know beyond any doubt that it had not been Sirius who had betrayed James and Lily. "Stand back, Amelia," Remus said as he and Tonks returned to the sitting room, with Harry and the others right behind. Remus was the first to step into the flames, calling out his destination. Tonks followed, leaving Sirius to give the teens some last-minute instruction. "Hopefully we won't be too late tonight. I'm trusting all of you to behave." He gave a pointed look to Harry and Daphne in particular. "Stay in the house, please. And keep on your guard. We're unplottable and under the Fidelius charm, but you can't be too careful." "Stay safe," Harry said, a bit of resentment in his tone. Sirius knew that Harry likely wanted to come along and help in the fight. Sirius could see clearly that the other teens felt the same about being forced to stay behind. Given how hard they had been training, he understood their resentment. Sirius clasped Harry's shoulder, and his face softened. "Soon enough you'll all have to fight, but it's not your time just yet. Everyone is aware how capable you are. No one is doubting that. We just want to protect you as long as we can. So as much as you hate it, try to be understanding." Harry nodded solemnly, and Sirius patted his shoulder before he followed Remus and Tonks through the fireplace. Upon arriving at the Black family home, Sirius could not help be a bit overwhelmed. He had never seen it so full of Order members. Ever since Amelia had taken over leadership, their numbers had swelled. It was impressive how well she balanced her public face as the interim minister of magic and the head of a vigilante force. Sirius wondered not for the first time if it was her tough stance against the Death Eaters that made people want to fight with her, as opposed to Dumbledore's rather soft outlook. Sirius was pulled from his thoughts as Amelia called the meeting to order. "Now that everyone is here, we can begin." Amelia Bones said loudly, silencing the gathered. "Severus has provided us with information on 3 potential attacks for tonight. Severus, if you would." Snape rose from his chair and took a long breath. Sirius noticed how tired his school rival looked. As much as he truly hated Snape, he respected the man for putting his life on the line to bring them the information that would hopefully save more than a few lives. At the same time, a very childish part of Sirius wondered how truly loyal to the Order Snape actually was. The Dark Lord is frustrated. His inability to be rid of the Potter boy is becoming something more than obsession. I think that he feels that there are many who do not recognize his immense power. That, I believe, is why he is planning to attack 3 targets tonight. Or rather, his followers are going to attack 3 targets. 2 are Muggle communities, where some wizarding families reside. He is targeting Muggleborns, as we all expected. These attacks are only distractions, I think. The 3rd attack is to be on Diagon Alley. He is sending Rudolphus Lestrange to lead this operation, and I do not know the purpose. "Severus, do you have any theories?" Dumbledore asked from Amelia's left. Snape bowed his head wearily and gave a great sigh. "I do. The Dark Lord has become obsessed with wand lore. I think he may be planning to abduct Ollivander." There were murmurs throughout the kitchen, where the meeting was taking place, and Sirius felt the same thing he was sure they all felt. Confusion. Amelia stood up and thanked Snape for the report before silencing everyone so she could give out orders. "As you can all guess, I do not plan to let Voldemort accomplish his plans." There was a small wave of shivering as the minister spoke the name. Sirius noticed it was far smaller than what he was used to seeing, and hoped that this might be a change that caught on. If fewer and fewer people feared the name, possibly more people would stand against him, and the war would end sooner. "We are going to split into 3 groups and stop each of these attacks, and we have very little time in which to move. Bill and Arthur Weasley have been making emergency portkeys for everyone, in case you are incapacitated. They will bring you right back here where healers will be waiting." There were some murmurings, but Amelia cleared her throat, getting their attentions again. "If you can take prisoners, do so. There will be Aurors in each group who will take charge of prisoners. However, if you do not believe you'll be able to subdue any Death Eaters, then don't hesitate. I must caution all of you. We are looking to take Peter Pettigrew into custody, so if you see him, do not kill him. He must be taken alive, are we clear?" Everyone nodded, and Amelia gave a soft smile. She then began assigning people to one of the 3 groups, being led by Mad-Eye Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and herself. She made a point to put Sirius in her group as her partner, which Sirius found intriguing. 15 minutes later, disguised as a married couple doing some late shopping, Sirius and Amelia strode down Diagon Alley. Amelia had done a fine job with glamour charms to disguise Sirius and herself. Sirius now had close-cropped auburn hair and beard. His tattoos were all gone, and Remus had even commented how respectable his friend looked. Amelia had replaced her monocle with a pair of dark-rimmed glasses, and her hair was now bright blonde. They walked down the alley, hand in hand, looking for all the world as a carefree couple, browsing shops and stalls. Sirius could not stop grinning, as he was so thrilled to be out and about in the world, not to mention the anticipation of some real action. "When you said I'd be your partner for the evening, I had thought you meant I'd be backing you up. If you wanted to hold hands, all you had to do was ask me." "Ever the charmer," Amelia chuckled, her eyes scanning the passing people for any known Death Eaters. "You know, I never forgot how you tried to ask me out in your 2nd year. What could I say? You were every boy's daydream back then. I had to try and get your attentions even if you were a 7th year." "I thought I might have a real shot as you were a Hufflepuff," Sirius replied. "Perhaps soaking me with a water balloon wasn't the best way to get my attentions." "I agree, it wasn't very well thought out," Sirius grinned. "But what do you expect from a 12-year-old? I did get much better at getting the attentions of the opposite sex." "So I've heard," Amelia commented, pretending to be interested in a display of robes in a window. "You gained quite a reputation for your exploits during your school years, not to mention how you handled yourself in Auror training. It's a shame that you lost your head and went after Pettigrew. You'd have made one hell of an Auror." "James was family," Sirius responded. "Would you have thought clearly in that same situation? Besides, once we get that rat, everyone will know that I really am innocent." Amelia turned to look at him, with a wry smile on her face. She playfully patted his cheek as she spoke. I'll know that you're not guilty of betraying your friends or killing those muggles, but you're far from innocent, and we both know that. Are you flirting with me? Sirius asked, taken aback and actually enjoying the banter with Amelia. Ollivander has a customer, the minister pointed out, changing the subject. Dejected, Sirius glanced over his shoulder and saw that indeed 2 men had entered the shop. He also saw 2 more men standing up the street a bit, one of whom he recognized. That's Avery, Sirius said. Amelia followed his gaze and saw the Death Eater, trying to look as inconspicuous as she and Sirius were trying to be. Did you see who went into the shop? She asked, and Sirius had to shake his head. Think we should take a look? Sirius asked. Amelia thought for just a second before nodding. Together they drew their wands and marched towards the wand shop. Just as they reached the door, chaos exploded around them. Screams erupted as several curses flew through the air, smashing into buildings and blowing craters in the street. All around Sirius and Amelia, people began running in all directions. The flurry of movement made it difficult to see where the spells were coming from. They were forced to take cover behind a large sign for a sale on potion supplies. This isn't going to hold very long, Sirius remarked. We need to get inside the shop before they get away, Amelia shouted over the noise. Sirius didn't hesitate. He was moving as fast as he could right towards Ollivander's shop, kicking the door down. Both he and Madame Bones stormed inside to find themselves ducking out of the path of 2 killing curses. Please help, Ollivander cried out. There was a soft thud, and Sirius chanced a peek over the counter to see the old man doubled over, while a man he didn't recognize stood over him. The other man aimed his wand at the counter, and Sirius ducked just in time to avoid a blasting hex. The counter erupted in splinters. Greetings, Rudolphus, Sirius called out. Been a long time. Sorry to hear about your wife's passing. Who are you? Rudolphus Lestrange asked angrily. He had once been a very suave and handsome individual. He, not unlike Lucius Malfoy, had been very well thought of in the wizarding world, thanks to his family name and the large amounts of gold he used to get his way. However, the years in Azkaban had robbed him of his looks, and the Wisengamot had ceased all his family assets upon his conviction. He was a rather imposing figure, despite his long years in prison. His once luscious mane of midnight black hair now hung in graying thin strands in front of his gaunt face. His eyes were sunken, much as Sirius' own had been, though Rudolphus were filled with murderous anger. Sirius remembered Dumbledore bringing Neville to the Flamel House and explaining Rudolphus' vendetta against he boy. Is that Black? Sirius Black? Well, what a surprise. Dumbledore finally let you off the chain then. And who's that with you? Another blood traitor or just some mudblood trollop? You're not getting out of here alive, Sirius shouted, trying to position himself for a strike. He was sure that Rudolphus was just waiting for him to peek out again. Sirius knew he and Amelia were pinned down where they were. Fortunately, the Death Eaters only had one way out of the shop, and it meant coming past them. It's not too late, Black. The Dark Lord would welcome you, Black. The world is about to change. Are you sure you want to be on the losing side? Keep him talking, Amelia whispered. Sirius saw that she had got her feet under her and was edging along the counter, trying to get a good look at their adversaries. Sirius guessed that the other members of the Order were still locked in combat with the Death Eaters if the explosions and screams were any indication. I don't think so, Sirius remarked. I understand the health plan is shite. REDUCTO. Sirius ducked down and felt Amelia flatten herself on the floor as more of the counter disintegrated. Sirius took advantage and sent a couple of stunners around the corner. He heard one of the men give a grimace and wondered if he'd managed to hit him. Clown shoes, Black. Why not try and aim? Rudolphus taunted. If you let us get out of here, I promise to kill you quickly. Not much incentive for us. Amelia jumped up and fired a wave of spells, causing Rudolphus and his partner to scramble for cover. Sirius leaned around the corner and, thinking quickly, summoned Ollivander to him. The old man, looking quite surprised to find himself sliding across the floor. No! Rudolphus screamed and fired a cutting curse at Sirius, who scrambled back around the corner. He heard the old man crash on the other side of the counter and could hear him whimper. 2 more curses slammed into the floor right next to him, and Sirius had to scramble back. I almost had him, Sirius said to Amelia. On 2, Amelia said, and she counted down. She shot up, firing off spells towards the shelves of wands, where the Death Eaters took cover. Sirius took aim, and with a shout of DIFFINDO, was rewarded with a shout of pain, and the sight of Rudolphus Buddy's hand being ripped up. "Hey, Ruddy, my aim seems to be improving," Sirius shouted merrily. The man stumbled stupidly on his feet, in shock of what had just happened, which allowed for Amelia to stun the man. Both of them took cover again as Rudolphus came out from behind his hiding spot, firing a volley of very nasty spells. They could hear him coming closer, and Sirius knew he had to act if they were going to get the old wandmaker out of there. Sirius jumped up and over the counter, hopping to surprise the Death Eater, but was hit in the face with a revulsion jinx, which launched him right through the storefront window and back into the alley. He landed hard on the cobblestone street, his back screaming in agony. He noticed that the alley was much quieter than it had been moments before, and he heard shouts of people running towards him. He turned his head quickly and saw that Remus and Tonks were both running towards him. Cursing, Sirius got to his feet, planning on heading back into the store, but stopped when Amelia stepped out, looking thoroughly defeated. "They got him! Rudolphus took him. He had a portkey." Draco shuddered uncontrollably as he beheld the sight before him. He'd been summoned to the dining hall of Malfoy Manor, along with other Death Eaters. He had known there was to be attacks, but he had not been allowed to go along. So, he'd returned to his preparations for the coming year. Voldemort didn't care to hear the reports of that evening's operations. He had only wished to divide the Order and the Ministry's forces. It had succeeded. Before him knelt the frail form of the man who had sold him his wand so many years ago. "Mr. Ollivander, I am most privileged to have you before me this evening. I have quite a few questions for you, but it must wait for now." Draco had been spending every waking moment reading every book in the family library. He was also reading up on ways to repair magical items. His new master had instructed him to repair a magical vanishing cabinet which resided within Hogwarts. Lord Voldemort himself had informed him of its existence and how to get into the room where it resided. According to the Dark Lord, another cabinet was in the possession of that slime ball Borgin in Nocturne Alley. He had been informed to keep it safe and not sell it, or he would suffer the consequences. He'd also been receiving special instruction from several high-ranking Death Eaters. His mother had started to hover about him. Many times when he'd thought he was alone, he would look up from his books to see her lingering in the doorway, simply watching him. Draco had taken to ignoring it, as whenever he asked what she wanted, she would say nothing and walk away, only to appear a bit later, just staring. It was most disturbing, but he was now able to shut it out of his mind. He had learned focus, and he could not wait to get back into Hogwarts to show the lesser wizards what he was truly capable of. Now, however, all of his daydreams and fantasies of revenge and dominance were washed away by the feeble cries of a broken-down old man who hung helplessly in the air, spinning for all of the Death Eaters to see. The man who had sold nearly everyone in the room their wands. Ollivander. "I am most pleased, Rudolphus, most pleased. Let it never be said that Lord Voldemort does not reward for success. You shall lead my forces into Hogwarts when young Malfoy has succeeded in his mission. You shall have Neville Longbottom for yourself." Rudolphus Lestrange bowed low before his master, a wicked smile on his sinister face. Malfoy had received tutelage from Lestrange, and though it had been informative, Draco found the man to be disgusting. His flesh crawled whenever the man spoke, and he felt his stomach turn with every syllable. "I shall help the boy in any way I can, my lord. I know how important this task to be, though I do not know what it is," Rudolphus said. "You will do no such thing," Voldemort hissed. "The task is Mally's alone." Voldemort turned his sinister red eyes to the young scion of the name Malfoy. "I trust you have been working hard to prepare for your return to Hogwarts." Draco gulped and nodded. He couldn't understand the power his new master had to make him feel insignificant and weak whenever he stood before his master. Was it just the power the Dark Lord radiated, or was it something else? A curse upon all who carried the mark. He needed to learn it. He wanted to feel the superiority he knew his master must feel. He craved it. It was like a drug. Draco caught his mother's eye from across the room, her eyes glistening in the firelight. It was then that something clicked in his mind. He now knew why she stared at him. She was worried for him. She didn't think he was capable. Anger boiled up in his chest. "She thinks I'm soft. She thinks I'm weak. I'll show her. I'll show every one of them I'm going to do it. I'm going to prove that I'm not to be trifled with. I'm going to kill Albus Dumbledore, and the old coot won't even see it coming." Albus Dumbledore finally returned to his office, well past 2 in the morning. He was very tired. There had been surprisingly few injuries from that night's operations. Dumbledore was never more pleased of his decision to step down as the leader of the Order. His policy of never taking lives had proven to be a great weakness and had cost the Order dearly in the past. Amelia Bones understood war better than he did, it seemed. By allowing the members of the Order to use whatever means necessary to stop their enemies, so many more lives had been saved. The Ministry was still quite busy, so far as he knew, as many Muggles had seen the battles in Canterbury and York, and the Alleviators had more than a few memories to alter. Unfortunately, Hay had suffered a terrible defeat. Ollivander had been taken, despite their efforts. Amelia was still kicking herself for having more people in Diagon Alley. They had managed to kill 3 Death Eaters and capture 1 in the end, but that had not been their goal. It was also quite clear they would get nothing from the Death Eater. As she was very young, and was quite likely not given much information, the other 2 operations had gone very well. Moody's group had killed nearly every Death Eater. According to Moody, only one of the Blighters had managed to escape. His group had suffered no casualties, and the worst wound was a scratch suffered by a raider-frightened cat. Dumbledore was sure that Bill Weasley would not hear the end of that for a while. Kingsley's group had been less successful. It looked as if Ravenclaw House had suffered the loss of one of its star students. The entire Brocklehurst family had been slain only a moment or 2 before the Order arrived. Dumbledore's heart broke as he thought of the promising young witch who Professor Flitwick had spoken so highly of this past year. With a great sigh, the headmaster of Hogwarts sat behind his desk and retrieved an envelope from one of the drawers on his desk. Opening the large envelope, Dumbledore began reviewing the parchment with a heavy heart. He had been quite busy of late in preparation for what he knew was now inevitable. He had always understood it was just the way of things, and that he was not beyond nature's reach. Yet, knowing that his own end was nearing was a bit disconcerting somehow. Maybe it was that he'd been in this world for so long that he had trouble imagining what it would be like not to experience it any longer. Maybe it was all the regrets he had over all the mistakes he had made in this life. Or maybe it was that he knew that no matter what, he would not succeed in ending Lord Voldemort's reign of terror. It was going to fall to Harry Potter to do what he, Albus Dumbledore, would not accomplish. Oh, Dumbledore was not about to give up. He fully intended to do all he could to make the burden easier on the boy, but in his heart, Albus knew that he was going to fail in ridding the world of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He still had no way of discovering exactly what the remaining Horcruxes were, and where they might be. He felt he was close to learning the location of one, though he still had many places to look. Harry and his friends were progressing quite well, and Harry would be given serious instruction once school began. Dumbledore had decided to wait until Harry was back at Hogwarts to begin teaching him spell work. It felt it would be easier to hide Harry's advanced education then. However, he was going to start showing him all the information about the Horcruxes in the coming weeks. He was also considering allowing Harry's young friends to see all he'd collected. Perhaps their young eyes might see something he had missed. Fawkes gave a soft trill, and Albus looked up with a faint smile. "Am I doing enough, old friend? Can I do any more?" he asked thrilling Redbird, who cocked its head in question. Dumbledore smirked and shook his head slowly. He turned back to the parchment in his hands, and with another great sigh, folded it back up and slipped it back into the envelope. He would send it to Gringotts in the morning. There was still much to do, and this was only one small detail. At the moment, however, he was quite tired. His bed was calling to him, and he was not going to deny himself a nice, peaceful rest. Tomorrow, he would go to the Flamel House and begin Harry's education about Lord Voldemort. Lord Voldemort sat alone in the room he'd taken for himself in Malfoy Manor. The master's suite was very elegantly decorated, likely by Narcissa herself. The woman had exceptional taste and was a vision to look upon. Though lately, she no longer looked upon him with the worship she once had. Likely she was worried for her child. Such a waste. Draco was no more gifted than his fool of a father, though Lucius did have his uses, and the Malfoys were swimming in gold. Voldemort brushed those thoughts aside. He had too many questions which needed answers, all of them surrounding the enigma that was Harry Potter. The boy had proven to be more than lucky. It was as if fate was guiding the boy. No child could be as lucky as Potter appeared to be. The boy managed to escape his clutches so many times. The Dark Lord was now convinced that the prophecy held some kind of truth to it. Perhaps Potter would be the one who would be his end. If only Lucius had gotten the prophecy, Voldemort snarled softly. He shared too much in common with the boy. Their wand cores, for one. How astronomical were the odds that out of every wizard ever born, Potter would be the one destined for the twin to his own wand. They were both orphans, though admittedly, the Dark Lord had been the reason Potter had no parents. Why couldn't the mudblood witch simply stand aside? Given all he now understood of the boy, Voldemort was beginning to wonder if fate itself was not trying to intervene with his destiny. Was this nature's way of balancing the world? If so, why not someone more powerful, more capable than this child? Voldemort pondered this for a few moments. Something had changed in recent weeks. Ever since he had discovered that he shared a mental link with the boy, Voldemort had been monitoring it. However, after what happened at the Ministry when he had tried to possess the boy and had suffered serious agony, he had closed the link, using his occlumency shields, yet he still managed to feel the link. After that, it had been nothing more significant than a buzzing in the back of his great mind. But now, he no longer felt it. Severus had hypothesized that the boy had perhaps managed to employ occlumency against his lord. Voldemort had then asked how that was possible, as Severus had told him that Potter had not been able to even grasp the concepts before. Snape had responded that he was receiving instruction from Dumbledore now. Something else was weighing heavily on the Dark Lord's mind. Ever since he'd been resurrected, something was different. His power, while still immense, was not what it had once been. Before he'd very nearly been destroyed 15 years ago, he'd positively hummed with magic. Yet now, in this new body, he no longer vibrated with the power he'd so coveted. It had been most noticeable that night he had fought Dumbledore. He should have beaten the old wizard. It should not have lasted as long as it did, nor should it have been so evenly matched. He was the superior wizard in every way, yet Dumbledore had very nearly bested him. Thankfully, the old man still refused to take a life. That had been his edge. Still, the concern lingered. First his noticeable decrease in power, and now the loss of his connection to Potter. Despite what Snape said, Voldemort knew it was not simply occlumency. Something was wrong, and all the Dark Lord could think of was something had gone wrong in the ritual. It had to be the explanation. Wormtail, as useless as he was, had performed the ritual perfectly, so it had to be something else, something he had overlooked, something he had not foreseen. But what could it be? And then the answer came to him. In a moment of utter clarity, the memory of that night came to him. Of the fear, no. No, the uncertainty that everything would go right. Of the waiting in that boiling, putrid liquid as he waited for Wormtail to perform his duty. First, the bone from his filthy Muggle father. That one dark secret he held so close to his chest. No one could ever suspect he was less than what he appeared to be. He could never lose the faith of his followers. He'd lied to Wormtail, telling him his father had been a very powerful wizard, but had been too forgiving of Muggles, and it had been his undoing. Next came the sacrifice that the Dark Lord was sure Wormtail would be unable to perform, and yet the coward had done it. He had cut off his own hand for his master. His servant had willing given part of himself to resurrect his lord, and Voldemort had repaid him for his loyalty by providing him a new hand, one which would be able to help him finish what started with the Potters. The end of those silly marauders. And finally, the blood of his enemy. The blood of Harry Potter. The blood in which ran a very powerful protective charm that had saved the brat many times over. That blood would now protect him now. But now he knew that it wasn't. The very thing he had thought he needed, Potter's blood, which was infused with the protective magic that had nearly destroyed him all those years ago, that was what must be wrong. He had unwittingly doomed himself by using Potter's blood. It must be the answer to his dilemma. Voldemort rose from his chair and began to pace. That had to be it. The ancient magic which Potter's mud-blood mother had invoked to protect the child was very slowly working against him. How could he have not seen this? How could he have not anticipated this? Potter's blood was supposed to strengthen him and allow him the ability to kill the boy, and now it appeared that it would kill him after all. No, he was not going to let the brat destroy him. He would find the answer to this enigma. Every problem had a resolution. He had gone farther than anyone before him into the mysteries of magic. He would go further still and become even more powerful than anyone before him. It was his destiny. The sun was setting on another day, and Harry and Daphne were taking a few moments for themselves, walking hand in hand on the beach. It had been the most unique summer of Daphne's young life. For her own part, Daphne was of mixed emotions about the summer holiday finally coming to an end. So much had happened over the past 2 months. She had gotten back together with Harry after a very short breakup, which she still used against him on occasion when he acted up. She had then been whisked away to a small island, where she had spent the entire rest of her holiday with the young man she loved, though it was not in the fashion she had truly desired. Daphne was quite proud of the fact that she was now the fastest of the 5 teens. In a dead sprint, she could easily outrun her friends. She could now also perform every spell she knew without uttering a sound. She was very proud of her and her friends' accomplishments over the summer. However, all their training had not allowed for them to have any fun or to really be what they were. Kids. Tonks had tried to break up the monotony of training by throwing them a few fun exercises or making games out of their lessons. But she was the only one. Moody was an extreme sadistic taskmaster. Every day his physical training regimen became more and more grueling. And while she was pleased with what it had done for her figure, she still wanted to punish the man just as he'd done to them all summer. Moody wasn't the only one who'd made it on Daphne's list. Kingsley Shacklebolt had pulled no punches on his dueling lessons, nor had Remus and Sirius showed them any mercy with their fight instruction. Snape had been the worst. Daphne got to experience firsthand Snape's contemptuousness and disdain. Even more disturbing were the spells he'd taught to them. Spells like the flesh-peeling curse, which tore the flesh off your opponent almost as if you were peeling the skin off a banana, the asphyxiation hex, which filled your enemy's lungs with smoke, and the bone splinter curse, which smashed your enemy's bone into tiny slivers which, if applied correctly, could do serious damage inside their body. The worst had been one that Snape claimed to have invented, which he called Sectum Sempra. This spell opened a long gash on your enemy that would ultimately cause death from blood loss if the counter spell was not used quickly. That one still sickened Daphne to think about. And though Daphne knew it was all to prepare her for the war, which was now starting to escalate according to the Order members who were training them kept saying, Daphne was positive that all the hard work was to keep her and Harry from escalating their physical relationship. They were always too exhausted for anything more than a few soft kisses before bed. Daphne wasn't the only one who was feeling resentful and frustrated. Both Hermione and Tracy were becoming very irritable over their lack of physical intimacy. Tracy at least had an excuse. She had no boyfriend on the island. Almost nightly, Daphne and Hermione, who shared a room with the spunky blonde, would have to listen to monologues on the wonderful merits of Blaise Zabini, whom Tracy was apparently smitten with. Hermione, on the other hand, was in the same boat as Daphne herself. Both of them had boyfriends very close at hand. In fact, they were in the same house. There should have been nothing to stop them. It was Hermione's theory that they had been pushed so hard to make them far too tired to do anything but sleep and eat. What better way to keep us all so behaved? Hermione had asked the other 2 girls a week ago, when the subject had once again reared up before they all went to sleep. Now, with only 1 day left of the summer, Daphne was starting to feel cheated. In just 2 days they would be back at Hogwarts, and there weren't a lot of places that Daphne thought she'd feel comfortable getting intimate with Harry. The only place she thought might be secure was the Room of Requirement, which had the added bonus of becoming whatever she wanted it to be. However, thanks to Umbridge, nearly the entire school knew of its existence. So that really only left the odd broom cupboard. She looked to Harry as they walked together, both of them still a bit exhausted from their training that day. "Harry, do you remember that day on the beach when we talked about taking things between us further?" she asked. Daphne loved it when Harry blushed. He gave a short nod and looked into her eyes, taking her other hand in his. "Never really got the chance here, did we?" He looked a bit disappointed, and she knew at once he felt the same as she did. "Hermione thinks it was done to us on purpose." Daphne sighed, closing the gap between them and wrapping her arms around his neck. He held her tightly in her arms and gave a soft sigh. "I think it was likely a happy side effect." Harry smiled to himself. "I know that Sirius tries to act the adult, but I know he's clueless as to what he's supposed to be doing. Probably figured the only way to make sure we didn't, was to make sure we had no energy to even think. And we're going back to school the day after tomorrow, with classes and private lessons and your Quidditch stuff. Well, I just wonder what's going to happen to us. You think because we haven't gotten more physical that we might what?" Harry pulled away from her a bit so he could look in her eyes. Confusion was evident on his face, and Daphne could only shrug. "Maybe I'm just being paranoid or something. I just think sometimes that Dumbledore did all this so he could keep us apart. Like maybe he's trying to keep you pure or something." Harry began to chuckle. He shook his head at her look of outrage at her thought. Do you know that he kept trying to get me to talk to you guys at the end of last year? You know, when I was avoiding all of you. Nearly every day we talked for a bit, and every day he tried to get me to go back to you all. Then after Ron's funeral, when you dumped me, Daphne narrowed her eyes. Harry blanched and nodded his head. Yeah, that, he said sadly. He tried to get me to change my mind, so I don't think he's trying to keep me from you. But I didn't say that he was trying to separate us. I said he was trying to keep you pure, like if you're stronger if you're unspoiled. Unspoiled, Harry cocked his head, looking truly confused. Daphne gave a great sigh and peered around the deserted stretch of sand before leaning in to whisper, still a virgin. Both teens blushed as she plowed forward. What if you have to be pure in order to face Voldemort? Harry thought about it for a moment before he started to laugh. He collapsed to the ground, rolling around, holding onto his stomach. Daphne started slapping his arm, trying to get him to stop. It isn't funny, she repeated over and over. Harry finally managed to gain a bit of control over himself and pulled Daphne down on top of him. Do you know what I would want to do if I knew that I was about to face him? He asked, a broad smile on his face. Daphne shook her head, and Harry reached up to brush some of her dark brown hair behind her ear, his fingers lingering on her cheek as he spoke. I would want to be with you, in every way imaginable. I would want nothing more to go to meet him after being yours. Daphne stared into his eyes for a moment, her heart pounding in her chest. She bent forward and captured his lips in a soft kiss. I know that we're not ready right now, but I love you, Daphne, Harry smiled. I can't imagine myself with anyone but you, and I don't want to find out what it would be like. As far as I'm concerned, you're all I could ever want. You're all I want as well, she whispered and melted into his embrace. I feel like you might get tired of me because we never do anything more than snog. And once we're back in school, I don't know if we'll ever have time or a place where we can be, close. I think we can find a place and make time for that sort of thing. In fact, we might find it a bit easier once we're back in school. Harry smiled optimistically. Do you really think so? Daphne asked hopefully. Harry smiled and pulled her closer. They kissed again, more deeply this time. He ran his hands up her back, pulling her shirt up as he did so. His hands found the bare skin of her back, which sent electric shocks up her spine, and she ran her hands through his tousled black hair. When they broke their kiss, they were panting a bit. I'm sure of it. Daphne gave a wicked grin and looked all around them once again. This is the first moment we've had to ourselves since before your birthday, she smiled. Then, maybe it would be a good idea to take advantage of it. Harry grinned, and Daphne chuckled. And of each other. She bent down and began kissing him more passionately than before. Neville Longbottom was sure that he was having the best moment of his life. He was sitting against a tree watching the sunset over the ocean, with who he considered to be the most stunning woman he knew resting against him. His arms were wrapped around her thin waist, and she was holding tightly to his embrace, breathing contentedly, her head resting just under his own. Hermione, he whispered. The girl gave a soft sigh. I just want to tell you how nice this summer has been for me. Hermione sat upright and turned to look at him. Nice, Neville, we've been training all summer. We didn't even get to celebrate your birthday, or Harry's for that matter. We've barely had any time to do anything at all. I know. Neville nodded. So how can this have been a nice summer? Because I've spent nearly every moment with you. It didn't matter that we were being pushed so hard or that we didn't get much chance to do what we wanted. I was with you all summer. Hermione's heart melted at his sincerity. She fell back into his arms and kissed him softly. I think I'm falling in love with you, Neville, Hermione whispered. Neville's eyes widened in surprise. Hermione looked a bit embarrassed by her admission, but she didn't move. Neville sat up, drawing her to him once again, holding her tightly to his chest. Hermione didn't resist him. I've been in love with you for a long time now, Neville admitted. I never said anything because I didn't want to scare you or anything like that. Yet another reason I'm falling for you. Hermione smiled against his chest. You're always thinking of me. They sat in silence for a bit, just holding each other. Hermione couldn't remember ever feeling so at peace or happy. Do you think it'll be as bad as they've been telling us? Neville asked. I don't know, Hermione said, her tone becoming worried. I hope not. I mean, we've fought them before and we all came through it okay. No, we didn't, Neville reminded her sadly. Not all of us. Hermione felt her stomach drop as she remembered that they weren't all still around. She also felt an overwhelming guilt as she had not written to the Weasleys or even really thought of them since the funeral in June. Neville felt her change in demeanor and gave her a soft, reassuring squeeze. It's all right, he said, kissing the top of her bushy head. I know he's been looking after us, and I'm sure he'd be pleased with all we've done. I haven't even thought about him since we started all this. We were never going to be anything more than friends, and it's very possible that after school finished, we would have likely drifted apart. All we ever did was argue. But sometimes, he could be so sweet. He had so much potential to be something truly great. Hermione wiped a tear from her cheek. I think in the end he fulfilled his potential, Neville said. It took a lot of selflessness and bravery to do what he did. I don't know that I could have done it. I hope none of us have to make that choice, Hermione said, looking up at him. Neville nodded his agreement. They fell silent for a while, each lost to their own thoughts. Hermione, supposing we make it through all of this, what do you think you'll do? Hermione settled back into her original position, wrapping the blanket they had brought around her legs as the air began to chill. I don't know, I guess I haven't really thought about that either. I think I'd like to do something in law. There are so many things that should be changed. Wizards are some truly bigoted people. You'll have a difficult task. That's never stopped me before. Yeah, I know, Neville grinned, kissing the top of her head again. What about a family? Hermione looked up at him, a small smile playing at her lips. Family? Yeah, have you ever thought about kids and the like? Neville said, his voice shaking a bit under her inquisitive gaze. Of course I have. Yeah, I think I'd like to have a family one day. Why are you asking? Hermione pushed. Well, Neville started. Hermione sat up again and turned to look at him. She couldn't stop the smile on her face as Neville once again became the timid boy she remembered from just a year ago. It amazed her how confident and strong he had become since they had begun seeing each other. I just thought, that is. Well, I had this dream the other night and it stayed with me, he stammered. Go on. That is, well, we in my dream, you and I, Neville tried to speak, but with Hermione watching him so closely, with that strange smile on her face, she was making it very difficult to speak. Neville, you can talk to me. You can tell me anything. I won't laugh at you. Will you marry me? Hermione felt like she'd just been slapped. The smile fell away and she could only stare at her boyfriend. What? Not right now or anything. After, if we make it through, would you consider marrying me? Neville stammered, his face reddening. He hadn't meant to just blurt it all out. Hell, he had only just told her that he loved her. I don't know what to say, Hermione whispered, staring into his eyes. You don't have to answer me. Well, like I said, I had this dream, and it's just kind of stuck with me these past few weeks. Hermione fell back against her boyfriend and thought about what Neville had just asked. She wasn't even 17 yet. She hadn't come close to accomplishing anything she'd ever really thought about doing. Yet, she knew better than most how life could make you change your priorities or forget your dreams in favor of something better. Before she'd learned she was a witch, she had dreamt of becoming a teacher. She loved learning and had thought it would be good to pass on her growing knowledge to children one day. Then her acceptance letter had come, and a whole new world of opportunity opened up to her. After her first year at Hogwarts, her dream of teaching had faded altogether. Around her 4th year, she had started dreaming of working in government. She just wanted to help those who'd been oppressed for so long. Professor Lupin's plight had truly opened her eyes, and learning about the house elf enslavement and her own sense of right and wrong had done much to fuel the fire. But now, she could feel that dream slipping away as the dark cloud of the war hung over her and her own self-doubt nipped at her. Even with all they had done this summer, Hermione still woke up in the night drenched in sweat, having seen her own death. Now, however, she felt as if she could have a goal. Something she could be fighting towards, besides stopping a madman. Something for herself. She was falling in love with him, she knew it in her heart, but the practical side of her brain knew that it was possible that it was simply a teenage romance, and that one day they could split up. One day, she would look back on her relationship with Neville with a mixture of fondness and revulsion. But if that was the case, why then would she lie awake at night thinking about giving herself to him? Why did her body want him so desperately that she would find herself thinking the most randy thoughts at some of the worst possible moments? Hormones, of course, she thought to herself. I'm a teenager, and this is what happens to all of us. But her heart knew it was something more. She was far too practical to allow herself to get involved in something so silly as a physical relationship just to satisfy her most primitive of urges. She had never wanted to be like other girls she knew, who would do things with boys for no other reason than to satisfy some urge. She needed the emotional and mental connection, and she always known that. Neville gave her that. Would you tell me about your dream? Hermione asked softly, snuggling against her boyfriend, wrapping her arms tightly around him. He began to run his fingers softly through her mess of brown hair, soothing her. He began to tell her of his dream in which they were together. two young children playing in a yard, while they busied themselves preparing a meal and discussing their day. Such a simple vision, and yet it promised so much. Who wouldn't want that? Who would really want to deny themselves such happiness? "Neville," she asked when he'd fallen silent again. The sun had now disappeared beyond the horizon, and the sky was a brilliant orange-purple. "Yeah," he murmured. She looked up at him now, another small, shy smile playing at her mouth. "I think that if we make it through all we have to do, that I would love to be with you." Neville's eyes lit up, and he smiled broadly. "Really?" Hermione nodded her head, her own smile widening. "However, when the time comes, I expect a proper proposal." Neville pulled her into a long, deep kiss. All the happiness he felt being expressed through the act. "Anything you want," he whispered. "All right, you lot." Moody barked as he paced before the 5 teens. "Today is your final test. We've set more than a few surprises out there for you, and we're going to see how well you work together and how well you take down your opponents. You'll be able to use anything you can think of, but let's try not to permanently damage anyone, yeah?" The teens all smirked. "You'll have half an hour to get through it and back to this point. Now, I know that you can run the whole thing in 10 minutes, but this is not about speed. It's about your ability to adapt, to know when to run and when to fight. Now, let's see what you can do." Moody blew his whistle, and the 5 youngsters were off. Daphne, who was the fastest of them all, led the way. All of them had their wands out and were watching for any signs of movement. Unfortunately, there were no signs that they were running straight into their first challenge, at least not until the ground exploded in front of Daphne. The brunette Slytherin screamed as she fell down in an effort to avoid the blast. Harry was at her side in an instant, with Neville and Tracy coming right behind. "Disillusionments!" Harry shouted as another spell threw up sand all around them. "Homnum Revelio!" Hermione shouted as she came up to the group. Both Neville and Tracy had cast shield charms to protect them. Hermione's spell swept over the ground, and 2 figures appeared highlighted in a blue light. Harry took aim at the first, while Daphne took the second. Both figures went down under stunners. "Let's go," Harry said, helping Daphne to her feet. Having learned her lesson, Daphne kept pace with the others now. They got another 200 yards before 4 hooded and robed figures apparated before them. Neville and Harry took the lead, casting spells in tandem, trying to throw their oppressors off balance. Hermione and the other 2 girls conjured large rocks in front of the oncoming spells to protect the boys. "This isn't working," Harry shouted, as their opponents were beginning to gain ground. "Hermione, banish one of those boulders." Hermione did as Harry ordered, and banished one of the large stones towards their enemies. Harry raced after it, still using it as cover as he sprinted along the shoreline towards the robed villains. At the last moment, Harry put on a burst of speed and launched himself up onto the flying stone. Once he'd gotten to the top, he fired a volley of blasting curses down on the robed people, like rain. 2 of the 4 were hit hard, but the hurling boulder had divided the 4 figures, and 2 of them were now behind him. Harry spun and was quite pleased to find that his distraction had worked and given his friends an opening to get the upper hand. "Erg, who used the pus hex?" Harry asked, looking down at Bill Weasley, who was one of their attackers. "I did, and we don't have time to admire our handiwork," Hermione urged. "Right," Neville said, breathing heavily. "Let's get moving." They encountered nothing until they were quite near the end. Harry stopped short as they could see the natural path that led into the forest and to the Flamel house. The others stopped right beside him. "What is it?" Daphne huffed. "An ambush," Harry smirked. He turned and started retracing his steps back along the beach. "But Harry," Hermione said, catching up with him, "we should have seen this coming. Only 2 obstacles, only 6 Death Eaters. Don't you think that was a bit easy?" Harry questioned as he turned suddenly and plunged into the forest. "Moody's saving it for an all-out battle." "So what do we do?" Neville asked. "We play their game, but we do it by our rules," Harry said. He tapped his head as he entered the forest to disillusion himself. The others followed suit and very quietly entered the forest behind their leader. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the fake galleon that Hermione had created for the DA the previous year and tapped the edge, changing the serial number into a message. Keeping it clutched in his hand, he began to move further into the forest. Neville felt something warm in his pocket and pulled his DA coin. Get to the roof, he smiled to himself and started to head towards the house. Harry wanted him to take the high ground, which meant Harry and the others were going to cause some kind of diversion in order to make their enemies reveal themselves. Harry trusted him to cover their backs, and Neville wasn't about to let them down. As he got closer to the house, he began mentally running through his most powerful spells. Harry crept closer to the house, crouching down behind a large tree. He peeked around to see if he could spot anything. It looked clear, but Harry could feel the trap. It had just been too easy, and that wasn't Moody's style. Again, he tapped the galleon and altered the message. HGET2 path under cover, then wait to reveal. Hermione took a deep breath and started to look around the large rock she had found shelter behind. Her wand clutched tightly in her right hand and the fake galleon in her left. It had been her idea to use them in battle like this. They could communicate without using their voices or patronuses. They didn't even need to stay close enough to use silly hand signals that they could misunderstand. The best part was no one other than the 5 of them knew about it. All right, maybe the other members of the DA would be quite confused by the messages they were seeing on their coins, but none of them could alter theirs to send messages. Only Harry could do that. Hermione was convinced that they would get a load of questions when they got on the train. DGO2 right side of house by porch. Daphne crouched low, sweeping her eyes back and forth. The path was empty, quiet and serene. But Harry felt that it was a setup, and now that she had time to catch her breath and think it over, it was clear he was right. They were being set up. She couldn't help but smile when she imagined the looks of surprise on all the Order members' faces. TGT2 Gully NEAR stream. Tracy felt herself tense up with anticipation. She trusted her friends with her life, and she wasn't about to let them down. She knew that it was simply a test, just as she knew the next time it would be real. Laying flat on the ground, her feet were getting cold resting in the tiny stream. Next time he can use the gully for cover, Tracy groaned inwardly. Now. Hermione silently cast the revealing spell, and just as before, a wave of magic swept through the forest and highlighted all humans in a soft blue light. As she and her friends were all disillusioned as well, they were lit up as well. Fortunately for them, they were expecting it. What they weren't expecting were the number of opponents. Harry stunned the person who'd been right in front of him. He'd been shocked that he'd been almost right on top of someone. Shouts came from all around as their attackers saw that they had been discovered. The forest was suddenly lit up from spells being exchanged. Neville was truly happy he'd be placed on the roof. He'd been the only one not discovered by the revealing spell. This made it easy to take out 3 of their attackers before anyone even guessed he was up there. After taking out the 3rd foe Death Eater, he quickly changed his position so no one could zero in on his location. He was able to body bind 2 more people before he had to move again. Daphne banished 1 Death Eater into another, and then used a ticking charm on them both, before securing them with magical ropes. A hex blasted just above her head, and she screamed in surprise and a bit of fear. She stood to start running for better cover when she was hit with a tripping jinx. Pratigo, she cried, casting her shield charm just in time to stop a rather nasty-looking yellow hex. Shield won't hold forever, she heard a familiar voice say. She looked up to see one of the robed attackers closing in on her, and was shocked when they suddenly were thrown into the air. We can rest in a bit, babe, I promise, Harry said, grabbing her wrist and helping her to her feet. Tracy waited for a few moments after the battle started. She was the reserves, and she knew it. She saw Neville stun his first 3, and saw Hermione dart forward and use a spell Snape had taught them to levitate one of their attackers into a tree and bind him there. She had to chuckle at the brainy witch's ingenuity. Tracy's moment came when she spotted 2 enemies slowly circling around Hermione. Apparently they weren't counting, or they thought Hermione was their biggest threat, or maybe they just wanted to get one over on the bushy-haired witch. Whatever the reason, Tracy wasn't about to let them do it. Incendio, she said softly, and grinned as one of the 2 would-be attackers' robes caught fire. The other turned and doused his partner with water to put out the flames. Both of them turned to face Tracy only to be knocked out for their trouble. Thanks, Hermione gasped as Tracy ran forward. Hermione had heard the shouts of surprise from behind and seen the 2 attackers. She had stunned one, and thankfully, Tracy had been aiming at the other. It was over. Harry and Daphne met Tracy and Hermione on the path that led to the house, keeping their eyes and ear open for anyone they might have missed. Did Neville get hit? Hermione asked when she saw that her boyfriend was not with them. I'm okay, Neville said, waving from the overhang above the porch. He was in the middle of canceling the disillusionment charm on himself. I think that's all of them. Anyone hurt? Harry asked. They all looked each other over while simultaneously taking stock of themselves. You took your time, Moody shouted, lumbering out of the house. I thought I was quite clear that you had in half an hour. Harry looked at his watch and saw they had taken nearly an hour. He looked up at Moody and shrugged. I think I'd rather have taken extra time and been safe than fall into a trap and not finished at all. Figured it out then, did ya? Moody glared. Almost didn't. Thankfully, I realized that you didn't wear us down on the beach. Moody grinned, making his already gnarled face look even more sinister. There's hope for you lot, then. So, do we pass? Tracy asked, leaning on Hermione, who looked rather pleased. You did well, I'll give you that, but you should have been able to do it within the time limit. We just took out 20 people. Neville looked appalled. 20 people who were taking it easy on you. I resent that. The teens turned to see some of the assailants coming down the path. Sirius was leading them, limping a bit. Nice bit with that boulder. He smiled, clasping Harry on the shoulder. We gave them both barrels, as the Americans say, and they handed us our butts. I think they did more than pass this test. I second that, Bill Weasley said, helping Fleur de Lacquer to her feet. Zay Ave performed most admirably. The teens were surprised to see the silvery-haired blonde Vila, and even more shocked when Bill kissed her. Oi, Mad-Eye, who cares about a time limit? Fred Weasley said. He had just been revived by Remus Lupin, who must have filled in he and his twin, George, who was sitting beside him rubbing his head. I think I hit my head on a rock, George groaned. Tracy smirked. Give it to them, Moody, Bill Weasley said. Admit that they saw through your charade and let it go. Fine, Moody barked, silencing the troops. Fine, you all passed. Thank you. Daphne smiled, the others breaking into smiles as well. And now we have something for you for all you've done this summer. Yeah, and what might that be, lassie? Moody quirked an eyebrow. 5 teens raised their wands and shouted stupefy at the same time. Moody had no time to react and was knocked out cold. Serves him right, Hermione commented. He's going to be really angry when he wakes up. Neville smiled. He should have been more vigilant. Tracy remarked dryly. The forest erupted in laughter. Harry and his friends did not get to bed until very late, as the Order had thrown them a party, essentially to make up for all they had had to suffer through over the summer. Even Mad-Eye Moody, who was very put out he'd been stunned by the youths, toasted the 5 teens. Many members of the Order had come, including Amelia Bones, who took a few moments to speak to Harry and Sirius. It has been my mission to see to it that Sirius is cleared of all charges, she said plainly. I have managed to get hold of several pensive memories from some of the Death Eaters we managed to capture, as well as Sirius' own memories. These will help greatly, but there will be strong opposition, as the Wisengamot does have more than a few suspected Death Eaters on it. So, what does it all mean? Will you be able to get him free? Harry asked. I do not know, Amelia said bitterly. Fudge did a lot to affect people's opinion. If we could capture Pettigrew and show him to the public, that would surely do the trick, but otherwise, she let the thought hang. What happened to Umbridge? Harry asked. His hand clenched, and the scars he'd gotten from the former High Inquisitor stood out starkly. She was sentenced to the kiss, Amelia said flatly. It turns out you weren't the only student she tortured. She illegally questioned a few children from prominent families during her tenure, when she was questioned under Veritaserum. Well, she pretty much signed her fate. She just couldn't shut her mouth. She kept going on and on about how all children should be made to suffer for their lies. Sounds like she didn't have a very good childhood, Sirius remarked. Indeed, Amelia commented. So, the elections for a new minister will be held in November, and I will be able to devote all my time to the Order, and hopefully will be able to end this war swiftly, before you actually have to get involved. Amelia said with a tone of hopefulness, even though Dumbledore had told her, and the rest of the Order, that it would in fact be Harry to finish the war. After that, Harry was allowed to rejoin the party, which he was kind of dreading, as the entire Weasley clan had come to see him. It was during the party that he and his friends learned that Fleur had been living in England and working at Gringotts over the last year, and that she and Bill had begun dating and were now engaged to be married. Harry was very happy for them both, and quite excited to catch up with another champion from the Triwizard tournament. I've been keeping my mother and Fazzer abreast of all the goings on here, and as they have many friends in power in France, they have pledged to provide support to you. Awry should you need it. Though I must tell you, they hope that it does not come to that. All of France would prefer that England's problems remain their own. I understand, and thank you. Harry smiled, shaking her hand. Fleur was not about to accept a simple handshake, and embraced him warmly. A handshake will not do, mon ami. She laughed, and Harry had to smile. Things got very uncomfortable for Harry when he finally spoke to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Molly hugged him so tightly, he was sure he felt a few ribs crack under the pressure. She finally released him when Arthur made a remark about killing the poor boy. Harry had no idea what he should say to the parents of his fallen friend. He still felt a world of guilt over Ron's death, even though he knew he was not to blame. Thankfully, the Weasley parents helped put him at ease. "I'm very proud of what he did," Mrs. Weasley said tearfully. "I know that you were having troubles getting along last year, but I never doubted his loyalty to you, Harry. He thought of you as another brother, and in the end, he did what he would have done for any of the rest of us. I just wish I could have told him what his friendship meant to me." Harry remarked. "He knows, Harry." Mr. Weasley smiled proudly. "He always did, even when it didn't look like it. I hope you will come and visit us next summer for a bit." Mrs. Weasley smiled. "And not just for Bill and Fleur's wedding. You will always be welcome in our home." Harry was overwhelmed by their words and struggled over the lump in his throat to thank them. Fred and George couldn't stay too late, as they had much to do in their new shop, which they couldn't wait for Harry and the others to come see when they could. They did bring quite a few things for Harry and his friends. A lot of joke items, as well as some very interesting items that the twins promised would be quite handy. Ginny managed to get Harry alone later in the night. Harry felt very anxious being around Ginny, who he was aware had been quite distraught over Harry's relationship with Daphne. "Harry, I've had a lot of time to think over the summer, and I want to tell you I'm sorry. For everything. I was jealous of Daphne because I had a crush on the boy from stories I heard growing up. What was worse is when I met you, you turned out to be everything from my imagination. Brave and selfless. Everything a girl could want in a boy. The trouble was that you were more than that, and I didn't take the time to find out. I was too caught up in the boy who lived to see Harry, and I became one of the simpering fangirls." "Ginny, Harry tried, but Ginny cut him off. "I realize now that I was wrong. I saw how you and Daphne were last year, and I was insanely jealous because she had what I thought was supposed to be mine. But as the year went on and I saw what you went through and how you reacted to things, and how she handled it all, I realized that she was the right girl for you. I mean, I don't even know what I want or even who I am yet, so how could I be what you need, much less what you want? So I'm sorry, and if you'll let me, I'd like to be your friend." Harry was completely taken aback by Ginny's confession and apology. He thanked her for her honesty and hugged her. "I'd be honored to call you my friend." They rejoined the party, and Hermione sidled up to Harry. "What was that all about?" She asked Harry, watching, an emotional-looking Ginny sitting next to Neville and striking up a conversation. She apologized for her attitude towards me and Daphne. I think she's maturing or something," Harry said, still looking gobsmacked. Hermione mirrored his expression and went over to Neville and Ginny. Daphne looped her arm around Harry's waist and kissed his cheek. "Should I be worried?" she asked, nodding towards Ginny, who looked up and gave a soft, friendly smile. "I don't think so." "Not anymore, anyway." Harry smiled and kissed his girlfriend back. After all the guests had dispersed, Remus and Sirius informed the teens that they would be leaving the house for King's Cross at 10 the next morning. Harry lay awake for a while, wondering about the coming year. Dumbledore had so far kept his promise and had divulged all he knew about Lord Voldemort. He had come by the Flamel house quite a bit over the last month, always bringing his pensive, and several different memories that he shared with Harry and the others. After viewing them, they would discuss what they had seen. Harry guessed that he wanted to see if they would see things he had not, which turned out to be true when they came to the peculiar memory from Professor Slughorn, in which they discovered how early Voldemort had thought of splitting his soul. He seemed obsessed with the number 7. Tracy had observed. "So it stands to reason he made 6, Hermione explained. 6 Horcruxes and then 1 fragment still in his body. But did he actually accomplish all 6, or did he make fewer or more even?" Neville asked. "I think it very likely that he made all 6, but not until after his return. I believe he had intended Harry's death to be the catalyst for the original 6th Horcrux, but as he was all but destroyed, was unable to do so until after his resurrection," Dumbledore reasoned. Dumbledore had told him after their last lesson that soon after school started, he would be tutoring Harry one-on-one for more advanced magic. Harry was very excited for school to begin and was eagerly anticipating what he might learn. But now, as he lay in his bed on the eve of his return to Hogwarts, something else was weighing on his mind. Ever since he'd had the fragment of Voldemort's soul removed, he had stopped having nightmares and headaches. It had been a very restful summer, all things considered, yet Dumbledore words were haunting him now. I must point out its usefulness. With this connection, you have been able to see what Voldemort has done, thus saving the lives of more than a few people. It was true. Harry's ability to see into the enemy's mind had proven to be quite valuable. Harry now wondered if he had been too hasty in having it removed. Could he have simply learned to control it better? Wouldn't it have been a valuable resource in telling Harry what the Dark Lord was planning? Despite all he'd gone through that summer, Harry had never felt less prepared for the future, or more unsure of himself than he did at that moment. He only hoped that he would not repeat the mistakes of his past. It was nothing like what he was used to. No one forgot anything. Everything was packed and ready to go, even pets. They even managed to leave on time. Harry and his friends, along with a group of Order members, arrived on platform 9 3/4 at 10:30 on September the 1st. Harry and Neville helped all 3 girls with their trunks, and the group secured a cabin for themselves before saying their goodbyes. As Sirius was still technically wanted by the Ministry, he was unable to accompany them, which Harry guessed was the reason he'd kept them up so late that evening. Daphne didn't want to get on the train until Astoria arrived so that she might get a chance to see her parents. Sirius had provided a new 2-way mirror so that she could speak to them over the summer, which had proven invaluable, but as Daphne had said more than a few times over the holiday, you can't hug a mirror. Daphne, Astoria came through the barrier, and upon spotting her older sister, nearly tackled her to the ground. I'm so happy to see you. Where's Harry? Where's Tracy? Did you do something new with your hair, cause it looks so cute? I want to know everything that happened. I've got loads to tell you. You're so tan. Where have you been? Was it fun? Who all was with you? You've been so vague on everything. You look so thin. Didn't they feed you? Did you hear about Umbridge? Where's Tracy? Did I ask that already? Daphne's mind felt as if it were spinning out of control and had to finally cover her sister's mouth with her hand. Slow down. Take a breath. Where are Mum and Dad? We're here. Aurora Greengrass looked as elegant as ever, and Daphne was never so happy to see her mother and father, who was surveying the train platform with an air of superiority. Daphne realized immediately what he was doing. It had been discussed a lot over the summer. Ever since Daphne had all but announced her alignment with the Side of Light, she had put her family in peril. It was partially for this reason Dumbledore had whisked her away to the island. In public, the Greengrasses would appear as if they had denounced their eldest to protect her as well as themselves. Dumbledore reasoned that Lord Voldemort would not go after Daphne's family so long as they branded her a traitor. A neutral family could still be swayed to his cause, and the Greengrasses were well looked upon. Daphne hugged her mother, who returned the gesture, while her father simply glared. Daphne noticed, however, that the mask of resentment did not reach his eyes, which sparkled with something she hadn't seen since before she'd gone to Hogwarts. Astoria has a few things for you, Aurora whispered. She's to give them to you when you get to school. It isn't too late to return to the family, her father said rather loudly. Daphne shook her head, pulling away from her mother. I've made my decision, she said strongly. Very well, you've made your choice. Jonathan nodded solemnly, still glaring at his daughter. We've nothing more to say to each other. May the fates watch over you. Goodbye, father, Daphne said, pretending to be truly hurt. Aurora wiped at her eyes and turned to follow her husband as he marched off the platform. Daphne was very pleased with her acting job, especially when she saw Theodore Nott and his father glaring at her a short distance away. I'll see you on the train, Daphne said out of the corner of her mouth to Astoria, who was doing her best to look upset. She joined her friends who were hanging out in their cabin, waiting for the journey to begin. How'd it go? Harry asked when Daphne returned. Okay, I think. Tori nearly blew it, but Mum and Dad played their parts well. I think they'll be safe. I'm sure they will. Harry nodded and embraced her warmly. Finally. Tracy smiled, and before anyone could say anything, the blonde Slytherin slipped out of their cabin and moved through the crowded corridor. Where's she going? Neville asked. Harry shrugged, but both Hermione and Daphne looked out into the hall. She's going to claim her guy. Hermione laughed. The two girls watched as Tracy walked right up to the tall, dark-skinned Slytherin. All summer, Tracy had been composing a speech that she planned on saying to Blaise Zabini, confessing her romantic feeling for the boy. Hermione and Daphne couldn't hear what they were saying, but if they were reading Tracy's body language right, she had completely forgotten her speech. There was a long moment where the two simply looked at one another, until Tracy flung her arms around the boy's neck and began snogging him. Daphne swore she heard Tracy say, "Sod it all," right before leaping into her fellow Slytherin's arms. "Sometimes you just don't need words." Daphne giggled, and Hermione guffawed. They slipped back into the cabin. "Well, I need to get up to the prefect's cabin. I should be back before we get to Hogwarts." Hermione sighed. She slipped into Neville's arms and kissed him deeply before slipping out of the cabin and into the flow of students. At 11 o'clock, as it had done for many years before, the Hogwarts Express sounded the start of its yearly journey and began chugging out of the station. Neville settled into one of the seats, while Daphne and Harry settled into the seats across from him. They chatted about nothing more important than who might make the house Quidditch teams, or how defense class would be different with Snape as their teacher. Snape had been very vocal about how defense against the dark arts would be very different this year, not knowing that Harry and Daphne had already met the new potions teacher, and were able to figure out that he would be their new defense teacher. It wasn't long before people began to come by and say hello. The first pair were Seamus Finnegan and Lavender Brown, who was not looking as vibrant as she normally did. In fact, she looked as if she hadn't slept a lot over the holiday. Harry knew that she and Ron had started seeing one another at the end of the previous year, but had no idea how strongly they felt for one another. Both of Harry's housemates seemed interested on whether the DA would be continuing into the new year. In fact, nearly everyone who'd stopped in wished to know whether the club would go on. Harry hadn't really thought about it during the summer and told them also. "I don't know," Harry told Luna Lovegood, who was the latest person to come and greet them. She had been offering copies of her father's news magazine, The Quibbler, to students, and greeted Harry and the others with a warm, if not distant, smile. "Oh," the dreamy-eyed blonde said, a slight drop in her shoulders as she spoke. "Well, I don't know that we'll need it, as Umbridge is gone," Harry said, starting to feel bad. Everyone else had simply nodded and moved on, but with Luna, it felt as if he were actually letting her down in some way. "Doesn't mean you should stop teaching. I mean, do you honestly think Snape will be any better?" Ron's voice echoed in Harry's mind. Harry couldn't find fault with that reasoning. If Snape's record in potions was anything to go by, it would be nearly as bad as having Umbridge return to teach. That alone was enough to make Harry decide to speak to Dumbledore about it at their first lesson. "It was a lot of fun," Luna continued. "Like having friends." "What do you mean?" Daphne asked. She had been leaning against Harry but sat up now, motioning for the young Ravenclaw to sit down. Luna followed her unspoken request and sat next to Neville, who leaned forward, interested in Luna's turn of phrase. "This may come as a bit of a surprise, but not many people like me. I think they think I'm strange. Did you know some people even call me loony?" There was a wave of uncomfortableness as Harry, Neville, and Daphne looked at each other pointedly. All three of them were aware of Luna's nickname. "It's never really bothered me before, but after last year I'm starting to feel like I'm missing out on something. It was fun to talk to people and have them treat me nice, even boys. Did you know I've never even kissed a boy or a girl for that matter?" "Well, that's not such a big deal," Daphne said, rather awkwardly. "I wouldn't worry so much about that, but you have friends. I'm your friend if you'd like, and Harry and Neville and Hermione." Luna's face brightened a bit, and she gave a dreamy smile before getting up from her seat. "That's really good to know. Perhaps we'll get a chance to become better friends over the year." Luna left before anyone could say another word, leaving the three to stare open-mouthed at the door. "Luna likes girls," Neville finally stammered. "So what if she does?" Daphne said, looking to Neville, who was looking thoroughly confused. "It doesn't matter, but last year she kind of stared at Ron. I mean, really stared." Neville said. "I noticed that too," Harry said. "Near the end of the year, especially when he and Lavender were flirting or whatever they were doing," Harry added. "That doesn't mean she can't like girls. Some people like both, you know," Daphne pointed out. "Would you ever be with girl?" Harry asked, a chuckle in his tone. Daphne looked at Harry and Neville, both of whom looked a little too interested in her answer. Daphne had spent the better part of 5 years hearing boys talk, and she knew very well that just about every boy at one time or another dreamt of two girls being together. In fact, the way some of them talked, you'd think it happened all the time. "What makes you think I haven't?" She gave a soft smile. "Us," was all Harry could reply. "Come on, me and Hermione and Tracy in that little room all summer with our hormones raging and our needs not being met. Who's to say that once in a while we wouldn't take care of each other in only the way a woman can?" "Are you serious?" Neville shouted, practically falling out of his seat. She had noticed Harry's embrace had tightened around her a bit as well. She couldn't help it and burst out on peals of laughter. "You are evil," Harry said vehemently. Daphne could not stop laughing for another 20 minutes. Eventually, both Neville and Harry joined in her mirth, though they both kept repeating how truly twisted and horrid she was. Around 1 o'clock, just when their stomachs began rumbling a bit, a young girl opened the cabin door and timidly looked inside. "Is Harry Potter or Neville Longbottom in here?" she asked. "Actually, you found both of us." Neville smiled. "Oh, good," the girl said. "I was asked to give you these." She handed 2 sealed envelopes and left without another word. Both Harry and Neville stared at the envelopes in confusion before ripping them open. "Dear Harry, I wonder if you'd be so kind as to join me for lunch in the front of the train. It should be most enjoyable. Yours, Horace Slughorn, invitation to lunch," Neville asked after he finished reading his letter. "Yeah, you," Neville nodded, then looked at Harry unsurely. "Should we go?" "Of course you should go," Daphne said, pushing Harry up out of his seat. "You never know when you might meet someone who will prove useful sometime in the future." "But what about?" Harry began, but Daphne cut him off. "I'll be fine. Hermione will be by any minute, and I'm sure Tori or Tracy will show up any time. Now go." Harry gave her one last look of concern, but Daphne shooed him out of the cabin. She was sure it would do him good to get in touch with his inner Slytherin. Just as she'd predicted, she wasn't alone very long as Astoria slipped into the cabin, her face a threatening mask of mischievousness. "I just left Dennis and his buddies drooling. Boys are so pathetic sometimes. Morgana, I love being a girl sometimes," she said, rolling her eyes in delight. "I don't even want to know what you did." Daphne rolled her eyes. "Where's Harry?" Astoria asked, looking around as if somehow Harry had been shrunken or was hiding behind Daphne. "He was asked to see the new professor," Daphne said flatly. She hated that he had left, but she still felt it was the right thing to do. She hadn't been too impressed with Slughorn on their first meeting, but she knew better than most that appearances could be very deceiving. "Good, because I want to know what you did," Astoria grinned. "What do you mean?" "Oh, come off it. All alone with Harry all summer long. Seriously, how much sex did you have?" "Oh my God," Daphne screamed, her face coloring a brilliant shade of scarlet. She grabbed Harry's jacket, which he'd left behind, to cover her face. "How can you ask me that? You shouldn't even be thinking of that yet." "Right, like you didn't think about snogging and shagging when you were 13. All last year I had trouble concentrating on anything for very long because I kept thinking about boys. My hormones are getting out of control. I mean, my boobs got bigger this summer." Astoria smiled. As if to emphasize her point, she grabbed her chest, holding her breasts up. "See. Mom had to buy me all new bras. Dad wasn't too pleased, but what can he do? He married Mom and she's got huge boobs. He should have known that his daughters would be just as busty. Well, one of us anyway." "Please stop, please stop, please stop," Daphne kept repeating over and over, holding her hands over her ears. While she was quite blessed in the chest, she had known for a long time that her younger sister would be the one blessed by the chest fairy. "Come on. You guys had a whole island. What could be more romantic than making love in the surf?" Astoria pressed. "The idea of that was great until it came out of your mouth. I don't think I'll ever." Daphne shuddered and buried her face again. She and Harry had not had any real opportunities to become truly intimate, like she had wanted. That, of course, hadn't stopped her from imaging thousands of scenarios in which they were naked and writhing in the throes of passionate bliss. At this moment, however, all those wonderful images were horribly tainted and disgusting as her mind force fed her images of her younger sister and some faceless boy succumbing to their primal urges. Astoria's greatest power seemed to be ruining her sister's life in some form or another. "Where are the boys?" "Hermione," Daphne shouted with relief. "Oh, thank the gods. Please sit and stay with me." "Well, I should patrol the corridors, but I. Daphne had reached up and yanked her bushy-haired friend into the seat beside her. Hermione looked truly confused as she rubbed her wrist where Daphne had clutched her. "I guess I'll stay for a bit. How are you, Tori?" "Great." The younger Greengrass girl smiled proudly. "My boobs got bigger." "Ahhhhhhh," Daphne shrieked into Harry's jacket. Harry and Neville found Slughorn's compartment and were a bit surprised to find they were not the only ones to be invited. "Oh, Harry, boy. Come in, come in. Sit down. Plenty for everyone. Ah, you must be Mr. Longbottom. Yes, I can see it. You do so resemble Frank, especially in the face." Slughorn was just as rotund as Harry remembered, though he was far better dressed this time around. Harry and Neville took a pair of seats, and Harry was stunned to find Ginny Weasley sitting next to him, looking very nervous and confused. "Hey, Gin." Harry smiled. Neville also greeted the youngest Weasley, who smiled gratefully at the two boys. Harry guessed it was because she now knew someone there. All around Slughorn were several boys and girls whom Harry recognized, but didn't know any of their names. "Well, introductions are in order, I think," Slughorn said, calling everyone's attentions back to him. "Harry, you and Neville perhaps already know Cormac McLaggen. He's a 7th year in Gryffindor." Cormac was a tall, muscular boy with wiry blonde hair. Hog gave a nod to his housemates and turned back to Slughorn. "This is Marcus Belby of Ravenclaw." Belby was a rather thick young man with squinty eyes and a mess of curly dark hair. "Miss Teresa Miles from Slytherin and Miss Andrea Mason also from Slytherin. I had sent out a few other invitations, but it seems those people have chosen not to join us. Pity. Well, everyone, please tuck in," Slughorn urged, picking up his own fork and tearing into what appeared to be a pheasant. Harry, Neville, and Ginny all followed the rotund teacher's example and began picking politely at their plates. The pheasant was cold, but still rather good, and the salad tasted very fresh. Harry would have preferred a pumpkin pasty shared with Daphne, but she was adamant that Slughorn might prove useful to him, and Harry decided that he should listen to her. During the meal, Slughorn went on and on about all the famous people he knew and had helped during their formative years. After he'd exhausted that topic, which took a great deal of time, he took to talking to each young person and questioned them about their family. He would then try and impress the other students by telling them all what the relative of the person he questioned did or was famous for. The most uncomfortable time was when Slughorn got to Neville and didn't even ask how the Longbottoms were doing. Neville couldn't even speak as Slughorn went on about his parents' sacrifice for the cause, as he called it. All in all, it wasn't an entirely unpleasant experience, and Harry did find the new potion's master to be rather entertaining. It was only when Slughorn noticed it was getting dark outside that he finally excused them to return to their cabins and prepare to arrive. "That wasn't so bad," Harry sighed. "I thought I was in trouble," Ginny said. "He caught me hexing Zacharias Smith with a bat bogey hex. I thought for sure I was going to get detention." "I don't like him," Neville said firmly. Harry guessed that Neville was upset over Slughorn telling everyone about what had happened to his parents. Neville never talked about his parents, and Harry was sure that Slughorn's blatant disregard for Neville's feelings on the topic had not endeared the new professor to his friend. "Come on, let's get back to the girls," Harry urged. Harry led the way along the corridor, glancing into the cabins he passed, occasionally waving to someone who had seen him. They were passing the bathrooms when Draco Malfoy stepped into the corridor. Draco stopped and simply stared at Harry. What confused Harry was that his rival didn't sneer or make a quip about his superiority. He simply stared at Harry, his cold steel-gray eyes trying to bore through Harry's brilliant green. After a long moment of silent staring, Draco gave a soft harumph of triumph and bodily pushed past the 3 Gryffindors. Draco didn't turn back or even fling a single insult over his shoulder. He simply kept on his way. "That was so strange," Harry said softly. "No kidding," Ginny remarked. "Maybe his father being thrown in prison actually did some good for him. I never got the sense that Draco was ever proud of his father," Neville commented. "You couldn't tell that by the way he threw his father's name around," Harry said, heading further down the train. "The name of Malfoy was pretty important in pure blood circles, might still be. That doesn't mean he liked his father." Harry nodded in understanding. Knew better than some what it was to hate the people who you were supposed to be related to. Draco was an opportunist at best, so he would use his family's standing to get what he wanted. It did make sense. And the truth was, Harry had no idea what Malfoy's relationship with his father was truly like. Perhaps Neville was on to something. Daphne threw herself into Harry's arms when he returned, and begged that he somehow get rid of her younger sister, who was sitting quite primly, looking very pleased with herself. Harry actually shivered at the sight, as he knew quite well how truly troubling the younger Greengrass could be. Hermione also looked very distraught, but neither girl would tell the boys why. Astoria stood up and with a quick hug to Harry left them alone to find her friends and prepare to disembark. "I hate her so very much, truly," Daphne said after her sister was gone. "She's evil in a way that defies imagination." Hermione only nodded and a small grin broke out. "I'm just thankful it was primarily directed at you." "What'd she do?" Harry asked again as he felt the train slowing up. "I don't want to talk about it, this is going to be so weird," Hermione sighed. "After rooming with you and Tracy all summer, it's going to be quite a change to be back with Lavender and Parvati." "I know. Millicent is nice, but I'm not looking forward to hearing Pansy talk about her great summer or whatever," She's so obnoxious. And my sister is going to harass me more, I know it. Maybe if you make something up, she'll be satisfied. So long as she thinks that things happened, she's going to keep on pestering you," Hermione suggested. "What does she think happened?" Neville tried, but both girls shook their heads. The train pulled to a stop and the corridors filled with students. Harry and his friends stepped off the train, and Harry heard the very familiar call of Fur's years over air. Harry turned and saw the massive shadow of Hagrid walking up the platform towards them. "Good to see you, Hagrid." Harry smiled when the half-giant came near. "Ello, you lot, I've a good summer then," Hagrid boomed, a broad smile hidden by his tangled black beard. "Quite good," Daphne grinned. "It's nice to see you, Hagrid. And you as well, Daphne. Go on now, get yourselves up to the castle. I'll be seeing ye soon enough." Hagrid continued on, calling out for first years. Harry led the others towards the waiting line of carriages. Harry was strangely comforted to see the Thestrals again and took a moment to say hello to the nightmarish horses. Daphne and the others also took a moment to pet the two that were pulling the chosen carriage, which the horses seemed to enjoy. "Should we wait for Tracy?" Neville asked as he climbed into the carriage after Hermione. "I think she'll be fine," Daphne grinned. "Given that we haven't seen her all trip, I'll be surprised if she and Blaise make an appearance at the feast." Harry took a deep breath before he followed Daphne into the carriage. As good as the summer had been, in comparison to all his past summers, it was still very good to be home. Draco Malfoy had suffered the company of his friends through most of the journey to Hogwarts. Crabbe and Goyle both sat across from him, going on and on about their summer holidays. They had done nothing, really, worked on their muscles, and talked about which girls they planned on shagging when school started again. Pansy Parkinson had sat next to him, holding his hand and smiling flirtatiously at him as if they had just begun dating. Draco allowed her to cling to him, as he didn't wish to argue that she was nothing more to him than a means to relieve his tensions. He just couldn't spare the energy it would take to argue against the girl. Theodore Nott sat on Pansy's other side and was strangely quiet throughout the trip. Nott usually was the most vocal about what he wanted to accomplish in the coming year. Draco didn't really pay it any mind, however, as his own head was filled with plans. He had 2 jobs to do. One was to repair the vanishing cabinet he knew to be resting in the room of lost items, as his master had called it. The second was to kill the supposed greatest wizard to ever lived, Albus Dumbledore. It was that task that was giving him such a headache. For every idea he thought of, he managed to find a way that Dumbledore might prevent it from working. He'd read everything in the Malfoy family library, and now had a very extensive knowledge of poisons and curses. He had several backup plans that would use that knowledge, but he was hopping for a bit of inspiration. Something grand. Something that would show the whole world just how powerful and cunning he was. Just when it started to get dark, Draco found an excuse to break away from these sycophants and went to the bathroom to change into his robes. 2 things kept repeating themselves in his mind's eye. The first was the very dire warning he had received from his master about failing. He had watched the Dark Lord torture some muggle that his followers had brought before him. The muggle had writhed and screamed under the Cruciatus curse until it began ripping flesh from its face. The act of self-decimation had excited the Dark Lord, and he had intensified the curse. When it was all over, the muggle had died from blood loss. It had eventually ripped its own eyes out and chewed off its own tongue. It had been horrible, didn't even begin to describe it. Yet Draco had not felt the warning or the show had been necessary at all. He would succeed, if only to claim the rewards he'd been promised. He'd seen Daphne Greengrass speaking with her family on the train platform. She looked even better than she had the previous year, and it had stirred him. Many nights over the summer he'd relieved himself thinking of what he would do to the pureblood princess once he had delivered Potter to his lord. She was to be his, and would become the perfect example of pure-blood matrimony. Even as he thought of her writhing under him in ecstasy, he felt his manhood react. He thought for a moment of retrieving Pansy to help him, but decided against it almost at once. He'd made a vow to not succumb to the temptation of the flesh unless it was Daphne Greengrass herself, and besides, Pansy was, so far as he was concerned, quite used up. There was nothing more he could experience with her. Locking the door, he decided to deal with his problem. Flashes of Daphne's dark, smoldering eyes staring up at him while she worshipped him on her knees helped to fuel his need. He shut his eyes tightly and imagined Daphne giving herself to him. Lying on a bed of green silk, her back arched and her legs open to him. He longed to hear her moans of pleasure as he entered her, to feel the warmth of her velvety womanhood surrounding him, squeezing him. "Make love to me, Draco. Make me yours," she would say. She would run her long nails down the flesh of his back as he filled her. She would wrap her legs around him and urge him to go faster, harder, to make her scream with delight. He felt his pleasure mounting as he imagined the different positions he would take her, the many ways in which he knew he would explore her. And with one final image of Daphne bucking her hips against him while he drove into her from behind, Draco felt himself reach his climax. Panting and feeling quite good after his private session, Draco clutched the sink. He looked in the mirror and smiled to himself. All he saw would be his, it was fate. All he had to do was kill that old fool, Dumbledore. Everything else would fall into place after that. Quickly, he cleaned himself and adjusted his new robes to make himself presentable. He gave himself one final look of pride as he turned to leave when the second image that had been haunting him flashed in his mind. His mother, staring at him as he boarded the train. He'd seen her giving him the same look all summer, ever since he'd taken the mark. But that morning, she looked as if she thought she would never again see him, as if he were boarding a train that led to his death. For most of the summer, he'd believed her look to be nothing less than disappointment, but that morning, as he gave one final wave, he understood that he had been partially correct. He had thought that she believed he would fail, but not because he was weak. She thought he would fail because he was given such an impossible task, and he would die at the Dark Lord's hand. Draco tried to shake the sudden rush of fear that washed over him. He knew that he was the only thing his mother cared about. His parents had decidedly different ideas on how to raise him. While his mother had been caring and nurturing, his father had been a strict taskmaster and had always kept his son at a distance. The only times his father had ever done anything for his son had been because it served him in some way. But his mother had always been there, with support and understanding. Draco now felt suddenly guilty in how he had always treated her. Much like his father, he had been aloof and abhorrent of her affections. Yet she had never stopped being there for him. His mother had never lost faith in her son, and had done all she could to try and dissuade him from his vengeance for the insults he had suffered during the previous year. And then, after he had defied her wishes and taken the mark, she had barely spoken to him during the rest of the summer, though she was always there, worrying for his safety. She was wrong to worry. He was not going to fail. He was not going to die. He would be rewarded above all others, and he would get what was rightfully his. Draco unlocked the bathroom door and stepped into the corridor, just as Harry Potter was coming his way. Potter stopped, and Draco had looked the chosen one in the eye, sizing him up. Potter stared right back. It was hard at first not to throw insults or even hex his rival, but he fought down the urge. The time would come, and Potter would know once and for all who the superior wizard was. After Draco had stripped Potter of everything he held dear, Potter would know. And then, the Dark Lord would end his life. Draco gave a little smirk, and then made his way past the golden boy, pushing him with his shoulder as he passed. He didn't even spare a glance as he made his way back to his friends. When the train finally stopped, and he and the rest of his Slytherin circle, all Draco could think was how great the year promised to be. Daphne sat alone at the Slytherin table, as her best friend had yet to appear. Daphne was actually starting to worry about Tracy as the great hall began filling with students. She saw Draco Malfoy followed by his loyal cronies pass her, with little more than a quick glance at her. He wasn't strutting or posturing as he usually did, but he strode with purpose and pride. She remembered Harry and Neville mention encountering the so-called Slytherin prince on the train and how he hadn't tried to insult them or hex them. In fact, he'd acted as if Harry wasn't worth his time. It was so out of character for a boy who'd taken every opportunity to impress upon people he felt were beneath him how superior he felt he was. Odd, she thought. Even more strange to her was the strange way the Slytherin table was filling up. Never before had she seen her housemates shooting such looks at one another. People whom she believed to be close friends the year before were now sitting on opposite sides of the table, not speaking, and looking ready to start dueling. Had something happened to divide the one house of Hogwarts that had essentially always been unified? "Hi, Daphne." Daphne looked up and gave a half-hearted wave, and then did a double take. Millie, Millicent Bulstrode, was now sitting down across from her dorm mate, and Daphne was in shock. Millie was easily one of the bigger girls in the entirety of the school. She was always taller and broader than any of the others, and had a reputation for being somewhat of a brute. However, Daphne knew that she was a very gentle person and quite good-natured. They had become friends in the previous year and helped her break away from the poor influence of Pansy Parkinson. Millicent looked very different from the previous year. She had lost quite a bit of weight, as well as having had her hair done and makeup on her face. While she would never be a model, she was quite pretty now. Daphne was speechless, looking at her dorm mate. "Wow, look at you." Daphne smiled. Millie smiled gratefully. "Thank you. I've never felt better in my life. It's really amazing what a diet and a bit of exercise will do for you." "Why the change?" Daphne asked curiously. "Well, after everything we went through last year with the DA and all, and how I actually made some real friends, I was feeling pretty good about myself, except for how I looked. When I got home, I asked my mum to help me figure out a diet and stuff. She's a Mediwitch, you know, and she and my aunt helped me keep with it all summer. While we were in Bulgaria visiting family, I got a makeover with my cousin, and now..." She waved her hands in front of herself, showing off the results. "Well, I'm truly happy for you. I'm completely gobsmacked by how good you look." "Thanks, you look good too. It looks like you got a lot of sun and stuff," Millie complimented. "Yeah, I was at the beach most of the summer," Daphne admitted, looking at the doors. "Where's Tracy?" Millie asked, following Daphne's gaze. Daphne shrugged. "She kind of had a big crush on Blaze Zabini all summer, and when she saw him on the train, she acted on it. I haven't seen her since." "I haven't seen Blaze either," Millie said. "I guess that explains it. There she is." Daphne smiled, spotting her best friend coming towards them and taking a seat next to Daphne. Her silky blonde hair looked quite dishelmed, and she didn't meet Daphne's eyes as she took her seat and tried to smooth her hair down. Daphne also noticed that she didn't look happy at all. In fact, she looked upset. "Are you okay?" Daphne asked, but Tracy simply nodded and remained silent. Daphne realized that whatever it was, Tracy was not about to start talking about it in the Great Hall. Blaze walked past at that moment, and Tracy's eyes darkened ever so slightly. Daphne didn't miss the look, and knew that things must not have gone as well as Tracy had hoped. Millicent didn't remark on the sudden awkwardness, and the three girls sat in silence until the first years were escorted in and the sorting ceremony began. During the ceremony, Daphne noticed that Tracy didn't applaud for any of the new Slytherins. She also noticed that other Slytherins withheld their applause as certain first years were sorted into their house. When the sorting had finished, and the golden plates filled with food, Daphne and Millicent both began to fill their dishes, while Tracy only took a small roll and began slowly picking it apart, nibbling on the pieces. Daphne sighed heavily as she saw how hard Tracy was trying to keep herself together. "Do you want to go to the common room?" she whispered, but Tracy shook her head. "Later," Tracy whispered. Daphne nodded and went back to her meal, feeling her concerns swelling. "So where were you all summer?" Millicent asked, trying to find something to talk about. "We were on this little island. It was so nice," Daphne said, turning back to the tall girl. "Did you see Harry?" "Almost all summer," Daphne smiled. "He tried to dump me at Ron's funeral, but I went to see him and made him realize his mistake." "Why the hell would he try and dump you?" Millicent asked in shock. "You two always look so happy." "We are," Daphne confirmed. "He was feeling really guilty about what happened." "What did happen?" Millicent asked, leaning forward and lowering her voice. "I am not allowed to talk about it," Daphne said, looking up and down the table. "None of us are." "I won't be the only one to ask," Mill said. "There have been rumors all summer. You know, the papers are calling him the chosen one. They're convinced he's going to be the one to finish you-know-who. Last year, they were saying he'd gone round the twist. More proof that you can't put any stock in anything they report," Daphne sighed. "He looks a lot better than I remember ever seeing him look at the start of the year. He always looked half-starved or something," Millicent remarked, looking over her shoulder and across the Great Hall. "We did a lot of working out," Daphne said, and Millicent turned and gave a lecherous grin. "Exactly what kind of exercise?" Millie asked, arching her eyebrow. Tracy snorted into her juice, and Daphne felt herself blushing. "Have you been talking with my sister?" Daphne hissed, again looking to see if anyone else was listening to their conversation. Her face was quickly starting to glow red, while Tracy was wiping juice off her face with a napkin. "No, why?" Millie asked, looking down the table to see Astoria Greengrass talking animatedly with her friends. "Because she kept hounding me for details on my sex life. Like I'd ever tell her anything that happens between me and Harry," Daphne hissed angrily. "Not that anything did, right?" Tracy commented softly, not looking up. Wait, you're saying you were with him all summer and nothing happened? Millie looked truly surprised. Yes, nothing happened. Not that we didn't want to do anything, but we just couldn't, Daphne admitted, feeling even more humiliated. Millie looked to Tracy, who nodded to confirm Daphne's statement. Oh, you poor, deprived, frustrated girl. Millie looked sadly. I thought for sure you and Harry would be shagging all summer. God, I even managed to get a bit of action while I was in Bulgaria. Oh, Daphne sighed, shoving her plate away and dropping her head to the table. The last thing she wanted to hear was that Millicent Bulstrode, who could have been related to gorillas, if you believed the awful things people said behind her back, had managed to become intimate with a boy she barely knew, while she, Daphne, who'd been dating a boy for nearly a year now, had only got a nice rub-down once. Maybe he's gay, Millie shrugged. Daphne remembered more than a few times during the summer when she had felt Harry's attraction to her press against her while they got a moment to have a good snog. Oh, he's definitely not gay, Daphne said, finally sitting back up. I have a theory, though, and I think the headmaster is behind it. Huh, Millie looked thoroughly confused. Later, Daphne said, not wanting to discuss the subject where anyone could hear. So tell us about your Bulgarian romance, Millie, Tracy asked, her cheerful tone sounding forced. Daphne gave a look of gratitude to her friend, who still would no look her in the eye. Daphne wanted the feast to end so she could find out what was wrong. Harry and his Gryffindor friends were thoroughly enjoying their meal as well as catching up with one another. As always, the food was simply delicious, and after a sumptuous feast, Harry had 3 helpings of his favorite treacle tart. As the plates cleared, Dumbledore stood to make the usual start-of-term announcements. The Great Hall fell silent as every head turned to watch the headmaster as he strode to the podium to address them all. It is very good to meet all of our new students, and even better to see all of our returning students, he said, a soft smile on his weathered face. I would like to introduce Professor Horace Slughorn, who will be teaching potions, as Professor Severus Snape has been asked to fill the position as defense against the dark arts teacher. There was a lot of murmuring and an explosion of applause from the Slytherin table. Only Daphne and Tracy remained quiet, as they had already had a bit of his teaching style during the summer. As always, I must warn that the Forbidden Forest is just that, forbidden to all students. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to tell you all that there is a blanket ban on any product from Weasley Wizard Wheezes. For the full list of banned items, please refer to the list posted outside Mr. Filch's office. Tryouts for the house Quidditch teams will be posted on your common room notice boards. If you have any questions, please see your head of house. Now, if I may have just a few more minutes of your time, I would like to impress upon you the serious situation we find ourselves in this year. As you are all aware, an organization calling themselves the Death Eaters have once again risen up to grip our society in fear. It is our duty to resist them, for freedom is our right. I would ask that you report any activity that you find suspicious, or even outright dangerous to others immediately. All reports will remain anonymous and be investigated immediately. Now, to bed. The students rose almost as one, and Harry and Neville began to flow with the current. Harry smiled at Hermione and Dean Thomas, who'd replaced Ron as the 6th-year prefect, as they helped the 5th-year prefects herd the 1st-year students towards the common room. Mr. Potter, might I have a moment? Professor McGonagall had appeared at his side, and Harry found himself looking back towards the head table, wondering how she had moved so fast through the throng of students. Professor Dumbledore would like to see you in his office. The password is Ice Mice. Harry thanked her, relaying the message, and began making his way to the headmaster's office. He knew that Dumbledore had already planned on beginning their lessons next week. Besides, it was getting late, and Harry doubted that the headmaster wanted to teach him anything tonight. Ice Mice, Harry said to the gargoyle that stood guard before the headmaster's office. The stone statue stretched and yawned as it stepped aside to allow Harry entrance. Harry shook his head, still amazed by the wonder of magic, and stepped onto the rising staircase. He knocked on the door. Enter. Harry opened the door and found Dumbledore pouring 2 cups of tea. Ah, Harry, thank you for coming. Have a seat. Thank you, sir, Harry said politely, as he took his customary seat across from the headmaster, who was taking his own chair. May I ask what this is about, sir? I have 2 requests to make of you this evening. I had planned on discussing them with you during the summer, but as you know, we were all quite busy, and sometimes things get forgotten. Harry nodded and sipped his tea, waiting for the headmaster to continue. Dumbledore looked very tired at the moment, and Harry felt a surge of concern for the old man. "Sir, are you all right? I am quite old and as such no longer have the energy that I did in my youth. But I am well, thank you for your concern, Harry." Harry nodded, though his uneasiness remained. Dumbledore took a long breath before he finally began speaking, addressing the reason he had invited Harry to his office. "Firstly, I do plan to start your education, just as we discussed, beginning at the end of next week. I must ask, however, that you keep what you learn to yourself. I know that you trust your friends, as do I, but anyone can be broken." Dumbledore gave Harry a meaningful look, and Harry found himself nodding. "I know they will understand once you explain that it is on my request." "All right, sir, if you feel it's truly that important." "For now, I do. Yes. The things I plan to show you will no doubt give you an advantage in your coming trials. However, I will save that for our lessons. Now, for the true reason I asked you here tonight. Professor McGonagall has asked that you take over as captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team." Harry's eyes lit up, and he sat up a bit straighter. "I would be honored. I thought you might. You can inform Professor McGonagall tomorrow morning. She will be most pleased, I am sure. I expect you will provide the school with thrilling matches with the team you put together. Though, I think Madame Pomfrey will be a bit distraught to learn you will be returning to the field. You have more than your fair share of sports-related injuries, if I might be so bold." Harry chuckled, as did Dumbledore. "Now, I know that your schedule will be most hectic with all you are taking on, but I must ask if you would be willing to restart the Defense Association Club from last year. It seems such a shame that something so helpful be abandoned. I know that quite a few people benefited from your assistance. Hogwarts has not had so many outstandings in one subject in many, many years." Harry felt himself blush a bit at Dumbledore's compliments, and found himself nodding before thinking too much about it. "Wonderful," Dumbledore smiled. "It would be my pleasure to have the announcement posted on the common room notice boards. It will be up to you to set up a regular meeting schedule, and Professor Snape has consented to be the faculty advisor." Harry suddenly bristled. "With all due respect, sir. Harry, I am well aware of your dislike for Professor Snape and his distaste for you. I have tried many times over this last summer to convince him that you are not your father. Alas, he is one of the most stubborn individuals I have ever met. He clings to his hatred of your father as if it is a lifeline. It is my deepest hope that one day the two of you might find a common ground. I had hoped it would happen last year as he taught you occlumency. In the meantime, I have made it clear that he is no longer to treat you any differently than any other student." Harry rolled his eyes, as he knew very well that Snape would not abide by the headmaster's order on this occasion. However, Harry was quite used to the treatment, and so long as Snape didn't push him too far, Harry felt he could handle it for another year. "Well, that is all for now. You are dismissed to get your rest. Classes begin tomorrow, and I expect you to do your very best, just as you have done all summer. Good night, Harry." "Good night, sir." Harry smiled as he left. He made his way back to the common room, thinking over what Dumbledore had said. He had tried to convince Snape to treat him better, and that he'd been aware of Snape's feeling toward him. Somewhere in the back of his mind, something wasn't making sense. There was something that Dumbledore wasn't saying, but Harry felt he wanted to. He also knew it was about Snape, and that filled Harry with a very unnerving feeling. Daphne, Tracy, and Millicent had all walked down to their common room together after the feast. Daphne had hoped to kiss her boyfriend goodnight before leaving the Great Hall, but he had been stopped by Professor McGonagall, and she could not wait where she was, as the flow of students was too much. She sighed, and tried to make herself feel better with the knowledge that tomorrow she would be able to actually sit with him at meal times. When she arrived in the Slytherin common room, she had expected to find Draco holding court as he usually did. However, Draco was not to be seen, nor were Crabbe or Goyle. Pansy and Knot were whispering together in a corner, and a few others were about, but it looked like most people had gone to bed already. Daphne and Tracy looked at each other and headed off to their dorm. Unfortunately, Millicent followed them, and Daphne knew that she was not going to find out what was bothering her best friend so badly. It was quiet as the three girls changed into their sleepwear and prepared for bed. Daphne kept glancing at Tracy, hoping her friend would open up and tell her what had happened, but Tracy remained resolutely silent. Giving up, Daphne climbed into her bed and closed the curtains to shut out the rest of the world. She heard Tracy climb into the bed next to hers, and a little while later Millicent climbed into her own, and the lights went out. A few minutes later, someone opened the curtains to Daphne's bed and climbed onto the mattress with her, before closing the curtains again and casting privacy charms. Daphne sat up and saw Tracy staring back with tears in her eyes. "What is going on with you?" Daphne asked. "I'm the biggest idiot there is." Tracy fell into Daphne's arms and began sobbing uncontrollably. Daphne was in shock and held her best friend until she could get herself under control. Tracy shook with her sobs and Daphne felt her heart breaking. It took a little while, but Tracy managed to calm herself. "What happened?" Daphne asked again. "I lost control. I never thought it would go that far. I mean, I dreamt about it all summer. I mean, it's all we talked about. My gods, I have never spent so much time trying to relieve myself because all we did was imagine what it would be like." "What are you talking about?" Daphne asked, full of confusion. "I had sex with Blaze." "On the train," Tracy finally confessed. "Oh," Daphne's eyes went wide. "It was a mistake, it just felt so good." "Wait, let's take this slow," Daphne said, trying to wrap her head around what she was being told. "What exactly happened?" "Well, I saw Blaze and I walked up to him." "Yeah, I know, I saw that. Did you even get any of your speech out?" Tracy shook her head. "The moment I saw him and was standing so close, my brain just shut down. All I wanted to do was kiss him, so that's what I did. Then we found a cabin and locked it. We started to talk for a bit and I told him that I really liked him, and he said that he knew. He said that he sensed it last year but wasn't sure, so he didn't try anything. Then we started snogging again and he kept touching me, and gods, it felt like heaven. He tasted so good, and the more he touched me, the more I wanted." Tracy hiccuped and took a few moments to compose herself again. "He cast some charms to make sure we were left alone, and then things got more intense. Everything felt so good, and I just lost all control. He started taking my clothes off, and at first I was scared, but he just kept kissing me, and my body was just humming with excitement. His hands felt so good, and he spent so much time exploring every part of my body, and it felt so good. He kept taking my clothes off, and I started taking his clothes off, and the next thing I knew, he was inside of me." Tracy collapsed into Daphne's arms again, and Daphne held her best friend tightly. She had no words for Tracy, nothing to help her. All she could do was let Tracy cry. Daphne couldn't believe that her best friend had just lost her virginity. She really couldn't believe that Tracy had had sex before she had. Tracy had only been with Blaze for a day. It was just so hard to comprehend everything she had just heard. It felt so good, and I was convinced that I was in heaven. I thought he loved me, and that's why I had let it get so far. Tracy continued. "I wanted to feel loved and important. I wanted Blaze to look at me the way Harry looks at you, or get that same goofy smile Hermione gets after she's been with Neville. I wanted it so much that I didn't think. I just let it all happen." She sobbed for a little longer before once again managing to pull herself together. "When it was over, I tried to talk to him about it all. I wanted to make sure that he felt the same thing. But," Tracy sniffled, and her eyes fell. "He just thanked me for a good time and said if I needed to get off again to let him know. I asked him why we couldn't be together, and he laughed. He asked if I was really ready for another go. When I explained that I wanted to be his girlfriend, he just laughed. He said his mother taught him never to be with one girl, or he could meet the same fate as his father." Daphne was now seething with rage now. Her best friend had been used by a boy she had been in love with. Blaze was all Tracy had talked about all summer, and he had taken advantage of her feelings and used her just as Malfoy had done to Pansy for years. The difference was, Tracy now understood it, and it had broken her heart. "I can't believe I let him have sex with me. He didn't love me, I threw myself at him and he just," Tracy wailed, and Daphne's heart broke more. "I'm such an idiot." "No, you're not an idiot. Blaze is the idiot. You just wanted what any of us want," Daphne tried. "It's not your fault." "I let it happen, Daph. I let him use me," Tracy groaned pitifully. "No, he took advantage of you. You felt something for him and he used it. You deserve better." "But I thought for sure." "Because you spent all summer thinking he would be the perfect guy for you. You didn't really know him. Nobody really does. He never talks to anyone, really, so how could you know? And I didn't help because I was with Harry and Hermione was with Neville. How can you spend all summer with that and not want it for yourself?" Tracy nodded and wiped at her eyes. "I really did a great job of screwing everything up." "Exactly how did you do that?" Daphne asked with a wry look. "I had this whole perfect picture in my head. I was going to start with a great boyfriend, and this was going to be such a great year. After all summer listening to you and Hermione whine about getting physical and how randy I've been, I guess I couldn't help it when I managed to get some attention. I just never intended." I know. You're not going to do yourself any good by dwelling on it, Daphne said, giving her friend a reassuring squeeze. But now you know to use your head and not let it happen again. I think I'm done with boys, Tracy groaned, wiping her eyes while Daphne chuckled at her declaration. No, you're not, Daphne said. You'll just do better research before you go allowing another boy to get in your knickers. You'll take your time and get to know him and build trust before you shag him. Tracy moaned and covered her face with her hands. I'm sorry, Daphne said softly. You're right, though, Tracy sniffled. It'll be a long time before I let anyone get that close to me. Unless you meet the right one. Don't build up a wall that no one has any hope of breaching, or you could miss out. I'm truly sorry that things went so wrong with Blaze, but that doesn't mean there isn't someone more deserving of you. You're my best friend, Tracy, and I know that you're going to do great things. I have no doubt in my mind that some guy is going to fall madly in love with you, and you'll get all the happiness you deserve. Tracy hugged Daphne tightly and thanked her. Daphne promised that she would see to it that Blaze got what he deserved for his actions, but Tracy shook her head. Just let it alone. He doesn't deserve any more attention from either of us. Daphne nodded and sighed. Her brain was burning with questions, but she knew now was not the time to ask any of them. Tracy needed time to heal from her heartbreak, and Daphne planned to do all she could to help, because Tracy would have done it for her if the situation was reversed. They had been friends since they met 3 years before coming to Hogwarts, and Daphne couldn't imagine her life without Tracy at her side. Daphne awoke in the morning and prepared for the day. Once she and Tracy were showered and dressed, they gathered their things for classes and headed up to the Great Hall where they planned to meet Harry and the others. They were a bit surprised to find Harry already waiting for them. We're closer to the Great Hall. I thought for sure I'd be waiting for you. Daphne smiled as she got her first taste of her boyfriend. His lips felt so nice first thing in the morning. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze as she pulled away. Harry smiled. I'm so used to getting up early and exercising that I got up at 5 and did a couple of laps around the lake. I don't want to get lazy. You could have told me last night I would have joined you. Daphne made a face. Tracy also looked a bit put out. I wasn't alone. Millicent was out there. She kept me company. She really changed a lot over the halls. Should I be jealous? Daphne quipped, and Harry captured her lips again. No, he said simply. My heart belongs to you. Hungry? Tracy said rather harshly, and started pushing them into the Great Hall. Harry threw a questioning glance at Daphne, but the brunette shook her head. I'll be with you in a minute, Harry said as they found a place along the Gryffindor table to sit. I need to speak with Professor McGonagall for a minute. Both girls nodded and sat down as Harry ran towards the head table. Good morning, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said as Harry approached. Good morning, Professor. I just wanted to let you know that I'd be happy to take up the captaincy of the team if you'd still like me to. Oh, wonderful. I've already been asked by several people about tryouts. I do hope you can manage to capture the cup for us this year. I will do my best, ma'am, Harry smiled. Very well. Since you are here, why don't we sort out your schedule? You did quite well on your owls, and I was very pleased with your transfiguration marks. Very pleased indeed. You did well enough in every subject to continue on your path to becoming an Auror, if you still wish to pursue that. I do, very much, but I thought I needed an outstanding in potions. I only got an E, Harry said, looking a bit confused. Yes, but we do have a new potions professor, as I'm sure you recall, and Professor Slughorn gladly accepts E students into advanced potions. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't get the materials. I'm sure Professor Slughorn will be glad to lend you whatever you need until you can get yourself sorted. Here you are. Professor McGonagall handed him his timetable, and he thanked her before returning to his friends. Hermione and Neville had joined them at the Gryffindor table and were already eating when Harry sat down. Where did you go this morning? Neville asked. You weren't in your bed when I woke up. I took a run around the lake. I thought that was just for the summer. Neville looked frightened and began looking for any sign of Mad-Eye Moody. It was, but if you don't keep up, you get slow and possibly fat. Harry grinned. All 3 girls looked at him scandalized. I am not getting fat, Daphne huffed. Tracy shook her head vehemently and pushed away her rather full plate of food. We don't need to do it every day, Hermione said, still glaring at Harry. But it's probably a good idea to keep up with it. We don't want to lose our edge. What did Dumbledore want last night? You talked to Dumbledore, Daphne asked. Yeah, he wanted to remind me that we're starting lessons at the end of the week, and then asked if I would be captain of the Quidditch team and head up the DA this year. He wants the DA to continue, Neville asked, toast halfway to his mouth. Harry shrugged. He said that everyone who was in it did really well on their owls and he'd like it to continue. He said Snape would be advising. Neville got a strange gleam in his eye at that, and Harry remembered their impromptu duel during the summer. Neville's power was growing with his confidence, and Harry was sure that one day soon the two might have a rematch, and this time Snape would actually have to truly defend himself. "What did you say?" Daphne asked. "I said yes. How could I not? I think it's really important that people are able to fight back or at the very least defend themselves. If it's open to the entire school, there could be a lot of problems. Not everyone is at our level," Hermione said, and Daphne nodded. "Maybe I can get anyone who was in it last year to help out with the new people." Harry shrugged, and Hermione smiled. "That's a good idea." They began chatting idly about what they could pass on from what they had learned over the summer, while they finished their breakfast. After a bit, McGonagall came by and helped them set up their timetables for the coming term. Hermione was able to take every class she wanted, while Neville didn't quite manage the grade he needed to continue in Transfiguration, though McGonagall did comment how impressed she was with his owl score in the subject. She then noticed that both Tracy and Daphne were looking at her expectantly. "I am sorry, ladies, but you will have to see Professor Snape for your schedules. I only have the results for Gryffindor students." "That's all right, Professor," Tracy said, her tone still rather down. Neville and Hermione both looked to Daphne, who once again shook her head quickly. She and Tracy got up to retrieve their schedules from their head of house, who looked quite surly at their approach. "Miss Greengrass and Miss Davis," Snape said, with the barest hint of contempt for his students. Daphne remembered how he used to treat them before she and Harry had begun dating, and his treatment of them now. Though he still treated them better than people from other houses, the snide remarks and sarcastic tone were quite noticeable. "I am very pleased with your owl scores. You both did exemplary despite the constant bad influence of your chosen compatriots," he said with a sneer. Daphne and Tracy remained quiet as he adjusted their timetables. Neither of them felt the need to rise to his insults. They simply glanced at one another and waited for their head of house to hand them their schedules. Snape eyed them both for a long moment before he finally handed over their schedules. "A bit of caution to you both. You may have noticed a slight divide within your house. I would advise against saying or doing anything to aggravate any tempers," he said before waving them off. The girls headed back to their friends, both wearing puzzled expressions. "What was that about?" Tracy asked, looking over her shoulder at the Slytherin table. "No idea, but it might be wise to listen to him in this instance. I did notice something very strange last night at the feast." "What do you mean?" "Just certain people glaring at each other. People who I thought were friends or at least friendly, you know." Tracy shook her head and Daphne sighed. "Forget it, what do you have first?" "Arithmancy." "Me too, and I'm willing to bet Hermione has it as well." "Good, I liked having a couple of classes with just us girls." "Hey," Harry smiled as Daphne sat next to him. "Hi, what's your schedule like?" "Busy today. Free period, then potions, then transfiguration. Arithmancy, potions, then free period." "I've got arithmancy too." Hermione sat up. "Are you taking runes as well?" "No, ultimately I'd like to write like my mother, and I never really liked runes. I only took it so I wouldn't have to do divination." Daphne shrugged. "With how tough things are going to get, I figured I'd drop it." "Tracy," Hermione asked hopefully. "Yeah. I've got nearly the exact same as last year, except I dropped care of magical creatures." Harry suddenly dropped his fork with a loud clatter. "Did anyone sign up for creatures?" 4 heads shook and Harry suddenly went white. "Hagrid's going to be really hurt. He thinks we love that class." "What? No one likes that class," Tracy said, looking scandalized. She, like Daphne, had come to really like the half-giant professor, but his class left a lot to be desired. It was too terrifying to even consider continuing in. "Maybe I'll see if he'd like help during my free periods or something," Harry suggested. "I didn't even think. I don't know if you'll have much time, Harry," Hermione said. "We're going to be getting loads of homework and the classes are going to be really tough. On top of that, you've now got Quidditch, DA, and lessons with Dumbledore." "I know, but I feel really bad. He's my friend." "He's all of our friend, Harry," Daphne said sadly. "But you have to admit, his class is downright frightening. I had nightmares about those Scroots for months afterwards." "I'm going to try and help him," Harry said firmly. "I owe it to him. I'll see you in potions." With that, he got up, gave Daphne a soft kiss, and headed out onto the grounds. "Noble to the end," Daphne sighed. "Now I feel even worse." Harry marched out to the grounds and down to Hagrid's hut. The half-giant hadn't been to breakfast, so Harry hoped to catch him at his hut. He knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Harry knocked again, hoping that maybe Hagrid hadn't heard. "Hagrid," Harry called. After a bit, Harry started to head back up to the castle when he heard a familiar bark. Out of the forest, Fang, Hagrid's enormous boarhound, came bouncing out of the wood and right towards Harry, nearly knocking him flat as he attempted to lick Harry's ears. "It's good to see you too, Fang. Where's Hagrid?" "Good morning, Harry. Wha brings ya down air?" "I wanted to see you. You see, I didn't take your class this year. I'm sorry, Hagrid, but I don't worry about tha," Hagrid said, giving Harry a pat on the back, nearly knocking him over. "I gathered tha your schedule might be pretty full. I know ya been trainin' all summer. I kinda figured you might not have tha much time, and I know ya don't need to take my class to be an Auror." "You're not upset?" Harry asked, looking concerned. "Well, I'd be lying if I didn't tell ya I weren't sad tha I'd not be seeing ya in me class, but I understand. Well, I'm going to have a few free periods, and I'd like to help in your classes if I can. I likely won't be able to help all the time, what with homework and all, but I think I'd like tha. When ya can, o' course. Ya'll still come and visit with me, won't ya?" "Definitely," Harry smiled. Hagrid beamed at him, and together they began walking back up to the castle. Hagrid told Harry that Aragog, the giant spider that he and Ron had met in their second year, was sick, and it was likely he was going to die. Harry felt bad for Hagrid, as he knew that he had raised the spider from an egg. It was one of Hagrid's oldest friends. Harry vowed to do his best to help out Hagrid, who was his oldest friend. After all, Hagrid meant a great deal to him, and if losing Ron had taught him anything, it was not to take anyone in his life for granted. Daphne, Tracy, and Hermione waited in the hall outside the potions class for Harry to join them. Neville, who was not taking potions, was presumably up in the Gryffindor common room. During their arithmancy class, Hermione, who had noticed Tracy's dark mood, had gotten the blonde Slytherin to open up about what had happened between her and her intended boyfriend. Needless to say, Hermione was scandalized and very, very angry. "I still say you should do something to him," Hermione said softly. Tracy simply shook her head. "I just want to forget it ever happened. I'm just going to focus on school and our training." Daphne sighed. She felt horrible that her best friend was suffering. At that moment, Blaise Zabini himself rounded the corner and headed inside the class. "Just great," Tracy sighed, banging the back of her head on the stone wall she was leaning against. "How am I supposed to get past it if I have to look at his smug face all the time? You could give him really big boils on his—" "Daphne," Hermione hissed, looking a bit embarrassed and at the same time rather approving. "I'm just saying." Daphne shrugged. "I just wanted to feel how you guys feel when you're with the boys. Now all I feel is dirty." Trace shivered. "Hey!" Harry smiled as he appeared around the corner. "Hey!" Daphne smiled. She understood what Tracy had been saying now. Just seeing Harry filled her with warmth and made her light up. The way he smiled at her was like the greatest cheering charm ever. If their roles were reversed, Daphne would have been terribly jealous of Tracy for what she had. It was no wonder she had lost her inhibitions with Blaise in those moments on the train. "You okay, Tracy? You look like you just swallowed a spoonful of stink sap," Harry asked with concern. "I'll be all right, Harry, but thanks for asking," Tracy said sadly as she led the group into the class. "Is she?" Harry began. "It's a girl thing," Daphne said, and that seemed to be enough for Harry. Daphne and Harry took a table together, while Hermione and Tracy took one right next to them. Harry dropped his bag and went to Professor Slughorn. "Professor, I'm sorry, but I didn't know until this morning that I could take this class. I didn't get anything I needed." Yes. Professor McGonagall mentioned it to me this morning. I have a spare textbook here until you can order one of your own, and there is plenty of ingredients in the store cupboard until you can update your kit. Here you are," Slughorn smiled, handing over the textbook. "Off you go." Slughorn stepped to the front of the class, getting the students' attentions. "Well, as you can clearly see, I have a few potions for us to examine before we start class today. These are things you will be making over the course of the year, with a few exceptions. Let's start with this one," Slughorn said, filling a ladle and showing it to the class. Harry was unsurprised to see Hermione raise her hand. "Yes, my dear, you are." "Hermione Granger, sir. That's Veritaserum, or Truth Potion." "Very good." 5 points to Gryffindor. "Now this one, let's have someone else try you there." Harry turned and felt his shoulders tense. Draco Malfoy was sitting with Blaise Zabini at a nearby table, his lip curled in his patented sneer as he stood to better examine the potion Slughorn was now pointing to. "Draco Malfoy, I believe it's Polyjuice Potion," Draco drawled. "Well done. 5 points to Slytherin. Yes, a tricky potion to make and rather time-consuming." Both Harry and Hermione gave each other a small grin. Daphne saw this and made a mental note to ask about it later. This one should be quite easy. Slughorn began a Mortentia. Pansy Parkinson said from behind Harry. She was sitting next to Theodore Knott, who was glaring daggers at Harry. Very good. Slughorn grinned broadly. Another 5 points to Slytherin. Yes, a very strong love potion that smells distinctly different to everyone based on what that person finds attractive. Now, a Mortentia does not create real love, of course, but it creates a strong attraction to whomever the maker wishes. I wonder if any of you would be willing to take a smell and tell the class what it is you smell. Miss Granger. Hermione blushed a bit, but stood from her seat and approached the cauldron and took a long inhale. Harry suddenly wished Neville were here for this, as it was almost a given that he would be blushing to his toes. Fresh-turned soil, sea air, and... Hermione was blushing crimson now. Chocolate. Shaking, Hermione quickly moved back to her seat, glaring hard at Daphne, who was trying to stifle her giggling. What about you? Daphne's giggles suddenly ceased, and she felt herself getting warm. Come on, don't be shy. Slughorn chuckled, waving her up to the front. Daphne stood, and she glanced quickly at Harry, who looked mortified as he watched her step closer to the love potion. Daphne, keeping her eyes on Harry, took a small sniff, and then another, and then, closing her eyes, took a long sniff of the very pleasant fragrance. I smell soap and broom polish. Daphne inhaled again. And fresh-baked treacle tart. Harry's head hit the table with a thud, and Daphne came back to reality. There were quite a few sniggers and a wolf whistle or two. Settle down, Slughorn called, a broad smile on his face. Let's have a gent, shall we? Mr. Malfoy, would you care to? Not really, no, Draco said, his eyes darting to Daphne and then back to Slughorn. Oh, come now, Mr. Malfoy, it's only a bit of fun. Draco shook his head quickly, and Slughorn sighed. Mr. Potter, how about you? Harry was about to decline as well, but a longing look from Daphne made him change his mind. He knew she must be curious about how she smelled to him, and since she had done it, it only seemed fair. I smell vanilla and peaches. Harry smiled, smelling a bit more of the love potion and feeling a bit loopy and stupid. Suntan lotion. Daphne's face could have lit up all of London at that moment. More catcalls came from the other students, and Harry sat back down feeling a little out of sorts. Both Hermione and Tracy were having great difficulty in keeping from laughing. Sir, Ernie Macmillan asked, getting the class to calm a bit. What's that one? Ernie was pointing to a small vial of very bright gold liquid. Slughorn's eyes lit up at once as he went over to the vial and took it out of its holder. This, he said, holding it up so all the students could see, is called Felix Felicis. Slughorn's smile broadened. Better known as liquid luck. A very tricky and temperamental concoction, it has the power to grant the drinker success in whatever they undertake. This vial has enough for a full 12 hours of good luck, and it is the prize for today's lesson. I must warn you that it is a banned substance in all sporting activities and should be taken sparingly. Too much and you will find yourself becoming dangerously overconfident, and if that occurs, even old Felix won't save you should you decide to fight a dragon, eh? Slughorn laughed, and Daphne gave a quick grin to Harry had fought a dragon without the help of liquid luck, and come out all right in the end. We have just enough time, I think, for you all to brew up the draft of living death. Whomever brews the best example will win this vial to use however they like. Begin, Slughorn said, and Harry had never seen such a rush to get started on assignment. Harry noticed Malfoy's intense look of concentration as he looked over his instructions. He idly wondered what Malfoy would use liquid luck for. Turning to his own book, Harry got down to business. The class remained very quiet of voices, as everyone was very focused on following the instructions carefully. The most difficult part seemed to be the cutting of Sopophorus beans, which proved to be tricky little devils. Once they'd been cut the first time, it got easier, but many people got hit by runaway beans. Glancing about as the class was nearly over, he saw that the best two were Hermione and Daphne. Daphne's potion looked nearly finished and had a near-perfect lilac color as described in the book, while Hermione's was a bit darker. Harry had managed a light purple and was quite proud of it, as if Snape had been teaching. Harry felt his potion would be black and quite thick. Time's up, Slughorn cried. He began walking past each table and taking a look and a stir. Malfoy's potion was a dark lavender and looked rather sludgy. Slughorn gave an approving nod of Harry's and stopped short with Daphne's. He continued on and had to keep going back and forth between Daphne's and Hermione's. Finally, after several minutes, he declared Daphne the winner and handed her the vial of liquid luck. Congratulations and 20 points to Slytherin, Slughorn said proudly. Good job. Harry smiled at Daphne, who beamed. I thought Hermione was going to win, Daphne said, looking to Hermione, who was smiling back. You got your bean cut much sooner than I did. If I'd had a few more minutes, I might have had a better finished potion. Thank you, Daphne smiled. I don't know why, but I thought you'd be upset. Nah, Hermione grinned. Who needs luck when you've got brains? Tracy sniggered, and after a moment, Daphne got the back-handed insult. Hey, Draco was really angry. He had needed that potion. He wasn't so arrogant that he couldn't admit to himself that he needed a little help with his task. Thankfully, the potion would be close, and with a bit of help, he would be able to get his hands on it. He would need to wait a few days, and hope that Daphne didn't use it, or all of it, at any rate, and then he could get into the girls' dorm and steal it. Pansy would be most willing, and he could get a little something extra for his effort. Sure, he'd be breaking his vow, but he didn't have to shag her. She could use her mouth for something other than talking, after all. Once she finished him off, a quick stupefy, and then he could go through Greengrass' trunk and get that lovely little vial, and maybe a memento. For now, he had to get up to the 7th floor to get a look at the broken cabinet at last. His master's instructions led him to a painting, a picture he knew quite well. It was across from the vanishing room that Potter had used to hold his illegal meetings the year before. Draco was still seething that Dumbledore's golden boy had somehow managed to escape punishment. It was obvious to him now that Umbridge had not been as capable as he'd believed. What other reason could there be for her getting the Dementor's kiss? Draco shook the thoughts away and began packing back and forth in front of the portrait of the dancing trolls, concentrating on the room of lost things. Slowly, a door began to materialize, and Draco smiled. If the rest of this task proved to be this easy, Potter would be dead in a fortnight, and Daphne Greengrass would be under him, right where she belonged. Opening the door, Draco saw that the room was immense, far greater than the Great Hall. There were mountains of bric-a-brac. Books, fanged frisbees, empty fire whiskey bottles, things he'd never even dreamed he'd see in person. Draco thought he saw a pair of girls' underwear as he made his way into the labyrinth, searching for the cabinet. He made a note to look through the room at length and see if there were anything truly worth procuring for his own later. He found the cabinet after a quarter of an hour searching, just as his master had described it. It was very large and intricately decorated. Draco opened the door and was surprised to see that it looked very dull on the inside. But then again, there was truly no reason for decoration inside, was there? He felt a strange sort of pull on his middle, as if the cabinet were trying to suck him inside. He arched an eyebrow at that, and wondered if that was one of the problems he would have to fix before it was useful once again. Draco closed the door and pulled his wand. He'd read just about every book he could on repairing magical items, but as he'd been away from Hogwarts, he'd been unable to practice. It would have been his death if he'd received a notice from the Ministry about underage magic, especially with the Dark Lord ruling the manor. Now it was time to try his hand. Flicking his wand, he tried to run a diagnostic spell to find the source of the problem. The spell washed over the cabinet, but nothing happened. Draco knew he was supposed to see something that would tell him what he needed to concentrate on. Something would glow, or words would appear, but nothing happened. He tried the spell again with the same results. Damn, he said, staring at the cabinet. He went to a nearby pile of refuse and picked up a stray sherry bottle and opened the cabinet, setting the bottle inside. He shut the door and heard a faint whoosh sound. Opening the door again, the bottle had vanished. He hoped that maybe the cabinet was not broken at all, that his master had been mistaken. If that were the case, Draco knew the bottle would return with a sign that his fellow Death Eaters had received it. After half an hour of waiting and half-interested browsing through the piles of discarded and lost items, he returned to check. Nothing. Draco tried several different spells on the cabinet, each more complicated and draining than the last, trying to discern the reason for the malfunction, but nothing came up. That is, until he performed a very difficult spell meant to detect magical blocks. Draco fell onto his rear end after casting the spell. He'd never even attempted anything so hard in all his life, and was surprised that he'd managed it correctly his first time. The cabinet glowed red for a moment before returning to its natural state. Draco fell back, sighing that he'd managed to discover what the actual problem was. Then the weight of the problem settled on him. A magical block would be quite difficult to remove, and worse, if his memory served him well, Red meant multiple blocks, more than 10 to be precise. One block was difficult enough, as you had to discover exactly what was being blocked and what spells were doing it. The problem was expounded by more blocks. If he'd taken ancient runes, he might have had an easier time. Some runes were good for detecting and even breaking such blocks, or so he'd heard. It was never more clear that he either had to get his hands on that luck potion or learn to make his own. He now realized the true scope of his mission, and the Dark Lord was not a patient man. Draco would have to spare every moment he could to solving this riddle, as well as the second half of his task. Fortunately, things were already in motion to accomplish that. Sitting up. Draco felt thoroughly drained. That last spell had truly done a number on him. He got to his feet shakily and decided to go down to the kitchens to get some food. Afterwards, he'd go to the library to look up luck potion and detecting magical blocks. He took a few steps before nearly falling over. Perhaps the research could wait for another day. Food, and then bed. After all, he needed to be at his best for when he finished off that old goat, Dumbledore, and claimed Greengrass for his own. Oh, how he would savor the image of Potter's face when he took her right in front of him and made him watch. Draco felt a surge of energy as he left the room of lost things and headed to the kitchens. He was getting closer to his victory, and it tasted so delicious. The first week of class passed in a blur for the sixth-year Hogwarts students. The homework their teachers assigned them was significantly more than they had yet received in their entire school careers, and already some people were falling behind. Nearly every class ended with a collective groan from students as they received their assignments. Daphne and Tracy were thankfully not among those unfortunate students who had become overwhelmed by homework. They had diligently used every free period given them to use the library and write out every one of their essays, and even to practice the new spells. Having already learned to do everything non-verbally, that summer had given them a slight advantage over the rest of the sixth years, with exception to their 3 Gryffindor friends. So, at a bit past 8 on Friday evening, Tracy and Daphne were sequestered in a quiet corner of the Slytherin common room finishing the last bit of homework they had been assigned for the week. And that is, Transfiguration finished, Daphne said emphatically, placing the final period on her S. I think that's it. Now what are you going to do the rest of the weekend? Tracy asked, slightly bitter. Her mood had not improved over the week. Daphne was starting to really worry about her best friend. She had heard Tracy crying a couple of times during the week when she thought everyone was asleep. Daphne simply couldn't think of anything that might help lift her friend out of her misery. Trace, I wish there was something I could do to make things better. Why don't we hang out this weekend? Just the 2 of us. We can look up interesting spells, see if we can get a unicorn to come out of the forest. No, we can use the room of requirement and see what it can do. We talked about it most of last year. What about Harry? Tracy asked, looking a bit hopeful. Her tone was still grim, but her eyes had a bit of their familiar sparkle back. He'll understand. He's been worried about you anyway. I haven't told him anything, but he keeps asking if you're all right. Besides, he's got his lesson tonight and Quidditch tryouts tomorrow. I'm sure he'll be fine, Daphne said, waving off Tracy's concern. And what about you? How are you going to manage without one single smooch from lover boy? Tracy's tone was still sullen, but her eyes lit up a bit at her jab. Why wouldn't you want to use the room to create the perfect lover's getaway? A truly inspired idea that I will file away for later use, but you're my best friend. Right now, you need me, and I want to help you. Tracy smiled lightly and gave a small nod to her best friend. Hey. Daphne's younger sister said jovially as she sat herself down next to Daphne. Is it me, or have you two noticed how tense the mood is in the house? I mean, it's like there's this silent war going on. And what's really weird is that Draco Malfoy has been so non-existent. I mean, he should have given at least 2 speeches by now, telling us how we should all do what we could to get rid of those stupid Gryffindors. But I haven't even seen him since the train. It's really bizarre, and I'm having a hard time not starting a party or something. So what are the 2 of you doing tucked away in a corner of the common room on a Friday night when you should both be out snogging the brains out of your men? Astoria grinned like a Cheshire cat. Why are you so interested in my love life? Daphne asked, her irritation rising. Don't you have boys of your own age you could be flirting with or something? Conceited much? Astoria asked in disgust. I'm just as interested in Tracy's love life. I thought for sure she and Blaze would be an item now, instead of him slobbering all over Tabitha Bowl. What makes you think I even like him? Tracy asked. Astoria rolled her eyes. You were practically drooling over him during all the DA meetings. You laughed at every one of his stupid jokes and you took every opportunity to touch him that you could. I thought it was pretty clear. So did everyone else. Everyone else, Tracy hissed loudly. A quick glance showed her no one was listening to them, and she turned back to Astoria. What do you mean, everyone else? The rest of the DA. Susan Bones, the Paddles, that Lavender girl, Hannah Abbott, Luna, even the Creevy brothers noticed and their boys. They even asked me if you were going out. I told them you weren't, but I thought for sure you'd try and get him this year. Had he already asked out Tabitha when you asked him? Are you sure they're dadding and not just snogging or something else? Tracy asked, her face flushing as she began to shake. Daphne reached out and clutched her shoulder comfortingly. Not the way she tells it. She was talking to Seraphim Vasey about how nice it's been and how gentlemanly Blaze is and what a great kisser and all that. She said it's been the best week of her life and how she still couldn't believe he'd asked her out. But he told me he said. Tracy began to cry, looking between Daphne and Astoria. Oh gods, what did I do? Tor, get our stuff, please. Daphne asked, gathering Tracy and hurrying her to the girls' dorm before everyone saw her burst into tears. Astoria nodded and began gathering her sister and Tracy's things and then followed them into the sixth-year girls' dorm. By the time she got there, Tracy was sobbing fully as she was rocked by Daphne. He said that he didn't want a girlfriend. Tracy groaned. She clutched Daphne's robes to keep from falling over in her despair. Did she ask him out? Astoria asked, starting to look angry. It's a bit more complicated, Tori. Don't worry about it, please. Daphne pleaded with her younger sister, who for once nodded and remained quiet. HEI, what did I do? I'm so stupid. I can't believe I let him. I should have stopped it. Tracy moaned into Daphne's shoulder. No, now we've been over this. You made a mistake. He used you. He's the one who should feel bad, not you. It's time you stopped feeling guilty over it. You wanted something from him, and he took advantage of that. I thought I wanted him to, but I thought we'd be together afterward. Why did he use me like that? What's wrong with me? Tracy howled. Astoria gave a soft "oh," and her hand went to her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. Daphne glanced up again and saw the expression of compassion on her younger sister's face. Astoria was pretty good at piecing together things from very few facts and usually came very close to the real truth. Daphne often wondered why her sister hadn't ended up in Ravenclaw, and then Astoria would do something, usually at her expense, that would show why Astoria was truly a Slytherin. I'll kill him, Astoria said, her voice low, her eyes narrowed. I'll find the very worst curse I can and test it on him. I'll put everlasting boils on his bits. Not really helping, Tori, though I appreciate the thoughts. Daphne smiled, and Astoria simply shook her head. While they weren't close by any stretch of the imagination, Astoria was protective of Tracy, whom she considered family. I need to talk to him, Tracy said, sitting up. I need to know why we couldn't. No, Astoria said, vehemently shaking her head. You don't own that festering pile of acromantula droppings, a god's damned thing. He should be on his knees pleading for the opportunity to lick the dirt off your shoes. She's right. Daphne agreed, trying not to chuckle at the image of the aristocratic-looking Blaze on his knees licking Tracy's very muddy shoes. No, I appreciate that you both want to support me, but I have to know. If I don't, it's going to drive me insane. I have to know. Well, do me a favor, Daphne asked. Wait until tomorrow. You're in no shape to talk to him right now. Sleep on it, and if in the morning you still feel the same, I'll help you find the bastard, all right? Tracy thought it over for a moment and sagged a bit before nodding. Daphne made good sense. If she went to face Blaze now, she'd become more emotional than she was already, and that wouldn't accomplish anything. He would likely not even talk to her if she were a blubbering mess. Boys just couldn't handle that sort of thing. I'm going to get ready for bed, she said, sniffling, and then heading off to the bathroom. If he hurts her anymore, I'll make it my personal mission to cause him severe pain and make him lose the use of his wand for good. Astoria scowled as she started to leave. Maybe make it to where he pees acid or something. Daphne couldn't help but laugh at her sister's indignation, as she felt just as angry. Unfortunately, Daphne knew it was truly Tracy's problem, and as such it was up to Tracy to handle it. Daphne just hoped that her best friend would stop feeling sorry for herself and get mad at the person who was truly at fault. Maybe after she spoke to him about it the next day. Another little smile formed on Daphne's lips. An angry Tracy was a fun Tracy, so long as you weren't the target of her anger. Harry Potter was practically skipping towards the headmaster's office. Not only had he managed to keep on top of his immense pile of homework, with more than a little help from Hermione and Daphne, but he'd gotten through the week without a detention from Snape or even a pissing match with Draco Malfoy. So far as Harry was concerned, it had been a truly great week. Tomorrow held the promise of Quidditch tryouts, which Harry was looking forward to. Katie Bell, Cormac McLaggen, and Ginny had all asked him what he'd planned, and each had told them they were ready to try out for him. Harry had almost waved it off until Katie told him not to assume they were the best possible people for the team simply because they had played the year before. Harry saw the wisdom in her words and agreed that all former members would try out just the same as anyone else. But best of all, tonight was to be his first lesson with Professor Dumbledore. The headmaster had spent most of the summer educating him and his friends on their enemy, Lord Voldemort, and now he felt had a very good understanding of the Dark Wizard. All he needed was a better spell repertoire in order to meet the Dark Lord in combat and hopefully end his reign of terror, as well as his life. "Ah, come in, Harry. Right on time." Dumbledore smiled as Harry entered the headmaster's office. "Please have a seat. How has your first week been?" "Good, sir. I've been told that you've been assisting Hagrid with a few of his classes." Yeah," Harry gave a small smile. "I felt a little bad that I didn't take his class. And once again you show what an upstanding individual you have become." Dumbledore smiled, rising from his seat. "And things between you and Miss Greengrass?" Harry felt a bit of a bush creep up his cheeks. "They're good. I only wish we had a bit of time to spend together where we weren't training of anything like that." "I understand. It's important to have a bit of time to just be young and in love. I will try my best to allow you both that time. However, it will be difficult as we have quite a task ahead of us." "Sir, have you managed to locate any more of his Horcruxes?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I am afraid not. I feel I am close, but I have yet to discover any more since I found the ring. I am almost sure there is one here in the school, but as you are no doubt aware, it is a very big castle and even I don't know all of its secrets. Perhaps I could help. You have enough to be getting on with at the moment, I'm afraid." Dumbledore smiled kindly. "Tonight, Harry, I would like for you to take a walk with me." Harry stood and followed the headmaster out of his office. They did not speak again until they were in the hallway and moving towards the grounds. "So what will I be learning, sir?" Harry asked, barely containing his anticipation. "Something I feel will be an indispensable skill for you in the future, a skill used mostly by professional curse breakers." "Warding?" Harry asked curiously. Dumbledore began to chuckle. "Very close, Harry. I wish to teach you how to detect residual magic." "I don't understand. Why would I need that?" Harry asked, a bit disappointed. "Harry, the ability to feel magic would help you a great deal. You will not only be able to tell if something is cursed, but what spells or enchantments are placed upon that item or place." "You mean I'll be able to tell if I'm about to get hurt or walk into a trap?" "Precisely." Dumbledore smiled. "However, it would be most difficult to teach you within the castle, as it is constantly humming with magic. With so many students performing spells all the time, you would go quite mad trying to discern individual magic in all that muck." "So where are we going?" Harry asked as they stepped out onto the grounds. "The Shrieking Shack will be our classroom for this evening." Dumbledore smiled. The two companions walked down to the front gates of the school and down the path to Hogsmeade. When they were a few hundred feet from the Hogwarts gates, Dumbledore offered his arm. "I think it would be a waste of our precious time to walk the entire way." Dumbledore smiled. Harry took the elder man's arm, wincing at what he knew was coming. They apparated into what should have been the sitting room of the Shrieking Shack, and Harry wobbled on his feet for a moment. "Perhaps next time we could just ride brooms here," Harry said. Dumbledore grinned. "I assure you, Harry, you will get used to it in time. It is much better when you apparate yourself. In fact, there will be lessons offered later in the year. I recommend that you sign up. Apparating, while uncomfortable, is a very good skill to have under your belt. You never know when you might need to pop away." Harry couldn't help but smile, and once his head stopped spinning, he stood straight and waited for the headmaster to begin. "Earlier today, I placed a ward on one of the doors in this house. I would like you to figure out which one it is." Harry looked a little confused, and Dumbledore smiled. "Ah, yes," Dumbledore chuckled. "You're asking yourself just how you are supposed to do that, am I correct?" Harry just nodded, a smile appearing on his face as he watched Dumbledore continued laughing. "That is truly the point of this exercise. It will not be easy, but as you've become quite adept at occlumency, it will be a bit easier than if you had no control over your mind. Whenever we use magic, it leaves behind faint traces of energy, and they are all unique, not only to the wizard, but to each spell as well. It is how cursebreakers determine what they need to do in order to break down wards in ancient tombs. Understand? Harry nodded, and Dumbledore flashed a pleased smile. Good. Now what I'd like you to do is simply feel for the warded door. When you think you have guessed it, please identify it to me. Harry still looked unsure, but he took a deep breath and closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. He let his breath out and opened his eyes slowly. He wasn't sure exactly what he was supposed to do. So he simply began walking about the room. Occasionally, he would look at Dumbledore, whose expression remained stoic as he watched Harry. Harry brought his hands up, like he was feeling for an invisible wall, feeling really very stupid as he slowly walked about the room. He wasn't even really sure what he was supposed to be feeling for in the first place. And then it occurred to him that magic was basically energy. Energy that witches and wizards manipulated to do their will, but energy nonetheless. So that's what he was trying to sense, energy, but how was he supposed to do that? He wasn't sure. Sir, Harry asked. Dumbledore had been watching him as he stumbled and bumbled his way around the room, a soft smile on his face. Yes, Harry. Exactly how am I supposed to find the wards? I mean, I think I'm feeling for energy, but how am I supposed to feel it? Quicker than I thought. I had believed you would simply keep searching for a bit longer before you asked. Harry slapped his forehead as Dumbledore chuckled a bit. I apologize, Harry, but you seemed so determined to figure things out on your own. I thought it would be a good lesson for you to try to remember that sometimes you have to ask for help. I got it, sir, Harry said, fighting against his own smile. He felt truly idiotic at the moment, but he did see the humor in the situation. Dumbledore reined in his mirth and stepped over to Harry. Magic always leaves traces, Harry. The smaller and more insignificant the spell, the more faint the traces are that it leaves behind. Those traces call out to us, Harry. The more in tune you are to your own core, the easier it will become to feel the presence of someone else's magic. You were not far off in your attempts to seek out the warded door earlier, but it is more than simply waving about your hands. You have to feel with your magic. It is difficult, but I'm sure that given enough practice you will be able to do it. Dumbledore nodded, and Harry knew that he needed to try again. Once again, Harry closed his eyes to center himself, and instead of trying to feel anything around himself, he tried to listen to his magic. Again, he started to feel a bit silly and wondered if the headmaster was having him on. And then he felt it. At first, he thought it was something else. Perhaps he was coming down with a cold or something. He felt a wave of lightheadedness. He held out his arms to steady himself as he swayed a bit, but the sensation persisted, and then it began to change. It started in his chest, a warmth that seemed to grow with each and every beat of his heart. It was almost like he could feel this warmth circulating through his veins, and it made him smile as he realized that he had felt this a few times before. That night, he had cast his first corporeal patronus to save Sirius. When he'd cast the summoning charm to retrieve his broom to face the dragon. And then, the night in the graveyard when he'd seen the shadows of his parents while locked in battle with Voldemort. That was when it had been its strongest. Harry marveled at how wonderful it felt to him now. It had been too brief, or his mind had been occupied before when he'd felt it. But now, he could really appreciate it. He felt strong, like he could do anything he wanted. He felt like he could simply kick off the ground and take to the sky without his broom. A most amazing feeling, is it not? Dumbledore remarked, and Harry could only nod. The ward, if you'd be so kind, Harry. Harry shut his eyes again, focusing on the rhythmic pulsing of his magic. Using what he knew of occlumency, Harry pushed all other thoughts and feelings aside, concentrating only on the gentle pulse of his magic, committing it to sense memory. His magic hummed, and Harry began to feel something else along with his magic. It was hard to describe, but it felt different than his magic. Foreign, but still welcoming. Almost at once, Harry felt another soft warmth, which he immediately associated with the headmaster. Opening his eyes, Harry took a few steps forward, then closed his eyes again, centering himself again and seeking out that vibration that he knew didn't belong to him. However, such was his excitement that he was unable to concentrate enough again to find it. Harry tried several more times, and with each failure his confidence fell, and he found it more and more difficult to center himself. That will be enough for tonight, Harry, Dumbledore said. I suggest you find time to practice. The more you find your center, the easier it will be to call it up when you need to look for residual magics. Harry, feeling a bit dejected, took the headmaster's arm, and after a second of uncomfortableness, found himself just outside the gates of Hogwarts. Can I ask why this is so important, sir? Harry, I want to prepare you for any eventuality. Though I am doing all I can to ease your burden, I fear that I will not be around to help you through it all. Lord Voldemort is not sitting idly by and waiting for us to come to him. As of this moment, you and I are his biggest threats, and since I have many more years and much more experience than you, I am number 1 on his proverbial list." "Sir?" Harry asked, concern in his eyes. "Oh, try not to worry about me, Harry. I do not fear death, but rather I embrace it. I am getting on in years, and when my time in this world is over, I will simply move on to the next great adventure. In the meantime, my only concern is to prepare you for what awaits you, as well as ridding the world of Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes. You don't think you're going to find them all, do you?" Harry asked with a hint of sadness. "You should not worry yourself on that, Harry. I believe that they will all be destroyed before you face him in the end." Harry noticed Dumbledore's evasion of the question. Of course he didn't want Harry to worry, but then why waste time teaching him how to detect wards? He knew without doubt that he was learning to seek out Horcruxes, and the first part of that training was to seek out and take down any curses or wards Voldemort had to keep them safe. "Sir, would it be possible to go along with you when you discover the next Horcrux?" Dumbledore nodded without pause. He clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder and turned to look him in the eye. "I have every intention of taking you along with me for every Horcrux I discover from now on, Harry. I feel that you should be a part of it. No one deserves to be a part of his destruction more than the very person who will have to strike the final blow. I shall keep you updated of my search on our next lesson, which will take place 2 weeks from this evening. May I suggest that you use next Friday for a bit of time with Miss Greengrass? For now, you should return to your common room, and remember you are not to tell anyone about our lessons." Harry nodded, though Dumbledore did catch the look of disappointment in his young pupil's eyes. Dumbledore watched Harry make his way up the stairs, and once Harry reached the 4th floor, he turned to head to his office before going to bed himself. Daphne awoke later than normal on Saturday morning. She, along with her friends, Hermione, Tracy, Neville, and of course Harry, had resumed part of their training from the summer and had taken to jogging around the lake every morning. They had been joined by Millicent Bulstrode, who had joined Harry on that first morning. However, just like during the summer, they had agreed to rest on the weekends. The night before, Tracy had heard that Blaise Zabini was now dating another girl in their house, and it had led to another breakdown, which Daphne had done her best to ease her friend's suffering. They had not gone to bed until very late that night, after Tracy decided she was going to speak to Blaise. Daphne had tried to warn her friend against that course of action, as she felt it would not end well and only create more heartache for her best friend. But Tracy was one of the most stubborn people Daphne knew. Daphne sat up in her bed and immediately felt a slight chill in the air. The castle was always a bit on the cold side, but Daphne could tell already that they were in for an early winter. Daphne hated being cold more than anything in the world, and hated piling on layers of clothing to keep warm, even more. Daphne threw her blankets off, and wincing against what she knew was about to come, placed her bare feet on the cold stone floor. "Ah!" she hissed. After a moment, she got used to it enough to actually get out of bed and headed to her trunk to get her necessities. A quick glance around told her she was the only one still in the dorm. After a shower and a bit of time to get herself presentable, Daphne headed out to the common room, expecting to see Tracy waiting for her. But she wasn't there. In fact, Daphne didn't see Tracy for most of the day. Daphne went down to the Quidditch pitch and sat with Hermione while watching Harry running the tryouts for the Gryffindor team. She couldn't help but smile at her boyfriend, who looked so happy running the candidates through their paces. Hermione was good company, and the two girls talked about classes and their boys. Hermione cheered as Neville took to the air to try out as a chaser. According to Hermione, Neville liked Quidditch and wanted very much to be on the team, though he was certain that he wouldn't make it, as he wasn't very good on a broom. Daphne thought that Neville flew well enough, but could see quite clearly that he was not going to make the team when compared to others who were trying out. Hermione was just happy that her boyfriend was trying. It's good for him. He needs to do things like this just to prove that he can. He's very strong, he just needs to believe it. Hermione smiled as Neville finished his run, and Harry gave him a clap on the back. When the tryouts were finished, Daphne greeted Harry outside of the locker rooms. He was looking very pleased with himself, and Daphne couldn't help smiling back at him. "I take it you're pleased with your selections," Daphne grinned. Harry nodded proudly. His smile fell a bit when he saw Hermione and Neville waiting for them. Nev, look, I'm sorry, but… Forget it, Harry, Neville said, holding up a hand. I knew I wasn't going to make it, but I needed to try out anyway. There's always next year. Hermione smiled, and Neville bent a bit and kissed her softly. Yeah, he shrugged. Come on, I'm starving. I didn't even eat breakfast because I was nervous. The four enjoyed a nice lunch before breaking off to spend time alone. Daphne and Harry took a stroll out to the grounds, where the sun was shining brightly. It wasn't as warm as Daphne would have liked, but it was still very nice. They talked a bit, and Daphne tried to find out what Dumbledore was teaching him. She got distracted, however, when Harry began snogging her. They returned to the Great Hall for dinner, and after a long look around, Daphne decided that it was far past time to seek out Tracy and find out what had been happening. She apologized to Harry, and after a quick kiss, Daphne headed back to the Slytherin common room. Tracy wasn't in the common room, however. Daphne found her best friend packing angrily in the sixth-year girls' dorm. Hey, where have you been all day? Daphne asked. She began to get truly concerned when she saw the look of fury in Tracy's eyes. I'm beneath him, Tracy snarled. I'm good enough to shag on the train, but not good enough to be his girlfriend. My family is just better than the Weasleys, and no one of his status can be seen with someone like me. No, gods forbid. I take it you talked to Blaise? Yeah. Oh yeah, I talked to that complete hippogriff's arse, Tracy shouted. He said that I was basically just another pansy, someone for the boys to get their thrills with but not to get serious with. He compared me to Parkinson. Oi, Daphne sighed, feeling her legs get weak. She sat down heavily on her bed and watched as Tracy continued to pace back and forth, muttering incoherently. I swear that I'm going to make him beg for my forgiveness, Tracy said, suddenly turning to Daphne. Oh yeah, I'm going to make the great Blaise Zabini crawl on his hands and knees and kiss my feel, pleading with me to forgive him for his idiocy. How exactly are you going to accomplish that? Daphne asked, suddenly filled with fear as she saw Tracy's eyes blaze with anger. I wrote a letter to the Weasley twins. She smiled wickedly. I didn't tell them everything, but I think that they'll be happy to help me get a little payback. Daphne's eyes were wide with horror. She had heard enough about the Weasley twins, as well as seeing firsthand just how clever those two could be when it came to practical jokes. With those two supply Tracy with whatever she needed, and Tracy's anger, and the fact that she was a great example of Slytherin, Daphne was actually a bit afraid for Blaise, though she had to admit she really wanted to see what was in store for the slimy bastard. I told you that you don't need to know anymore, Draco said bitterly as he glared at Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, and Theodore Nott. He had spent most of the afternoon explaining that he needed lookouts while he worked on his secret project. Come on, Draco, Nott said. Why can't you tell us any more? I've told you all you need to know, Draco growled. Why do we have to use Polyjuice? Crabbe asked, his face contorted by his confusion. I already told you. Draco shook his head. It would be too suspicious if you three kept hanging out in that corridor. By using Polyjuice Potion, you can pose as anyone in Slytherin, and no one would get suspicious if different people were hanging around that corridor. Why first years? Goyle asked. Why can't we use older people? I wouldn't mind being in Tabitha Bowl for a few hours. Nott, Crabbe, and Goyle all began chuckling. Draco merely shook his head, covering his face with his hand. Are you through? He nearly screamed. This is important. You can use anyone from our house. I don't even care. But we need to be careful. We don't want whoever you're impersonating to see themselves in the 7th floor corridor while we're doing our job. If we're caught, it will be our end. Says who? Nott yelled back. All you've told us is that you have this big secret mission, but you won't tell us what it is or anything. All that would happen to us is detention for using Polyjuice. Why should we even help you at all? Draco's face flushed, and he gripped his left sleeve, ripping it up his arm and showing it to the three boys. They all gave a startled gasp as they stared at the black tattoo. As they stared, each of them swore that it moved as if it were alive beneath his skin. Do you see now? Do you simpletons understand? He marked me over the summer, and he gave me a very important mission. Now if you help me, I'll make sure he knows of your loyalty. He really marked you? Crabbe asked in awe. Do you think I did this to myself? Draco snapped, holding his arm out in Crabbe's face. I have to do this, and I need you three to help me. Now are you going to, or do I tell him when I finish how you tried to betray me and our kind? Do I tell him you all are blood traitors? You wouldn't, Nott said, his eyes narrowing. I would, and you know I would, Draco said, his voice lowering. He was practically panting now, and his face was flushed from his anger. Not stared into Draco's gray eyes for a long time before finally nodding slowly. Good. Now the first thing we have to do is brew up Polyjuice Potion. I can get the ingredients, but it's going to take some time to brew it properly. In the meantime, you three can start collecting people's hairs. Make sure that one of them is one of the Greengrasses. Potter's slag has something in her possession that I need. Yeah, I need it too, Goyle guffawed. But I'm quite sure she's never going to give it up to you. Crabbe chuckled at his friend's joke. Shut up, you pervert, Draco snapped. I'm talking about that potion she got from Slughorn. Once I can get into the girls' dorms, I can get it from her trunk, and then I'll have no trouble at all doing what I need to, and then I'll get my reward. Whatever, Knot said, rolling his eyes. How long is this going to take? A month. Once we have the Polyjuice, it won't be too much longer after that. Now I have to take this letter to the Owlery so I can get what we need. Not a word of this to anyone. If anyone finds out what we're doing, expulsion will be the least of our worries. Giving one last look to his dorm mates, Draco left to send off his letter. The three boys looked at one another for a minute before Knot broke the silence. He's out of his mind. But we all saw the mark. It was real. I've seen my dad's enough to know that Draco's was real. How do you explain that? Crabbe asked. Knot shrugged. He could have learned how to mark himself. Okay, we all know how self-important Draco likes to make himself, and when his father wasn't in prison, he could back up whatever threats he made. But this seems a bit much for that posturing prick. I don't think he'd threaten anyone right now unless he really did have the power to back up his threat, Crabbe said, getting up from his bed and collecting his charms homework. He had been trying harder this year, as his father had promised serious punishment if he didn't bring his grades up. Not to mention how secretive he's been lately. He barely spoke on the train, and he's barely been around lately. People are talking, Goyle muttered. Who cares what those sheep think? Like any of them are really concerned about what the great Draco Malfoy is doing. Knot rolled his eyes. But they are concerned about their lives. At least 6 families were exposed as supporters of you-know-who, and now everyone is pointing fingers. All of us who are loyal are having to pretend we're disgusted. Do you honestly think he'll forgive that when he takes over? For the love of Merlin, he can see into your mind and find out your deepest secrets. Half of this house will be slaughtered for being blood traitors. Crabbe looked at Knot, who looked to be considering what he had heard. He gave a sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. So, we spend another year following that great Ponce and suffer whatever humiliation he forces on us. My gods, he's going to be making us prance around as girls. Which I plan to take advantage of, Goyle chuckled. Think of all the hot witches we'll be able to see naked. You have a one-track mind, Goyle, and it's a little unnerving. Knot shook his head in disgust. Daphne looked up at the sound of a door slam, as did a few others who were in the common room. Draco Malfoy came from around a corner, where the boys' dormitories were, and headed for the exit. He was struggling to pull his left sleeve down, and Daphne caught a glimpse of something on the boy's arm. She sat up a bit straighter, wishing she could have seen more before the bastard had left. She wasn't completely sure of what she'd seen. It was too ridiculous to even think about, much less imagine. Draco Malfoy, that pompous, posturing little Burke, a Death Eater. It was far more likely he'd used ink and drawn the mark on his arm to impress his friends. Daphne had overheard Knot and some of the others complaining about their leader when the blonde ferret wasn't around. Daphne often wondered over the years why they followed him if they hated him so much. Pansy, she understood. Pansy was trying to procure a better place in society for herself. If she got her claws in Draco deep enough, he would marry her, and she would become Lady Malfoy. Well, she would have before Lucius got himself thrown into Azkaban. The family would be lucky if they had 2 galleons to rub together if the Wisengamot seized their assets, which was usually what happened. Maybe Pansy realized that, and that was why she and Draco were hardly seen together anymore. Crabbe and Goyle were simply followers. Neither of them would amount to much after school, so by aligning themselves with someone powerful, they might find themselves heading up some meaningless department in the ministry. Especially if the gold was good. And the Malfoy gold had been good while they had it. But Knot was the one that confused Daphne the most. The Knots were a very influential family and very wealthy in their own right. Not only that, Theodore Knot had outshined Draco in every subject. Theodore was smart, powerful, cunning, and fairly good-looking. So why would someone like that even bother with someone like Malfoy? It was an unanswerable mystery. Especially as the only one who could answer that question wasn't revealing his secrets. Daphne sighed heavily and closed her book. She wasn't going to get any more reading done here. She stood and stretched, feeling her back muscles relaxing a bit. She headed back to the girls' dorm and opened her trunk to replace her book. As she opened it, she saw the tiny vial of golden potion that she had won from Slughorn. She had been wondering almost all week how she might use it. Some of those thoughts had involved getting Harry alone someplace and getting to know him much better than she did now. And then, when she thought about Harry, she thought about what waited for him. His destiny. The more she thought about it, the more she believed that he needed that particular potion. Sure, he was receiving training from Dumbledore, and they had all gotten very strong over the summer. In fact, Daphne was confident that if Death Eaters tried to storm the castle right now, the 5 of them could hold off all of Voldemort's forces by themselves. Of course, that could just be her overinflated sense of power. 2 months of hard work and training from qualified Aurors would have that effect on just about anyone. But Harry would have to face Voldemort on his own. She would be there by his side, but it would have to be Harry, and Harry alone, to strike the final blow. If he could. Daphne had no doubt that her boyfriend was capable of it. Harry was easily the most powerful wizard she knew, and he had the potential to be even stronger than Dumbledore himself in time. But he didn't have that time. It was very likely that Harry would face off against Voldemort sooner than any of them expected. He needed all the luck he could get, and there was Daphne, with a whole 12 hours' worth of good luck right in the trunk. She could give it to him, and then he would be ready. He would face down that monster, and then he would take her in his arms and the world would be perfect. They would be married and live happily ever after married. Where did that come from? Daphne asked no one. They'd been together almost a full year now, or would have been if he hadn't tried to be all noble and dumped her at Ron's funeral. She loved him with all her heart, there was no doubt of that. She wanted to do things with him she'd never even spoken of. But never once had she imagined being married to the Harry Potter. She never even imagined being married to anyone, really. Sure, she'd thought about it, of course. She was a girl, after all, but she'd never pictured it. Not really. What would their life be like? How many kids would they have? Where would they live? Closing her trunk, Daphne stood and sat on her bed, allowing herself to imagine just what life would be like with Harry as her husband. She tried to picture Harry a few years older, with a bit more stubble on his face. She laughed at the image of Harry with a rather long beard and shook her head to clear it away. They'd have a nice house, for sure. Harry was pretty well off, but he wasn't the type to sit around the house all day. He wanted to be an Auror, though he had admitted to her that after seeing Ron die and having his life pretty much dedicated to destroying the darkest wizard ever known, the dream had lost some of its shimmer. Daphne hoped that Harry would forget about chasing dark wizards. She worried enough about him now, and they were still in school. At least with something like Quidditch, there was far less risk of him never coming home to her. Still, she'd never try to change his mind. He had to be happy with whatever he chose to do. And when all was said and done, Harry Potter would likely be the best Auror the magical world ever saw. Their children would be beautiful, Daphne decided. How could they not be? A little boy and a little girl. 2 would be perfect, she thought. Not that she was opposed to more. In fact, she might even encourage to try for more. She shivered at the thought of lying in bed with him, his bare skin pressed against hers, warming her all over. His lips on her neck, her shoulders, her breasts. Gods, I need him, she sighed. Who? AHHHH. Daphne screamed, slipping off her bed and falling on the cold, hard stone floor. Tracy Davis fell on her bed, laughing hard. Daphne scowled at her friend in pained anger. She pulled herself up and rubbed her bruised backside while grumbling about people not announcing themselves. Sorry, Tracy said when she got control of herself. You looked a little lost in your own world there. Where have you been? Daphne asked, her anger slipping away after hearing Tracy's laughter. Oh, just doing some research, Tracy sing-songed. Following Blaze to learn his habits. Know your enemy, Tracy said in a passable imitation of Mad-Eye Moody. He's not very vigilant. I could have hexed him a dozen times today and he never would have known it. Of course, he probably doesn't even know how to see if someone is disillusioned. Oh, gods, Daphne shook her head. Tell me you didn't watch him in the shower. No, I've already seen it. Tracy's expression became hard, and Daphne wished she hadn't said anything. So, what did you learn? Daphne tried to change the subject. I learned that he's so arrogant that he doesn't bother locking his trunk. I also know that he and Tabitha, she said the name with disgust, have a very special unused classroom on the 4th floor. I thought about putting a permanent sticking charm on his bit so when he puts it in that whores. I get the picture. Daphne held up her hands. Look, I'm behind you on this. Just don't get too lost in revenge. You're a really good person, and I'd hate to see you get hurt or miss something really great because of someone else's mistake. Tracy smiled and nodded. I've thought a lot about all of it since we got back to school. He took advantage of me, there's no doubt about that. But the fact is, I let him. If my brain and mouth had worked right on the train and I actually talked to him, maybe none of it would have happened. He didn't do anything I didn't want him to, and the truth is, Tracy took a deep breath, and her eyes fell from her friend's face to the floor. I really liked it, all of it. It wasn't rough or fast or bad in any way. Not that I have any basis on which to compare, but I think for a first time, it was really good. Daphne sat next to her best friend, waiting patiently for Tracy to continue. I thought of him all summer, and I dreamt of how it was supposed to go, and I probably deluded myself into believing everything would fall into place or something. I'm just as much to blame as he is for what happened. I learned a very important lesson, and I even thought about not doing anything to him. Really? Daphne's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Yeah, and maybe if I hadn't talked to him yesterday about all of it, I wouldn't have done anything but just let it go. But now, after what he said about me and my family status and all that garbage, he really needs to be taken down. Then I can move on to better things. By the way, have you ever noticed how adorable Justin Finch Fletchley's dimples are? What? Fletchley? Really? Daphne asked, taken aback by the sudden flip in conversation. His dimples are really cute. Come on, it's dinner time. I'll show you, Tracy said, clasping Daphne's wrist and leading her to the great hall for dinner. Daphne couldn't help but smile as she saw her best friend return. Nothing. Lord Voldemort's rage was immeasurable as he threw another ancient tome across the room and into the fire. He'd been searching for 2 months now for the answer to the mystery surrounding his loss of power. He'd noticed it upon his return. Had he been more clear-headed and not so focused on recalling his followers, he might have noticed it right away. It had been so very small that he'd not even been concerned with it until 2 months ago, when he'd felt another sudden drain in his magic, which was followed shortly after by the sudden loss of his connection to the boy's mind. There had been no further incidents, but he was concerned. He still held great amounts of power, and his followers still feared him, as did the rest of the world, but something was happening, and if he didn't find a way to stop it, Voldemort feared it could destroy him. The reason for it, he was sure, lay in the blood in his veins. The blood he took from his enemy to remake his body. The blood of Harry Potter. He had used Potter's blood in order to take advantages of the ancient protections the boy's mother had invoked by sacrificing herself to save her child. That blood was supposed to protect him as well, but now it was clear that it was still protecting the boy by destroying the Dark Lord from the inside, very slowly. I have to find a way to negate those cursed protections, he muttered, picking up another tome and quickly flipping through it. The very thought of being done in by something as trivial as blood magic sickened the Dark Lord. The more he thought on the problem, the angrier he got. It was the perfect plan, and it had been justice in its rawest form. To take into himself the very power that had so nearly destroyed him was so poetic. It should have protected him as it did the boy. He could touch the boy now, couldn't he? He had touched the boy's famous scar on the night of his return, yet just a few months ago he had suffered immense pain when he'd attempted to possess the boy's mind. Could he still indeed touch the boy? It didn't matter. He was going to find an answer to the riddle of this ancient blood magic and rid himself of the Mudblood's curse. Then he would destroy the boy before the eyes of the magical world. There would be no doubt of his power. There would be no more resistance. The magical world would kneel before him, and then he would shape his new world. He just had to keep seeking the answer. Severus Snape had a huge headache. He shut the door to his private quarters and immediately poured himself a very large brandy and gulped it down. He poured a second glass and then went to sit in the chair before the fire. He was now committed to being around the one person he both loathed for what he represented and loved for what he promised to become: Harry Potter. The boy was growing into a powerful, respectable young man, and Snape had to admit he could see what everyone else saw in the boy. He was humble and noble, which made hating him even more painful. Every day since the boy had come to Hogwarts, Snape had seen it, and it frustrated him to no end. All he wanted to do was hate the boy and be done with it, but every time he saw the boy's eyes, he saw his own hate reflected back. It was not Harry's hate he saw, but his own. Snape's own hatred of James Potter, the boy who'd made his school days so awful, and the same arrogant son of a bitch that had stolen the heart of the one and only person in the whole of the world that Snape had ever cared for. Severus had loved Lily Evans beyond words since he'd first seen her when they were children. He had explained to the young, red-headed girl that all the amazing things she could do was because of magic. They had been friends, despite being in separate houses at Hogwarts, and she had defended him against James Potter and his cruel friends. And then, Severus had gone and messed it all up by listening to those idiots and their propaganda. They had accepted him when they saw just how smart he was and how powerful he could be. They embraced him when they saw him creating his own spells. Spells he'd planned to use against Potter and Black. He wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine. He was being pulled away from Lily from the older, exciting Slytherins, while she was being enchanted by Potter. Then, he had crossed the line and done the unforgivable. He'd screamed at her in front of nearly the entire school when she was only trying to help him. He'd called her. Snape sighed deeply as he stared into the roaring fire and took a long sip of his glass. That day, he destroyed any chance he would ever have at winning Fair Lily's heart. And despite her cold indigence to him for their remaining time at Hogwarts, he still loved her. He pretended not to care, but his heart betrayed him every time he saw her. It was like a stab of fiery pain through his chest. And then, she and Potter had married. The day he'd heard that news was the same day he devoted himself fully to his dark master. He would serve more faithfully than any other, and he would stand at his master's side when Lord Voldemort triumphed. Then he had heard the prophecy, and things changed very quickly. When Lord Voldemort decided it must be the Potter child, Snape's world flew out of control. No one would be able to save Lily from the Dark Lord. No one, save perhaps Albus Dumbledore. That was why Snape had gone and begged on his hands and knees that the leader of the light do something. He even agreed to act as a spy if only Lily would be spared. She hadn't. She had sacrificed her life for that of her child. A child that, had he only tried to be the person she had once believed him to be, could have been his own. A child that represented the very best and the very worst of Snape's childhood. A child that might be a savior to an entire world. For 10 long years, Snape had dreaded the day in which Harry Potter would return to the magical world that was his birthright. He never forgot about the child, and had on 2 occasions nearly gone to see the boy. He never had been able to explain why he had felt the need to seek out the boy, and had thankfully talked himself out of it each time. How would he have even introduced himself? "Hello, I'm the reason you have no parents." Not to mention that the boy lived with Lily's cretin of a sister. Petunia had been cruel and snotty when they were children. Her attitude had only worsened over the years, and Snape had remembered how hurt Lily had been each year when they returned to school. So Snape built up a mental image of the boy. Before he had ever even met the boy, Snape had decided the boy would be just like his father. An arrogant, self-serving, immature little prick. As such, his own pride had gotten the better of him, and he aimed years of repressed hatred out onto the boy who had never known his father's cruelty or his pride. Harry Potter could no more have been like James than Severus Snape could have been like Merlin. And what was worse was that the boy possessed Lily's kind, warm eyes. And when he looked at the boy the very first time, he could see Lily's disappointment. It had only made matters worse. All the hate he had held onto turned inward in that very instant. Snape realized over the next few years that he no longer hated James Potter or Sirius Black or anyone else anymore. He hated himself. And each and every time he saw the boy, that hate was projected onto Harry Potter. And now, Dumbledore was urging that he forgive himself and tell the boy everything. As if by some miracle everything would just evaporate and he could just move on. The old man's unshakable faith in the human condition and the human heart. Well, some people just could not love or allow themselves to be loved. Not after all they had done. Some people clung to their hatred as if it were as precious as air. Snape would never let go of his hate. He would never forgive himself, and he'd be damned if he ever allowed Harry Bloody Potter the chance to forgive him for that part he played in his life. No, Snape decided he would play his part. He would remain the villain in this particular drama, and when Lord Voldemort was no more, he would die with his secrets and his hate. It was his burden alone to bear, and he didn't want anyone's pity or sorrow or even their love. He was damned, and he wished to stay that way. Finishing the last of his second brandy, he stood to refill his glass, as his thoughts turned to what he still had to accomplish. He was going to save Draco Malfoy's soul, and take the life of the greatest wizard since Merlin himself. Albus Dumbledore was going to die at his hand. Over the last 15 years, Snape had truly come to care for the man who had proven that people can change. Snape himself was supposed to be an example of that. He had given his life to the dark, only to redeem himself by trying to save Lily Evans' life. Though he had failed, he had pledged to protect her child. But Snape couldn't even claim he'd done thing to protect the boy. In fact, he was as nearly guilty as the Dark Lord for harassment of young Harry. Maybe that was why all he ever saw in the boy's eyes was Lily's eternal disappointment and her sadness. Still, Dumbledore remained firm in his convictions, despite very obvious examples to the contrary. He trusted Severus implicitly, and would defend the man to anyone who questioned the man's loyalty, all the while keeping his darkest secret. His chest felt constricted as he thought of what he was going to have to do before the end of the year. He would cast the most unforgivable of curses and rob the man of his life. Dumbledore always smiled when the topic was brought up, and chuckled about how he would still keep his dignity at the end. As if dying, warm in his bed, was such a bad way to go. Snape was even surprised at how well he had taken the news that he was being specifically targeted. Like he was relieved. Snape corked the brandy bottle without refilling his glass. His mind reeled for a moment as the realization hit him. The old man wanted to die. Dumbledore knew that he was not going to live through this war. He knew that he was losing his strength. After the battle at the Ministry last June, the old man had taken longer to recuperate than he would have a few years ago. He knew then that it was his time. He was going to make a martyr of himself. It was brilliant. Perhaps it would give others the courage they would need to fight against the Dark Lord. Dumbledore had been planning this before Voldemort had come up with the idea that Draco should attempt to kill the greatest wizard of the age. Dumbledore had simply adjusted his plans accordingly to not only save Draco's soul, but to make his death something for the forces of light to rally against. But where did that leave Snape? He would be the one to strike the final blow. He would forever be marked as the cold, sinister killer who had bided his time, waiting for the absolute perfect moment in which to kill the man who had protected him. Snape would be the Judas. Snape thought about that for a few moments before he resigned himself to his part. Fine, he thought. Why shouldn't I reprise my role as ultimate betrayer? I did it to her, why not to Dumbledore? Let them remember me as the serpent. It is not their judgment I care about anyway. Snape sneered as he hefted his empty brandy glass and hurled it into the fire where it shattered. He would do as he promised. He would kill the old man, and he would do his best to keep the boy safe until all was ready for their final confrontation. And then, when it was all over, Severus Snape would finally put an end to all of his self-hatred and his life. Draco sat before his once favorite teacher, who was absolutely seething with anger. In all his years at Hogwarts, Draco had never once seen Professor Snape so livid. The sallow-skinned man was packing back and forth in front of his desk, muttering about Draco's stupidity. Draco was far too busy trying to figure out how he had ended up in Snape's office when his plan had been so perfect. Of all the idiotic, harebrained ideas, you very nearly cost us everything, Draco. What exactly were you trying to accomplish? Snape glared at his once favorite pupil. Draco only stared up at his head of house. Snape couldn't even wait for the boy to respond before he began ranting again. I thought after that stupid stunt last year with that revulsion potion episode, you would at least have the frame of mind to leave the girl alone. I'm beginning to think you're obsessed with Greengrass, and right now, you can't afford any distractions. You have much bigger things to be getting on with, don't you think? Draco remained silent. He was barely containing his anger. The plan had been flawless. He had worked very hard and made sure everything was accounted for. It had taken a full month of hard work and immense patience to perfect the Polyjuice potion. He had managed to get his hands on the necessary hairs, and then had to wait for the opportunity to present itself. It finally had, and Draco was not about to waste it. Now, your job is to make sure neither of them come back here for a full hour, Draco told Crabbe and Goyle. They were idiots, but he trusted them to do as they were told. Though he would have preferred Knott's help on this, as Theodore was far more capable of subterfuge and distraction. Not to mention handy with his wand. He'd have been able to keep Greengrass and her sister busy while he searched for the luck potion. Unfortunately, Knott was serving detention with Flitwick that evening, so he had to task the job to Crabbe and Goyle. Draco had filled a vial with Polyjuice and added the younger Greengrass's hair, and watched it turn a warm shade of violet. Then, he proceeded with his cronies in tow to locate both Greengrass girls to make sure they wouldn't burst in on him, while he searched for the tiny vial that would enable him to accomplish what he must. Daphne was in the library with Potter and the rest of the Gryffindor idiots. Tracy Davis was not with them, but Draco figured if the blonde was in her dorm, He could just pretend that Daphne had given him permission, as Astoria, to get something from her trunk. Astoria was a bit harder to find. After having staged Crab to watch over Daphne and make sure she didn't go anywhere near her dorm until he returned, Draco and Goyle began their search for the more Slytherin of the two Greengrass girls. It turned out that Astoria was playing some stupid muggle game with other third years on the Quidditch pitch. Goyle was stationed in a place where he could watch and not draw attention to himself, and Draco headed back to the Slytherin common room, where everything was waiting for him. He'd sent home for some of his old clothing. As Astoria, he was going to shrink a bit, as the girl was smaller than he was, and it would look very strange if she was walking around in clothes that were too big for her. Another problem appeared when he had taken the potion. 2 of them, actually. As it turned out, Astoria was rather well built in the chest. Cursing at his oversight, Draco used his current shirt and jumper while he slipped on his pants from second year and threw his cloak on over it all. He had no time to waste. It was a very strange thing to walk out of his dorm as Astoria Greengrass. He cursed his lack of knowledge of the female form. Though he'd examined Pansy many times, he now began to really appreciate girls' bodies. It felt awkward just to try to walk as he did normally. Draco thanked the founders for their design in building the castle, and especially how the dorms were set. He didn't need to go out into the common room to get to the girls' dorms. His only concern was whether or not the wards protecting the girls' dorms would activate. He breathed a huge sigh of relief when he made it inside the 6th-year girls' dorm and found it deserted. He quickly began opening each trunk to determine the owner of each. He felt a slight sickening feeling when he found Pansy's and saw she had quite a collection of pictures of him. She also had scribbled hearts with her name and his in the middle. Pathetic, he sneered, slamming the lid shut. The next trunk was that huge cow, Bulstrode's. Draco couldn't help but snicker. He had heard that she was now on some sort of diet, and even claimed to have had some kind of tryst while in Bulgaria or somewhere. He couldn't believe she thought running around and eating rabbit food was going to make boys want her. She'd be better off trying to make it with Alois Midjan. Next was Tracy Davis. This was rather interesting, as Tracy apparently favored very sexy and slinky undergarments. In fact, it distracted Draco for a bit as he pawed over the silks and satins. He thought for a bit that it all belonged to Daphne, until he found a few letters from Davis' parents. It was too bad that Tracy came from such a low-standing family. The Davises could only trace back the purity for 7 or 8 generations, and had very little in the way of gold. Had her lineage been a bit better, Draco thought it would be very nice to get her to model some of her sexier lingerie for him in private. With only 1 trunk left, Draco began his search in earnest. He was once again startled to find that, like her best friend, Daphne favored very appetizing undergarments. He was very thorough with his search of her clothing. He didn't wish to miss that little vial hidden in a pair of tights or a bra. Once he was sure that she hadn't hidden the vial of Felix Felicius in her clothing, he began sorting through the rest of her belongings. Books, letters, keepsakes. Everything came out of Daphne's trunk as he sought for that elusive little vial. With every item that passed his inspection, his frustration began to mount. Time was running out, and the liquid luck did not seem to be in her trunk. Once Draco had tossed aside the last scrap of parchment, he went to the small table beside her bed. Every student had one of these next to their bed to keep their glasses or small pictures on. He ripped open the little drawer and rifled through Daphne's pictures and jewelry. "Astoria, what are you doing in here?" Daphne Greengrass' voice rang out. Draco turned to look at Daphne, who was staring in utter shock and horror at the disaster in her dorm room. She was looking at her belongings and back to her younger sister, who looked horror-struck. "I was just," Draco began to stammer, trying to come up with some excuse to explain everything as Astoria. "What are you talking about, dork? I'm right." Astoria Greengrass slipped through the door just behind her older sister, her eyes suddenly becoming as large as dinner plates. The younger Greengrass stared for a moment at her mirror image before shrugging her shoulders and looking at her sister. "My mistake. Apparently I am in here, and I'm wearing really awful are those boys' clothes." Draco's plan fell apart right in that moment. His mind froze as he stared at the girls. Daphne began trying to retrieve her wand, as her sister did the same. Draco did the only thing he could think of and ran straight at the girls, screaming as he stormed them. He managed to knock Astoria over, and Daphne tripped him up. Draco spilled onto the hard, unforgiving stone floor, and quickly got his feet under him. He still had a few minutes left before the potion wore off. Perhaps if he could find someplace to hide, he might be able to get away with his plan. Incarcerus! Fuck! Draco screamed as he felt magical ropes wrap around his arms and legs. He landed on his face and felt his nose crack on the floor. Blood began to pour from his nostrils, and Draco knew he was done for. Thankfully, it had been Snape who Astoria had gone to fetch upon her sister's plea for a teacher. Once the polyjuice wore off, and it was discovered that it was Draco, Snape released him from the bindings and led him to his office. Many people laughed as he was not allowed to go put on proper fitting pants. The ones he had been wearing had not survived Draco's return to his normal form and had split quite obviously, leaving no guesses as to what kind of underwear he preferred. The only thing redder than his Speedos was his face. All through Snape's raving, Draco wondered where his two flunkies had gone and how they had screwed up so simple a task. Even more disturbing was what had become of the little vial of potion. Had she already used it? It seemed incredibly likely. Draco tried not to imagine what the bitch had wasted it on. Some meaningless rendezvous with Potter. This, of course, led his mind to imagine Potter pawing at his soon-to-be prize, as she writhed and panted, wearing some of the more interesting pieces he had found in her trunk. "Are you even listening to me?" Snape snarled. Draco looked up at the man he now considered weak and useless and gave a very pronounced glare. Snape leaned over him, his long, hooked nose nearly touching Draco's. "You're walking a very dangerous edge here, boy. You were not chosen because of your power, but your assumed ability to get close to the headmaster. Why don't you just give me my punishment so that I can get back to work on my mission?" Draco sneered. "You are being careless. I still don't understand why you had to rifle through the girl's belongs. Explain it to me. What exactly does Greengrass have to do with your mission? Please, tell me, because for the life of me, I can't figure out what on earth possessed you to do that. You're supposed to be keeping a low profile and not drawing attention to yourself." Draco stood up and absent-mindedly flattened the wrinkles on his robes, forgetting for a moment he was still in torn pants with his rather obnoxious underwear on display. Even Snape's recoil at the sight didn't faze him as he cast a superior glare at the former potion's master. "I know what I'm doing, and I don't need you or anyone else. I can do this on my own." Snape simply returned the glare. After a moment of staring, Snape relented and crossed his arms. 3 weeks detention with me, starting tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. We will be discussing your plan, Draco. You will not be making this mistake again." Draco stared hard into his head of house's cold black eyes for another moment before turning on his heel and marching out of Snape's office and back to his common room where he planned on reminding both Crabbe and Goyle about loyalty. "Good morning." Daphne smiled as she sat down next to her boyfriend for breakfast. "Hey, so what did Astoria need so badly last night?" Harry asked, looking up as his girlfriend sat herself next to him. Both Hermione and Neville looked up with curiosity. "It hasn't happened yet, has it?" Tracy Davis asked as she quickly sat on Harry's other side, staring at the Slytherin table. Daphne thought it odd behavior, as Tracy normally sat with her back to the Slytherin table. Daphne had never questioned it, but her friend had always made it a point to sit facing away from their own house table. "What?" Hermione asked, looking thoroughly puzzled. "Good, he's still there. Oh, this is going to be so good," Tracy said, clapping her hands and squealing with excitement. "What's going on?" Neville looked to Harry, who could only shrug in confusion. Harry turned back to Daphne. "Are you going to tell me what Ooh. Everyone turned to look at Tracy, who was on the edge of her seat, nearly halfway across the table. Everyone turned to try and see what she was looking at. "Damn," Tracy sighed and fell back into her seat. "Tracy, honey, do you want to fill us in on what we're waiting for?" Hermione asked, looking very frightened. "Something wonderful." Tracy grinned, which made Hermione shiver involuntarily. "Have you told them yet?" Astoria asked, taking a seat next to Neville, who smiled in greeting. Astoria nudged him playfully with her shoulder, and then focused her attention on her older sister. "I was just about to," Daphne said, then turned to their friends to tell them all that had happened the previous evening. Daphne had been studying with all of them in the library when Astoria had come in looking for her. "Daphne, can we talk? Privately?" Daphne looked up, and her heart caught. She had never before seen her younger sister looking so nervous. Astoria was dirty and sweaty, the knees of her jeans stained green. Daphne figured she must have been out playing football again. Ever since the previous year, Tora had become increasingly obsessed with the game and had organized more than a handful of games. "Sure," Daphne said, closing her book and getting up. "This might take a while." Tori said, looking a bit grim and apologetic. Daphne took the hint and packed up her books, gave Harry a quick kiss, and followed her sister out of the library. I'm sorry about this. Tori gave a weak smile as they exited the library. But I just need someone to talk to, but I don't want to do it in front of everyone. I mean, I know I can trust Harry and the others, but sometimes you just need a sister, Daphne asked, arching an eyebrow. Tori gave another weak smile and nodded. She didn't say any more but led her sister down to the Slytherin common room. The entire journey, Daphne was lost in her thoughts, wondering what could possibly be troubling her vivacious sister, when it suddenly hit her like a rampaging Hungarian horntail. Boys. Suddenly, Daphne couldn't stop smiling as thoughts of revenge began flashing in her mind. Going up to the young man and asking why he didn't just go out with her sister, as it was such a simple thing. Or stalking Tori and her intended and shouting out inappropriate things just to prevent them from sharing their first kiss. Even the thought of badgering her younger sister about her most intimate secrets almost made her burst out laughing. Daphne led the way to her dorm with Astoria trailing just behind her. Everything stopped when she opened the door and saw her younger sister tearing through her bedside table. Her clothes, books, and personal items were strewn about the room, and the Astoria in her dorm looked like she was about to be sick. Astoria, what are you doing in here? Daphne asked. I was just. The Astoria in her dorm looked really frightened and ready to bolt, while behind her, Astoria began slipping into the room. What are you talking about, dork? I'm right? Astoria stopped short when she spotted herself looking quickly between Daphne and herself. She took in the scene in front of her, trying to comprehend what exactly she was seeing. My mistake. Apparently I am in here, and I'm wearing really awful are those boys' clothes. The Astoria before them suddenly looked down at herself and then back up. She gave a loud war cry before stamping at them. Astoria found herself knocked to the ground as her doppelganger pushed her over. Thankfully, Daphne had somehow managed to trip the imposter up and got her wand out of her robes. Incarcerus! Fuck! The foe Astoria screamed as she fell to the ground trapped in magical ropes. Go get a teacher, Daphne said urgently. Astoria nodded and took off to find help. Daphne approached the now restrained imposter, kneeling beside her. Who are you and what are you doing going through my stuff? Daphne demanded, pushing the tip of her wand into the fake Astoria's face. The girl grunted and strained to get free, but Daphne had perfected the spell over the summer. How are you so sure that I'm not your sister? The fake asked. Boy, if you even have to ask that, you really didn't do your homework before impersonating her. Plus, the clothes, not a really good disguise. First, it's Sunday and Tori never wears her uniform on the weekend, and second, she prefers skirts. Daphne smirked. Then Daphne noticed something strange. The girl's hair began to lighten from Astoria's dark brown to a familiar shade of blonde. It was also shortening, and the girl actually began to grow. The pants the girl was wearing began to rip as her legs grew. In another few minutes, she was staring at Draco Malfoy. You! What is going on? Daphne looked up as Astoria returned with Snape in tow. Snape looked quite confused as to why Draco Malfoy was tied up on the ground with his pants torn up. Sir, we just caught him in my dorm room going through my things. He was disguised as my sister and he just turned back. I think he was using Polyjuice potion, Daphne said quickly. She got to her feet and Snape stared hard at her for a moment. Daphne thought she felt something pushing inside her head for half a second, then it vanished. Was anything taken? Snape asked. Daphne's brain kick-started and she looked back into her room. I haven't had the chance to look yet. Might I suggest that you do so now? Snape remarked coldly. Daphne turned and went into her dorm and began going through her things. Astoria came in and started helping her sister pick things up. It appeared that everything was still there. Everything seems to be here, sir, Daphne said, coming back out. Snape had stood Draco up and removed the boy's bonds, though he was keeping a firm hold on him so he couldn't slither off. Very well. I suggest you clean things up, while Mr. Malfoy and I go speak about getting into things that do not belong to him. Daphne watched as Snape began bodily pushing Draco out through the common room, and she heard more than a few people snicker at Draco's bright red bikini briefs. What the hell was he doing in here going through your stuff? And where did you get all this naughty stuff? Has Harry seen you in any of this? Astoria grinned, twirling a pair of silky purple panties around her finger. Give me those, Daphne snapped, snagging her underwear from her sister. And I don't know what that disgusting little ferret was doing in here. Then something occurred to her. She did have something that many people would covet, something most people might kill over, something that promised to grant wishes in a manner of speaking. "I think he might have been after this," Daphne said, reaching into her shirt. "Oh, I don't need to see yours, I have my own set," Tori feigned disgust. "Not those, moron, this." Daphne held the vial of golden liquid in her hand. She had fashioned a necklace out of a thin cord of leather and had kept it with her at all times. She reasoned that they might find themselves in a situation where they needed it and wasn't about to be unprepared for that contingency. "What is it?" Tori asked. "Something that may help Harry when the time comes. Contraceptive potion." "Ah, what is wrong with you?" Daphne shrieked. "What did you want anyway?" "Huh, you dragged me away from my friends because you needed to talk to me about something, remember? And not that I'm ungrateful, as we managed to catch Ferret Boy doing whatever he was doing in here, but what was so important." "Oh, right, yeah." Tori's bravado slipped away as she slumped onto her sister's bed and watched her putting her things away. I want to know how to tell if I'm in love." "What?" Daphne stopped folding her clothes to stare at her younger sister. "Well, you've been with Harry a long time now, and I figured you're the best person to ask. It's clear to everyone that you're in love, I just wanted to know how you know." "Tori, is there a reason you're asking about this?" "I don't think they want to hear about that," Astoria said, cutting her sister off. "You really think Draco was after the luck potion?" Hermione asked conspiratorially. "Either that or my underwear. He could have got more than a few pairs, given how he'd thrown them about." Tracy shuddered. "That is just so wrong. I can't even stomach the thought of that maggot going through my underwear. It's just so wrong. Given what he was wearing, I imagine some of the things you own he'd be quite comfortable in." Daphne smirked. "What about you two boys?" Tracy said with a wicked grin. "What do you got under your pants?" "Neville wears boxers," Hermione said without thinking. Daphne, Astoria, and Tracy all stared at her, each wearing identical grins. I mean that he..." Hermione stammered, her face burning crimson. "How do you know that, Hermione?" Tracy goaded. The girls were all smirking at the bushy hair witch who had buried her face in her arms. "How long has she known your preference for boxers, Nev?" Daphne quipped. Neville, who matched Hermione's crimson color, looked between Tracy and Daphne before suddenly reaching for his goblet and draining it. Harry was sure there wasn't more than a swallow or two left in the golden cup, but Neville just kept drinking and drinking. Oh, do it, come on." Tracy was leaning forward again and staring across the great hall. "Come on, just drink your damn juice." "Who are you talking to?" Harry asked, befuddled. "Blaze." Tracy smiled evilly. "I thought you liked him," Neville said, looking terribly confused. Tracy colored a bit but shook her head. "Why are you staring at him? What's going on?" Hermione asked, poking her head up from her arm cocoon. "Vengeance will be mine," Tracy whispered. "Yes." Across the great hall, Blaze Zabini had just taken a sip of his pumpkin juice and set down the goblet to return to conversing with his girlfriend. "So, what's supposed to happen?" Harry asked, watching Blaze along with the rest of his friends. "Wait for it." Tracy was grinning madly. Blaze shook his hand suddenly, scratching the back of it. He then shook his head. He shook out his hand again, flexing it. He suddenly looked at his hand and shot up from his seat. "Yes!" Tracy shouted, pumping her fist. Thankfully, her shout of triumph was buried under a sudden burst of shouts from the Slytherin table. Blaze stood up from the ground, his face erupting in angry boils. Those closest to him began to laugh and point. It took a bit before Harry and his friends could see why, as they were too far away, but it soon became very clear what was happening. Lacey's pants were becoming very tight around the crotch, until the sound of cloth tearing became apparent. Blaze was doubling over, as parts of him that weren't meant to grow continued to do so. His pants finally gave way, and everyone could see that, like Neville, Blaze preferred boxers. It appeared that someone had the foresight to put some kind of stretching charm on the boys' underwear, as they had yet to rip as Blaze's boy parts grew to the size of automobile tires. Blaze was unable to stand anymore and fell onto his back screaming, more in terror rather than pain, though Harry guessed the boils would be rather painful. "Those look like silk," Daphne remarked, trying not to laugh too hard and finding it difficult. "Are those dragons on his shorts? Gods, I hope I never piss you off." Neville said, unable to disguise his awe. "I have to write those Weasley boys and thank them, and Dobby is getting a boatload of new socks," Tracy howled with laughter. "You got Dobby to help?" Harry asked, awestruck. "I told him you'd want him to help me, and he was more than happy to slip the activator potion in Blaze's goblet for me. If he hadn't drank his juice, nothing would have happened," Tracy said, wiping tears from her eyes. "What exactly did you do to him?" Harry asked, smiling even though he was a little worried for the dark-skinned Slytherin. Harry didn't really know the boy, but he had been a part of the DA last year that had made him all right in Harry's book. Tracy had spoken about him over the summer, though it had all stopped when they got back to school. He knew something had happened, though he figured, given how Blaze was now rarely seen without a certain girl in his company, that he already had a girlfriend when Tracy had spoken to him on the train. Well, I asked Fred and George to give me some supplies. They sent me a care package of powders and salves to put on his clothes. One particular powder caught my eye. They said it was a sort of engorgement thing. It is terribly easy to get into the boys' dorms and put things on their clothing, you know. I also put some stuff to give him boils, and he's going to have a lot of difficulty relieving himself for a while. Also, he's going to be terribly itchy. All of it starting to work when he drank the activator potion in his pumpkin juice. You are truly wicked, Astoria grinned. You must teach me. How long is he going to? Hermione made a motion with her hands to indicate Blaze's rather large problem. The boy in question was now being escorted out of the Great Hall by Snape, who looked murderous, and Flitwick, who appeared to be having trouble keeping his face straight. Why did he deserve that anyway? Harry wondered. Tracy's mirth melted a bit, and she gave a weak smile to Harry. Let's just say that he should have apologized to me for something instead of making me feel like a complete and utter slag, and that after this, I have no more issues with him, okay? Harry nodded, and then looked to Daphne, who gave a small shrug. He started to ask her what was going on, but she quickly shook her head. Harry was not an idiot by any stretch of the imagination, but he knew that in this instance he was quite clueless. One day, he would learn the full story, and he knew on that day he might have to speak to Blaze himself. After all, Tracy was family, and you simply did not mess with Harry's family. So you really mean to take him there? Tonight? Snape asked as Dumbledore collected his traveling cloak. The old man smiled as he nodded. In just a few minutes, in fact. Dumbledore smiled, then his face became reflective and sad. It is long past time, besides he will need to know the area. Seems like a true waste of time. He needs much more training. It's a waste of his and your time. He could easily go there on his own when it's all over, when there's no risk of getting killed. Snape said, staring pointedly at the headmaster. Has anything changed? Dumbledore turned to look pointedly at his defense teacher, who shook his head quickly. I am unaware of any changes. That doesn't mean that he hasn't posted a spy there. Dumbledore gave a small smile and finished fastening his cloak. I believe Harry and I will be quite safe tonight. I do wish you would reconsider and join us. We've been over this 100 times, Albus, and I've told you every time he does not need to know just how responsible I am for what's happened to him. Our relationship is very simple. He hates me and I loathe him. There is no reason to complicate things. Oh, Severus, the headmaster sighed. I wish more than anything in this world you would trust that Harry would understand you better if you simply... Enough, Snape shouted. This subject is closed, and I wish you would stop trying to reopen that wound. I will do my duty and then... Snape drifted off, turning his eyes to the table where a dozen delicate silver instruments sat, whirring and puffing smoke. Dumbledore shook his head sadly as he stared at his defense teacher. Both men were pulled from their musings when a soft knock startled them back to reality. Come in, Dumbledore said. Harry Potter opened the door, looking ready for a journey. He had been asked by the headmaster to bring his invisibility cloak as well as a good warm jacket. Ah, Harry, right on time as usual. Where are we going, sir? Have you located a Horcrux? Harry asked hopefully. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile at the young man's enthusiasm. Given the life the boy was trying to build for himself, Dumbledore couldn't fault Harry's rush to be rid of the Dark Lord. Dumbledore often felt the same feelings of longing for peace. I am afraid not yet. But not to worry, I am sure we will locate on quite soon. Tonight, you and I will be making a much more important journey, one I should have taken you on many years ago. Shall we? Harry nodded and turned to leave, with both Snape and Dumbledore following. What about the feast, sir? Harry asked over his shoulder. I think the rest of the school will be fine without me for one Halloween. Dumbledore chuckled a bit. Harry gave a slight grin and continued on through the castle until he reached the entrance hall. Somewhere on the journey, Snape had disappeared, which Harry was thankful for. The man had become, if possible, nastier to be around. Harry had held 3 DA meetings, and Snape had done his best to ruin it for everyone by questioning Harry's teaching techniques. However, at the last meeting, a few students, led by Neville, had reminded him that they were not in his classroom, asked the greasy-haired git to kindly shut his trap so they could learn something. Snape had not been very happy, and Gryffindor had lost 50 points. No one seemed to care after they heard the story. Dumbledore led Harry out on the grounds and down to the front gates in silence. Harry was burning with curiosity, wondering exactly where they were going and what the purpose was of tonight's excursion. They passed through the gates and walked a little further on before Dumbledore stopped and turned to Harry. "At our last lesson, I told you that I was quite proud of your progress. You're finding my magic more and more easy to find. Tonight, I shall be taking you someplace and asking you to feel for other people's magic. I think you will find it very interesting and more than a little important to you. If you are ready, take a hold of my arm." Harry nodded and grasped the headmaster's arm and found himself being squeezed almost at once. He was becoming quite used to it as he apparated with the headmaster more and more often. He no longer felt dizzy or nauseous, though he still truly loathed the feeling. Harry glanced around and found himself standing on a dark forest road just outside a small village. He could see a few houses, with cheerful lights in the windows just a short way away from where he stood. "Sir, where are we?" Harry asked. For some bizarre reason, he felt very nervous as he looked down that road at those warm, invitingly lit windows. "Harry, I have brought you here tonight because I felt it was time. To be quite honest, you've been ready to come here for a long time. I, on the other hand, was blinded by my wish to keep you innocent. Even after all you have been through and accomplished, it was still my desire for you to have a real childhood. It is now clear that that was an impossibility, though there is no excuse for keeping you away. Harry, we are here to visit the resting place of your mother and father." Harry's eyes were tearing up before the headmaster had finished his speech. On some level, Harry knew the moment they had apparated onto that road. He would never be able to explain how he knew, but he did. He looked up at the old man and tried to express his emotions, but his throat was too constricted for any words to come out. "This way," Dumbledore said, giving Harry an understanding nod. Harry wanted to run to his parents' graves, even though he had no idea where they were buried. Dumbledore led them down that dark country road towards the town. They passed the first house, and Harry glimpsed a middle-aged woman in her kitchen washing dishes. She looked up as he and Dumbledore passed, but appeared not to have noticed them. "Sir, I have placed a notice me not charm on the two of us. It would not do for people to question our appearance this evening." Harry nodded and followed the headmaster. It was a short journey to a small church, which sat at the end of a lowly lit lane. The building was white, though the paint was peeling. Harry noticed a large stained glass over the door depicting an angel looking over that very church. Dumbledore opened the gate and waited for Harry to step through before shutting it again. They walked behind the ancient-looking church, and Harry saw hundreds of headstones of different sizes and shapes. "It was decided that your mother and father be laid to rest here, near to your grandparents. Several other members of the Potter line are here, as well as members of my own family." Harry looked up at Dumbledore suddenly. The headmaster happened to turn back and gave a weak smile. "Sir, are we related?" Harry asked, thinking of the family tree that Sirius had at Grimmauld Place. He had learned that a great many wizard families were related in some way. "To my knowledge, no, we are not, though I have not truly researched my family line. I suppose anything is possible." Harry nodded. He wasn't sure if he felt relief or sadness that he and the headmaster did not share a familial bond. Though he supposed it didn't matter. The headmaster had at least attempted to be a guiding force in his life, and just as a real parent or family member, the man had made mistakes. "Here we are," Dumbledore said, stopping before a large headstone. Harry turned to look at the final resting place of his parents. He had imagined several times over the years what it might feel like to be here, but nothing compared to actually standing before it. Harry felt suddenly weak, and he knelt in front of the polished marble stone and tentatively reached out his fingers to touch the names. James Potter Lily Potter, born 27 March 1960, born 30 January 1960, died 31 October 1980, died 31 October 1980. Harry's eyes stung with tears, and his head fell as his feelings overtook him. It was the worst Harry could ever remember feeling, and at the same time he was thankful to be there. "They were extraordinary people," Dumbledore said, his voice soft. "I know you've heard many stories by now, and it is a shame that the only way you will ever know them is through the memories of others." "Why did they hide here?" Harry asked, wiping at his eyes. "It was my choice. Your father had suggested a small hideaway in Scotland. However, your mother wished to remain close to your aunt." Lily was hopeful that she could reconcile their relationship. "She tried many, many times to reach out to your Aunt Petunia, and I know it always broke her heart when she did not reply." Harry stood up, never taking his eyes from the headstone. "Thank you, sir. This really meant a lot to me to come here," Harry said, his voice gruff as he was trying to keep from crying. "We are in no rush, Harry. I shall give you a few moments to yourself, as I have someone I would very much like to visit. When you are ready, I shall be nearby." Harry heard the headmaster shuffle off. Harry suddenly felt awkward as he stared at his parents' grave. He'd seen once on one of Dudley's telly-programs that the character had spoken to the graves of people he'd lost as if they could hear him. He didn't know why, but somehow it seemed a comforting thought. "Hi, Mum, Dad. It's me, Harry. I wish I could have come here sooner, though I don't know what it would have helped. I miss you both." Harry's eyes filled with tears once again, and he didn't try to stop them. "I wish you were both here. It might make things easier. Though I suppose if you were here I might not be in the spot I'm in. But I'm not alone. Sirius is with me and Remus, too. Plus, I've got some really good friends. Hermione is really smart and just an amazing person. She's never once doubted me. And Neville. He's amazing, really. Tracy, Dad, you'd like her. Sirius says she would have been a great marauder. She's really loyal and brilliant. And I'm in love, too. Daphne, she's God's. There are no words that even come close. I know you'd both love her. I haven't really dated anyone else, but somehow things just feel right with her, like it's meant to be or something. But who knows, right?" Harry wiped his eyes, but the tears continued. "It's so, I don't know how I'm going to do what I have to do. I know that I'm getting stronger and I'm learning a lot, but I just don't feel like it's going to be enough. But I can't give up. I won't. So, either I'm going to beat him and send him to hell where he belongs, or I guess I'll be with you soon." Harry's sadness began to melt away, and he was filled with a fiery determination. Too many people had lost families at the hands of Lord Voldemort, and Harry was destined to end the suffering. Now, as he stood before his parents' resting place, Harry wanted nothing more than to face Voldemort right then and there and end his miserable excuse for a life. If the Dark Lord had appeared before him right in that moment, Harry was sure the fight would be over before it began. "I should go, but I promise that I'll come back soon. Please say hello to Ron and tell him how much I miss him. It's been a long time since I've had a good Quidditch conversation." Harry chuckled. He took a deep, soothing breath and wiped his eyes one more time before turning to look for Dumbledore. The headmaster was standing about 50 feet away in front of a small grave. Harry walked over quietly, wishing not to disturb Dumbledore. The headmaster sensed Harry's presence, however, and turned to speak to the younger man. "My younger sister, Ariana," Dumbledore said, a hitch in his voice. "She died as a result of my own stupidity and pride." Harry looked up questioningly, and Dumbledore gave a watery smile. "She was accosted by some very young Muggle boys, and as a result, she was never able to control her magic. She was unsafe to be allowed around other children and never got to go to school. My mother took care of her until her death, and I took over. However, I was careless, and in my foolishness, Ariana came to harm. I still have no idea if it was I who caused her death or if it was just—" "I'm so sorry, sir," Harry said, feeling the elder man's pain. "Life is full of choices, Harry. I tried to take the easy path, and my sister suffered for it. My brother has never forgiven me, and even now we have a difficult relationship. Since that day, I have never once taken the easy path, no matter how difficult it promised to be, even in regards to the choices I made concerning you." Harry looked up puzzled, and Dumbledore turned and began leading them out of the graveyard. "It was never easy deciding what to do with you. I have told you already that my biggest mistake was not beginning your training earlier, but I felt it the best for you to be allowed to be as normal a teenager as possible. Even after you faced Lord Voldemort in your first year, I refused to believe it was impossible for you to have some kind of childhood. What about after second year?" Dumbledore chuckled. "I have no further excuses, Harry. What matters is you're trying to correct your mistakes, sir." Harry smiled, letting the old man off the hook. "It would be very easy for you to be angry with me, Harry," Dumbledore remarked. "But it wouldn't be right," Harry said. "I know now that you just wanted what was best for me. Everyone did. Everyone wanted to protect me, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's what you do for people you care about. It's what I tried to do with my friends. But I understand now that sometimes you have to accept that you can't always protect the people you care about, and they need to make their own decisions." "Very wise, Harry. Very wise indeed. However, it is getting late, and we have one more thing to do here tonight before we go back to Hogwarts. We'd best be moving along. This way, Harry." Together, Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore left that peaceful graveyard and headed back down the darkened road that had brought them there. The Halloween feast was one of the best of the year, and every single student was in attendance that evening to enjoy the annual festivities, and more importantly, the food. Every student, that is, except 3. Daphne Greengrass knew why her boyfriend wasn't there tonight, but she had noticed the very obvious absence of Draco Malfoy and Theodore not. She kept turning her head up and down the Slytherin table thinking she had just missed them, and they were along the table somewhere. As one of the special feasts of the year, students were required to stay at their own house tables. Neither Daphne or Tracy were truly enjoying the feast, as they truly wanted to celebrate with their friends at the Gryffindor table. Over the past couple of weeks, she had become increasingly curious as to why Draco Malfoy had broken into her trunk and what exactly he had been looking for. Though she was sure her suspicions were spot on, she wanted to be sure. She had noticed that Draco disappeared for long periods of time, even skiving off classes. She had also noticed that Draco had developed a strange new mannerism. On the rare occasions that she did see him in the common room, he would often rub the inside of his left forearm. "What's with you?" Tracy Davis asked from across the table as she reached for a bit more fudge cake. "You've been eyeballing everyone at this table all night. Who are you looking for?" Millicent Bulstrode, who had joined them for the feast, looked up curiously at this comment. I don't know." Daphne shook her head. "Have either of you noticed how weird Malfoy's been acting?" "What do you mean?" "I mean besides using Polyjuice Potion to badly impersonate your sister and go through your things," Tracy asked. "He's up to something. I know he wanted to get his hands on the luck potion, but I have no idea why. What I do know is that it isn't just to get one over on Harry. It's something bigger. I mean, why else would he skive off classes?" "That's a good point," Millicent said, jumping into the conversation. "You'd think he'd want to learn all he could so he might be able to best Harry at magic at least. Have either of you seen how he favors his left arm?" Daphne asked conspiratorially. Tracy gave a look of skepticism while Millicent looked contemplative. "Oh, come on," Tracy said, waving her hand as if warding off a fly. "Do you honestly think that you know who would have recruited Draco? He's a bigger peacock than his father." "Who is a Death Eater?" Millicent pointed out. Tracy opened her mouth, but no sound came out. The blonde girl looked between Millicent and Daphne. "Okay, fine, I'll play along," Tracy said, placing her fork down and leaning on her elbows. "Let's just say that Draco is marked. Don't you think he would have used it by now to pull everyone in Slytherin back under his thumb?" "What if he's not allowed to say anything?" Daphne asked. "What if he isn't the only one in the house? You heard Sir Padfoot this summer. You know who doesn't trust anyone, and if he put a spy in Hogwarts, he'd likely put a backup to watch over the first to make sure he didn't slip up. And let's face it, Draco is the biggest braggart we've ever known. It all fits. Even with his father in prison, he'd still try and assert himself." "It's more likely he would have tried to get out of his father's shadow," Millie pointed out. "It would have been the perfect time to do that and prove to everyone he's superior to his father." "So, if he is marked, what is his mission?" Tracy asked. "Obviously, it would be to deliver Harry," Millie said as if it were in fact that obvious. "No, I don't think so. There's no way Draco could even get close to Harry, and I think you know who would already know that." Daphne shook her head. She looked across the great hall to the Gryffindor table, wondering where her boyfriend had gone to that night. He had told her that afternoon when he'd gotten the note from the headmaster that he had been asked to join Dumbledore for something special. Daphne was worried for Harry, and it was driving her mad that she had no idea where he was. "No, whatever he's supposed to do, I don't think Harry's a part of it. At least not a major part of it." "Then, what?" Tracy asked, now sounding more convinced. "Well, there's only one other person here that you know who would want dead." Millicent smiled, folding her napkin and placing it on her plate right before it disappeared. "Okay, now you're barking," Tracy smiled. "Like Draco would even have a chance against Dumbledore." "No, of course not," Daphne agreed. "Dumbledore would wipe the floor with Malfoy before he could even get his wand up. But a straight-on duel isn't the only way to hurt someone, and maybe that's why he needed the luck potion. Maybe he's working on some kind of curse or something. Something that he could use on Dumbledore without actually having to face him." Tracy seemed to think on that for a few moments. It was pretty well known throughout Slytherin House that the Malfoys had a very extensive library on the dark arts. It was possible that Draco could have spent the summer reading up and trying to come up with a way to eliminate the headmaster, while seemingly keeping his hands clean. And it was true that Draco, though fairly incompetent, was also one of the most cunning in the entire Slytherin house. Unfortunately for the former Prince of Slytherin, his ego often got in the way of his deviousness. "Okay," she said finally. So what do you want to do? Daphne looked up, and Tracy saw doubt in her best friend's eyes. I don't know. I mean, what if I'm just... Daphne, I've known you pretty much my whole life. If you think the ferret is up to something, then I believe you. I say we try and at least find out what it is. Daphne smiled thankfully at her best friend. Millicent nodded as well, signaling that she was with them. Daphne breathed a relieved sigh, as now she had unloaded her burden of suspicion, and her friends had believed her. Now she felt her next move was to confide in her boyfriend. Harry took in the sight of the broken-down house, with one corner of the second floor having been blown out from the inside. He knew at once that this had been the house where his mother and father had met their fate. The air all around him seemed heavy and dark. Very slowly, he passed through the low gate and into the once vibrant yard of his parents' home. It had been such an emotional experience for him to visit the graves of his parents, but stepping into the house where they had died was nothing short of traumatic. Harry could barely breathe as his fingertips touched the cold metal of the doorknob and slowly pushed the door open. Dumbledore stood right behind him, keeping himself reverently silent as the young man made his way through the dilapidated house. Harry was actually surprised that the house was still standing. From all he had heard over the years, he had thought it was nothing more than a pile of rubble. Yet here it stood, neglected, dirty and rotting, but standing nonetheless. Harry swore he could feel echoes of his mother and father. He felt he could hear laughter and whispers as he stepped into the sitting room. He saw the dirty furniture, and his heart gave a lurch. I thought it was all gone, Harry said, his voice hoarse with grief and joy. Many of their things were taken by unsavory people, hoping to make a bit of gold for the historical value. Though myself and Hagrid and a few others were able to get our hands on more than a handful of trinkets and get them placed inside the Potter vaults where they await you upon your next birthday. Harry turned in surprise. I thought I only had one vault. Many families establish trust vaults for their children when they are born. They are there to cover the costs of schooling. Your Miss Greengrass has one, as well as Mr. Longbottom. How do you know that? Harry asked, not really sure if he cared. As headmaster, I receive a yearly statement from Gringotts, which tells me which students' tuitions are paid and which are outstanding. I believe that I mentioned this to you at the beginning of this past summer. Harry remembered how Dumbledore had all but told his aunt and uncle that he was extremely rich. Harry had been surprised to learn that fact for himself, though he still had no idea just how much he had. Now is not the time for this. You will get all the information upon your 17th birthday. For now, we have another matter to see to this evening, and it is getting rather late. I am deeply sorry to have to ask this, as I am sure you would like to see more of this place, but time is against us, I'm afraid. Up the stairs, if you will, Harry. Harry nodded and turned to leave the sitting room. As he began to climb the steps, he felt as if he were passing through a curtain of ice and electricity. He felt his skin crawl while his nerves hummed. Sir, Harry said as he passed the first 2 steps and the feeling disappeared. There, he pointed. It felt cold and at the same time painful, like someone was using the cruciatus or something. Dumbledore gave a sad smile and nodded. I think you are right. I believe that spot was where my dad was killed. That was his magic, Voldemort's, I mean. Not all of it. To your right, please. Harry looked confused, but followed Dumbledore's instruction. Harry climbed the steps and turned to his right. There was no question where he was going, as he could see that the walls were gone and there was barely anything left of the floor. Harry and Dumbledore could only take a few steps into what was left of Harry's nursery. Harry could see the steeple of the church where his parents were laid to rest over the tops of the trees. As he passed into the room, he felt the same cold tightness in the air, mixed with something else entirely. This was familiar and soothing. My mother died here, he said, mostly to himself. He killed here, right here, while she tried to protect me. I can feel it, the magic she invoked, I've felt it all my life whenever I've thought of her. That is part of why I placed you with your relatives. What you felt was her magic protecting you. You've been able to feel her residual magic all this time, though you didn't know it. Dumbledore said softly. I can feel his magic as well. It's cold. It feels wrong somehow, unnatural almost. Very impressive, Harry, you are correct. Lord Voldemort has, as he has boasted many times, gone far beyond anyone else into the realm of dark magic. It changes a person from the inside and leaves its foulness on them, even upon their magic. There was a time, long ago, when his magic was not so different from your own. Harry turned a disbelieving eye to his headmaster, who looked very serious. Had he made different choices, knew what it was to feel loved? If his mother had not been so sick and weak when she gave birth to him and raised him with the love that your own mother felt for you, perhaps things would have been very different. Harry nodded his understanding. He stood in silence for another moment, trying to picture his mother putting him in his crib and making sure he was warm enough before kissing his unblemished forehead goodnight. Tears once again formed in his eyes, stinging them. "I want to go," he whispered. Dumbledore nodded and led the young man out of that broken-down monument and back out onto the lane. "I am deeply sorry," Dumbledore began. "I'm not," Harry said, cutting the headmaster off. "I'm thankful to you for bringing me here tonight. It means a lot to me, truly. And I know why you needed to bring me here. It's the only place that you know of where his residual magic would be strong enough for me to sense. You're preparing me to hunt Horcruxes, aren't you?" "Now, Harry, we've discussed this at great length." "Yes, sir, and you've said much more with what you don't actually say. You want to have all the Horcruxes destroyed before I face him, yet you never say that it would be you who destroys them. You said that you're getting on, and with what you've been teaching me, it just makes sense that you're trying to prepare me to go after the ones you don't find." Dumbledore's smile came back to his face quite proudly. "I am deeply impressed, Harry." Dumbledore gave a great sigh and finally nodded. "I am very hopeful that it will be me who destroys the rest of his accursed soul anchors, but fate may have other plans for me." "Fate or Voldemort, sir?" Again, Dumbledore smiled. Harry waited for a response, but Dumbledore remained silent. Harry realized that Dumbledore was hiding something, and Harry was sure it had to do with his lifespan. Harry felt a stab of pain at the thought of Dumbledore's life ending, even though he understood how the elder man felt about life and death. "How many are left?" Harry asked, changing the subject. "4, at least I'm sure there are only 4 left. It is possible that there are more." But he felt 7 was the most powerful magical number. Harry said, remembering what he had seen in the pensive memories over the summer. "That he did." "Do you have an idea of what they are or where they might be?" Harry asked. "I have a very good idea of what they are, as should you. As for where they are," Dumbledore shrugged half-heartedly. Harry thought for a few moments, trying to recall what he could from all those pensive memories. Voldemort had felt very strongly about the founders of Hogwarts, and as a descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself, he felt that any relics of the founders belonged to him. Harry remembered Dumbledore telling him that he had found the first Horcrux in the hut of Voldemort's magical relatives, a place that the Dark Lord would likely feel a strong connection to. "Sir, do you think it's possible that Voldemort would have hidden a Horcrux inside the school?" Dumbledore nodded. "I believe he has indeed, though I am quite unsure of where it could be hidden." "What about the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry asked. "It is likely the most obvious spot, especially as no one could enter there." I would be happy to bring you down there so we can search," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded, smiling. "I had already planned on asking you to do just that. However, it may be hidden somewhere else entirely. The castle is quite large, and no one alive knows all her secrets, not even me. Lord Voldemort was one of a very select few who had explored her enough to discover places long forgotten. Even if we don't find a Horcrux in the chamber, there are still many more places it might be hidden. I feel I am close to yet another location as well. Perhaps, if luck is with us, we might be able to finish them all off before the school year is at an end." Dumbledore's confident smile did not reach his eyes, and Harry felt that the headmaster was being a bit vague. Harry felt a weight in his stomach as he began to imagine what might lay ahead for him. He knew that he had the support of his friends, and that he could count on them all, but what he would not have would be the insurmountable power and knowledge of Albus Dumbledore to help him. Eventually, he would have to face his fate alone. Only then would he discover just what kind of wizard, what kind of man, Harry Potter truly was. "Hey, you," Daphne said, placing a hand on the shoulder of her boyfriend. Harry looked up into his girlfriend's concerned face and gave a soft smile. She had found him sitting in one of the large windows on the 5th floor overlooking the expansive grounds. She'd barely seen him in the past week, and if what Hermione and Neville had said were any clue, Harry had something heavy on his mind. "You've been avoiding all of us since Halloween. Is everything all right?" "Yeah, I'm sorry, I've had a lot on my mind." Daphne smiled, thinking his friends knew him quite well. She gave his legs a light push so she could sit next to him. "Neville and Hermione said you got in real late that night and that you looked awful. Do you want to talk about it?" "Dumbledore took me to Godric's Hollow," Harry said flatly. Daphne's eyes widened for a fraction of a second, then her face became concerned. Harry didn't look up as he continued. "It was really overwhelming." I saw their graves, and then we went to the house where everything started. The funny thing is, I've never really thought about their graves before then. I mean, I've wondered occasionally, but I never gave it much thought. But actually seeing them, seeing their headstones, it gave me, I don't know, this kind of closure. I don't know how to put it into words. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you, Daphne said, taking his hand into hers. I can't even imagine what you must have been going through. I appreciate it, and I'm sorry I've been ducking you guys. It's just I really needed to sort through all this stuff, and I wanted to do it on my own. I wasn't trying to push you guys away again. I learned my lesson. Daphne gave his hand a gentle squeeze, and she leaned him to kiss his lips gently. I'm glad. I didn't want to have to kick your butt again. And it's okay if you need time. Sometimes we all need a bit of space, especially with something like that. Just don't forget that we're here when you need us. We're not going anywhere, Harry smiled. I don't think my parents would be very proud of me if I tried to forget all of you. Thank you for being patient and not pushing me. Anytime. Is there any chance you're done with your self-imposed isolation? Because I really miss my boyfriend. Yeah, Harry smiled, looking up into her dark brown eyes for the first time. In fact, I was wondering if you'd like to go to Hogsmeade tomorrow. I think we're only going to get a couple of chances to go to the village this year, and I think I might do a bit of early Christmas shopping. I would love that, Daphne grinned. It's been a real long time since we got some time to ourselves. Maybe we could go to Madame Pewterfoot's. Harry's smile melted away into a look of severe horror. He'd heard many horror stories from other boys about the quaint little tea shop with its horrible pink walls and its frilly little tablecloths and the dodgy china. It was supposed to be a boy's worst nightmare. If you really want to, I guess. Harry, I'd rather be skinned alive than set foot in that place. Daphne grinned. Harry couldn't help but laugh as Daphne herself fell into his arms, laughing maniacally. It felt good to have this moment, as during the last week Harry's mind had been so full of the macabre. He now knew with certainty that Dumbledore was teaching him to hunt down Horcruxes himself. Harry believed that Dumbledore somehow knew he was not going to be alive much longer. He would let things slip during conversation that seemed unimportant by themselves, but together led Harry to believe that the headmaster was sick or something. However, he had sworn not to speak about any of what was spoken of during their lessons. He hadn't truly meant to avoid his friends, but he needed to sort all this information on his own, or he knew he would have betrayed the headmaster's trust and told all he knew to his friends. As it was, he felt horrible for not confiding in them. More and more, Harry felt they all needed to know all he knew for their safety, at the very least. Listen, I really want to talk to you about something, Daphne said after she calmed herself down. Do you remember a few weeks ago we caught Malfoy going through my things? Daphne went on to explain her suspicions of her fellow Slytherin. Harry listened very carefully, and when she had finished, he sat still for a moment going over everything she had told him. Neville agrees with me and Tracy, but Hermione thinks I'm being paranoid or something. To be honest, I'm not sure what to think. I mean, it all makes sense, but I just can't figure out why Voldemort would even want someone like Malfoy in his army, even with the fact that he's a pureblood. You don't believe me? Daphne asked, starting to look hurt, but Harry reached out and gave her hand a squeeze. I do believe you, he smiled. I'm just trying to understand Voldemort's motives. Sometimes I wish I still had that bit of him in me so I could see what he's up to. Daphne looked horror-struck. You don't mean that. Harry gave her a shrug, and Daphne slapped his shoulder. Harry, that thing was killing you. No, it wasn't. Dumbledore said it was barely hanging on to me. He said the basilisk's venom hurt it very badly. The truth is, I'm glad it's out of me, but I sometimes wonder if it was the right thing to do. He gave a weak shrug and smiled at her. Daphne's face remained upset. Well, I'm glad that you got rid of it. It was the second smartest thing you've ever done. Harry gave a mirthful smile. What was the first? Being with me, of course. Harry couldn't argue, and pulled her close for a long, deep kiss. Locked away on the 7th floor, Draco Malfoy sat before the broken vanishing cabinet, his frustration reaching dangerous levels. He'd spent close to 2 full months trying to repair this stupid vanishing cabinet. He had yet to strip away one single ward yet, though he was quite sure that he was getting very close. The problem was that he was beginning to really feel exhausted by all of his efforts. This task was costing him physically and mentally. Every day, he felt weaker and more tired. His face was beginning to take on the sunken, drained look of someone who'd spent years in Azkaban. But he could not give up. Too much was at stake, including his own life. With every passing day, the tiniest sliver of doubt had begun to grow within Draco's mind. Several times. He had begun to wonder if he had made the right choice in pledging himself to the Dark Lord. But then he would return to the Slytherin common room, or take a meal in the Great Hall, and he would see Daphne Greengrass, or Harry Potter, and his blood would boil with rage at all the indignities he had suffered because of them, and his resolve would strengthen once again. And so, he kept at it, coming to the room of requirement and spending hours and hours trying to undo what other wizards had wrought. Thankfully, Draco was smart enough to have other plans in motion. Tomorrow, one of those plans was to be set in motion. Unfortunately, he would be unable to be there when it began, as the Transfiguration teacher had given him detention for not handing in homework. Not that he cared about something so trivial, but he could not afford to be kicked out of school now. So, he would have to trust his agents. Draco smiled to himself. He now had agents working for him. If the Dark Lord wasn't careful, he would have competition in a few years. Draco allowed himself to imagine his own rise to power in the Dark Lord's ranks, eventually becoming his second in command, only to betray and destroy the most powerful dark wizard in history. How the world would tremble at the wizard who destroyed the Dark Lord, Draco Malfoy. He couldn't help but smile at that. But then, reality came crashing back down on him. His life was forfeit if he didn't fix this cabinet and kill Albus Dumbledore. Draco stood up again and took a deep breath. He felt terribly weak and exhausted. He'd spent most of the afternoon here, trying to strip the first ward. He decided to try one last time before he gathered Crabbe, who was disguised as a first-year boy and standing guard outside and going to the kitchens for food. He was starving, and he was going to need all the energy he could get. Taking a few calming breaths and centering himself, Draco focused on what he wanted to happen. Raising his wand and pointing it at the cabinet, he poured all his power into the spell. He felt the magic build up within his chest and course through his body, down his arm, and through his wand. Even without opening his eyes, he knew that the spell had finally worked. He could smell the crispness of air sizzling, and he could feel the outburst of energy as the first of the wards broke and fell away. Excitement filled Malfoy as he opened his eyes. Nothing appeared different, but he knew he'd accomplished something. Unfortunately, he was far too tired to check, and his legs buckled a bit. Draco sat down again, unable to keep from smiling at his success. The joy he felt was tempered by the fact that he knew the other wards would be just as difficult, if not more so. It had taken nearly a month just to break the first ward. He was exhausted, and he felt drained, as if his own magic was used up. But he had done it. He had broken through the first ward. Now he knew he could do it. He simply needed to be patient and to take better care of himself. Draco stood weakly, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. He waited until it passed before shuffling towards the exit. Roast chicken sounds quite nice tonight, he thought. Draco left the room of requirement on shaky legs. He was going to get his chicken, and then he was going to sleep. He would serve his detention with McGonagall tomorrow, and then he'd come back and get started on the next damned ward. Harry awoke to Neville whistling as he got himself ready to go to Hogsmeade. I thought you might sleep through the weekend. Neville smiled as Harry emerged from his closed bed curtains. I was out kind of late last night with Daphne. Did ye use that broom cupboard on the 5th floor? Seamus asked, coming out of the bathroom. The one across from the prefect's bathroom. No, and it's none of your business either, Harry scowled. Forgive Seamus. Dean grinned, putting on his shoes. For some reason, Lavender agreed to go to Hogsmeade with him, and now he thinks he's God's gift or something. Who are you going with, Dean? Neville asked, sitting on his bed to put on his own shoes. Ginny Weasley. Oi, watch yourself. Harry smiled, opening his trunk and pulling out some clothes. Her brothers are always looking for people to test their products on. Seamus and Neville both chuckled at Dean's sudden gulp of fear. Neville finished putting on his shoes and clapped Dean on the shoulder. He gave his dark-skinned roommate an encouraging smile. Buck up, mate. All the boys in that family are scared stiff of the Weasley women. I think you're okay. If I were you, I'd worry more about not making her angry. She's really good with that wand of hers. Harry didn't stop smiling as he showered and dressed. Neville waited for him to finish, and the two boys went down to the common room where Hermione greeted them. I was beginning to think we might miss breakfast, she said as she kissed Neville. You look to be in a better mood. Everything okay, then? Harry smiled and thanked her for not pushing him to talk over the week. Hermione gave him a tight hug in return, and the three headed to the Great Hall. Finally! Tracy all but shouted as the Gryffindors joined them near the entrance to the Great Hall. I'm really starving here, and Daphne didn't want to go in without you guys. I wasn't keeping you here, Daphne said indignantly. I just prefer to get my first kiss of the day without my breath tasting like porridge. Harry leaned in and kissed his girlfriend. Minty, he grinned. Tracy made a disgusted face, while Daphne stuck her tongue out at her friend, and the entire group entered the Great Hall for breakfast. They took up their usual spot halfway along the Gryffindor table. So, Tracy, Hermione said as she poured milk onto her cereal, are you going to join us in Hogsmeade? I don't think so. I've made other plans. Tracy grinned, though she kept her eyes on her plate. John Summers asked her out yesterday after Charms. Daphne grinned. From Hufflepuff? Hermione asked, glancing over to the Puffs table looking for the boy in question. John Summers was a 7th year and a chaser on the Hufflepuff house team. He was tall with light brown hair. Yes, and he was very sweet about it, Tracy said defensively. I'm surprised he got the question out with as much as he was stuttering. Daphne chuckled. The poor boy looked like he was going to be sick. You were making him nervous, Tracy remarked, glaring at her best friend. I didn't even say anything to him, Daphne said defensively. What are you two up to today? Neville asked Harry, ignoring the two girls who were now locked in mock verbal combat. I thought it'd be a good time to get some Christmas shopping done, Harry said, also ignoring the two Slytherin girls. That's a really good idea, Hermione said, still looking up and down the Hufflepuff table. Looking for something in particular, Granger, Tracy said a little menacingly. Hermione turned back so fast Neville heard her neck crack. Her face red, Hermione began sputtering. Both Harry and Neville began snickering while Hermione tried to calm herself down. Both Daphne and Tracy simply stared at the bookworm with identical looks of curiosity. I just want to make sure he's not shifty or anything like that, Hermione finally said. Thanks, but I learned my lesson and I can take care of myself. Sorry, Hermione blushed a bit. Tracy just grinned and shook her head. It's fine, really. Besides, I don't think any of the Hufflepuffs are really capable of real shiftiness. He's really sweet, and I think this will be good for me. Besides, if he gets out of line, I'll just write to the twins again. Daphne and Hermione began laughing while Harry turned to look at Neville, who looked just as confused as he felt. The two boys knew that something bad had happened between Tracy and Blaise Zabini, but they had yet to get the full story. The girls had kept that secret well hidden, and Harry knew that whatever it was, he was probably glad he didn't know. Still, he couldn't help but feel as if he should beat the daylights out of Blaise whenever he saw the boy. What do you say we all meet at the Three Broomsticks for a late lunch? Daphne asked. Everyone agreed that it sounded great, and the group of teens finished their breakfast, and together went down to the front gates, where Tracy met with her date for the day. Harry saw Summers looking at Harry, and he gave the older boy a polite nod. I haven't seen her smile like that since summer, Daphne remarked as she watched Tracy as Filch ran a secrecy sensor over her friend. Tracy looked over at Daphne and Harry, who were awaiting their turn under Filch's sensor, and gave a bored look and rolled her eyes. Are you ever going to tell me what happened between her and Blaise? I mean, he's still walking funny. Daphne grinned as she pictured Blaise, though all the boils were gone. And he no longer suffered severe itching. The swelling had not fully subsided. He looked as if he were riding an invisible horse all the time. It's not my story to tell, Daphne shrugged. And I don't think she'll ever tell anyone else. Besides, she handled it just fine. In fact, last night, he actually came over to her in the common room and apologized. She thanked him for his apology, and I think they both learned very valuable lessons. Harry nodded and held out his arms so Filch could check him over. Harry thought the old caretaker was rather enjoying this job, as his jowls were aquiver as he poked and prodded each student, looking for contraband. Soon enough, however, due largely to the fact they both remained silent through the process, Daphne and Harry were lined up for a carriage. Harry saw Seamus get poked rather hard by Filch when he made a few wisecracks. There was a thin layer of frost on the ground, and the air had the crispness of coming winter, though there wasn't any snow yet. Daphne and Harry walked up and down the main street of Hogsmeade Village, popping into stores and making purchases. They both managed to do a good deal of their Christmas shopping, getting gifts for all their friends. Daphne playfully tried to get Harry to reveal what he had in mind as a gift for her, but Harry wasn't going to give in. He simply smiled and walked away, causing his girlfriend to chase after him, usually threatening him with injuries. It was extremely nice to carry on as normal teenagers who were not being trained to fight a war. Everywhere they looked, students and adults wandered about as if they hadn't a care in the world. It was as if there was no war coming, and no one's life was threatened. Harry and Daphne looked for all the world to be just what they were, two young people in love. Walking hand in hand, perusing the shops, stealing gentle kisses from each other. No one would look at these two young people and ever think they were soldiers in training, which is essentially what they were. "I want to get Astoria something really good," Daphne said as they stepped into a shop near the train platform on the edge of the village. "I think she's beginning to shed her tomboyishness, and I'd like to get her something feminine, something to make her feel pretty." "How can she be a tomboy?" Harry asked, confused. "She always wears skirts during school." "Girls are complicated, Harry." Daphne smiled over her shoulder. Harry smiled at her comment and shrugged. He followed her into the shop and watched as she looked over necklaces and bracelets for her younger sister. "She's growing up. I think she even has a boyfriend. I've hardly seen her in the last couple of weeks. I think she's going to be a truly beautiful woman one day." "Like her sister," Harry grinned, stepping closer to Daphne. "If she's lucky," Daphne chuckled. "What do you think of this?" Daphne held up a thin chain with a pendant of a unicorn. The horn of the beast was made of a brilliant blue stone. "Same color as his eyes, it looks like." "Harry, are you checking out my sister?" Daphne asked, not even bothering to hide her smirk. Harry shook his head, pulled her tightly to him, and kissed her soundly. "Not on your life. There are earrings to match that piece," a middle-aged woman said. She was as tall as Daphne, with graying brown hair. She opened one of the cabinets and took a small box out and handed it to Daphne. Inside were two blue stones, shaped like the unicorn's horn. "Why don't you get the necklace and I'll get the earrings?" Harry suggested. "That way she'll have the whole set." "We can give it to her together," Daphne grinned. "I love that idea." The woman smiled sweetly as she took their money and bagged their purchases. Harry caught her looking at his scar a couple of times, but was thankful that she made no comments. This happened in most every shop they had patroned. The shop owner simply smiled politely at them until they were just about to leave. "Mr. Potter, I just wanted to tell you that my hopes are with you." Harry stopped and looked at the woman, who was still smiling at him. Her eyes were bright, and Harry gave her a respectful nod before leaving with Daphne. "I expect we might get more and more of that as things get darker," Daphne sighed, snuggling into Harry's side as they headed back towards the three broomsticks. "I think you're right. I just wish that people would rise up against him on their own. It would make things much easier, but fear's a hard weapon to overcome, and Voldemort is very good at using people's fear. It is his most powerful weapon. Not everyone is as brave as you." "I think you mean insane," Harry chuckled softly. "I did. I just didn't want to come right out and say it. But I think I must be insane as well because I have no intention of letting you face this on your own." Daphne grinned, nudging Harry in the shoulder. Harry looked into her deep brown eyes and felt warmth spread throughout his body. He smiled and kissed her deeply. After a few moments and a few catcalls from passers-by, the young couple broke their kiss. Daphne shivered slightly. "I'm cold and hungry. I think it's time to go meet everybody." Harry was glad they had decided on a late lunch, as the three broomsticks wasn't nearly as crowded as it usually was. Though still overflowing with students from the school, as well as a good many older wizards and witches, Harry found it easier to maneuver through the crowd to look for his friends. "Harry!" Neville, Hermione, Tracy, and John Summers were at a table near the back of the tavern. Daphne and Harry joined them and took up their menus. "Get enough stuff," Neville joked as Harry set down the large bunch of bags he was carrying. "We went in nearly every shop." Daphne smiled as she unwrapped her scarf. "This isn't even half of it. A lot of it's been shrunk to fit with the rest." Harry sighed as he sat down and opened his coat. "Why Harry M-boy?" Harry looked up to see the new potions professor, Horace Slughorn, approaching the table. "So good to see you outside of the classroom. I've been meaning to talk to you for a while now, but you have just been so busy." "Listen, back in the old days, I would hold these little suppers for some of my more, shall we say, impressive students. I was wondering if you'd be interested in coming to one. Actually, all of you would be invited." Slughorn grinned as he glanced around the table. "It is so good to see the houses intermingling. Never understood why Gryffindors and Slytherins had such a hard time getting along. So, what do you say to joining me at one of my supper parties?" Harry shrugged. "Sounds okay to me, sir. I'd be delighted, Professor." Hermione smiled, as did Neville, though he looked a little nervous. Both Daphne and Tracy nodded as well, while John Summers simply smiled, not sure if the invitation was extended to him as well, as Slughorn had pointedly ignored him. "Oh, jolly good. I shall send you all invitations with the time and date of the next one. Incidentally, I'm planning big Christmas bash. I'd start looking into dress robes if you haven't got any. Really smashing time for everyone in attendance, and you never know who will be there. Well, I'm off, have a lot of essays to read tonight. Enjoy yourselves. My mum told me about Slughorn's Christmas parties, Tracy said after the rotund professor had waddled off. She got to go to one as someone's date, and she said she met some pretty famous people there. He's really well connected. Dumbledore told me he's famous for making introductions and helping people get started in their careers, Harry said. I like him, Neville said, shrugging his shoulders. He seems all right. Better than Snape, at least, Harry agreed. The 6 teens enjoyed their lunch while talking idly about the coming Quidditch season. Harry felt a little bad for Tracy's date, as he no doubt felt like an outsider. Harry did his best to try and be welcoming, but the poor Hufflepuff seemed far too nervous all through the meal. After they had eaten and paid their bill, Harry, Daphne, Hermione, and Neville said goodbye to Tracy and John, who weren't finished with their date, and headed back up to the castle. I feel bad for John, Hermione said as she snuggled into Neville's embrace. He looks so lost and scared sitting with us. Are we really that difficult to approach? Neville asked, looking over Hermione's head at Harry and Daphne. Well, we did fight Death Eaters in the Ministry last year. Daphne smiled. It does kind of make us a bit intimidating. They joked a bit more and wondered if Tracy and John would become a couple, or if it had been too soon for the Hufflepuff to attempt to join their group, as he obviously had trouble even talking with them. They all seemed to agree that whomever Tracy chose to date, it would probably be best for her to wait until the relationship was stronger before inviting him into their circle. At least then she'd know if he was going to be a decent guy and all. Hermione smiled. Hey, that's Millie, Daphne said, pointing ahead to 3 girls who looked to be arguing over something. I think that's Megan Jones and Lisa Turpin, Hermione said, identifying the other 2 girls. I wonder what's going on. The group walked closer to the 3 girls. As they drew closer, they could begin to hear what they were saying. Just tell me who gave it to you, Lisa was saying. Megan simply shook her head and clutched a package to her chest. I just need to get it to Dumbledore, Mandy said firmly. This is just too weird, Megan, Millie said, folding her arms. Why won't you tell us who gave it to you and why do you have to deliver it? I just have to, all right? Can we please stop talking about it? Megan said, getting irritated. No. Let's look and see what it is, Millie said, reaching out to take the package. Back off, Megan shouted, sidestepping Millie's attempt to get the package away from her. As Megan dodged out of Millicent's reach, Lisa grabbed hold of the package. Megan fought against her friend, trying to reclaim the mysterious package. The 2 girls struggled against each other, both shouting at the other to let go. I don't think you should take this to anyone, Lisa said as Megan fought against her. You don't even know what it is. Just let go, Megan shouted, her face twisting into a look of anger. Harry and his friends watched, frozen with astonishment as they watched the tussle. Millicent shouted at her 2 friends to stop fighting, but Megan seemed to grow more and more agitated. Stop it, Hermione shouted, stepping forward trying to come between fighting the girls. Suddenly, the package ripped, and something flew into the air. Every one of them seemed to stop and watch the glittering object as it sailed through the air. Millicent took a few steps and reached out to catch the shimmering object, just as Megan realized the package had torn open. Desperate to reclaim her prize, Megan pushed Lisa to the ground and ran to intercept Millicent. Unfortunately, thanks to Millie's height, the Slytherin was able to snag the flying object out of the air nearly as easily as Harry caught snitches on the Quidditch pitch. That's when things turned simply horrifying. The moment Millie's hand clasped around the unidentified object, a wave of magic knocked everyone to the ground, while throwing Millie herself into the air. There was a gut-wrenching shriek as Millie's face contorted into a mask of severe pain. Millie shrieked in agony as her body began writhing in very painful ways. She fell back to the ground, her eyes rolled into the back of her head, her breath coming in shallow gasps and blood coming from her nose and ears. M.I.L. Megan screamed, running over to her friend. Lisa was also on her feet, and she began to reach for the object in Millie's hand. Do not touch T.H.A., Hagrid's voice boomed as the half-giant came racing towards them. Step away from now. Harry and the others watched as Hagrid bent down and scooped up the girl. He looked at her face, and Harry could see the part of Hagrid's face not hidden by hair go pale. He turned to Harry and nodded towards the object lying on the ground. Grab thaw, but don't touch it with Yayer's skin. Use Yayer's scarf and pick it up, then come with me. Harry did as he was told and wrapped his hand in his scarf before bending down to pick up what he discovered was a very ornate-looking necklace. The others gathered around him to see what had caused all the commotion. "A necklace!" Daphne looked confused. "Don't touch it!" Hagrid shouted over his shoulder. Daphne jumped a bit at Hagrid's shout and turned to see Millicent's face hanging over Hagrid's arm. She had gone deathly pale, and her eyes were still rolled up in her skull. She was whimpering lightly and shaking horribly. Hagrid brought them all to the hospital wing where Madame Pomfrey took the Slytherin girl behind a curtain to begin trying to heal her. A few moments later, Professor McGonagall appeared and listened to Hagrid's tale before guiding the other children to her office and sending a flu message to Professor Snape to join her in her office. "Would someone please explain what happened?" "We were in the Three Broomsticks," Lisa Turpin began. "Megan went to the loo, and when she came back she said we had to go, and she had this package in her hands. She looked a little weird." Megan looked lost and confused. She kept shaking her hand as if trying to clear her thoughts. "I don't remember coming back from the bathroom," she whispered. "Millie and I kept asking her about the package, but she refused to tell us anything. We wanted to see what was inside, and we tried to get it from her. It tore open, and that necklace came out." Lisa pointed to the necklace that now lay on McGonagall's desk. "Millie caught it, and then we all got knocked to the ground." Hermione jumped in. "Then she got lifted up, and it looked like she was in real pain. Who were you supposed to take this to?" McGonagall asked Mandy. The young Ravenclaw shook her head, tears beginning to fall from her eyes. "I don't remember." "Professor Dumbledore," Lisa said, her voice a near whisper. McGonagall actually flinched. She stared at Mandy for a few moments before she seemed to regain herself. Mandy looked as if she were barely holding herself in check. Tears were slipping down her cheeks while she waited for McGonagall to pass judgment, while Lisa simply stared in horror at her friend, wondering what exactly had happened. "Where do you four come into this?" McGonagall asked, looking to Harry and the others. "We showed up just as they started fighting over the package," Daphne said, looking McGonagall in the eye. The Transfiguration teacher nodded just as Professor Snape entered. "You needed to see me." "Yes, Severus." "I need you to take a look at this necklace. It injured a student quite badly. Miss Bulstrode, in fact." Snape swept into the room, pulling his wand and casting a couple of spells over the necklace. His face took on a very grim demeanor as he interpreted what his diagnostic spells revealed. "I take it that Miss Bulstrode was not the intended victim?" Snape asked, looking to McGonagall. "It was meant for the headmaster." Harry couldn't see Snape's face, but he saw Snape's shoulders tighten noticeably. He felt Daphne's hand squeeze his and knew that she had seen it as well. "I believe that Miss Jones was imperious to bring it to him." Harry and the others all looked at Megan, who suddenly looked simultaneously relieved and horrified. "I shall take this immediately to my office and see if I can't work out how it was cursed. Perhaps it will help Madame Pomfrey with treatment," Snape said, taking Harry's scarf and wrapping the necklace within it before dashing out of the Transfiguration teacher's office. "Miss Jones, I am going to take you to the hospital wing to be looked over. The rest of you may go," McGonagall said, taking Mandy by the shoulder and leading her away. "Who'd want to hurt Dumbledore?" Hermione asked when they were away from McGonagall's office. "I can think of someone," Harry said pointedly. "I seriously doubt that Voldemort was hiding out in the girls' lavatory in the Three Broomsticks." Hermione gave a wry look. "Obviously he had an agent there," Neville said, "but it does seem rather underhanded and nothing like what you know who would do. It doesn't make a lot of sense, really." "You're right," Daphne said, looking rather contemplative, "but it's clear that he's got people working for him in the school." "You're talking about Draco again, aren't you?" Hermione asked. "He wasn't even there today." "That doesn't mean he didn't have someone helping him. Hermione, you haven't spent as much time with him as I have been forced to. Magically speaking, he's pretty feeble, I'll admit, but he does have a very clever mind, especially if his ego doesn't get in the way. He could have put this whole thing together." "So how do we prove it?" Harry asked. "We don't even know for sure that it was him," Hermione pointed out. "We can't go around making accusations without proof. So we get some." Daphne said firmly. Draco was a mess. He was packing back and forth in front of that stupid cabinet he was supposed to be repairing and running his hands through his sleek blonde hair in frustration. He had screwed up. He should have been patient, or waited, or done one of a million things differently. If he had just been patient at least, then maybe the right person would be dead instead of Millicent Bulstrode. It had been announced at dinner that Millicent had died due to coming in contact with a cursed object that had been intended for someone else. Professor McGonagall had made the announcement and warned the students not to accept anything from strange people and to not venture anywhere alone. Draco knew exactly what had happened, though he couldn't figure out how Millicent had come into contact with the necklace. It had been wrapped, or at least it should have been. Where had things gone wrong? He wondered. It wasn't his intention for anyone to get hurt. He needed someone to get the necklace into the school and deliver it to Dumbledore, who, as it turned out, was gone for the weekend. But things had not gone according to his plan, and now he was responsible for the death of Millicent Bulstrode, a pureblood from a very prominent family, though not as powerful as his own. He had never intended for anyone other than Dumbledore to get hurt, much less killed. Okay, so maybe he wanted to see Potter writhing in pain, sure, but did he really want him dead? Yes, he hated Harry Potter. He hated Potter more than anyone or anything, and thought he gave all wizards a bad name. But did he truly want him dead? After all, with Potter dead, who was he going to have to torment and belittle? Draco sat heavily on a broken trunk and stared at that accursed cabinet. He began to wonder why he really hated Potter. Where did those feelings come from? Jealousy? Was he, Draco Malfoy, one of the richest and best-looking wizards in all of England, actually jealous of Harry Potter? A half-blood whose only claim to fame was some disgusting scar on his head. The answer was a very clear yes. Potter was so much more than Draco could ever hope to be. He was powerful, magically speaking, and he was more than talented on the Quidditch field. Draco knew the Potter family was quite wealthy, and that Harry would likely someday end up as Minister of Magic or something equally distinctive, all while he, Draco, was making back alley deals and being as detested as his father had been. Draco slammed his fists into the side of his head as he imagined just what Millicent went through before her death. He knew the curse the necklace carried would make whomever touched it suffer a most horrible death. He had gone to great lengths to get that fool Borgin to send it to his agent in Hogsmeade. It had been easy to secure his agent, thanks to the use of the Imperious Curse. The plan was solid, and yet, somehow, everything had gone wrong, and it was Millicent who had died instead of Dumbledore. Draco never cared much for the rather large girl, but she was a pureblood and a Slytherin, and in Draco's book, that counted for something. Draco couldn't help but wish that he had skived off his detention from McGonagall and just done the deed himself. After all, had he succeeded, his banishment would have been temporary. Once the Dark Lord took power, he would have Draco reinstated at the school. The thought of the Dark Lord made Draco shiver. He was failing, and when the Christmas holidays came, he would have to stand before his master and report his failures. And then, just as other Death Eaters before him, he would suffer his punishments. It was then that Draco realized he was in over his head now. He stared at the cabinet again and wanted nothing more than to blast it to pieces. He wanted to run and never look back. Forget the Dark Lord and forget Harry Potter. Yes, he could run away and no one would ever find him. His family had friends in France that might help him, and he had enough gold on him to make it to France easily. After all, what did he owe the Dark Lord anyway? Sure, he'd been promised rewards, but was the Dark Lord going to actually give him what he wanted? And did he truly desire those things anymore? Draco stood up and was about to head back to his dorm to gather his things and sneak out of the school when an image appeared to his mind's eye. His mother's face, looking at him while standing in the doorway of his bedroom. Her eyes so full of concern and worry. He had hated her for those looks, but now he finally understood. She was afraid for him. If he ran, the Dark Lord would kill her without hesitation. That thought froze him. His father was a bastard and deserved whatever punishment he got, but his mother. His mother was a kind and wonderful woman who'd done all she could to protect him and make him a better man than his father, and he was just going to abandon her. No, he whispered. He turned back to the cabinet and took off his robe, pulling out his wand. He was not going to let his mother be killed because he failed. He owed her more than he could ever repay. His life, his happiness. She had stood by him while his father simply tolerated his existence. Sure, his father had power and standing. Once, but his mother was so much stronger and smarter than his father, and now she needed him to do what the Dark Lord ordered or her life was forfeit. He had the power to save her. He was going to do it. He was going to repair this cabinet so the Death Eaters could enter the castle. He would kill Albus Dumbledore, removing the last obstacle to the Dark Lord's rise. Then, and only then, would Draco run. He would take his mother and leave the country for good. "You can't be serious," Severus Snape shouted at a very stoic-looking Albus Dumbledore. We have no proof that Draco was involved. We don't even have enough to warrant the administration of Veritaserum. And you've told me yourself that the ministry is infected with Death Eaters in high places. We haven't a choice," Dumbledore said, turning away and looking truly upset. He had returned to the school after spending the weekend following a lead about one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, only to learn that a young girl had died from coming into contact with a cursed object. He had already spoken to Hagrid and Professor McGonagall and learned that Harry and some of his friends had witnessed the incident. He'd learned much more once he had summoned Snape to his office. Dumbledore knew that Draco Malfoy was behind the incident, though he was unsure how he had pulled it off, as according to McGonagall, Draco had been in detention with her most of the day. It was very clear that Draco had someone in Hogsmeade working for him or with him. "But a student is dead. I don't like it any more than you do, Albus. He's my godson after all, but we have a responsibility. Do you think I've forgotten?" Albus roared, stunning Snape into silence. The old man looked quite scary when he was angry. His normally twinkling blue eyes were dark, and he was radiating power, crackling the air around them. "Do you honestly think I get some sort of thrill out of letting a potential murderer go free? You heard the story, it was an accident, and we will be very hard-pressed to prove it. Miss Bulstrode was not the intended target, and if any number of things had gone differently, no one would have been hurt. He's desperate, and his actions show that. What we need to worry about is what he does next, because if he does succeed in hurting someone, he will have to pay for his crime. We can still save him, Severus. Albus, I appreciate that you think the boy can be saved, but you truly don't know him as I do. With Lucius Malfoy as a father, I'm honestly surprised that no one has been hurt before," Snape said, his tone lowering. He sat down and stared at the headmaster. "I can't even get him to listen to me. He's constantly skiving off classes, and no one has any idea where he disappears to or what he's doing. I even used legilimency on his 2 thugs, and all I got was that they stood guard on the 7th floor. The 7th floor," Dumbledore looked over his shoulder at his defense teacher. "Usually using polyjuice and disguised as first-year girls." Dumbledore smirked. "If we don't reach out to him soon, his friends might very well end the problem for us, though that information may prove useful." "Funny," Snape groaned, pinching the bridge of his long nose. "How long are you going to let this carry on? Until the Dark Lord wins? I've already told you that his agents are nearly in place. Now that Scrimgeour has taken office, it won't be long. The ministry will fall, and then the Dark Lord will focus all of his efforts on you and the boy. I have already set my affairs in order. The Christmas holidays are near, and there are only a handful of places left in the castle in which to search. I shall have Harry helping me. You still want me to look after Draco, of course. It will be a very good time to show that you are not trying to, how did you put it, steal his thunder." Dumbledore's patented smile began to return. Snape rolled his black eyes and snorted. Typical teenage pride. The boy is going to learn exactly what it means to serve him. Which is why you need to be there. My cover story is in place so Lord Voldemort will not require you to be here. Perhaps you could convince Narcissa to give the boy guidance. Any help we could get to make him see reason would be most helpful. He didn't listen to her during the summer. Why would he now? He's responsible for the death of a student. Though he's likely not showing it, it's likely he's very upset by it. We need to press on that before someone else is killed, possibly by Draco himself. Snape stood up and bowed his head slightly. "I still think you're wrong on this. It is my deepest hope that it is you who is wrong, old friend." November had passed into December, and Christmas was creeping up quickly upon the student population. All around them, the castle had transformed into its usual Yuletime wonderland, and there was an air of holiday cheeriness throughout the halls of Hogwarts, except for a small handful of students who were still mourning the loss of one of their friends. Mandy Brocklehurst had left Hogwarts altogether, unable to deal with her own guilt in the role she played in her good friend's death. Another person who was having trouble with their guilt was Pansy Parkinson. Daphne noted that Pansy was often seen alone. Tracy had heard rumors that Pansy was being shunned by everyone in Slytherin House and had not even spoken to Draco Malfoy all year. "I kind of feel bad for her," Daphne said to Harry late one evening while they were in the library. "No one should have to be alone," Harry agreed. "Maybe we could introduce her to Luna. Maybe they'll find some kind of common ground and build some kind of friendship," Daphne said. Harry began to laugh, and Daphne couldn't help herself. "I would give anything to be a fly on the wall for any conversation they had." Harry grinned, wiping at his eyes. The two teens chuckled a bit longer before settling down again and going back to their essays. McGonagall had assigned them a very long essay, and the two teens had got started right away. Silence fell upon them for a few minutes before Daphne put her quill down and stared at Harry. It took a few minutes before Harry felt her eyes on him and looked up. "What?" "I'm just wondering when you're going to ask me," Daphne said, folding her hands on the table. "Ask you what?" Harry asked, now confused. Daphne sighed and shook her head. "Slughorn's Christmas party. Are you going to ask me to go with you?" "What? I thought we were already going together. Why do I need to ask?" "Oh, Harry, just because we're dating doesn't mean that you don't have to ask. A girl appreciates when you show her how considerate you are. You can't just assume that because we're dating means we go to everything together. What if someone else asked me?" "What? Who?" Harry asked, looking a bit upset. "It's just an example, Harry. I just don't want you taking me for granted." Harry calmed down and mulled over what his girlfriend had said. He sighed and looked over at her expectant face. "I'm sorry. Daphne, would you do me the honor of allowing me to escort you to Slughorn's party?" "I would love to," Daphne grinned. She reached across the table and squeezed his hand. "And thank you for asking." Harry shook his head. He was sure he would never understand girls. Thank the gods he had a truly patient and understanding girlfriend. "Hey, guys," Neville said as he and Hermione sat down at the table and began pulling out their own assignments. "What's going on?" "Harry finally asked me to Slughorn's party." Daphne smiled, and Hermione snorted. "Oi, Harry, the party's tomorrow. What took you so long?" Neville asked, looking at Harry pitifully. "I didn't know I was supposed to ask." Harry's shoulders slumped. "Clueless," Hermione said, and Harry balled up a scrap of parchment and threw it at his friend, who easily dodged the projectile. "You could have told me. What, and miss an opportunity to see you embarrass yourself? I think Tracy's been rubbing off on you," Neville said warily. "You've gotten very Slytherin-like." "And what's wrong with that?" Daphne asked, her eyes narrowed threateningly. "Ooh." Neville looked to Harry, who was keeping his head bent towards his essay. "Let him be, Daphne. He's only a boy and doesn't always realize when he's being stupid." The two girls began to giggle, while Neville gave a relieved sigh. Harry chuckled along, though he kept his face bent towards his assignment. Slughorn's Christmas party was the talk of the school. There were only a handful of invitations sent out, but many people were trying to get dates with those who had been invited. Rumors were flying about some of the guests who might be in attendance, from the captain of the Holyhead Harpies and the bassist for the Weird Sisters, to the Minister of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour himself. The night of the party found both Harry and Neville giving themselves a final look in the mirror before heading down to the common room where Hermione stood waiting patiently. "My, don't you both look quite dashing." "Thank you, milady," Harry grinned and gave a low bow. "You also look very fetching." "More than fetching," Neville smiled, stepping forward and taking his girlfriend's hand. He gave a sweet smile and kissed the back of her hand, causing Hermione to blush lightly. "I think delicious is quite appropriate here." "Stop it," Hermione said, playfully slapping his shoulder. "We should head down to the entrance hall." "No, you two go on ahead. I'll go meet Daphne and we'll see you there." Harry smiled as he led them out of the portrait hole. "Are you sure?" Neville asked. "We don't mind going with you." Hermione smiled. "No, it's okay. Go on." Harry grinned and waved as he took the stairs to meet his date. He stepped off the stairs to find the entrance hall somewhat empty. He began to head to the doorway that led to the dungeons and the Slytherin common room. He was about to step through when Daphne appeared. Harry's jaw dropped. Daphne's dark brown hair had been swept up into an elegant knot, and she was dressed in a very stunning dark green dress which ended just above her knees with matching heeled sandals. She had a simple black shawl draped over her arms to finish the outfit. Harry's stare caused her to blush a bit as she approached him. "Wow," Harry stammered. "Thank you," Daphne said a bit shyly. "All I ever get to see you in is your uniform, so this is just wow." Harry smiled as he took her arm. "Well, maybe this summer I'll correct that oversight provided you give me a reason to dress this way." Daphne smiled seductively. "Done." Harry smiled as he led her back to the staircase. "Are you going home for Christmas?" Daphne asked. "We've never talked about it. I realized that while I was getting ready for tonight. We've been so busy with everything, we've barely had any time for anything short of homework." "I know, and I'm sorry for that. I'm staying here for the holidays." "I'm going to help Dumbledore look for Horcruxes." "Good, so I won't be alone." "What? I thought you were going home." Harry looked surprised. "Don't you remember, my family is supposed to have denounced me. Astoria's pretty upset by it. She wants me to come home for Christmas. She says it's going to be horrible without me. I think it's because she won't have anyone to terrorize, but if I do, it'll ruin everything we've built up and put them in danger. I had totally forgotten, Harry admitted. I get to see Astoria and talk to her every day. It's easy to forget that you're supposed to be an outcast. I'm going to miss it. Christmas is always so much fun at my house. We always get to bake loads of cookies and pies and stuff. Dad makes this holiday punch and it's so good. He only makes it during the holidays. This'll be the first one I ever miss. Daphne sighed, looking a bit forlorn. Well, I've heard that nearly everyone else is going to be gone, so we'll have the whole castle to ourselves, pretty much. I know it won't be as good as going home, but maybe we can make it less horrible just by being together. It would be very nice to have you all to myself with no classes or private lessons or anything like that to interrupt us. We really need some time together. Private time. She gave him a suggestive smile and waggled her eyebrows. Harry felt himself getting hot and tugged at his collar. He gave her a smile and she grinned as she pushed him against a wall and kissed him very deeply. Harry clutched her waist and held her tightly as he returned the kiss with enthusiasm. We should get to the party. Daphne smiled as she broke the kiss. We can continue this a bit later, sooner if the party turns out to be boring. Harry could only smile stupidly as Daphne led him towards the party. Slughorn had found a very large unused classroom on the 5th floor in which to hold his party. Upon entering, the couple had their picture taken under an arch decorated with holly and twinkling fairies, who were all apparently enjoying what looked to be very tiny cookies. This is really ostentatious, Daphne said, looking around the room at the gaudy decorations and rather loud colors. There was a large Christmas tree in the corner, which looked as if someone had just thrown decorations on it. Does it really surprise you? Harry asked as he took in the decorations. There were several house elves, wearing their usually Hogwarts aprons, as well as little bow ties. They were carrying platters with crystal goblets filled with what looked to be punch as well as all kinds of snack food. Why, Harry, so glad you made it, boy. Horace Slughorn bellowed as he approached Harry and Daphne. He was wearing a very festive-looking smoking jacket and matching hat. He gave Harry a very firm handshake and bowed in front of Daphne. There are quite a few people who'd I'd truly like you to meet. Taking Harry by the arm, Slughorn practically dragged Harry through the crowds of people milling about. Daphne only barely clung to her date as he was pulled bodily through the party, nearly falling over in her heeled shoes. This is Eldred Wurple. He wrote that fascinating book, Blood Brothers, My Life Amongst Vampires. And this fellow is Sanguini. He is, in fact, a vampire. Eldred Wurple was a short, balding man with thick glasses perched on a short, bulbous nose. He was dressed in a fine-looking blue suit and was busy examining a pastry as Slughorn pulled Harry up. Eldred looked over his thick glasses at Harry and gave a predatory smile. Immediately, Harry felt on edge as the man offered a rather large hand. Harry shook it politely, but couldn't help feeling that he needed to wash it as soon as possible. Sanguini, on the other hand, was quite tall and very pale, with soft, pale blue eyes, which were focused on two girls that Harry thought belonged to Hufflepuff. His blonde hair was long and slicked back into a very aristocratic-looking ponytail. He offered his hand as well, and Harry was fascinated by the coolness of the vampire's skin and his thin fingers. It is indeed a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Potter. Your story is, of course, very well known, but I for one feel that it is full of holes. You are quite a mystery, one the public would be delighted to unravel. You could make quite a few galleons for yourself by allowing someone write your story. I appreciate the offer, sir, but I really have no interest in opening myself up in such a way. The public already knows much more about me than I would like. Wurple looked rather insulted, but said nothing. Slughorn gave a great belly laugh and clapped Harry on the back. The rotund professor then guided Harry to a younger-looking woman that Harry thought he recognized. Gwenog Jones, who you will of course know as the captain of the Holy Head Harpies. Slughorn smiled broadly as Harry shook hands with the Quidditch captain. Gwenog was a very slime woman who stood a few inches taller than Slughorn and was dressed in a slim black dress, her dark hair pulled into a simple braid. It's an honor, Harry smiled. This is Daphne Greengrass, my girlfriend. A delight, Daphne smiled, shaking Gwenog's hand. You are one very lucky young woman, Gwenog smiled. From all I've read about this young man, half the witches in this castle would kill to be on his arm. Oh, it isn't luck, Daphne grinned. I simply made the effort to get his attention. Gwenog laughed as did Slughorn, while Harry bent and kissed Daphne's cheek. Well, I should expect to be facing you on the field within the next couple of years. You're all the scouts seem to be talking about this year. If my team wasn't exclusively for women, I'd be pushing our management to make you an offer. That last match was something to watch, and your performance in particular. Harry blushed a bit, surprised to learn that the woman standing in front of him had seen his last game, the first of the season as it was. Harry waved the compliment off. I'm nothing without my team. Excellent point, and very humble of you. I understand you are the captain of your team this year, Gwenog said, taking a sip of her drink. I am. It's really a lot of work, but I enjoy it a lot. Do you think you'll take the championship this year? Harry shrugged. We've had truly great teams since I've come to Hogwarts, but having a great team isn't everything. We can practice and work as hard as possible, but another team might prove better. I hope we can pull off a win, but who really knows? I'm truly impressed. Gwenog nodded. Most captains would simply claim their superiority and be done with it. I wish you all the best. Thank you, Harry smiled. Slughorn had ambled off, presumably to speak with another of his famous guests. Harry took the opportunity and excused himself while he led Daphne away to find Hermione and Neville. They found a rather quiet corner where Harry stopped and turned to face the room, partly to watch for his friends, but also to watch for Slughorn. Look at you hobnobbing with famous Quidditch players. Daphne smiled, brushing a stray strand of hair from her face. Harry simply shook his head. Have you forgotten Victor? He's probably the most famous person I know, and he's actually a friend. I know, I was trying to loosen you up. You've had a death grip on my hand since we got here. Harry looked chagrined and released her hand. Daphne gave him a warm smile and slipped her arms around his neck. She kissed his lips softly and looked into eyes as she spoke to him. Relax, you're doing fine. Just remember to breathe and pretend to be interested in whatever people are saying to you. You're already doing better than Slughorn in my book. That oaf didn't bother to introduce me to anyone. That's the other thing. I felt like I was on display or something, Harry said, looking over Daphne's shoulder to see where Slughorn had gone to. Hey, guys. Hermione was leading Neville towards them. Neville was looking over his shoulder at Sanguini, who was still hungrily watching the two Hufflepuff girls, who seemed to be enjoying the attention. Can you believe Slughorn let a real vampire in here? If anyone gets hurt, Neville said, still not taking his eyes off the creature. Hopefully he fed before he came here, Hermione said, and then seemed to remember what exactly vampires fed on. Her face flushed, and she moved closer to Neville, who wrapped his arms around her protectively. Is he really that dangerous? Harry asked, looking to Daphne. Or are we just looking for threats because of everything we've been preparing for? A bit of both, I think, Daphne shrugged. They can be dangerous, but it also depends on their original temperament, and as Hermione pointed out, if they fed recently. I think he might be okay, but I hope someone is keeping an eye on him. Still, at least it isn't a banshee or something. Daphne finished, looking around them. Can we get something to drink? I'm sorry, Harry said. Why don't you wait here? I'll go get you something. Very gentlemanly of you, Daphne smiled. Harry smiled back and kissed her hand, causing her smile to widen. Neville slipped away from Hermione, and he and Harry went to fetch drinks for their ladies. How's he holding up? Hermione asked. Just as you said he would. Brave face, but going insane inside. I thought he was going to squeeze my hand off. He relaxed a bit when he was talking to the Quidditch woman, but I'm guessing it was because it was about Quidditch. Slughorn was waiting at the door for Harry to show up. He asked Neville and I if we knew where Harry was when we got here. He practically had people waiting around him. Oh no. What? Daphne asked with concern. Hermione simply pointed to where Harry was. Slughorn had apparently spotted Harry and Neville and had surrounded him with a number of well-known people to meet. Oh gods. What is wrong with that man? Daphne said, beginning to go to Harry's aid when Hermione grabbed her arm. Hold it a second. We can't be rude. But give it a minute or two, then we can sweep in and reclaim our men, and no one will argue with us. Even Slughorn won't be able to deny two amazing-looking witches time with their wizards. Daphne had to grin at Hermione's arched eyebrow and her words. Both she and Hermione did look stunning, if they did say so themselves, and one thing Daphne knew was that no one would dare come between a well-dressed witch and her man. She'd seen her mother tear her father away from boring old wizards at parties hundreds of times, though she'd never understood it at the time. Now it made sense. Her mother would sweep in and rescue her father from being bored to tears, or worse, bullied into something he didn't want any part of. Her mother was a hero. The two girls waited, keeping their eyes locked on their men for a full 5 minutes before marching. Though they made the act look elegant and sophisticated, and excusing themselves and begging forgiveness for stealing back their men. "I love you," Harry sighed when they were far enough away from the crowd that Slughorn had surrounded him with. "I was dying over there. Well, I was thirsty and you had my drink. Besides, it's my job to swoop in and save you from boredom." Daphne smiled as she sipped her glass. It was something bubbly with a very cherry taste to it. It was quite good, she thought. Way better than your typical pumpkin juice. "Get off of me!" Harry and the others turned, as did most of the crowd, as a rather triumphant-looking Filch stormed into the room, pulling a struggling Draco Malfoy behind him. Harry noticed that Malfoy looked very drawn, and his face looked as if the skin had been pulled tight over his skull. "Pardon me, Professor," Filch growled, "but I caught this boy out past curfew. He said he was invited to your party but couldn't produce the invitation." Slughorn looked a little confused as he looked at Draco. He opened his mouth to speak, but Draco cut him off. "All right, so I was gate crashing. Now get your filthy squib hands off of me before I remove them myself." Draco struggled and squirmed until Filch lost his grip. From out of nowhere, Professor Snape swept over and took Draco by the shoulder. "I didn't know Snape was here," Harry whispered. From the shrugs and looks of surprise, none of his friends had noticed their former potions master either. "As this young man is a member of my house, I shall see to it he is properly punished for being out of bounds," Snape said, turning Draco back towards the door. "Oh, come now, Severus. It is a Christmas party. No one can blame him for wanting to join the festivities. Be that as it may, he has broken the rules, and I know for a fact he has quite a lot of homework to be catching up on," Snape said over his shoulder as Draco left. "Come with me," Daphne said, grabbing hold of Harry's hand. At the door, she stopped and slipped her shoes off her feet and led Harry out into the hall, placing a finger on her lips as she looked at Harry. Harry was confused as to why they were following Snape and Draco until he saw them slip into a classroom. Daphne and Harry came to the door and each of them placed their ears to the door. "Reckless, if you just let me help you, I could." "No," Draco shouted. Harry and Daphne looked to each other with confusion. "He gave this to me. I have to be the one to do it." Draco's voice sounded shaky. "And what progress do you have to report?" "You're going to stand before him tomorrow night, and what do you have to show after all this time? Tell me, because all I see is one dead girl who is a pureblood. He will not be very understanding." "That wasn't supposed to happen," Draco said fiercely. "I don't know how she even got a hold of it." "No kidding. You're treading on very dangerous ground, boy. You aren't meant to succeed. You were never meant to. That's why you were selected. You are punishment for your father's failure. Even you can't be so blind to see that." "I'm better than my father could ever hope to be," Draco said, but Harry heard a bit of doubt in his rival's voice. He looked again to Daphne, who mirrored his confusion. Draco had never ever sounded unsure of himself. "If you are truly going to succeed, it won't be with some silly, cursed necklace. I want you to accomplish your task, Draco. I do not want to see you hurt or killed. You're starting to sound like my mother. She thinks I'm incapable, too." "That is not true. Damn it, why are you so stubborn? I only want to help you." "Help me? Are you sure? Are you sure that you don't want to turn me over to the Aurors? I've been warned about you. No one trusts you, you know. They all told me to watch out for you. They all think you're going to betray him," Draco accused, though he didn't sound very confident. Harry wished he could see Draco's face. He wondered if he was trying to sneer at Snape in an effort to appear more powerful or something. "I don't care what anyone else thinks. The only opinion that matters is his, and he trusts me. It is why I am one of his most trusted, as you will be if you let me help you." "Forget it, Snape," Draco said. Harry and Daphne heard him coming closer to the door and quickly ran across the hall and slipped into a dark alcove. They each peered out as the door opened and Draco stormed out. A moment later, Snape swept out of the room and followed after Draco. "Do you think there's any chance at all they weren't talking about V. Voldemort?" Daphne asked. "No," Harry said simply. "So he is marked." Daphne sighed heavily, her shoulders falling slightly. "Sounds like it, but until we can prove it, he's going to keep doing whatever it is he's doing," Harry whispered. "Harry, I'm really afraid for him." Harry turned to see Daphne's face, lit by the moon. She looked really afraid, and Harry wrapped his arms around his girlfriend. "There's no question that he's a bastard, but he actually sounded frightened. I think he's in over his head. I mean, I don't think I will ever like him at all, but no one deserves to be set up to die. And he's so egotistical that he'd never realize that that's what's happening. You heard Snape." "I know," Harry nodded. "He's not meant to succeed." Harry looked down the hallway where both Snape and Draco had gone and wondered what exactly Draco was supposed to be doing. Whatever it was, Harry knew it would not end well for anyone. They needed to do whatever they could to stop him and see that he faced justice. The first morning of the Christmas holiday, Harry and Daphne met for breakfast in the Great Hall and saw exactly how empty the school had become. There were exactly 3 other students left in the castle, all of them from Ravenclaw and all of them 4th years. Deciding that they truly wished to enjoy as much of the holiday as possible, the 2 teens made it a point to finish up all of their homework, which, as it turned out, was quite easy to do. Harry silently thanked whatever deity had created Hermione Granger, as she had managed to keep them all up to date with their work. By dinner that first night, they had nothing to do but enjoy their time together. "It's so quiet in the common room," Daphne sighed. "It's actually a little scary. I don't think I've ever seen the Gryffindor common room so empty." "Can I see it?" Daphne asked, looking suddenly excited. "I've never seen any of the other common rooms, and you told me that you'd seen ours before." Harry shrugged and began leading her up to Gryffindor Tower. He gave the password and, with Daphne right behind him, lead her into his common room. Daphne took in the decor and furniture, actually a bit disappointed, as it seemed to be so similar to her own common room. What did capture her attention was the window looking out onto the grounds. "Wow, it's so peaceful looking, like a painting or something." She sighed. "Looks like Hagrid's got a nice fire going on tonight. I just hope he's not trying to hatch another dragon egg." Harry chuckled. "What?" Daphne asked, shocked. Harry told the tale of Norbert the dragon from his first year, while Daphne listened enraptured by the story. "I heard in 4th year that Norbert is actually called Norberta and has had a couple of bobbies. Hagrid really wants to go visit her one day. I hope he gets the chance." "I still can't believe it. Although if anyone could handle a dragon, I bet it would be Hagrid. I mean, hippogriffs, blast-ended scroots." Daphne gave a small shudder. "This Strowls. Still not used to them, huh?" Harry asked. Daphne and Hermione both had found that they were now able to see the spectral horses a week after Millicent had died, and both of them were having trouble adjusting to the fact they had seen someone die. "I know they're harmless and all. I still think that one wants to be your personal pet." Daphne gave a weak smile, and Harry ran his hand through his hair at the memory of their last visit to Hogsmeade. Ever since 5th year, the Strowls seemed to have grown quite fond of Harry, and had gotten out of the line of waiting carriages to say hello, as it were. It had caused quite a mess, as the carriage had gotten its wheels caught with another, and Hagrid had to come sort it out. But it's still so off-putting. Daphne finished, turning away from the window and going towards one of the sofas in front of the fire. She sat down, and Harry joined her a moment later. "This is really nice." Daphne smiled as she snuggled into Harry's shoulder. She curled her legs up under her, and Harry wrapped his arms around her. Daphne couldn't help but let out a contented sigh. "It really is," Harry agreed. "Usually there's tons of people around. Everyone shouting to be heard," Daphne added. "Throwing things at each other, making messes. Bunch of heathens, the lot of them," Daphne chuckled. They lapsed into silence for a bit, simply enjoying the company of the other. Daphne tilted her head up and kissed Harry's jawline. He responded by taking her cheek in his hand and kissing he very softly. Daphne slowly ran her hands over his chest and up around his neck, deepening the kiss. Daphne felt the butterflies in her stomach. She had been dreaming and hopping and wishing and praying for this. She wanted to ravage her boyfriend. Her body was screaming for attention. They had barely had any time to just be 2 young lovers. With all their schoolwork and training, not to mention Harry's private lessons and Quidditch, it was so tough to get time together just to talk, but somehow they had managed. But now, they were alone, and there were no demands on their time. It was long past time to make their relationship more physical. Daphne slipped up and maneuvered herself into Harry's lap, barely breaking their kiss. Slowly, wanting to savor every touch, Daphne slipped her hands under his robe, pulling it off his shoulders. Harry, for his part, shuffled his arms out of the offending piece of clothing and wrapped his arms around Daphne once again. However, that was as far as things were allowed to progress, as Professor McGonagall entered the common room at that moment. Daphne practically leapt across the common room as the Transfiguration teacher cleared her throat. Her face felt like it was on fire, and she could see that Harry looked just as embarrassed as she felt. "While it is not against the rules for you to visit the common room of another house, I would very much like it if you at least abided by curfew. Ms. Greengrass, it is getting very late. I shall escort you back to your house." Daphne could only nod and began to follow McGonagall out of the Gryffindor common room, leaving a slightly frustrated Harry behind. He had to take a very long, cold shower before he felt calm enough to go to sleep. Daphne could not ever remember feeling so embarrassed in all her life. The entire way back to the Slytherin common room, McGonagall kept up a long tirade about how natural it was to feel certain things with a boy, and that while it was her choice to allow things to progress in whatever way she wished, that the professor hoped she would at least be responsible and take precautions. Daphne could only nod in mortification and occasionally agree with the Transfiguration teacher. Once she was back in her common room, Daphne wondered if there was some sort of ward that alerted McGonagall to Daphne and Harry's situation and allowed her to come in before things had gotten more interesting. Sulking in a chair before the fire, Daphne decided that before break was over, she and Harry would have had some real intimate time. All she needed to do was find a place that would allow them to be together, safe from teachers and comfortable at the same time. She was not about to allow Harry's hands to wander her body in a broom cupboard, for the love of Morgana. The trouble was that they were in a school, and that left very few options open to them. Other than Slytherin or Gryffindor House, Daphne couldn't think of any place. And after McGonagall interrupted, Daphne shivered to think what Snape would do. Then it hit her like a lightning bolt. There was one place in the whole school that could be exactly what she needed. Daphne stood up and headed to bed. Tomorrow before breakfast, she was going to go to the room of requirement and test it out to make sure it fit her needs. After all, she still had 2 weeks with Harry and she planned to make the most of it. "Good morning, Harry and Daphne." Albus Dumbledore smiled as he approached the two teens. "If you are willing, I would very much like it if we could go to the Chamber of Secrets this morning." Harry looked up at the old headmaster and nodded. He had been waiting for Dumbledore to ask, as it was Dumbledore's theory that Voldemort had hidden one of his Horcruxes within the castle walls. Dumbledore had not wanted to search the castle while all the students were around in case it might reach Voldemort's ears, and they needed to keep it quiet, or the Dark Lord might retrieve and move his soul anchors. "We can go right now, sir. I'm finished," Harry said as he stood. Daphne also stood, and Dumbledore smiled. "Very well, please lead the way." They walked quickly to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, where the perpetually morose ghost was whining about her fate as they entered. "Truly ingenious," Dumbledore said as they approached the sink which served as the entrance to the fabled chamber. "To hide the entrance right where no one would ever suspect it to be." Dumbledore smiled and motioned that Harry should unlock the entrance. Harry spoke in Parseltongue, which he noticed made Daphne shiver slightly, and the sink began to move, revealing the entrance to the long, dark tunnel down into the depths of Hogwarts. "I should warn you, sir, it's quite disgusting down there," Harry said, wrinkling his nose. Dumbledore nodded, bright blue eyes twinkling merrily. "I can already smell what you mean, Harry, nevertheless." Dumbledore didn't hesitate as he stepped into the entrance and allowed gravity to take him down into the great chamber of Salazar Slytherin. Harry went next, and Daphne followed her boyfriend, grumbling about people interfering with her plans. Nothing had changed. The cavern which led to the chamber was still just as dank and dark as it had been on each of Harry's previous visits. Dumbledore seemed to be enjoying himself, and Harry didn't think he could blame the man. It was likely one of the few places in Hogwarts he'd never seen before. After a short walk, they came to the actual chamber itself. Harry once again asked the door to open, and Dumbledore marveled at the serpents on the door which acted as locks. Dumbledore's face changed the moment they entered the chamber and were assaulted by the foul stink of decay. "The basilisk, I take it?" Dumbledore asked, not even looking at Harry or Daphne. The old man retrieved his wand and cast a very powerful air-cleansing charm. Harry and Daphne took to lighting the torches that were set into the wall, and in a few moments, Dumbledore was devastatingly disappointed to see the fabled Chamber of Secrets. "I had expected more," he admitted. "I'm afraid there was only one secret here, sir, and I killed it." Harry shrugged. Dumbledore walked the length of the chamber in stoic silence while Daphne and Harry leaned up against one wall. Harry guessed that Dumbledore might be attempting to feel any traces of Voldemort's magic, as he would have been the last one to actually perform any spells in there. Harry couldn't remember if he had cast anything at the ghost of Tom Riddle, though he was quite certain he had not, as he was far too concerned with Ginny's condition at the time. They watched in silence as Dumbledore cast several different revealing spells and was rewarded with nothing. "I was certain that he might have hidden a Horcrux here," Dumbledore said when he finally rejoined the teens. Sir, I've been thinking a lot about that, and I think there might be one other place in the school that might be, Harry said, standing up. Do you know the Room of Requirement? Dumbledore's eyes lit up again, and a small smile broke out on his withered face. It is where you held the secret meetings last year, if I am not mistaken. It is. I've heard a lot of people have found it, but were unable to find it again. Even fewer people know of its existence at all. It's very possible that Voldemort found it while he was here, and thought he was the only one who could find it again. That does make sense, Daphne nodded, not liking that Harry was about to reveal the location of what was supposed to be their getaway within the castle. It was true she had yet to reveal her plan to Harry, but still, it did kind of irk her. I think it would be wise to investigate. Dumbledore smiled and began leading the two teens back into the castle. 20 minutes later, Harry was making his third pass in front of the blank stretch of wall that hid the Room of Requirement. Concentrating on finding Tom Riddle's Horcrux, Harry turned to find that no door had formed. Harry stared at the wall for a moment, trying to figure out why the room had not formed. Perhaps you were being too specific, Dumbledore suggested. It is possible that the room cannot even tell what a Horcrux is. So what should I ask for? Harry asked, looking between Daphne and Dumbledore. Why not just ask for a place where hidden things are? Daphne shrugged. I mean, how many things could be hidden in their right? Daphne nearly fainted when she got the answer to her question a moment later. The room had taken on the size of a small cathedral, piled to the rafters with books, rusty and burnt cauldrons, dirty, moldy clothing, empty vials, every kind of banned object imaginable, as well loads of garbage. I'm thinking Voldemort wasn't the only one to try and hide something here, Harry quipped. Less than you imagined, he asked, looking at Daphne, who gave him a very dirty look and smacked his shoulder. Thankfully, I do not think we will have to go through every single item. Dumbledore smiled confidently. Perhaps, Harry, if you would concentrate and ask the room to remove anything not enhanced magically. Harry looked questioningly at the headmaster, who nodded back. Harry closed his eyes and repeated in his head for anything not charmed, cursed, or hexed to disappear. Ah, very well done, Harry. Dumbledore smiled and gave a soft pat on Harry's shoulder. Harry opened his eyes and saw that while still crammed with stuff, most of the refuse had disappeared. At least we can walk about in here, Daphne remarked as she started off. Yes, however, I would advise both of you to not touch anything. Harry and Daphne nodded, both remembering Millicent as they began trekking into the room. This stuff must have been piling up since the Founders, Daphne remarked, pausing to examine a very ancient-looking set of scales, which were moving on their own. Sure, Harry agreed. You've done something and need to hide the evidence, and the room appears. Trouble is, you can't find it again to retrieve whatever it was you dumped in here. I bet the twins would love to get the hands on some of this stuff. Oh, I don't even want to think about what they might do with anything in here. Daphne shuddered. They moved deeper into the room, neither of them even knowing what they were looking for. Harry was trying to sense Voldemort's magic, but there were so many different spells and traces of magic, he found it truly hard to concentrate. Hey, Harry, look at this. Daphne said. Harry saw she was standing before a marble bust of a rather horrible-looking warlock with a very old and dusty wig on top of his head. He's truly ugly, Harry remarked. Look what he's wearing, Daphne said, pointing to a rather tarnished-looking tiara, tangle in the wig. What about it? Harry asked, feeling confused. I told you how my mother was a Ravenclaw and that she wrote a biography of Rowena Ravenclaw once. Yeah, I remember, Harry said, still not knowing where Daphne was going with this. That tiara looks like Ravenclaw's lost diadem. I've seen paintings of heads she always wore a tiara that looked like that. It was supposed to grant vast knowledge to the wearer. Harry, feeling intrigued, stepped a bit closer to inspect the battered-looking crown. Why would anyone hide such a valuable? Harry suddenly felt a surge of hate and coldness that washed over him, as if someone had just doused him in freezing water. Professor Dumbledore. Half an hour later, Harry and Daphne stood in Dumbledore's office with the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw sitting on the headmaster's desk, while the old man retrieved the sword of Godric Gryffindor from its case upon the wall. I am still amazed that you were able to feel Voldemort's magic, Harry, Daphne said, clutching his arm. It's amazing and disgusting at the same time. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you, but Dumbledore made me swear. Harry said apologetically, as I must ask you to do as well, Dumbledore said as he rejoined them. It is imperative that as you all get stronger that your enemies are unaware of all you learn and master. Daphne nodded, fully understanding what was at stake here. Dumbledore, pleased that he had made his point, handed the hilt of the sword to Harry, who looked shocked. "Sir, Harry, you have faced so many dangers and done things wizards twice your age will never hope to accomplish. As much as neither of us wish to admit it, you are at the very center of this war, so it only makes sense that it is you who destroys any further Horcruxes we discover. Simply cut the diadem in two, and it will destroy it." Daphne remembered when Dumbledore had destroyed that goblet Horcrux he had made from the piece of Voldemort's soul that had been hidden inside Harry for 15 years. It had been awful to witness, and given her bad dreams for a month. Yet, this time felt different. This was a step in defeating the most feared wizard in history, and a step in Harry reclaiming a life that was by all rights his own. Harry grasped the sword and looked at Daphne, who smiled proudly at her boyfriend before kissing him gently and then taking a step back. Harry noticed that Dumbledore did the same as well. Harry tightened his grip on the sword's jeweled hilt and raised it in the air. He looked at the diadem, which had begun to shake, and then he heard it. The cold, high, cruel voice of his enemy. Lord Voldemort's voice. "They will all die. You will be alone, surrounded by their lifeless corpses. You will fail them all, Harry." In his mind, he saw Ron's body, broken and bloody in front of the Weasleys' home, which was burning to the ground. He tried to clear the image, but more bodies appeared before him. Hermione, Neville, and Tracy, all staring at him without eyes, reaching accusingly at him. Harry tried again to clear the nightmarish images, and then he saw Daphne. She was laying on the ground before him, covered in blood, eyes open wide in surprise and horror. "She will die because of you, Harry," Voldemort's voice said to him. "No!" Harry screamed, and with all the strength he had in his body, brought the sword down onto the diadem and halfway through Dumbledore's desk. There was a blast of magic and an agonized scream that was near deafening. Black liquid poured from the two broken pieces of the diadem. Harry was panting heavily, still clutching the hilt of the sword when he felt two very soft, gentle hands take a hold of his sweaty face. Harry, sweetie, it's okay, I'm okay, see." Daphne's voice was soft and pleading. "Nothing happened to me, I'm right here with you." "It is all right, Harry," Dumbledore said calmly. "It was the Horcrux's last defense, and you did not fall for it. Did you see it? Did you see what it showed me?" Harry asked, finally letting go of the sword and wrapping his arms around Daphne tightly. She only nodded as she held him to her. "I tried telling you I was all right, but you couldn't hear me. Oh, Harry, that was just awful. It is all over now," Dumbledore said, inspecting the broken tiara. "Another piece of Voldemort's soul has been destroyed. There are only 3 more left, and I believe I am very close to discovering another resting place. You two have had a very long day, and I see that we have all missed lunch." Dumbledore sighed as he took a seat at his desk. "Quite a good cut, Harry." Dumbledore smiled at the teen, who looked a bit chagrined. "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to." Dumbledore waved it all off and smiled. "A desk is easily repaired. Perhaps the two of you could make the best of the rest of the day and try to take your minds off of what we have witnesses. I'm sure if you ask, Dobby would be most willing to provide you some sort of snack to tide you over until dinner time." Harry and Daphne smiled and bade the headmaster a good afternoon before making their way to the kitchens, where Dobby did indeed provide them with sandwiches. Neither of them spoke about all they had seen that day, even though it was pretty much all they could think about. Daphne didn't even bother mentioning her plan to Harry, as she didn't really want to go back into the room of requirement that night. Though she could make it into whatever she wanted, as she had learned early that morning, she knew she would feel dirty going back there so soon. Daphne awoke 3 days later on Christmas morning to a huge pile of presents at the foot of her bed. She smiled like a child as she began tearing into all her gifts. She was more than pleased with the new clothes and books from her parents, as well as the very stunning necklace. She received a very fashionable book bag from Tracy, as well as something she could not wait to try on, which she put aside. There was a silver bracelet from Neville, and a very fancy writing set from Hermione, with special inks and a small journal. Astoria had gotten her a locket with a picture of the two of them many years ago. Daphne was certain that Tori must have been about a year old when the picture was taken. It had come with a note from her younger sister that had made her eyes well up. "Daphne, no matter how our lives will change, or where our paths will lead, I will always be there for you, just as you've been there for me. Love forever, Tori." She had saved Harry's present until last, and was very happy she had done so. The last time they had been in Hogsmeade, she had seen a jacket made of dragonhide that she had fallen in love with. It had been very expensive, but she had simply not cared. The jacket was black and fit her as if it had been made for her. Daphne, mouth agape in shock, slipped the jacket on over her tank top and closed her eyes in ecstasy at the feel of the enviable garment. She pulled it tight around her, and that was when she had noticed the small box in the pocket, pushing against her left breast. What she found simply took her breath away in an instant. She didn't think he'd even seen her looking at it. She'd thought she'd been so discreet, not wanting to frighten him or make him feel obligated. She had simply seen it and been entranced by its beauty. She hadn't even mentioned it, yet there it was in that tiny velvet box. The shining platinum band with the heart-cut emerald, with those two sparkling white diamonds to either side. Tears fell from her eyes as she slipped it onto her finger. He'd seen her looking at it, and somehow, when she wasn't looking, bought it for her. Daphne was so stunned that she was having trouble breathing. It wasn't the ring or the jacket that had her so floored. It was that he had observed and remembered. He had always said he just wanted her happy, and she knew now, without a doubt, that he would spend every nut if that's what she wanted. Thankfully for the both of them, Daphne was not a materialistic woman, and if things went the way she envisioned them, Harry was going to learn exactly how to make her happy. Harry waited for his girlfriend in the entrance hall as was their custom. He couldn't help but smile as he wore his newest Weasley sweater, surprised for some reason that Mrs. Weasley would still think of him. Harry had already sent Hedwig off with a thank you note to the Weasleys for their gifts. The rest of his gifts had been quite good as well, and he had had an opportunity to speak with Sirius that morning. Harry had learned that he was not alone, as Amelia Bones' home had been attacked late the previous night. Both Amelia and Susan were perfectly fine, and were enjoying a very thankful Christmas with him, Remus, and Tonks. Sirius went on to tell Harry that it was important that he not mention that the former interim minister was alive, except to his friends, as the Death Eaters believed her dead, and it was an advantage the Order hoped to exploit as much as possible. Sirius told Harry that the Daily Prophet had reported Amelia and Susan's deaths, and that Susan would not be returning to Hogwarts, but would be receiving tutoring to prepare her for Newts. Harry was relieved that Susan and Madame Bones were alive, but he felt worry for his friends and the hundreds of other families around Britain. Still, Harry knew they were expecting Madame Bones to be attacked. He simply wondered why it had taken so long. Harry was broken from his ponderings when Daphne arrived, dressed in jeans, black jumper, and the jacket he'd gotten her. Before he could say anything, she was in his arms, kissing him passionately. "You are truly amazing." She smiled when she broke their kiss. "How did you do it?" Harry shrugged. "While you were looking at those boots, I paid the man F and had him mail it to me." Harry shrugged bashfully. "And this?" Daphne asked, holding up her right hand where she was wearing her new ring. "Yeah, Harry smiled nervously and ran a hand through his messy hair. "I kind of noticed you kept glancing at it while we were looking for Astoria's gift. It was either that or that rather atrocious-looking necklace in the same case. I took a chance. I am very lucky to have you, but I want you to know that these things aren't as important to me as you are, okay? I really love that you want to do things like this for me, but it isn't necessary." "I know," Harry nodded, "but I wanted to. Actually, I got the ring first, the jacket you kept talking about it to Tracy and Astoria and Hermione and Luna, and—" "All right, I get it," Daphne laughed, kissing Harry again. After breakfast, where Daphne learned of the attack on the Bones house, she was able to speak to her own parents with the two-way mirror that Sirius had provided her last summer. They thanked her for their gifts and asked how well she was doing. They warned her to be very careful in the coming months. Daphne wanted to ask what they had heard, but neither her mother or father would speak any more on the matter. Harry and Daphne visited with Hagrid afterwards, and were treated to a few tales of his time as a student at Hogwarts, as well as some more colorful stories from Hagrid's travels the previous summer. Hagrid felt, as they were both nearly 17, and in fact had been far more mature than most witches and wizards their age, they could handle such stories. The fact that Hagrid had already been through 2 bottles of mead before they arrived was likely a factor as well. Dinner was quite a subdued affair from Harry's previous experiences. All the teachers were present, save for Snape. Dumbledore handed out crackers to everyone, which turned into a variety of different hats. Dumbledore had traded his own pointed hat for a rather regal-looking top hat, while Professor McGonagall, who was giggling like a first year, was donning a very large pirate captain's hat, complete with skull and crossbones. In fact, Harry couldn't remember ever seeing the teachers quite so jovial. Harry guessed without Snape, the mood was somewhat cheerier. After dinner, Daphne led Harry to the 7th floor. Heart pounding in her chest, she paced in front of the room of requirement, picturing exactly what she needed. The door appeared, and Daphne took Harry's hand and led him inside. Harry was suddenly very nervous as he looked around at the intimate little room. There was a roaring fire in front of a very large bed. Harry gulped and looked to Daphne, who could not meet his eyes. She slipped away from him and went to sit on the bed. "I don't want to pressure you or make you think I'm doing any of this because of your presence," she began. "I've thought about this for a very, very long time now. I'm not saying I'm ready to make love yet, but I'm not ruling anything out. I want to be closer to you, Harry. I've wanted to since." "I know, and I'm sorry that we haven't had the chance. Well, to be honest, I'm a little overwhelmed here. I didn't mean to spring this on you, I swear." Harry sat next to her and took her in his arms. "I know. Are you okay with this?" she asked, finally looking into his eyes, afraid of what she might see there. "I am," he answered honestly. "Just promise me that if you start to feel uncomfortable or if we're going to fast, you'll say something. I promise to do the same, all right?" A broad smile came to her lips and she kissed him hard for a few minutes. She pulled away, still smiling. "I'll be right back. I want you to see what Tracy got me for Christmas." She jumped up from the bed and ran through a door that Harry hadn't seen when he'd come in. While she was locked away, Harry took a few moments to take in the room. It was rather simple in its appointments, with just the bed and 2 tables on either side. The floor was wood and quite shiny. The fireplace itself looked very familiar, and it took Harry a few minutes to realize that it resembled the one in Daphne's home. "What do you think?" Daphne asked from behind him. Harry turned and felt as if his throat had clenched shut. Daphne stood before him wearing a very simple black slip with a green dragon embroidered on the left side. The straps were quite thin and the slip itself was cut quite low. It ended just as his thighs began, leaving barely anything to the imagination. Harry had not seen so much of Daphne since the summer in her bathing suit. Daphne couldn't help but shiver under Harry's gaze and took a tentative step towards him. He looked as if he couldn't swallow, and his eyes were so huge, Daphne actually thought they might pop out of his skull. Somehow Harry's brain seemed to finally kick back into gear, and he closed the gap between them. The material felt so soft, and he guessed it might be made of silk. "I will personally thank Tracy when she gets back." Harry smiled. "I think I will too." Daphne smiled, feeling like the most beautiful woman in the world under his gaze. She raised up on her tiptoes and began kissing him again, loving the way his arms felt around her slender waist. After a few minutes, Daphne broke their kiss and led him back to the bed, where she pushed him down and climbed on top of him. Daphne was thrilled by the power she felt as she sat atop her boyfriend. She felt as if he was at her mercy and smiled wickedly. "What?" he asked when he saw her look. "You're in my clutches, Potter." He laughed at her phony, evil voice, and with a quick thrust of his hips and a roll of his shoulder, Daphne found herself underneath him. "Now who's in whose clutches?" "That wasn't fair." Daphne pouted, though it didn't reach her eyes, which were dancing merrily as she stared into Harry's smoldering green eyes. She pulled him down and kissed him again, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her body was on fire as he kissed her. It felt as if every nerve was tingling, and the sensation grew when Harry tore Hip's lips from hers and began trailing kisses down her neck. Daphne brought her hands down to his waist and began slowly pulling his new jumper up his body. She wanted to be closer to him, with no barriers. She gasped in pleasure when his teeth grazed her collarbone. Daphne yanked hard on his shirt, and Harry pulled back and allowed her to remove his shirt altogether, before falling back onto her and resuming to feast upon her flesh. Daphne's eyes were closed as she allowed herself to get lost in all the sensations Harry was giving her. His hands, however, remained firmly attached to her waist, while the rest of her body was aching to feel them elsewhere. "He's so damned noble," she screamed mentally. Realizing that he needed to know it was all right, she clasped left hand in her left and began to move it up her body. She was thankful he didn't stop his ministrations on her shoulders and neck, but she wanted a bit more. She heard a small gasp of fright from him as she placed his hand upon her breast and held it there. She took the opportunity and reached up as much as she could to kiss his bare chest. Daphne couldn't have asked for much better in a lover. Harry was very gentle as he explored her breasts through the silken fabric of her negligée. He softly rubbed her chest, squeezing very gently. Daphne got a jolt of intense pleasure when his thumb rubbed over her nipple. "Do that again," she whispered in his ear. Harry complied at once, and Daphne shuddered, moaning ever so softly. Harry, emboldened by Daphne's groans of pleasure, ran his hands back down her body and up under her slip. Her skin was so soft and smooth. With every inch that Harry's hand climbed back up Daphne's bare torso, her breathing became increasingly heavier. Daphne couldn't believe that Harry was finally taking a bit of initiative. She had always loved the feel of his hands, but this was so much more, as there was nothing between them now. When Harry's hand ran up her left breast again, Daphne's back arched into his hand, her nipples stiffening under his palm. She wrapped her arms around his neck and drew him into a very deep kiss, putting everything she felt into it, hoping he would feel her desire and love for him. Months of frustration were washed away that night as they tentatively explore each other, though it wasn't as far as Daphne was willing to go, especially as Harry did not even try to remove what little clothing she had on. She felt it was a success. And as they still had over a week left before everyone returned, Daphne did not feel rushed. After all, if Harry hadn't been so noble, and apparently just as frightened as she felt, he wouldn't be the man she loved. Still, now that she'd had a taste of what their relationship could be, Daphne craved more. Draco Malfoy had managed to find a cabin aboard the train back to Hogwarts away from the sycophants and the mudbloods, and especially his friends. He locked the door and pulled the blinds so he would not be disturbed. He desperately needed the solitude. It had been the worst Christmas imaginable. He had never in all his life felt more terror, pain, and worst of all, humiliation than he had these past few weeks. He had spent his nights being tortured under the wand of his dark master, while he spent his days being nursed back to health, only to be brought before the Dark Lord once again. It had all started the night he arrived home. The Dark Lord had demanded Draco be brought before him as soon as he flew in, and had already heard about the death of Millicent Bulstrode, as well as Draco's blundered attempt to kill Albus Dumbledore. The Master of the Dark had not been pleased at all. After the third day of torture and then being healed, Draco realized that he had become nothing more than his master's toy. No matter who brought the Dark Lord news of failure, Draco paid the price. Thankfully, the Dark Lord did not rely solely upon the Cruciatus curse. He enjoyed the snapping sound of Draco's bone being broken, or the terrible screams Draco made when the Dark Lord used some obscure pain hex upon the boy. Mostly, however, Voldemort seemed to enjoy making Draco's mother suffer, as she was forced to watch her only child writhe in agony and be unable to ease the pain. Nearly every night Draco caught glimpses of his mother staring in horror as he flailed upon the floor in unimaginable agony. At times, Draco wanted to call out to her, beg her to end his pain, but his pride always stopped him. His stupid, useless pride. Professor Snape was the one charged with tending to all of Draco's wounds when the Dark Lord allowed him to be tended to. It appeared that Voldemort did not wish Draco to be permanently damaged, or bear any marks that would lead others to question what might have happened. Draco needed to look as if he had thoroughly enjoyed his holiday. Snape had tried several more times to gain Draco's trust, though now Draco feared that Snape was merely trying to trick him. Draco now believed it had been Snape who had reported his failings to the Dark Lord, and likely made stuff up to worsen the punishment. More and more Draco was growing to hate his head of house, as most of the rest of Hogwarts did, though for far different reasons. It was on the last day of holiday that Draco had the chance to actually speak with his mother, something he'd been wanting to do since he had come home. Narcissa came to check on him after another long night of suffering the ire of their master. She had come to his room before. Simply watched him and then left. Draco had never called out to her, as there had usually always been someone there. That morning he had been alone and he called out for her to come closer to his bed. "Are you?" Narcissa began, her natural motherly instinct overriding her usual mask of stoic indifference. She managed to regain herself quickly and asked with a tone of haughtiness, "Are you well?" "No more games, mother," Draco whispered. "Is it true that he doesn't think I will succeed?" "Our master would not have entrusted you to. Do not think me a fool, mother. I'm no longer a child," Draco hissed angrily. Narcissa stared at her son hard for a moment before her mask broke once again, and she nodded slowly. Draco finally understood why she had always looked as if she did not care for anything. It was the Malfoy family mask. He had been trained from a very early age that he was superior to everyone else. A prince among wizards. Now he was learning that it was nothing more than bravado. A falsity that, had there been no Dark Lord, might have carried him to very high levels of power in government, or whatever he wished. But now it was broken, and Draco only wished to run and hide away from the Dark Lord and his new world order in which he would be nothing more than a slave. "You should never have joined his army. I never wanted this for you," Narcissa whispered. "We should leave, now, this instant." Draco said, sitting up in his bed. "We'll go to the continent." Narcissa shook her head sadly. "We would never escape him. He would send his most cruel enforcers to find us, my son. We are locked too tightly into his service with no hope of escape." "You can't be serious. There has to be some place we could. Don't think for a second that I wouldn't run away with you if I thought that we might be safe. I wanted to take you away from all this years ago, but your father would never allow it. He would find us, and he would make us suffer much worse than what you have experienced until now." Narcissa tore her left sleeve up to reveal the dark mark upon her forearm. "This is more than a means to summon his faithful, Draco. He can find each and every one of us through this mark. Why else do you think he brands us with it? The only hope we have is that his enemies can somehow defeat him, or that you can find a way to succeed in your objective. Tell me, do you have a plan?" She asked with hopeful eyes. Draco wanted to be confident, to say that he did indeed have a plan that would work, but looking into his mother's worried eyes, he felt all his bravado fail. Slowly, very slowly, he shook his head. Narcissa had to fight to choke down her sobs. She took a few deep breaths before she trusted her voice. "Perhaps it is time that we swallow our pride, my son. Perhaps it is time that we sought help." She said nothing more, but stood, gave him a meaningful look and swept out of his bedroom, leaving him to ponder all she had said. He would have liked to ask her who he should seek assistance from, but they never had another moment to speak, not even when she dropped him off that morning to catch the train. He felt so exhausted, and his body still ached in places despite Snape's masterful ministrations to keep him healthy. Draco stretched out on the bench and wrapped himself in his heavy winter cloak. He'd been quite unable to stop shivering, and his eyelids felt terribly heavy. Draco gave a yawn and allowed his eyes to close. He knew now that he had no choice but to do as the Dark Lord had ordered. He had to kill Albus Dumbledore, and he had to open Hogwarts to the Death Eaters. Controlling the school was tantamount to controlling the Ministry. To the Dark Lord, they were one and the same. Draco knew now that there was a timeline, and Draco was the primary cog in the Dark Lord's masterwork. Tonight he would try again to fix that accursed cabinet. If he could accomplish that, he would most assuredly come up with a way to end Dumbledore's life and save his mother's and his own lives. "The last night was the very best," Daphne sighed, her eyes drifting into space. She was sitting with Tracy and Hermione in arithmancy class. They were supposed to be working on their assignment, but the three girls were reminiscing about their adventures over the holiday. At breakfast, Harry and Daphne had told their friends about the destruction of the Horcrux, though Daphne had been dying to tell her two girlfriends something she felt was far more exhilarating than the destruction of yet another piece of the Dark Lord's soul. "It was so wonderful to feel his skin on mine. I wanted to let go and just shag him until neither of us could walk." Daphne sighed, though this time she sounded annoyed. "Why didn't you?" Tracy asked, totally engrossed in her friend's tale. "He's too damned noble," Daphne sighed. "Everything we did, I had to start. He just was so scared of hurting me or taking things too far. I tried to let him know that it was okay, but I don't know." Hermione gave a soft smile. "Be patient with him and he'll come around. The only time he's ever acted on his urges is when it means helping someone else. He hasn't grasped the idea that sometimes it's okay to be a bit selfish. Just try not to let it get to you, and before you know it, you'll be together in your room, making love-like." Hermione suddenly seemed to realize what she was saying, and felt her face burn scarlet. Both Tracy and Daphne turned to stare open-mouthed at their bushy-haired friend. Hermione bent low, focusing on her parchment. She didn't dare look at her two friends. Tracy could sniff out a secret like a damned bloodhound, and could make you spill your guts with a look. It was a gift, some would say, while Hermione, under that very gaze right in that moment, felt it should be classified as an unforgivable. "Is there something incredibly saucy and delicious you'd really like to tell us?" Tracy asked, unable to disguise the eager curiosity in her voice. Hermione shook her head, not daring to look at her friends. "Oh my gods," Daphne whispered, her hand covering her mouth to keep from screaming. "You and Neville, shagged like puffskins in heat." Tracy said, leaning forward on her elbows, giving Hermione doe eyes and a very wicked smile. Hermione looked up in horror at her friend's comments. Her eyes were bulging, her mouth hung agape in embarrassment. We did nothing as crass as that. Hermione tried to sound convincing, but her face gave away her guilt. You'd better start sharing with us, or we'll be forced to go speak to Neville, and we all know that he can't keep a secret to save his life. With the right amount of, shall we say, persuasion, he'll crack like an egg dropped on the floor, Tracy threatened. All right, Hermione said, fearful that Tracy would make good on her threat. She gave a cursory glance around the classroom to make sure they weren't being listened in on. It happened on Boxing Day. My parents went out to dinner, and Neville and I got to stay in the hotel room alone. I had just taken a shower and hadn't gotten dressed yet. I sat next to him on the bed wearing my bathrobe, and we were watching something stupid on the telly. I kissed him, just something soft, and he told me that he loved me. Well, we started kissing more and more, and I started feeling like I wanted him to touch me like he had done during the summer. Both girls nodded, hanging on Hermione's every word. The bookish Gryffindor tried to clear her throat before continuing. Truth was, it was actually nice sharing with her friends, despite how embarrassed she felt. He slipped his hands inside my robe, and I felt like I was on fire. I felt goosebumps all over, and I just had to get my hands on him. Hermione's face went even redder than before, which surprised her two friends, and they both thought that Hermione's head very nearly exploded. I nearly ripped his shirt off of him, Hermione admitted. Tracy looked like she was about to make a comment, but Daphne gave her a look to silence her blonde friend. Daphne knew that if either of them interrupted Hermione, they wouldn't get any more details. I thought I had frightened him because he just stared at me for a second. I started to apologize when he started kissing me so passionately. I felt like I had lost control of myself. The more we kissed, the more I wanted. The more he touched me, the more I wanted to be touched. Everything became a blur of feelings and sensations. Hermione took a moment to catch her breath as the memory of that night played in her mind. I know what you were saying before, Daphne, about feeling Harry's skin on yours. There are no words to describe what it felt like. When Neville was inside me, I felt complete. I don't know how else to say it. He was so gentle with me and tender. He kept telling me how much he loved me and how good it felt, and it truly did. It was the single most amazing thing I have ever experienced. When it was over, he just held me so tight and ran his fingers through my hair. I have never felt so alive and content than when we made love. Each time was amazing. Exactly how many times did you and our Neville? Tracy began, 15. Hermione blushed again, looking back to her assignment. Daphne's eyes bugged out and she stared at Tracy, who was silently laughing. It's always the quiet ones, Tracy whispered through her giggles, which made Daphne break into silent laughter, and even Hermione, who was still blushing madly, chuckled a bit. Neville and Harry sat tucked away in a quiet corner in Gryffindor Tower. They both had a free period, which they were using to catch up while matching wits in a game of chess. The two boys had grown closer over the year, however. They had not really been given a chance to truly bond. How was skiing this year? Harry asked. Not bad, though I'm still rubbish at it. Actually, Hermione's dad took me golfing, and I really enjoy that. They have these little motorized carts to get around in, and Dan let me drive. It was really good fun. Neville smiled. Harry gave a chuckle. I take it Hermione's parents approve of you then. Neville suddenly blushed, and Harry gave an inquisitive look. They like me, but I'm afraid if they never mind. Neville said, quickly looking back to the chessboard. What is it? Harry asked. Neville looked around and gave a sigh. You have to promise never to tell Hermione that I told you, but I need to talk to someone about it. Please understand I'm not trying to brag. I don't have any guys I can just talk to about this sort of thing and not have it turn into something disgusting or something like that. What are you talking about? Neville once again looked around, making sure they weren't being overheard. Hermione and we took our relationship to, we. Out already, Harry all but shouted. We made love. Harry felt like he'd been hit by a 1,000-pound bludger. Neville looked at him waiting for his reaction. Oh, Harry finally said. I just sort of happened. It was truly amazing and I love her so much, but I've been worried that we might have taken things too far too fast. She seems okay with it all, but I'm afraid. I don't want to screw things up with her. Nev, Harry began, finally getting his head to function. Hermione is the most responsible, headstrong person I've ever met in my life. If she trusts you and cares for you enough to allow the two of you to, well then all you need to do is keep on caring for you as you've always have. Neville nodded, though he still looked worried. And Nev, just so you know where I stand on the matter, what the two of you do is between you. But if you ever hurt her, I will make you pay for it, once she's done making you pay. Neville gave a very proud smile and nodded. Harry guessed that Neville just needed some sort of reassurance that he was doing right by the bushy-haired girl that they both held in such high esteem. How are things between you and Daphne? Harry felt himself blush a bit. Brilliant, though I think she would like to be where you and Hermione are. Just between the two of us, I'd like to as well, but I'm not about to make that move while we're in school. As it is, I'm worried that we're moving too fast. Are you worried, or are you afraid of going too far? Neville asked wisely. I know you would never intentionally hurt her, but I've watched you guys this year, and I have to tell you that you're kind of in danger of losing her. What do you mean? Harry looked up quickly. Daphne is an extremely patient and understanding person, Harry, but she's also human, and just like anyone else, she needs to feel like she's special, especially to you. I know that you care for her, Neville said before Harry had the chance to argue. But with all your training and classes and everything else, you've hardly made time for her, to spend time with her. I've listened to her talk to Tracy and Hermione while you were in lessons, and I've got to tell you as a friend that she needs some of your attention. It's almost like you're pushing her away by focusing so much on preparing to fight. I don't meant to, it's just that this is important. I'm the only one who can end all this. I know, Harry, Neville said. But if you forget to show her how much she means to you, you could lose her, and I don't want to see that happen. I'm not saying go find her and shag her rotten like Seamus would tell you. I get it, Neville, Harry said, stopping his friend. And I think she made it clear to me over holiday. We didn't get quite as intimate as you and Hermione, but I don't need details, Neville smiled. But I'm happy for you. Harry nodded, and the two returned to their chess match, though Harry could no longer focus. He kept thinking to how it felt to hold Daphne's nearly naked body so close to his own, and how hot her flesh felt upon his own as they explored each other's flesh with their hands and their mouths. He'd been so hesitant, but the more he tasted of Daphne, the more he wanted. Still, he was afraid of hurting her or being unable to control himself. Afraid of what it might mean if his enemies learned just how much he felt for Daphne, afraid of her rejecting him or leaving him. He had never in all his life felt anything like what he felt just being next to her, and what frightened him the most was losing that. Hey, Harry. Ginny. Harry smiled as he greeted the young redhead. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Do you have a minute? I can go get. Neville started, but Ginny shook her head. You don't have to go anywhere, Neville. I just wanted to let Harry know that he needs to be careful. What do you mean? Harry asked. Ginny gave a soft smile and sat down, folding her hands in her lap. I overheard some girls on the train coming back yesterday. It seems there are quite a few girls who don't like the fact that you're with Daphne, and they think it's time you two broke up and gave some other girls a chance at you. What? Harry asked, eyes bulging out of his head. Neville began to snicker. Hermione heard some girls on the train at the start of holiday coming up with ideas to ensnare you. Ensnare me? Hermione's words, not mine, mate, Levi said, holding his hands up. The point is that you should watch your back. There's a fourth-year girl named Rommel Devane, and she seems convinced that you and her will be together before the end of the year. I wouldn't put it past her to use one of Fred and George's love potions on you. Ginny grinned, and Harry had to smile in return. One thing Ginny had always been great at was lightening the mood, not unlike Ron. Harry suddenly felt very guilty for more or less ignoring her all year. So you're saying I should watch what I eat and drink, Harry quipped. I would. Thanks, Ginny, and I'm sorry that we haven't spoken or anything. Forget it, Harry. Let's just let the past remain in the past. I didn't make any attempt to speak to you either, so we're both gigantic gits. Harry nodded and smiled as Ginny rose from her seat. I've got to get back to studying. Why didn't any of you prats tell me Owl Year was so horrendous? Ginny, Neville called as the redhead started moving away. What house are these girls in? Should Harry be watching out for any house in particular? All of them, really. That Rommel girl is a Gryffindor. Harry suddenly felt like a hunted animal. He had no idea that he was so popular, though as he thought about it, it was very likely none of these girls cared a lick about Harry, but were after the boy who lived, or knew that he was quite wealthy, or some other shallow reason. Harry breathed a sigh as he thought of the girl he was with. Daphne truly cared about him as a person, so much so she had come to his aunt and uncle's home to literally beat some sense into him. Harry seriously doubted most of the other girls in the school would do that. Harry considered himself very blessed, and now he intended to show Daphne exactly how much he appreciated her. Maybe they could skip dinner and sequester themselves in the room of requirement for a few hours. Lord Voldemort sat with a heavy mind. He stared at his wand, lost in thought over his plans and his diminishing power. He was beginning to wonder if he would have the power to rule over the wizarding world when he finally managed to take it for himself. Once again, he had felt another significant drop in his magic 3 days before Christmas. He was still able to cast most of his favorite spells, and had used young Malfoy to test his abilities, as he was afraid one of his other followers might feel the difference in power or think him merciful. His research had turned up nothing. And the Dark Lord was actually starting to feel anxious about his fate. He could, of course, not die, but was it possible to lose all of his magic, to become nothing better than a muggle? He could not find any answers, and it was disturbing him most grievously. His research had failed him. It seemed there was no precedent for this sort of occurrence, so he would need to try to solve the problem himself. His first thought was to somehow replace Potter's blood with another wizard's, preferably with someone very powerful, like that crazy old muggle-loving fool, Dumbledore. Voldemort actually chuckled at that thought. Even if he hadn't ordered the old fool killed, he knew it would be impossible to get his blood. None of his Death Eaters could match Dumbledore's power or his creative spell work. Then the idea came to him. His plans were moving quickly, and soon he was going to have access to a wealth of powerful witches and wizards, many of them purebloods. A very sinister smile began spreading on his lipless face as Lord Voldemort imagined all the young faces staring up at him in awe as he strode into the Great Hall, pronouncing his victory. Then, he could meet with each and every child and drain the most powerful of their life and infuse their magic to his own. And of those left alive, he would begin their education of his brave new world, where wizards ruled over muggles. But before any of that would come to pass, there was one thing that had to be addressed, and it had to be done in front of the whole of Hogwarts and the magical world together. Harry Potter would die at last. "He's placed other within the castle," Severus Snape said wearily. He sat in Dumbledore's office, nursing his 3rd glass of brandy, while Dumbledore listened to his defense teacher's report of the happenings over the holiday. "I don't know how many, or even who they might be, but I do know that Draco is not the only one. From what I could gather, they're in place should Draco fail or be found out." Dumbledore took a deep breath and swallowed the last of his tea. He set the empty cup down and sighed deeply. "Were you able to convince Draco to give up his task?" The elder man asked. Snape shook his head. "After all that boy suffered through, he still refused to listen to me. He's so much like his father." "Do you have any idea of what he's trying to do? Other than end your life?" Snape snorted. "No, I do know that the Dark Lord's pulling all his followers in and preparing for something big, though I was not informed of what his plans are. He only told me to prepare myself, and that triumph was near." His failure to kill Amelia Bones and her niece no doubt irritated him. Snape sat up and gave the older man a strange look. "In fact, it did," Snape said, rising to his feet. "I don't know why it didn't occur to me then, but something strange happened when he heard about that. He punished Draco for Rudolphus' failure. In fact, Draco suffered for nearly every transgression committed by other people." "That's unusual," Dumbledore said, steepling his fingers. "Do you have an opinion on it?" "I'm not sure," Snape shrugged slightly. "Draco had never been tortured by the Dark Lord before, and he didn't rely on the Cruciatus curse. In fact, he used a lot of very simple spells, bone breakers and the like. It was almost as if he were losing his power." Dumbledore stood up. "It's working." "What are you talking about? With every Horcrux that is destroyed, Voldemort loses some of his power. By the time they are all destroyed and Harry faces him, they should be on equal ground, perhaps a bit more in favor of Harry. It was one of my theories regarding the Horcruxes. It seems that I may have been correct." "And what if he figures out why he's losing his strength?" Snape asked, a worried expression on his sallow face. "If he believes that his Horcruxes have been destroyed, he will retrieve the remaining ones and hide them, and we shall have no hope of finding them, and Lord Voldemort will win this war." Snape winced at the thought of Voldemort's plans succeeding. "Do you have any ideas on where the rest are?" "I am nearly positive that one of them resides with Gringotts. Just as Lucius possessed one, I believe that he entrusted another with one with instructions to place it in their family vault. It would have been someone from a very old family, so the vault would be in the very deepest part of the Goblin Bank. That narrows the field down a bit. Other than Malfoy, there would only be the Blacks, the Rookwoods, the Carrows, the Lestranges, and the Averys. Of those, I believe only Bellatrix would have been so trusted. That seems most likely. The goblins, of course, will not allow us into someone else's vault without a reason, as well as suitable compensation. Dumbledore sat down again, bringing his hands together once again. Another you have seen many times, his familiar. Nagini is a Horcrux. How is that possible? How could he place a piece of his soul inside something that already had a soul? He did it with Harry. That was some sort of cosmic joke. You told me yourself that the object needed to be prepared to receive the bit of soul. A snake would be far easier to contain and keep in one place during such a ceremony. Regardless, he has an unprecedented amount of control over the snake. I believe it is a Horcrux. The last one is hidden near the shore. I am very close to discovering its resting place, and when I do, I will take Harry and we shall destroy it. The snake will be the very last one to be destroyed, and I wish for you to see that it is. Me! Snape turned to stare at Dumbledore as if he'd grown another head out of his chest. You will know when the time comes. We must do our very best to keep Lord Voldemort from discovering what we are doing. I have taken steps to guide Harry after I am gone so that he will not try and take on Lord Voldemort until he is absolutely ready to end Lord Voldemort once and for all. Dumbledore sighed. You're asking so much of me. Snape glared. First you want it to be me who ends your life, incidentally making me a wanted man with no way for me to prove that it was you who asked me, and now you want me to finish off your quest, and I have to figure out when the correct time is. Severus, there is someone who would stand up for you if you would just... Stop, Snape snapped. I have asked you over and over again to drop this. I am not going to confess myself to Potter. I desire neither his respect, his friendship, or even his pity. My sins, and the reason for them, will die with me. Snape gave one last glare and swept from Dumbledore's office, leaving the headmaster to ponder why Severus Snape held so tightly to his anger and hatred. At least I can count on him to do what must be done, Dumbledore thought as he rose from his desk and prepared himself for bed. Tracy and Daphne had just finished their last class for the day and were on their way to meet Harry and the others for dinner. They were deep in a discussion regarding their charms lesson and didn't notice the group of girls that were standing in front of them, blocking the hallway. Both Slytherins looked up just before they ran into the lead girl, who was glaring at them as if they were something quite foul. There were 8 girls in total, some from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff houses. The girl in the middle, who appeared to be in charge, Daphne recognized at once as Romilda Vane. Shortly after Christmas holiday ended, Hermione, along with Ginny Weasley, had pointed this girl out and informed Daphne that there was a growing contingent of Hogwarts girls, led by Romilda, who believed that the Slytherin girl had Harry in her clutches quite long enough. Both Ginny and Hermione warned her that they had heard rumor that Harry might be slipped a love potion, just to get Daphne and Harry to split up and give other girls a chance at the Gryffindor Golden Boy. Daphne had found the whole thing ridiculous and laughed it all off, though inwardly she had put her guard up and tried to monitor who Harry interacted with, just in case. Harry had of course heard the same warnings, and much to Daphne's relief, seemed to be trying to take precautions. Harry had taken to using revealing spells of his food and drinks, just to be safe. Neville had even joked about getting him a hip flask, much like Mad-Eye Moody had. Daphne had also started noticing an alarming amount of girls giving her death glares. Most of these she ignored, but there were a handful of girls, mostly 7th years, she made mental notes to beware of. Some of those girls were quite powerful, and more than a bit scary in their own ways. Romilda was quite tall and mature, looking for a 4th year, with long, curly black hair and piercing hazel eyes. She was, in fact, quite pretty, if not for her rather snobbish demeanor. She stood with her arms crossed over her ample chest, staring daggers at Daphne, who looked a bit surprised. Tracy, on the other hand, looked to be sizing them all up. We've come to give you proper warning. It's time you let Harry go. You've had your fun, and he deserves something better. Excuse me, Daphne asked with shock. Had my fun? What exactly do you think I'm doing to him? Oh, come on. There's no way that Harry would willing fall for a Slytherin. We all know that you've enchanted him. He never looks happy. I'd watch your tongue before someone rips it out of your head. Tracy warned. You don't know the first thing about him. I know he always looks miserable in our common room. I know that he takes extra lessons so he doesn't have to spend time with her. Romilda nodded toward Daphne, who was getting more than a little irritated. Tracy could swear that she felt the air ripple next to her. We think that you should do what's right for him and let him go. Give him a chance to find real happiness. He deserves the best, and you're most definitely not it. This came from a girl standing next to Romilda, who was wearing Ravenclaw robes. Have any of you even thought of the possibility he looks miserable because we aren't in the same house and can't spend as much time together as we'd like? Daphne asked, eyeing each girl in turn and settling her gaze on Vane, who simply scoffed at the suggestion. Right, like he's really that hung up on you. Please. There are literally a dozen really good-looking witches in Gryffindor who would shag him rotten if they weren't afraid of what you and your snake friends might do to them. But I'm not afraid, and I'm just giving you notice that I'm going to make him mine by the end of the year. I'm going to wake him up from his terrible nightmare of dadding you. Is that so? Once he's free of whatever spells you've used on him, he'll be so grateful, it won't even be a question of what he'll do. Vane smiled, folding her arms over her ample chest. Daphne closed her eyes and took several breaths to try and calm herself down. When she opened her eyes again, she looked directly at Romilda, who looked as if she was smelling something very unpleasant. I'm going to say this only once, so you'd better listen, you complete cow. Harry is free to do as he pleases. If he wishes to break up with me and see other people, he is free to do so. I have no more control over him than I do the weather. If I were using anything to bewitch him into staying with me, I think someone like Dumbledore might have noticed and put a stop to it long ago. Tracy nodded for effect, glaring at each other girls who were standing in front of them in turn. Romilda just shook her head, snorting with disbelief. I'm supposed to believe a Slytherin couldn't find a way to fool teachers. Please. Frankly, I don't give a acromantula's arse what you believe, you slag. Daphne snapped, her anger getting the better of her. Harry is with me because he chooses to be. If you can't deal with that, then it's your problem. But let me be clear, if you try to do anything to ruin my relationship with my boyfriend, I will use all of my Slytherin guile and make it my life's pursuit to destroy your life forever. And just so you know, I'm pretty tight with the Weasley twins. Now excuse me. Daphne pushed past Romilda, shoving her hard with her shoulder with Tracy right behind her. They rounded a corner and made it down one flight of steps before Daphne's tears came. Tracy wrapped a comforting arm around her friend and guided her into an empty classroom. Wasn't real until now, was it? Tracy asked when the door closed. I don't doubt Harry at all, and I know he loves me, I do. But those cows could do something to him, and Daph, listen to me. No one, especially Harry, is going to let anything come between you two. Harry still flinches whenever anyone mentions his moment of idiocy last summer. Daphne laughed lightly in spite of her anger and frustration. No one who matters thinks that what you two have is anything short of true love. Sirius told me during the summer that he could not have picked anyone better for Harry than you. You're smart, funny, powerful, not to mention one of the sexiest witches in this school next to me. Again Daphne laughed. She wiped at her eyes and thanked her friend for her support. Besides, I have the perfect solution for all this rubbish. Tracy grinned. What's that, hexing that vain slag into eternity? Daphne asked, sniffing and wiping at her eyes again. Close, I was going to mention it to Astoria. Tracy winked. Oh, come one, I know they're horrible people, but even they don't deserve that. Daphne said quickly, then she cocked her head, thinking about it for a moment. Well, okay, maybe Vane. The two Slytherin girls fell into a fit of giggles and soon left the classroom. Harry noticed Daphne's puffy eyes when she and Tracy showed up for dinner. However, when he asked her what had upset her, she shook her head and told him it was nothing. Harry knew it was best not to push, and that she would tell him when she felt better. Through dinner, he noticed Romilda Vane shooting his girlfriend death glares. This was becoming commonplace with many girls around the school, and it was starting to irritate him. He hadn't noticed it before Ginny had told him about overhearing some girls discussing plans to slip him a love potion. Since then, he couldn't help but see the glares that Daphne got. Most of the time, Daphne ignored it, but Harry guessed today something else had happened to get her upset. Harry decided it needed to stop once and for all, and that everyone needed to just deal with the fact that he was with Daphne, and that wasn't likely to change so long as he had any say in the matter. Hey, he said, turning to look at her. She looked up, her dark eyes still a bit red from crying, he guessed. He leaned in and captured her lips and held them with his own for a long moment. What was that for? She asked, a little confused, as Harry was sometimes reticent about being affectionate in the middle of the Great Hall. Because I love you. He smiled simply and returned to eating. Daphne couldn't help but smile and gave him a playful nudge with her shoulder in return. Her mood lightened considerably throughout the rest of dinner and into their study session. Harry noticed that Daphne did tend to keep some sort of physical contact with him, whether it be sitting very close or nudging him playfully. She only tensed up again when Romelda Vane and her group of friends came into the library to study. Harry felt Daphne stiffen a bit next to him, but once he kissed her again and rubbed the back of her neck, she relaxed a bit. Harry didn't fail to notice that Daphne had gotten tense when Romelda entered, and when the same girl was staring at her during dinner. He remembered Ginny's warning and felt things were starting to get out of hand. He had way too much to worry about, and didn't need a bunch of stupid fangirls making life difficult for people he counted on. Harry was going to have a word or two with Vane and make it clear where his heart was, and that she needed to get over her crush or whatever she thought she felt for him. He had made no progress since returning to the school. The remaining wards had remained in place, and his growing desperation was making it so much harder to repair that blasted cabinet. Draco Malfoy paced in front of the object of his ire, ruffling his normally sleek hair and cursing loudly at his own ineptitude. Every time he felt he was getting close, he would lose concentration or be too drained to accomplish anything. He was barely sleeping and rarely ate, and he had become sickly looking, drawn and pale, a shadow of himself. What was worse was his growing paranoia. He felt as if he were being watched everywhere he went. He didn't even trust Crabbe, Goyle, or Not any longer. He'd started avoiding them all, leaving the dorm before they awoke in the morning, and returning late in the night. So far, he'd been lucky he hadn't been caught by Filch or that insufferable cat. He had been attending classes, though he barely paid any attention and rarely finished classwork. Snape had tried again on several occasions to gain his confidence, but Draco always refused to listen and always managed to escape the greasy man's clutches. Draco sat down in a huff, staring at the broken cabinet and wishing for the millionth time that he had never begged to be marked. He knew now without question that he was in over his head, and all he wanted to do was to run. To take his mother and escape to France, or Germany, or Russia. Far from England and the ire of the Dark Lord. He had only heard from his mother once in the nearly 2 months he'd been back at school. She had him a short letter along with some cookies, which he'd scarfed down with relish. The letter had hinted that it would be wise to seek help. The trouble was, she had not indicated from where he should seek such help, or what kind of help. Whenever he thought of her advice, he became infuriated by it. Now was not the time for cryptic riddles. His first thought was to accept Snape's help. However, the words of many disgruntled Death Eaters always gave him pause. Snape was highly suspect. Many felt he was too close to their master. Others felt he was too close to Dumbledore to be trusted. Draco's own thoughts of the man were that he would gladly sacrifice anyone to get in the good graces of the Dark Lord. Despite the fact that he had been a family friend for many years, Draco just didn't feel that Snape was the help his mother had referred to. It really only left Dumbledore, the man he was supposed to kill. But that would mean admitting what he'd done, and what he was supposed to do, and Draco knew that meant a one-way ticket to Azkaban, and that thought chilled Draco to the bone. He had no other recourse but to complete his task. It was the only way to save his own life as well as his mother's. He had been spending a lot of time planning his escape from England once he'd accomplished his task. He'd also spent an immeasurable amount of time researching the Dark Mark and any way he might break its charm so that once he fled with his mother, the Dark Lord would be unable to track them down. He had been unable to convince any teachers to allow him into the restricted section of the library, especially since he was avoiding any interaction with Snape. Draco was sure that several answers to his problems were hidden within those ancient tomes. He felt stupid for not thinking of these things while he was at home, as the Malfoy library was a fountain of information on all things dark. There was nothing for it now. He had to break the remaining wards and repair the vanishing cabinet, and he had to find a way to kill Albus Dumbledore, and he had to do it quickly. He could feel the cold breath of death on him more and more with each passing day. "Professor Snape!" Snape looked up at the door where the near mirror image of his school rival stood, looking tentative. Snape waved his hand nonchalantly, beckoning the young man into his classroom. Harry Potter entered upon the professor's signal and shut the door behind him. "Today will be our final lesson," Snape said, not even bothering to look up. "I have given you a very thorough education in dark magic spells. You have, rather surprisingly, managed to master many of those spells." Harry smirked at Snape's version of a compliment. Snape rose from his desk and approached Harry, staring hard into his green eyes. He brought up his wand and aimed it over Harry's shoulder. Harry heard the distinct squelching sound of the door being sealed magically. "The last spell I have for you is a very dark spell. It will open a very deep cut in your opponent's flesh. Without the counter curse, your enemy will bleed out and die. The incantation is Sectum Sempra. Snape stepped to Harry's side, and with a flick of his wand, a practice dummy, similar to those the DA used during their meetings, appeared out of a cabinet behind his desk. This is not a terribly complicated spell, so there is no reason why you should not master it at the end of our lesson. However, please refrain from teaching it to any of your friends. This is not a spell that is known by the Death Eaters, save for one, me. You, Harry asked, looking at his defense teacher. I have never taught it to anyone. I only do so now at the headmaster's request to give you any advantages I can. Now watch carefully. Snape demonstrated the wand movement for the spell. Harry watched Snape's demonstration and then tried it for himself. Snape snapped his wand on the back of Harry's hand when he did it wrong. Harry tried a few more times with similar results before Snape felt it was good enough to attempt a real spell. Harry took aim and cleared his throat. The spell shot across the room, hitting the dummy directly in the chest, leaving a slightly charred slash across the torso. Harry went quickly over to inspect the damage he'd inflicted and imagined what it might do to a living, breathing person. The slash mark was thin, but was quite long. Harry had caught the dummy below the chin, and the charred slash ended near the navel area. Harry turned back to Snape, who was watching him contemptuously. "Where did you learn this spell?" Harry asked. "I invented it," Snape said, folding his arms superiorly. Harry stared at his defense teacher with a mixture of awe and loathing. Harry guessed that Snape had developed his spell to use against Muggles and Voldemort's enemies. "Have you ever used it against anyone?" Harry asked, staring coldly at Snape, who still looked smug. "Yes, of course I have." And then Harry saw it. Only for a second, but he knew he wasn't mistaken. Snape's cold black eyes softened for a split second and looked regretful before returning to their normal cold indifference. "How many?" Harry pressed, returning to Snape's side to attempt the spell again. "What does it matter?" "It just does," Harry said firmly as he fired the new spell again, hitting the dummy with a diagonal cut from shoulder to hip. 7, Snape said after a long pause in which Harry had hit the dummy 3 more times. "Who were they?" Snape looked at Harry, raising an eyebrow. "Why is it any of your business, Potter? Last time I checked, you are in no position to pass judgment upon me. I have paid for my crimes, not that it is any of your concern. All you need to worry about is mastering this spell so that we can finally stop having these visits." Harry agreed that he wanted to end his training with Snape. It always left him feeling disgusting and dirty. Usually after a lesson with Snape, he would spend an hour in the shower, trying to feel normal and clean again. Plus, the sooner he finished with this final lesson, he would be able to meet up with Daphne and maybe get some time in the room of requirement. She had been hinting that Tracy had given her an idea that she really wanted to try on Harry. She had mentioned that she had been practicing using a banana. "Again!" Snape commanded, snapping Harry out of his very pleasurable thoughts. Harry practiced for another 3 hours, in which Snape, as he had on every other lesson before this, had made him perform non-verbally once he felt Harry had the spell down well enough. By the end, when Snape had apparently had enough of Harry, and Harry felt he could perform this new spell just as well as the rest of his magical arsenal, Harry actually felt very tired. He was thankful that this was supposed to be his last lesson with the greasy-haired git, but something occurred to him as he was heading back to Gryffindor Tower to change and shower. Snape had not once insulted him or his father. Harry could not remember any lesson in which Snape had not at some point told Harry he was no better than his vile father. But today, not a syllable on the subject. Plus, there was that brief second of what Harry could only describe as regret. It really struck Harry, because, so far as he had guessed, Snape was an emotionless sack of putridness. The new spell he'd shown Harry that day was proof of it, really. Who would bother inventing a spell that would basically kill your enemy slowly? Harry shuddered as he thought of using the deadly spell. He thought back to the previous summer when he'd talked to Sirius about what he might have to do in the war. Moody had worked them pretty hard that day, and Tonks had shown them some pretty powerful spells. "What's up, kid? You look like you might be sick," Sirius had said upon finding Harry staring out his window when he should have been sleeping. "I don't know if I can do it, Sirius. Take someone's life again." "I mean, when I thought Daphne had been killed, and I blasted that Death Eater, I was so full of adrenaline, I couldn't think straight." "Harry, I just don't think it's in you to kill someone in cold blood." Sirius smiled, sitting on Harry's bed. You might find yourself in situations where the only way to survive will be to kill your enemy. Remember that they won't hesitate to kill you. Or, well, I guess you'll be safe until they bring you before Voldemort since he wants to kill you, but you get my point, right? Harry gave a small nod and smiled. The point is that you'll be acting in self-defense and defense of your friends. You'll do what needs to be done. If you didn't feel remorse or a bit of guilt, then I'd worry. You're a really good man, Harry, who's got one hell of a job to do before him. What's important is that you stick to what you believe and remember what it is you're fighting for. Sirius gave a devious grin and nodded towards the door. And when you finally do ask that incredibly gorgeous woman to marry you, I want to be your best man. Harry sighed as he gave the password and passed through the portrait hole. The common room was fairly empty as Hufflepuff was playing Slytherin that day. Harry wondered idly if he could get a shower and catch the end of the game. Heading up into the dorm, he opened his trunk to grab some fresh clothes when he noticed something. Shifting a few items around, he saw that the Marauder's map was missing. Thinking that it might be in his book bag, he dumped that out onto his bed and began sorting through his things. There was no sign of it. He remembered putting it back into his trunk when he'd gotten back to the dorm last night. He and Daphne had been using it to try and figure out where Draco had been disappearing to. He had put it in his trunk next to the two-way mirror he used to talk to Sirius, and that was still there. Harry wondered if Hermione had taken it, but couldn't for the life of him figure out why she would use it. It was possible that Neville might have it, but it was likely he was with Hermione at the game, and neither Tracy or Daphne could get into the Gryffindor Tower. So where the hell could it be? He needed to find his friends and try and figure out what had happened to the Marauder's map. It was one of the few things he had that belonged to his father, and one of his most prized possessions, not to mention its usefulness. Harry couldn't stand the thought of someone else taking the map. He had to find it. Theodore Nott sat on his bed in the sixth-year Slytherin dorms studying his newest acquisition. He couldn't stop congratulating himself for pulling off such a feat as he had that morning. It had taken a month's worth of planning, but he'd done it, and no one would ever suspect him. Everything started that night he'd overheard Potter and Greengrass talking about the map. He had been awed to learn that Potter had a map of Hogwarts. He'd started tailing Potter, trying to get a glimpse of this legendary map. Unfortunately, he could never get close enough to see the damned thing. Then a month ago, while he was in the library, he'd seen it, and he'd seen how it worked. He couldn't believe his good luck. He hadn't been able to see the map to clear, and had to look as if he were searching for a book, but his plan had begun to form already. Draco had unintentionally provided the Polyjuice potion, and that idiot first-year Gryffindor provided the necessary hair. What took the longest was finding the Gryffindor Tower and learning the damned password. Fortunately, he had learned how to disillusion himself over the Christmas holiday, and had been using it in the castle for the last 2 months. Finally, the opportunity had presented itself that morning, with the whole school out watching Slytherin crushing Hufflepuff. He used the hairs of the Gryffindor first year, and gained access to the atrocious Gryffindor common room. He remembered Draco's attempt at searching Greengrass' trunk, and vowed not to repeat those mistakes. Fortunately for Nott, no one disturbed him while searching, and the map had been right on top of everything in Potter's trunk. He then returned to Slytherin House under a disillusionment charm to wait out the Polyjuice potion and examine the map. He had not forgotten the words it took to make the map work, and was truly shocked to see that not only was it a nearly complete map of the school, but that it showed exactly where every single person was. He took great pleasure in watching Potter leave Snape's office and walk all the way back to his dorm. He noticed that Potter remained stationary for a little while, and Nott guessed he probably knew his map was gone. With luck, he'd think Draco had done it. Nott stopped watching Potter and began to really examine the map in earnest. He saw a handful of hidden corridors that led out of the castle that he would need to check out. His master was going to be most pleased. Nott closed his eyes and sighed at the thought of what rewards awaited him for serving his dark master so well. Nott surreptitiously rubbed his left arm as he allowed his mind to wander. "Have you tried just summoning it back to you?" Neville asked, taking a bite of his sandwich. Harry hadn't met his friends at the game as he'd been planning, but they all met up in the Great Hall for lunch, where he told them about the missing map. They were all shocked to learn of the map's disappearance, and each aware of how bad the situation had become. "I tried a couple of times," Harry shrugged. "Whoever took it probably put it somewhere where it couldn't get out or put anti-summoning charms on it." But who could have taken it? Hermione wondered aloud. I mean, who would even know what it was or how to activate it? Could it have been Dean or Seamus? Neville wondered, but Harry shook his head. As far as I know, they didn't know about it, and secondly, they would have asked. They're just not the type to steal from one of their housemates, Harry said. Neville thought for a moment and had to agree. Dean and Seamus were a lot of things, but they would never steal from their dorm mates. You're always so careful when you use it, Hermione said. Seriously, how could anyone know about it or what it does? Thousands of sentient portraits in this place, and you wonder how anyone would know of the existence of a magical map, Tracy asked sarcastically. What about when we used it in the library? There were loads of people around, Daphne said, looking disheartened. Anyone could have seen and made it look as if they were looking for a book. It's so quiet in there that anyone could have heard how it was activated, too. Harry's shoulders slumped. He had been so desperate to find out what Malfoy was hiding. He had risked looking at the Marauders' map. Not to mention the fact that a room such as the library where there were loads of people Erewhoned, it was difficult to tell who was close to you. Harry remembered using the map several times in the library over the past month, and he had never paid any mind to who might have been around him. He felt so idiotic now and wanted desperately to find the damn map again. Daphne rubbed his shoulder soothingly. I'm sorry, she said softly. What if it was Draco? Tracy asked. The others looked up, interested in her theory. He tried getting that potion from Daphne. Why not try and get Harry's map if he felt he needed it? Would it be so hard to get up to Gryffindor Tower and get it? If he was patient and planned it out, he could have learned from his mistakes and gotten his grubby hands on it. But what would he use it for? Hermione wondered. I thought you two said he was locking himself in the room of requirement. He is, but that doesn't mean he couldn't use the map for something, Daphne pointed out. If you were up to something bad, wouldn't you find it beneficial to know where your enemies were? Hermione agreed and became silent. Maybe he's using it to watch my movements now, Harry thought out loud. You mean, like learning your patterns to make it easy to get at you, Neville quipped. We know I'm number 1 on his list. If Draco learns where I go and all that, he might be able to set a trap for me. He could also use it to get out of the castle any time he wants, Harry added. Daphne did not like this line of thought at all. That's simple enough to fix. Just use different routes to classes and stuff. Keep him guessing. Never take any passage more than 2 days in a row so he can't get the drop on you, Tracy suggested, finishing her soup. That makes sense. Hermione nodded. But shouldn't we try to get it back from him? Are you suggesting we make another vat of Polyjuice potion? Harry winced, remembering his and Ron's experience as Crabbe and Goyle, not to mention the disgusting taste of the stuff. No, I'm suggesting that you ask Snape to make him return it. That might not be a good idea, Harry said. How am I going to convince Snape to help get back the one thing that would prove all his theories about my lawlessness correct? He'd love to finally be able to punish me for all the things he thinks I've done. I forgot about that, Hermione said, her shoulders slumping a bit. Daphne and I could check his trunk for you, Tracy suggested. We wouldn't even need Polyjuice. I think that goes without saying, Daphne smiled. Harry's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he smiled brightly. He stood up from the table and began heading out of the great hall. His friends watched him for just a moment and got up to follow. Harry led them to the entrance to the kitchens, and after tickling the picture of the pair, the group entered the kitchens where hundreds of house elves bustled about cooking dinner and cleaning the lunch dishes. Harry Potter, sir. Daphne and the others couldn't help but laugh as Harry was tackled to the ground by a very excited little elf with large green eyes and a mass of knobbly hats on his head. Hello, Dobby, Harry gasped, tugging at the little elf's arms, which were secured very tightly around his waist. Dobby is very pleased to be seeing the great Harry Potter. How can Dobby serve the most noble Harry Potter and his friends this day? Dobby said, letting go of Harry and giving a regal bow. Dobby, I think Draco Malfoy stole something from me. Is there any way that you could look in his school trunk and get it back for me? Dobby's bat-like ears sagged and he shook his head. I is being unable to help you. House elves cannot be going into students' belongings, not even to put away clean clothes. That makes sense, Hermione said flatly. That's why our laundry is always folded and placed on our beds. Harry looked very upset, but Daphne took his hand and assured him that it would all be okay. The group visited with Dobby for a bit, and Dobby kept apologizing for being unable to help Harry, even though Harry tried to reassure the elf that he would solve the problem on his own. His friends all vowed to watch Malfoy carefully and try to get the map back into Harry's possession. The last thing any of them wanted was for Draco to succeed in trapping Harry and delivering him to the Dark Lord. The week passed quickly, and an air of excitement became permeable through the 6th and 7th years as they would begin apparition lessons. The night before, Harry met with Dumbledore for another lesson. "Professor Snape has informed me that he has completed lessons with you. May I ask how you feel about what he has shown you?" Dumbledore asked as Harry sat down in front of Dumbledore's desk. During their last lesson, Dumbledore had informed Harry that their next meeting would be pure academic. "To be honest, sir, I have to say after our last lesson that I feel tainted somehow. The last spell he showed me is just a step under an unforgivable. I mean, he showed me the counter curse and everything, but war is never easy, especially for those who have to fight it. This is an ugly war, Harry, and though it is my deepest wish that you never again have to take a life, the reality of our situation almost demands that you will. You and your friends. Stunning and binding your enemies will only do so much, especially if your outnumbered and Death Eaters can revive their fallen numbers. Severus has kept me informed of your progress throughout your lessons, so I know what you have been taught. While I would never advise you to use dark spells, do not avoid using them either. They might save your life as well as those you care for." Harry nodded, fully understanding the headmaster's words, though he still felt sick whenever he thought of what he could now do to an enemy. "As I told you, tonight will be quite easy. Tonight I wish merely to speak to you as an equal. I have had the great privilege of watching you grow into a very admirable human being, Harry. I am quite proud to say that I know you." "Thank you, sir," Harry said. He felt suddenly uncomfortable. "Professor McGonagall tells me that you are preparing for a career as an Auror." "That's true," Harry said. "A noble pursuit to be sure, but after all you've done, and with what lies ahead for you, have you thought of other career paths? I must say that there have been more than a handful of professional teams who are interested in your performance on the Quidditch pitch." "No one's approached me yet," Harry smiled. "I would have to give it some thought. The truth is, I've been fighting dark wizards my whole life." "That you have," Dumbledore chuckled. Harry smiled at the old man's mirth, and the two shared a good long chuckle. "I just want you to know that there are options. Just because you found yourself fighting the darkness doesn't mean that is what you are fated to do. I'll think about it. I have a few things to do yet before I can make any kind of decision, don't you think, sir?" "That you do, M-boy." Dumbledore gave a soft smile. Dumbledore became silent as he stared at Harry for a bit, while Harry waited patiently for the headmaster to get to the point of that evening's meeting. With a great sigh, Dumbledore began to speak once again. "I believe I am very close to finding another Horcrux, Harry, but I fear it will not be as easy as the last one. It is my suspicion, given its potential location, that we will encounter many enchantments and protections. It is my hope to discover the exact location within the next 2 weeks. In this time, I should like it if you prepare yourself, as I will be bringing you along with me. I should like it if we destroy the Horcrux right away and not bring it back with us to Hogwarts." "Of course, sir. What do you think I should do?" "I should like it if you fill a knapsack with your sword, invisibility cloak, and any other items that you think would be useful in a fight. Also, ask Madame Pomfrey for a basic healing kit. Tell it is on my request that you have asked for it. Shrink the knapsack and keep it with you at all times. I must impress upon you, Harry, that this will be very dangerous, and I would like your oath that you will do everything that I ask of you with no questions." "You have it, sir," Harry said confidently. "Good. Now let me explain to you what I expect," Dumbledore said. For the next hour, Dumbledore explained to Harry all he suspected of their next Horcrux location. He reminded Harry of one of the memories they had observed during the last summer, and how Voldemort had certain places that held some kind of sentimental value to him. He then went on to remind Harry of the Horcruxes that still eluded them. "Sir, how are things going with the Order? Have they had any more incidents?" Harry asked. "It seems as if Lord Voldemort is congregating his forces. There have been no attacks, kidnappings, or even threats since Christmas." Professor Snape did notice some rather strange behavior from him during his stay at Malfoy Manor. It is our collected belief that he is losing his power with each Horcrux that is destroyed, though he seems unaware of the reason as of yet. No doubt that is in large part to the fact that you no longer are connected to him. He is essentially blind as to what we are up to, and therefore has no idea why he is losing his power. "Do you think he will be without magic when I end up facing him?" Harry asked, a little excitement in his voice. "I wish that were the case. Lord Voldemort was a very powerful man when he walked these hallowed halls. His power increased to unforeseen levels at the height of his power, even surpassing my own. The only reason he has been unable to defeat me is that he is simply not as clever as I am, if I could be so humble. Harry remembered seeing Dumbledore and Voldemort fight in the Ministry and how spectacular both men's magic was. Though, do not be discouraged. I believe that you will be fairly evenly matched upon your next meeting. Dumbledore continued. Magic is part of our very soul, Harry, and upon making his Horcruxes, he not only protected himself from death, but also his magic. With each Horcrux that is destroyed, a bit of his magic is destroyed as well. It is my belief that when you actually face him again, you will defeat him, not because you are more powerful, but because you will be more clever than he could ever hope to be. Remember, it is not the amount of spells in your arsenal, but how well you use those spells. Voldemort is very good at unforgivables, but he has become dependent on them. Remember that, and do not become too dependent on disarming or stunning spells, and you will emerge victorious, I am sure of it. I will, Harry promised. Very good. I think that will do for this evening. The next time we meet, it will be to destroy another Horcrux. Now, you should get some rest. Apparition lessons are most exhausting. Harry nodded, and left the headmaster for the night, leaving Dumbledore alone. The old man had not spoken on the subject he most wanted to, but he knew he could not. He had given his oath to Snape. Harry would need Snape once he himself was gone, and if what Snape had told him was to be believed, that end was coming sooner than they had anticipated. Voldemort had managed to infiltrate the Ministry, though Snape was unclear on who the spies were. It was the same for the school. Other than Draco, Snape had no idea who the new spies were, or what their jobs were. He only knew that there were 13 of them, and they themselves were not informed of the others. Dumbledore knew it was only a matter of time before Lord Voldemort began his siege. He had thankfully put his own plans into motion. In fact, tomorrow morning he would be going to finish preparations before going to search for the Horcrux location, as well as finalizing his will. Fawkes gave a soft, lilting trill from his perch, and Dumbledore sighed heavily as he looked up at his familiar. We have very little time left to us, my friend. I am not sure if we will be able to save them all, as I had hoped. Harry and his friends all listened attentively to Wilkie Twycross, who was explaining how to apparate. It became painfully clear that there were no great secrets to apparating, as Twycross kept drilling into them that it came down to the 3 Ds. Destination, determination, deliberation. Twycross shouted in his squeaky voice before dozens of wooden hoops began to appear on the floor, and Twycross instructed them all to choose a hoop. Harry was about to select a hoop next to Daphne, when he noticed Draco Malfoy arguing with Crabbe and Goyle near the back of the Great Hall. Come on, he said to Daphne, and heading towards the back. They managed to get a couple of hoops right in back of Draco and Goyle, who were still hissing at each other angrily. I told you both 100 times that I'm doing the best I can. I also told you that it's better if you don't know what I'm doing in case you get caught by the damned teachers. Harry saw Goyle's mouth moving, but he couldn't hear the brute's comments, though it appeared Daphne had, as her eyes had widened. Maybe if you told them what you were doing, they'd be more willing to help you, Harry said, a hint of malice in his tone. Draco spun to face Harry, cold fury in his gray eyes and looking a bit surprised to find his nemesis behind him. Mind your business, Potter, before you wind up like dear Mummy and Daddy. I want my property back, Malfoy, Harry said lowly as Twycross began speaking again. What the hell are you talking about, Potter? Draco snapped. Like I'd ever take anything of yours. My family can afford the best of every. Maybe last year. Daphne smiled cheekily. As I understand it, the Ministry confiscated all your family's assets when your father got caught with the dark mark on his arm after having tried to kill a bunch of school children. Don't play stupid, Malfoy, you're not a good enough actor, Harry said, bringing Draco's attention back to him. I want my map back now. Potter, Malfoy, pay attention or excuse yourselves. McGonagall shouted at them. Draco sneered and turned around, ignoring Harry for now. The next hour dragged on, as no one seemed able to apparate at all, though there were many hilarious attempts. Several people did some rather ungraceful pirouettes, and nearly everyone fell down at one point. Only Harry and his friends, who had received a few lessons during their summer, managed anything. Neville splinched himself on his first attempt, but he was put right by Flitwick and McGonagall, who were supervising the lesson. There were several other people who splinched themselves as well, but other than that, no one managed to apparate. Once Twycross excused them, Harry stepped in Draco's path, blocking him from getting away. I know what you're doing, Draco, and I'm not going to let you succeed, he said threateningly. All through the lesson, Harry had built himself up into a rage at what Draco might be plotting. He was convinced Draco was going to try and kidnap him or one of his friends. He knew he had no proof, but he hoped he might be able to trick Malfoy into letting something slip. "Mind your own business, Potter. You have no idea what you're talking about." Draco snapped furiously, trying to shove past Harry, who managed to keeping the thinner boy at bay. Harry was actually a bit surprised that Draco felt so fragile, and his effort to shove Harry felt like a first-year pushing against him. "I know you're the one who killed Millicent," Harry said quickly, not meaning for the accusation to come out. Draco's face paled even more than it already was. A quick scan of the Great Hall showed that Crabbe and Goyle had left already. They were both extremely angry with him at the moment, and he should have figured they'd not be there to back him up when he needed them. "Where's your proof?" Draco snarled, not feeling as confident as he tried to sound. His eyes continued searching for a way out, and he avoided Potter's cold green eyes, fearing the rumors about him no legilmency were true. Harry's hand shot out and clutched Draco's left arm, pulling it up and tearing at his sleeve. Panic filled Draco and he struggled to free himself. Harry held his wrist tightly, and Draco, having foregone sleep and many meals, was not as strong as he once was. Fortunately, he remembered he was a wizard. Harry twisted Draco's arm around so he could see his rival's forearm. He tore at the sleeve to reveal the drawn, pale flesh of his enemy, and he caught a glimpse of the writhing dark brand, when suddenly he was flung backward onto his back. "Hey!" Draco was smiling at Potter, whom he just sent sprawling out onto the floor when he heard Neville's furious cry. "Mr. Longibottom!" McGonagall shouted as Neville aimed his wand at Draco Malfoy. "Professor, he attacked Harry." Draco turned and in his panic shot out of the Great Hall. "Stop him!" Draco knew he was in serious trouble. Even worse, if he was caught, it meant death. The Dark Lord would surely break him out of Azkaban, only to kill him in front of his mother. He had to make it to the Room of Requirement. If he could get there, he'd be safe once and for all. Over the last week, he'd found that the room could provide him a bed to sleep in, though he'd yet to figure out how to get food. He could easily hide out there until he could fix the cabinet and call for rescue. Draco heard people clearly chasing after him and fired several spells over his shoulder. He heard a suit of armor crash on the floor and someone scream. He didn't dare look to see if he'd hit anyone. He slipped into a secret passage behind a tapestry and found himself on the 4th floor. He didn't hesitate and made for the stairs, knowing he had a bit of a lead on his pursuers. He could hear 2 pairs of footsteps behind him now, and chance a quick glance over his shoulder to find Davis and that mudblood Granger taking aim with their wands. Draco fired 2 spells over his shoulder again and turned to take another shortcut, only to crash into something pretty solid. He found himself on the floor along with Longbottom, who struggled to grab him. Draco managed to slip out of Longbottom's grasp and to get his feet under him. "Stupefy!" Neville cried. "Protego!" Draco shouted, getting a shield up just in time. Draco sent 3 bludgeoning hexes at Neville. Neville ducked the first 2 and hid behind a marble bust, which took the 3rd, showering him in broken bits of rock. When he looked up, Draco had slipped by him. Draco got to the stairs and took them 3 at a time. He heard Granger and Davis coming and saw Neville hot on his heels. "Give it up, Malfoy!" Malfoy saw Daphne Greengrass coming down the hall on the 6th floor. Draco didn't hesitate and sent a barrage of spells at the Slytherin girl, who ducked into a small alcove for cover. Draco was feeling exhaustion now. He was really regretting his choices to skip meals and sleep in favor of trying to solve the riddle of the vanishing cabinet. But he pushed on. He was getting close now, and that spurred him on. All of his pursuers were behind him now, and he thought for sure that he had a clear run to the Room of Requirement now. "I need a place to hide." He kept repeating to himself as her drew ever closer, so focused on what he needed that he failed to notice that not only was the door to the room already visible, but it was open. It wasn't until the door was closed behind him that he realized his mistake. Expelliarmus! Draco's wand flew out of his hand right into that of his enemy, Harry Potter. "No!" Draco screamed, beginning to rush his rival. He stopped at once when Harry raised his wand. "Potter, you don't understand. I have to finish this." Draco began to plead. Harry just stared coldly back at him. "I don't have any other choice." "No, Malfoy, you're going to Azkaban. I saw the mark. I know it was you who got Millicent killed. I know you're working for Voldemort." "Yes, all right, I'm working for him," Draco shouted, holding up his arm and revealing the dark mark. I wanted to see you dead for everything you'd done to me. You embarrassed me, and you ruined my family. I've hated you for so many years, and I thought I would finally have my revenge. You embarrassed yourself, Malfoy, Harry shouted back. All those times you tried to prove your superiority, it was you who came up short. And your father was the one who ruined that family name. Years of back-alley dealings and lording his gold over others only to be caught in the ministry in service to Voldemort. And you followed in his footsteps. Draco glared at Harry. You think you understand everything, don't you? Harry didn't blink, but only glared in return. If I don't do what he wants me to, he'll kill me. He'll kill my mother. At first it was all about getting revenge on you, yes, I admit it. But now I'm just trying to save my mother's life. Why don't you just run away? Harry asked, suspiciously, his wand lowering slightly. Draco held up his arm again. This is the reason. He can track me using this. You've no idea of his true power or his fury. I spent all Christmas holiday being tortured for other people's failings, Potter. He swore that next time he wouldn't be so kind. I don't have any other choice. Maybe you do, Harry said, lowering his wand now but still watching Draco carefully. I'll bet everything in my vaults that Dumbledore could help you out of this and save your mother. Draco stared incredulously at his school rival. Are you joking? I'd rather die, Harry cut him off. Watch your mother die. How stupid are you? Even after everything you've told, everything you've been through, you're still too stubborn and proud to get help from Dumbledore. And why? Because he represents the light. Because he tries to protect the very people you believe are so inferior to you. You really are an idiot. You deserve Azkaban. Draco felt very tired and weak, and as he looked up at Harry, he felt his legs give out. He fell to his knees before his bitter rival, his eyes pleading. Draco looked as if he were about to speak when he remembered his mother's words at Christmas. Perhaps it is time for us to swallow our pride and ask for assistance. If you're serious about protecting your mother, why would you balk at asking Dumbledore for help? Harry said flatly, staring hard at the shadow of his school enemy. Draco's shoulders slumped as the door opened, and Harry's friends, along with Snape and McGonagall, entered the room. Draco turned to see them all staring at him and Harry. He turned back to face Potter, whose angry face had disappeared to be replaced by a look of compassion. He was cornered now, and he had only two options: Azkaban and then death, or asking one of the wizards he despised most of all for help. Professors, Harry said, still staring at Draco. We need to speak to Professor Dumbledore immediately. Draco felt his stomach drop. He had no choice anymore. He had to do as his mother had told him to do and forget his pride. He had to believe that Potter's trust in the aging old fool was warranted. He knew that he was not going to get away with his crimes, but so long as his mother could be saved, he felt he would be able to face whatever consequences were in store for him. Nothing else mattered anymore. Draco Malfoy's head fell forward, and his shoulders slumped in complete and utter defeat. Anger, fury, unbridled rage. None of these could come close to sufficiently describing Lord Voldemort's emotional state. In all of his great life, he had never felt such betrayal. He'd thought of himself as a very benign ruler. He always rewarded his faithful when they had earned his benevolence, but he ruled over them with an iron fist, for he could not allow his followers to question his power or his ultimate goal of a pure world. But two had left his flock. Two of his Death Eaters had not only questioned his way, but had lost their faith in his greatness. They had run to his enemy for shelter. At this very moment, they were likely telling Albus Dumbledore, so-called leader of the light, all they knew in an effort to protect themselves from the horrors of Azkaban, or trying to trade secrets for Lucius' release and sanctuary from prosecution. Whatever the reason for their betrayal, they would not succeed. He had never truly had faith in Narcissa Malfoy. She always looked horror-struck whenever she witnessed any lesser being tortured or killed. She had never truly convinced him of her devotion to the pure blood way of life, and despite the fact that she was of the Black Line, one of the most powerful pureblood families of all, Narcissa was weak and spineless. She had never showed any of the true power she supposedly possessed. She was worth nothing more than to be trophy upon Lucius' arm and a way to unite two families. He'd tolerated her pathetic pleas to forgive her husband for his failings at the ministry. But those were mere whispers compared to the sobbing and insistent begging for her worthless waste of a son. From the moment Draco had been branded, Narcissa had been at his feet begging for the Dark Lord to recant his orders to Draco and allow another to kill Dumbledore. Yes, it was likely that Draco would fail to kill Albus Dumbledore. The boy was just a step or two above Squib. It was also true that giving the job of killing the most powerful wizard of the light was a punishment to Lucius for his ineptitude in retrieving that blasted prophecy. The Dark Lord had never truly intended for Draco to take the life of the greatest threat to the New World Order. That honor would go to Severus Snape, who had been chained to the old fool's side for far too long. A fitting reward for all his years of loyal service, to be sure. Snape had even smiled when he was informed. But the absolute gall that the Malfoys had in deserting his service was simply unforgivable. What made it worse was that they were now under the protection of Dumbledore, and he could not get to them. It was only a temporary problem, however. Once Dumbledore was dead, all his enchantments and wards would fail, and then he would send his best hunters to bring them before him where they would face the consequences of their actions. Perhaps Greyback would enjoy a little sport. Other things were troubling the Dark Lord. His forces were now in place within the Ministry. The Ministry was set to fall, and once he received word from his agents within Hogwarts, he would triumph. The problem was in the timing. He had launched his campaign at the new moon. He had finally found a blood ritual in which he would purge himself of all the tainted blood which flowed through his veins, destroying him from within. He had his Hogwarts agents identifying the most powerful pureblood students that were not of families in service to him, or of Slytherin's noble house. He knew he would have very little time in which to test these candidates, so he had worked up a list of criteria for his young spies to look for. Only one had sent back a list of subjects who fit his criteria. The Dark Lord had done research into the backgrounds and family histories and was pleased at what he'd found. 4 young students had stood out as the best: Mandy Brocklehurst, Cho Chang, Cormac McLagan, and Terry Boot. All purebloods, all very powerful magical people, all from powerful pureblood families. Their blood would cleanse him and return his power to the level he had before that thorn in his side. Potter had somehow managed to defeat him. There was one more young woman who had caught the Dark Lord's attention. A young woman who had proven that she was not only powerful, but from a very pure line. He had learned of her existence when he had learned all that had happened before his arrival at the Ministry last year, and he had been researching her since that time. For he initially believed she could be used as a tool to get Potter. Now he knew that she was a very strong witch, whose blood would strengthen him more than Potter's tainted blood could ever have. Voldemort smiled to himself as he imagined making Potter watch as he drained the boy's lover of her life in order to strengthen himself, just before he killed him. And that was the last issue that was irking the Dark Lord: Harry James Potter. There was only one thing that stood in the way of total oppression of the British magical world. That was the uncanny luck of that insolent brat, Potter. But his plan would come to fruition. There was no way for Potter to escape once the Death Eaters made their assault on the ancient castle. The Dark Lord would strike Potter down in front of the students and teachers, and then there would be not question of his power. Then, with his power restores and all his enemies disposed of, he would at last begin to reshape the world into his vision of perfection. He would announce the existence of the magical world to the Muggles and subjugate them into service to wizards, just as it should have always been. Thinking over his plans had a strange calming affect on him, and his anger was soon abated. Only time stood between him and his destiny. He had only to wait for the new moon. Albus Dumbledore was not a happy man. He would have very much liked to live the rest of his days oblivious to the inevitable end. Instead, he had only a matter of weeks at most. All around him, the grounds of Hogwarts were blooming in rebirth as spring had swept away the last signs of winter. Even the castle itself felt warmer. Hagrid had proudly announced that morning that 4 baby Thistrals had been born and were thriving with the rest of the herd in the forest. The headmaster had even notices a nest of birds near his office window, with 3 tiny hatchlings, chirping merrily, waiting for their mother to bring them food. It all reminded him how precious life truly was, and that his was nearly at its end. Severus Snape, a man whom he trusted above all others, had just reported that the Ministry was set to fall in a matter of days. Lord Voldemort's forces were all in place, and unfortunately, they had no idea who Voldemort's new spies within Hogwarts were, and they could not just go and check each student for the mark. Students had rights, and they had to protect those rights. That put Dumbledore in a very awkward position. He had to protect Harry again, which wasn't what the boy needed. Harry had come so far, and Dumbledore had no doubt in his mind that Harry was ready to face Voldemort. And if all the Horcruxes were gone, Dumbledore knew in his heart that the fight would be short, and Harry would emerge the victor. But until that time, Dumbledore didn't dare take a chance of the Dark Lord and the Chosen One facing each other. For now, Dumbledore had to prepare for the inevitable invasion of the castle. All the students needed to be protected at all costs, but Harry and his friends even more so. They were the key to victory. If they fell, all hope would be lost, and the world was doomed to subjugation and death. Dumbledore knew that time was running out now, and he only hoped to be able to prepare everything before Voldemort's forces moved, which Snape assured him could be at any time. When that happened, his life, the long legacy of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, would finally come to an end. Dumbledore had no fear of death. In fact, he was actually intrigued by what awaited him in the next realm. He had much to answer for, to be sure, but he also felt he would be leaving this world in much better shape than when he had been born to it. He hoped that his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald, as well as his efforts to end the reign of Lord Voldemort, would be taken into account. Still, as he gazed down upon the 5 teens, sitting under a large shady oak tree, he knew that he should have been more proactive in his efforts with Voldemort. Too many had lost their lives needlessly. Too many had believed in him and received death for their faith that Dumbledore would find a way to fix it all. He had never encouraged people to think of him as a god, but then again, he'd never tried to dissuade their beliefs either. None of that truly mattered now. All that mattered was giving Harry all he needed to fulfill the destiny he'd been given so that the young man could get all he deserved. Happiness, love, God's willing, a house full of children. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile as he saw the young woman lean over and kiss the young man on the cheek, and then slap his arm playfully as the boy had very obviously been cheeky. He'd watched the young couple closely since the previous year, and he could not, in all his 150 years, remember seeing another 2 people appear to be so in love. It was that fact that gave Dumbledore such hope for Harry. He would fight to his dying breath to protect those he loved. Harry's friends gave him courage and hope. They inspired him, just as Harry himself inspired so many others. Dumbledore was counting on Harry's natural charisma to spur the world into action. It would be Harry that rallied the people to rise against Voldemort's regime. With a great sigh, Dumbledore tore his eyes away from the happy scene before him so that he could finish what he had intended to do over the weekend before he was called back to Hogwarts. Again, Dumbledore had to smile. It had been Harry who had turned Draco Malfoy around. Dumbledore was not a fool, and he knew that Harry and Draco would never be friends, but he hoped they would at least come to respect one another one day. After all, Severus had been trying ever since he'd learned of the boy's task to turn the boy around, and Draco had proven to be more stubborn than a mountain troll. Draco was being eaten alive by his guilt over what had happened to poor Millicent Bulstrode, as well as the constant, unyielding fear of what was to become of his mother should he fail. Through the discussion in his office, Dumbledore was able to discover that Horace Slughorn was unknowingly in possession of a poisoned bottle of mead that had been meant as a gift to the headmaster. Not only that, but Madame Rosmerta had been under the imperious curse for some time, and Draco had been actively trying to mend a broken vanishing cabinet in the room of requirement to allow Death Eaters to enter the castle. It turned out that Draco's mission was not only to murder the old headmaster, but to help the Death Eaters in their attack on the school. Draco begged Dumbledore to find a way to save his mother, to protect them from the Dark Lord's wrath. It had been easy, but temporary. Getting Narcissa to the school was as simple as an official letter stating that a meeting over Draco's academics was needed. Once she arrived, she and Draco were sent to number 12 Grimmauld Place until they could get out of the country. Thanks to the Fadelius charm and several other powerful wards around the house, the Malfoys would be quite safe, that is, until they fell upon Dumbledore's death. Not they needed to worry about that. They would be long gone by then, and hopefully, Lord Voldemort would not be alive himself for much longer. With a bit more luck, it was possible that young Draco could learn how wrong he had been following in his father's footsteps and become a man in his own right. After all, Dumbledore had seen countless arrogant, nasty young men turn into pillars of society, men to be looked up to and emulated. Dumbledore hoped that would be the case with Draco Malfoy. That one day, he would restore glory to his family's name. With Lucius out of the way, perhaps it was more possible than anyone could hope. Dumbledore pushed those thoughts out of his mind. He still had much to do yet. He stepped over to the large cabinet where he kept his pensive. He took several tiny crystal vials and returned to his desk to place them in a small velvet-lined box. Making sure they were secure, he shut the lid and locked it. His weathered fingers lingered on the top of the high-polished wood for a second as he thought of what those vials held. Next, he opened the drawer to his desk and took out a number of items, which he then placed in a small leather pouch. He then took the glimmering sword of Godric Gryffindor and slid it into the magically enhanced pouch and tied it shut. That finished, Dumbledore sat down to complete the letter he'd begun writing 2 months ago. He had written this letter many times, always having to change things and rewrite it. He had much to say, and he wished to get it right, as it would be the last thing he would ever write, and in essence, the last thing he would ever get to say to the young man who'd truly meant the world to him. He was going to break a number of oaths, but as he would be dead when the boy read the letter, it didn't matter anymore. He deserved to know everything. He took his time, wishing to get every syllable correct so Harry would know exactly why Dumbledore had done what he was going to do and understand. It took several hours before it was finished, and he was satisfied with the results. He sealed the letter in an envelope and set it on top of the polished wooden box, which he then banished with a wave of his wand. Looking at his desk where the last tools and weapons he could give to Harry had been a moment before, Dumbledore sighed. It was only an hour before dinner, but he had one last thing to do, and he knew that he would not be back until quite late the next morning. Plucking his traveling cloak off the coat rack, Dumbledore set off again for Hogsmeade, where he planned to continue his search. He was so close now, and he knew that tonight he would at last discover the resting place of yet another of Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes. Today had been truly good day in Harry's humble opinion. It was a full week now since he and his friends had managed to corner Draco Malfoy and expose him to the teachers as a Death Eater. However, Draco hadn't been punished for his crimes. Millicent's death was considered an accident, which did nag at Harry, but at the same time, he couldn't fault Draco for doing what he could to try and protect his mother. Maybe if he hadn't been so daft, he would have come to the headmaster on his own. However, Voldemort wielded fear like a ninja wielded a katana. Harry couldn't even imagine how he would have acted had he been Draco. There was a very palpable change within the school now that Draco was gone. Daphne and Tracy said things were still slightly strained within Slytherin House, but overall, the school was cheerier, and a few more Slytherins were reaching out and attempting to make friends beyond their own house. Mostly it was only with pure bloods, but Harry felt it was a good start at least. The night before, Harry had led a very productive DA meeting in the Great Hall. The hall had been alight with over 50 fully corporeal Patronus charms. He had been saving that lesson for a while, focusing more on spell casting and the like, but last night he had felt inspired and thought he would give them a taste. He was shocked at the tenacity of all the students, and even more when they had been able to master the spell. Harry had then reminded them all that while they could easily do the charm now, the true test would be to do the charm when it mattered in battle. After the DA meeting ended, Harry and Daphne had stolen away to the room of requirement. It had started as it usually did, with deep kissing and gentle caresses. The room had provided them the intimate setting that they enjoyed, and Daphne had worn a new silk slip under her school uniform. Harry loved it when she wore things like that for him, and Daphne loved how something so simple could make her feel so beautiful. Actually, she knew it was all due to the way Harry would stare at her when she wore such things. However, that night was the very first time that the slip had actually come off of her body, and she had allowed herself to be exposed before him. She had always kept it on, allowing Harry's hands to roam, but never allowing him to see her undressed. She still felt ugly because of the scar she had received that night a year ago. But last night, when Harry actually kissed his way down that scar, she forgot it all. He didn't care. He loved her and desired her no matter what, and he proved that to her. Harry had been utterly awed by her beauty when she had pulled the slip over her head and stood before him, looking so nervous and scared. He didn't hesitate. He took her in his arms and lifted her up and carried her to the bed, laying her gently on the fire-warmed duvet, where he began to devour her with his kisses. His hands slid up and down her body, making her arch her back in excitement. But nothing had been quite as exciting as when he'd found her sensitive nipple with his lips. The gasp, and the way she had nearly leapt out of the bed, was enough to convince Harry he was doing the right thing. She moaned his name and growled deep in her throat as he paid very close attention to her breasts. Things got even more intense as he kissed further down her body. Neville had told him of something Hermione really liked him to do one night when the conversation had turned to one that boys usually found after sports and the dangers of war were exhausted. At first, Harry was horrified by the topic, but he knew it was because he was picturing Neville and Hermione in the all together. Once he was able to push those images out of his mind, he was able to appreciate the core of the conversation and give it a lot of thought. That was why, as he slid his thumbs into the thin, lacy waistband of Daphne knickers, there was no trepidation. He wanted her to gasp and call out his name again. He couldn't explain it, but it charged something in his brain, and he liked it. Daphne's first reaction was shock. She had been lost in the sensations Harry's lips were giving her, and she had not been paying too much attention to what he had been doing. She couldn't even remember lifting her hips so he could slip her knickers off. But when she felt the warm velvet of Harry's tongue in her nethers, she felt as if she'd been put in a body-bind curse. Her whole body locked up with surprise. It took a few moments of nervous tension before she began to relax. And then, things got very, very interesting. At first, it tickled. Then the sensations changed, and she began to get shivers of warmth running up her spine. Harry's hands slid up her body and caressed her breasts, and his lips and tongue continued to work on her in ways that were indescribable. And then he found a spot, and it made her back arch so much, Daphne thought she might turn inside out. That spot seemed to be what Harry was looking for, and he went after it with serious fervor. She knew exactly what it was that was building in her stomach and spreading to her legs. She knew exactly why her breathing was becoming so ragged, and why she was grabbing fistfuls of his hair and pressing him harder into her, and begging him to keep going. She knew her orgasm was building, even though she had never felt one before, and when it happened and she saw stars, she knew without a doubt why girls sighed and looked so dreamily when they talked about certain boys. In that moment, when she couldn't speak or even breath as her body locked up, and she held onto Harry's head for dear life, Daphne felt she might have solved the riddle of life. It came down to orgasms. That was why we were all here. To experience that single glorious moment at the hands and tongue of someone we truly and deeply loved. When her grip finally relaxed and Daphne collapsed back onto the bed, Harry kissed his way back up to her mouth, where she kissed him very passionately. Harry swore that he would thank Neville, though he would never ever tell him why. When Daphne released him from the kiss, still panting and gasping for breath, Harry wrapped his arms around her and held her closely as she settled down. They talked idly, and she questioned him several times on where he got the idea to do that, though he wouldn't tell her at all. A while later, they had fallen asleep, forgetting about curfews or anything else. It was simply too nice being together to think of anything else. Harry awoke the next morning to a very pleasant sensation. When he opened his eyes, it was to find his truly stunning nude girlfriend repaying him for what he had done to her the night before. She had apparently vanished his remaining clothing and was now using her mouth on him. It had been a surprise, to be sure, but not disagreeable at all. It wasn't long before she managed to make him climax. Daphne admitted to being taken aback by the mess, but she didn't find it disgusting as she thought she might. And with a wave of her wand, he was cleaned up in a blink of an eye. It was then that they realized that it was in fact morning, and they had not made it back to their common rooms. Thankfully, Harry was prepared a bit. He took the shrunken knapsack from his pocket, and with the help of his father's invisibility cloak, was able to get her back to her common room, and himself back to Gryffindor Tower so they could both clean up, and at least try to appear as if they had slept in their own beds the night before. None of their friends bought the act, and made them aware that they were all in the know of part of their activities the previous evening, though they were nice enough to not joke too much about it. That day, the group spent wandering the castle, and trying their best to act as a group of ordinary teens. They studied for a bit for their upcoming exams, and finished their homework before enjoying lunch, and spending the afternoon under a large oak tree near the Black Lake. Things had been going so well that week, they had all nearly forgotten the one thing that posed a serious threat to them all. "Any ideas on who has Harry's map yet?" Hermione asked, closing the book she had brought out with her. "The cast of usual suspects, but now that Draco's gone," Tracy shrugged. "It's just hard to imagine any of them with the brains to pull it off." Daphne sighed, leaning into Harry. "Are we certain Draco didn't have it? Neville asked, still suspicious of the former Slytherin prince. I told you, Harry sighed. Dumbledore made him go through his trunk to make sure there was nothing dark in there. Draco even submitted to Veritaserum, so Dumbledore could be sure he wasn't trying to get one over on the order. He didn't have it. Someone has to have it, Tracy said, ripping a clump of grass out of the ground. But no one has made any claims about knowing the castle or anything suspicious. No one's gone disappearing for long periods of time that we know of, Daphne added. Whoever has it is being way more sneaky than Draco ever was, Tracy sighed. I still can't figure out what anyone would be using it for, outside of keeping tabs on Harry. Hermione shook her head, still trying to work out what nefarious scheme the possessor of the map was up to. We just need to keep our eyes and ears open, Daphne shrugged. Has Dumbledore found the next Horcrux? Neville asked. If you can find the rest of them, none of this will really matter, will it? I'd still want the map back, Harry said. We'll find it, Harry. Daphne smiled sweetly and snuggled a bit closer to her boyfriend. Harry smiled and wrapped his arms tighter around Daphne, who sighed contentedly in his ear. He wished that his life could always be like that moment. Calm, serene, nothing to worry over. He looked at his friends, smiling, talking about exams and studying, and what they wanted to do in the future. Harry wondered if it were possible that he and Dumbledore could manage to destroy the remaining Horcruxes and kill Voldemort before school started again in the fall. Then he might finally have a year without any sort of life or death drama. Keep dreaming, Potter, he thought morosely. Nott was tired and filthy and intensely pleased with himself. Thanks to Potter's map, he had discovered all 7 secret passages that led into Hogsmeade. The first 4 he had managed to get into were all warded. He had felt the magic before he had entered them, which was fortunate, as he didn't wish to be caught. The next one he found led right into Honeyjuke's cellar. That one had allowed him to procure sweets nearly any time he wished, with no one the wiser, and he hadn't had to spend a nut. The 6th passage he hadn't dared to explore as it was guarded by that menacing tree. Nott had seen innocent birds pummeled into mush. Nothing in this world would ever get him to go near that tree. The last passage had unfortunately caved in. However, Nott knew he had to provide more than one entrance into the castle. So, he had worked, mostly at night to try and break the wards on the 4 passages, and over the weekends to clear the caved-in passage. That had been the more difficult, as he had not wished another cave-in. But today he had finally finished, and found himself emerging from a cave about a quarter of a mile from the 3 broomsticks. From his spot at the cave opening, he could see almost the whole of Hogsmeade, with Hogwarts on the hill above it. He had done as he had been asked. He was going to be rewarded above all others. Pulling up his sleeve, Nott touched his wand to the wriggling black mark upon his forearm. An instant later, Rudolphus Lestrange stood before him, staring coldly at the teenager with disdain. "What have you to report?" Rudolphus Lestrange growled. "2 passages have been opened," Nott said proudly. "The first is in this cave and will bring you out on the 4th floor. The second is in the cellar of Honeyjuke's and will bring you out on the 3rd floor. Is there nothing closer to Dumbledore's office?" Lestrange glared. "The other 4 passages are too heavily warded, and I have no idea where they start, though I know they're all somewhere in Hogsmeade. There's still one more, but I don't know why anyone would attempt it, as it's guarded by the Whomping Willow." "Very well. I shall report to the Dark Lord. We will wait for the signal, and then rally those loyal to our cause to fight the staff of the castle. The Dark Lord has one more task for you." Lestrange explained what he was expected to do now, and left as soon as he finished, giving the boy one last command to keep tabs on Longbottom. Nott was gobsmacked, and it took nearly an hour before he could even get himself to move and return to the castle. He could never in his wildest dream imagine being asked to accomplish what he'd just been asked to do. And yet, after all he'd managed, he couldn't even think of a single reason why he would fail. He was going to climb the ranks quickly. Soon, he'd stand at his lord's side, revered above all others. Very soon, the world would change for the better. It was a very weary headmaster who returned to Hogwarts late Sunday morning. He was sure that he had at last located the resting place of another of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He had felt so much residual magic that he had no doubts in his mind. Now it was only a matter of getting to the damned thing and destroying it. And for that, he would need Harry. His plan was to wait for a week and allow himself time to recuperate and prepare. Harry would attend his classes and enjoy time with his friends. Then, on Friday evening, he and Harry would return to the seaside, and Dumbledore would allow Harry the opportunity to prove how much he'd learned over the year. And then, together, they would destroy another of those blasted soul anchors and sever yet another tie the Dark Lord had on this realm. Then he could concentrate on whatever Horcruxes remained. "Dumbledore!" Snape called out, just as the headmaster entered the entrance hall. He looked just as tired as Dumbledore felt. "Severus, my friend, it has been a very long night. I just wish to. It's going to happen tonight." Snape cut him off. Dumbledore looked into the black eyes of his defense teacher. Snape gave him a very meaningful look, and Dumbledore sighed heavily and nodded. "Please be so kind as to bring Minerva and Hagrid to my office. We have much to do." Harry had received the letter at lunch, and things had become very tense since then. Tracy, Neville, Hermione, and Daphne stood just outside of the great oak doors, awaiting Dumbledore, as Harry's note instructed. Only Harry was supposed to come, but Harry's friends wanted to see him off. The note was very simple. "Dear Harry, I have located the next one. Please meet me at the main entrance of the school at 5:30 this evening, and please remember to come prepared." They all knew what it meant, and they all wanted to wish Harry and the headmaster luck on their expedition. Daphne remained very close to Harry, holding his hand tightly in hers. She hadn't said a word since lunch, and whenever she looked at Harry, her eyes would sting with tears. Neville checked his watch and was about to announce that it was time when Dumbledore's voice greeted them. "I see we have well-wishers." Dumbledore smiled gently. "Very well, please take a moment to say farewell, but try not to take too long. We have a long journey ahead of us." Neville grasped Harry's hand and they stared meaningfully at each other. Neville gave a curt nod and Harry smiled appreciatively at Neville. "Just be careful out there, mate." Neville smiled. Harry grinned and nodded again. "I'll be back before you know it," Harry said. Hermione launched herself into Harry's arms, hugging him tightly and sniffing, trying to keep herself from bursting into tears. Harry patted her back softly. "I'm going with Dumbledore," Harry said softly. "Nothing bad's going to happen." "I can't help but worry," Hermione admitted. "I know," Harry said, giving her a comforting squeeze. When Hermione slipped herself out of Harry's arms, Tracy replaced her, which surprised Harry a bit, as Tracy had never hugged him before. "You come back safe, because I don't want to spend the rest of my life trying to comfort Daphne," she said, trying to sound fearsome, but the tears in her eyes and the shakiness of her voice gave her away. "I'm actually more worried about what she might do to me if I get hurt than you," Harry chuckled. Tracy punched his arm as she slipped away from him. That left only Daphne. She stared at him, tears falling down her face. Harry closed the distance between them, capturing her lips with his and a very strong kiss. He poured everything he felt for her in that single gesture, hoping that she knew how much she meant to him. It took a moment, but she finally slipped her arms around his neck and held him as close as she could. It was Dumbledore clearing his throat that finally made them pull apart. "I've got to go," he said softly. "I'll be waiting up for you. I want to see you as soon as you get back so I know that you're all right," she said, her voice cracking. She gave him one final kiss before letting him out of her grasp. Neville, Hermione, Tracy, and Daphne all watched as Harry and Dumbledore walked slowly down the path that led to the front gates. They watched until they could no longer see either of them. One by one, they began to drift back into the castle, until only Daphne remained, staring at the now closed iron gates of the school. She knew without a single doubt that Harry would return, but her heart just could not shake the feeling that something horrible was going to happen. She was so happy that she had slipped the vial of liquid luck into his jacket pocket while he had been kissing her. She only hoped that he found it before trouble found him. The two men walked silently until they had passed through the iron gates. "She cares a great deal for you, Harry," Dumbledore said, not looking at his young charge. "I know. I don't think I've ever cared for anyone as much as I do for Daphne. I love her." "A fool could see that." Dumbledore smiled, a soft chuckle coming from beneath his snowy beard. "I must admit I'm a little curious as to what it was she slipped in your pocket." "What?" Harry turned questioning eyes on the headmaster, before shoving his hand into his coat pocket to discover a tiny crystal vial on a thin leather cord. Harry recognized it at once, as he'd seen it around her neck several times. "Felix Felicius. She gave me her luck potion." Harry whispered in awe at what Daphne had done for him. She had been saving this for a while, he knew, though she was always evasive whenever he asked what she was saving it for. "That was very selfless of her," Dumbledore remarked, as he gazed at the tiny vial in Harry's hands. "Though I do not think we shall need its assistance tonight. Better to save it for another occasion, but keep it handy," Dumbledore encouraged. "I would like it if you donned your cloak at this juncture." Harry stared at the little vial for another moment before shoving it back into his pocket and retrieving his shrunken knapsack from his pocket. He enlarged the bag to pull his cloak out before shrinking the bag once again. He quickly threw the cloak over himself before following Dumbledore into Hogsmeade Village as the sun was beginning to descend in the distance. I know you have not yet passed your apparition test yet, but I am told that you have been making excellent progress, Dumbledore said as they walked together. Harry noticed that he barely moved his mouth as he spoke to him. No doubt he was trying to appear as if he were just going to the village on his own. I guess so, Harry shrugged. That's good. However, as you have not passed the test yet, and we wish to keep our activities out of the attention of the Ministry and Lord Voldemort, you shall have to allow me to apparate us this evening. If you would take my arm, Harry. Harry had barely clasped his fingers on the headmaster's arm before he felt the telltale squeezing sensation. He remembered the few times he'd been apparated over the summer, and how uncomfortable the sensation was. Time had not improved it. When the sensation finally abated, his nostrils were filled with the scent of ocean air. His ears were pounded by the sound of waves crashing against the cliffside. Where are we, sir? The same place that a very young Tom Riddle visited with other orphans. There is a small village not too far, but I'm afraid that I have not learned its name. We need to start walking as we have quite a hike ahead of us. Follow me if you would, and I think it is safe enough for you to remove your cloak now. Harry tore his invisibility cloak off and enlarged his knapsack once again. After stuffing the cloak back inside, he hefted it onto his shoulder, feeling it might be better to keep it handy now. Dumbledore had not been exaggerating. The hike down the side of the cliff was very long and nerve-rattling. Several times, Harry very nearly lost his footing, as chunks of rock broke away and fell into the churning sea below. Harry had never felt as anxious as he did navigating his way along the very thin so-called trail. It was little more than natural erosion that had made their path, and Harry felt that it hadn't done a very good job. That, or Dumbledore just liked the thrill of rock climbing. Either way, Harry hoped they could move a bit faster. Dumbledore moved very cautiously down the cliff face, picking his footing very carefully. The sun was getting lower in the sky now, and it was getting harder to see, but after about 20 minutes, Dumbledore stopped and shouted over his shoulder so Harry could hear him over the crash of the surf. Our path ends here, I'm afraid. We now will have to swim to our destination. Light your wand, Harry. It is quite dark, and try to stay close. Harry watched as Dumbledore stepped into a large crack in the cliff face. Harry followed the old headmaster through, and was a bit surprised to find himself standing on the edge of a small pool, with Dumbledore nowhere to be seen. Harry felt a bit of panic rise in his chest, and took 2 steps forward, only to find the floor had disappeared. Harry fell into the pool, the icy water chilling him right to the bone. Despite the shock of falling into icy water, Harry could see a bright light in the water moving away from him, and realized that it was Dumbledore. Harry shot to the surface of the pool, took a huge breath, and submerged himself again to follow Dumbledore. It was very dark and terribly cold in the water. Harry pushed himself through, noticing how confined this underwater cave was. He couldn't help but thinking this would be a very good spot for an ambush. Pushing such thoughts aside, Harry followed Dumbledore's lit wand, hoping they would get out of the water soon. Just as soon as he finished the thought, he could see Dumbledore's lit wand rising. Harry pushed himself a little harder through the water, and at last his head broke the surface of the water, and Harry found himself in a very dark cave. Harry climbed out of the water and saw Dumbledore drying himself with his wand. Shivering and teeth chattering, Harry mimicked the headmaster and began to dry himself as well. When he was finished, he cast a warming charm on his jacket. "Well, that was invigorating, wouldn't you say?" Dumbledore asked jovially. "If you say so, sir," Harry said rather dryly. He looked around and saw that they were in a small cave with only the pool they had come from. There was barely enough room for them to stand on before one of them might find themselves back in the frigid water. "Harry, I would very much like it if you could tell me what we need to do to continue on," Dumbledore said, looking expectantly at the young man with him. Harry gave a questioning look at the headmaster for a moment before he realized that he was still being trained. Harry nodded and closed his eyes to center himself. Reaching out with his magic, Harry almost immediately felt the disgusting imprint of Lord Voldemort's magic. It was just as oppressive and foul feeling as it had been at Godric's Hollow. Harry could feel that the magic was centered on a section of wall, a section that seemed to be asking for sacrifice. That can't be right, Harry said, opening his eyes and turning to the section of wall that was now singing out to him in malevolence. What is it? I have to be misreading it or something, Harry said, reaching out to touch the wall and feeling pure abhorrence at the feel of the cold, jagged stone. I think it's asking for a sacrifice. Very good, Dumbledore smiled. Though I think it's more along the lines of payment, though wither term would work in this instance. I believe it is designed to weaken whomever would be trying to gain entrance. Payment of what? Have you not guessed? Harry turned to see the headmaster giving him a strange look in the wand light. Harry turned back to the wall and touched it once again. He took another deep, calming breath and focused to see what kind of payment was required for entrance. In his mind, all he could see was red. At first, he was confused. What could Voldemort want someone to give that would weaken themselves and would be red? Harry slapped his forehead. Of course, it was so obvious. It was the one thing that Voldemort valued above everything. It wants blood, Harry said, turning to see Dumbledore approaching him, one of his hands bleeding, while the other held a small silver knife. Sir, you should. Harry, your blood is much more precious than mine. The older man smiled as he began to rub his bloody palm all over the wall. Harry took a step back and watched in horrified amazement as the wall began to vanish before his eyes. Dumbledore also stepped back and began to wrap his wounded hand in white linen from his pocket. This way, Harry, Dumbledore said, relighting his wand and leading Harry through the new opening in the wall. Harry was truly surprised to see a smooth path cut in the floor of the new cave. He followed the headmaster deeper into the cave, noticing that their path was sloping steadily downward. Before he realized it, Harry and the headmaster were standing on the shore of a vast underground lake that seemed to have no end. Dumbledore was looking very intently around the cave, and Harry guessed he was likely trying to feel if there were any traps or wards they might have to break. Then something caught Harry's eye. There was a green light coming from the middle of the lake, very faint. Sir, do you think that's where the Horcrux is? Harry asked, pointing his wand towards the light. I have no doubt. The trouble seems to be getting to it, as I am sure that swimming there would mean death. What do you mean? Harry asked, looking at the water with trepidation. I believe that the lake plays a very essential part in whatever we must do to obtain the Horcrux. Disturbing the water will prove, I think, most unfortunate for us. Harry nodded his understanding, and then began looking along the shore for any clues how they might get to the light. Sir, over there. Harry pointed to a large rock that appeared to have a chain wrapped around it a few feet away from them. Harry led the way over, and both of them began to examine the stone and the chain for traps. It was Dumbledore who figured out the puzzle first, and with a flick of his wand, summoned a very rickety-looking boat from the depths of the lake. Harry watched the boat rise out of the water and glide towards them. When the boat bumped against the rocky shore, Dumbledore tentatively stepped into the boat, testing it carefully. I believe we shall be safe in this, he said to Harry, waving the young man over. Harry stepped into the boat and Dumbledore gave another flick of his wand, and the boat began to move slowly across the obsidian surface of the lake. It was deathly silent as they floated towards the faint green light, and Harry found himself staring at the black surface of the water. They were halfway across when something floated near the surface and made Harry lump back, nearly falling overboard. There was a face in the water, he shouted, shattering the deathly quiet of the great cave. I had thought as much. Lord Voldemort's victims, no doubt, made into Inferi. As I said, we are not meant to disturb the water. Inferi, Harry said to himself, cautiously going back to look over the side of the boat. He remembered the ministry leaflet that had arrived at the Dursleys the day after he'd returned home, as well as Snape's lesson about the reanimated corpse of the dead. Harry pushed through all the garbage about the first time Inferi were ever spotted, or how one might control such an abomination. The only thing he needed to know was how to fight them. Fire! He whispered as he remembered that the only thing useful against Inferi was fire. Harry began to think of a few different fire spells. It wasn't too much longer before the rickety boat bumped into the rough, craggy rock of the island. Harry saw that, while still faint, the rather nasty green light was much brighter up close. Not only that, but it was emanating from a pedestal, which held a large stone basin. Harry followed Dumbledore up to where the pedestal sat, and as one, they both peered into the basin to see a glowing green fluid. A potion. Harry asked, looking up to Dumbledore, who was still staring at the nasty-looking green liquid. Indeed, Dumbledore said, standing up and glancing at Harry. It does seem rather anticlimactic, doesn't it? Dumbledore slipped his wand out of his robes and gave the basin a few waves. Nothing happened. He gave a flick and then a slash. Still nothing. Then, a little cup that had heretofore gone unnoticed by both Dumbledore and Harry began to shake, drawing their attention. "Well, it seems we have little choice," Dumbledore said, picking up the cup. "It needs to be drunk. You will recall, of course, the stipulations I put upon your accompanying me." Harry was too gobsmacked to do anything but nod. "It seems very likely that this concoction might debilitate me in some way. No matter what happens, you must make sure that I drink every last drop, understand?" Harry's brain caught up and Harry began to argue, but Dumbledore held up a finger to stop his protestations. "This is more important than anything, Harry. I must have your word." Dumbledore gave him a very pointed look. Harry didn't like the situation. He didn't like that someone was putting their life on the line to protect him, especially seeing as it was Dumbledore. "Sir, I really—" "Your word, Harry," Dumbledore said, a bit more forcefully. Harry knew he had no choice now. Their priority was to get the damned Horcrux, and this appeared to be the only way. Reluctantly, Harry nodded. Dumbledore gave the barest of smiles and dipped the cup into the basin, filling it up to the brim. He held the cup up to his mouth and gave a little sniff. "Interesting. Smells like lemon drops," the headmaster said wryly, and Harry shook his head, trying to keep the smile off his face. "To your health." Dumbledore inclined his head, and then tilted the cup and drank its contents in one large swallow. Harry watched the headmaster's face, as his eyes drooped a bit, and he shivered intensely for a few moments. Eyes remaining closed, Dumbledore hurriedly dipped the cup into the basin again, refilling the cup and bringing it to his mouth, drinking it quickly again. When he was finished, Harry saw that he was now holding onto the basin for support, and his face was contorting with what appeared to be pain. Dumbledore was whimpering a bit as he dipped the cup for a third time, bringing it to his mouth again, and swallowing his third cupful. This time, the cup clattered to the ground, and Dumbledore gave a great racking sob. "Arinna," he cried. "No." Harry's heart went into his throat. He had no idea who the headmaster was talking about, but knew they didn't have time for a question-and-answer period. Harry bent and found the cup and filled it with the potion before going to the headmaster and offering it to him. "Sir, it's okay. Everything's okay. Here, drink this." Dumbledore gave a wary look, but drank the cup of nasty green liquid. When it was gone, he let out another heart-wrenching wail of pain, begging forgiveness for his crime. Confused, Harry refilled the cup again and again made Dumbledore drink. Again and again, Harry made the old man drink the sickly green potion, and each time Dumbledore's wails of pain and pleas for forgiveness grew worse. They all seemed to center around someone named Ariana. "She's fine, sir. I promise, but you need to drink this. You have to, sir," Harry said, pushing another cup full of potion at the headmaster, who was now turning his head away, refusing to drink the stuff. "It's only a little more and then we can go see Ariana. She wants to see you, sir, but you have to drink this." Harry tried, but the headmaster kept refusing, saying he didn't want any more. "You have to, sir. We need to get the Horcrux, remember? Remember where we are and why we came, sir. You have to drink it all. We need to beat Voldemort, remember?" Dumbledore looked as if he understood, and allowed Harry to pour another cupful down his throat. Once again, Dumbledore sobbed for Ariana and his crime. He kept begging forgiveness as tears streamed from his eyes. Harry wanted desperately to absolve the man of whatever wrongs he felt he had committed, but knew only this Ariana could do it. Standing up again, Harry went to the basin to find that it was all but empty, and lying at the bottom was a rather plain-looking locket. Harry grabbed it up and examined it in his wand light. It was nothing like he had imagined the locket of Salazar Slytherin would look like. Still, they had it. Stuffing it into his pocket, Harry set the cup in the basin and went to help Dumbledore up. "Sir, we have it. We're finished." Dumbledore didn't seem to hear him, but sat against the pedestal, breathing shallowly. "Sir, Professor Dumbledore." "Water," Dumbledore said after a long, terrifying moment. Harry nodded and went back to the basin to grab the cup. He cast a water spell into the cup, filling it with cool, clean water. But as soon as he went to give it to Dumbledore, the water evaporated. He tried 2 more times with the same results. "He wants to weaken whoever enters," Dumbledore had said. "Sir, we have to get out of here. I promise you can have all the water you want, but we can't stay here." "Please, Harry," Dumbledore said feebly, reaching out for the young man. "Come on, sir," Harry said, pulling the old man to his feet and helping him into the boat. Harry got himself into the boat and helped Dumbledore to sit up. The headmaster told Harry which spell to use to get the boat moving again, and Harry complied. Harry took his knapsack and began rummaging through it, hoping there might be something in it that he could give the headmaster, but nothing seemed appropriate. Burn salves, blood-replenishing potions, strengthening solutions. "Water, please, Harry." "Soon, sir, I promise." Harry listened to Dumbledore's pleas for water, and his ragged breathing all the way back to shore, praying that the headmaster would be okay until he could get him back to Hogwarts. Finally, the boat made back to where Harry and Dumbledore had first arrived, and Harry, with a great deal of effort, managed to get Dumbledore back onto the shore without disturbing the water. He was thankful, because he was unsure if he would be able to handle an army of Inferi on his own at the moment. Harry found a small stone and transfigured it into a cup, which he once again cast the water charm. This time, the water did not evaporate, and Dumbledore was able to drink. The water did much to improve the headmaster's condition, and he was able to stand, though he leaned on Harry's shoulder as they made their way back up the path. Harry wasn't surprised to find that the entranceway had sealed itself again. Before Dumbledore could protest, Harry cut his hand open on some of the sharp rocks and spread his blood on the wall so it would open. The swim back was made harder, as Harry was helping Dumbledore, who was very weak now. The journey back up the cliff was even more arduous than it had been originally, as it was very dark and raining now, not to mention trying to keep Dumbledore upright. But finally, Harry and the Hogwarts headmaster finally made it back to where they had started. Harry fell in a heap trying to catch his breath, while Dumbledore lay next to him, his breathing even more labored than before. "Harry," Dumbledore gasped. "Harry, we must destroy it now." Harry sat up, still breathing heavily, and reached into his pocket. Dumbledore had managed to get to his knees and had pulled what Harry recognized as a basilisk fang from his robes. "Open it and hold it down," Dumbledore ordered, and Harry unlatched the little clasp. What happened next took both of them by complete surprise. Nothing. The locket opened easily, and Harry saw that inside was a folded piece of parchment. Harry, give it to me," Dumbledore said, his open hand outstretched. Dumbledore took the locket and examined it carefully before unfolding the bit of parchment and reading it. There was a pitiful groan, and Dumbledore slumped. "What's wrong?" Harry asked. Dumbledore held out the parchment so Harry could read it. "To the Dark Lord, I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match you will be mortal once more. R.A.B., it's a fake," Harry asked, looking at Dumbledore, who looked so frail and weak. "Who's R.A.B.? Dumbledore shook his soaking head and began trying to stand. "We need to get back to Hogwarts." Dumbledore said he was shaking terribly, and Harry could hear his wheezing clearly, despite the wind. He quickly got to his feet, grabbing the fake locket and stuffing it, and the forgotten basilisk fang into his knapsack before shrinking it and stuffing it into his pocket, and helping the headmaster to stand. Harry got a shock when he took hold of the old man's arm and felt the familiar uncomfortable of apparition. An instant later, he found himself in Hogsmeade, just beside the Hog's Head Inn. "Where have you been, Al? What the hell is going on up there?" a raggedy-looking man asked, stepping out of the bar. Harry was struck by the resemblance the two men shared. "I had business to attend to," Dumbledore said shakily. "Al, you don't look so good, you need to get some help." There were a few distant screams, and Harry turned to see people in the streets, and they all seemed to be looking towards Hogwarts. Harry slowly turned, and it seemed as if time slowed. There above the great castle, staring down at them from the clear night sky, was the most heartbreaking, gut-twisting, frightening thing Harry ever saw in his whole life. The dark mark had been cast above Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. "Abe!" Dumbledore gasped, clutching his chest. "We need brooms." In lieu of going to dinner, Harry's 4 friends had all decided to go to the library to study, with the desperate hope that by preparing for their exams their minds would be far too occupied to think of their friend, and time would fly by. They were fools. Daphne slammed the book she had been not reading and grabbed 2 fistfuls of her dark hair, trying desperately not to start sobbing. She felt Tracy's hand on her shoulder, trying to ease her worry. All she could think of was Harry and what he might be encountering. She was getting more and more angry at herself for not even trying to ask if she could accompany them. What made it worse was that she knew she wasn't alone. "I'm going to kill Dumbledore if anything happens to Harry. If he even catches a stupid cold, I'm going to stick my wand straight up that old codger's." "We get it," Hermione snapped, mirroring Daphne's feeling of helplessness. The bushy-haired witch began looking around them, making sure no one was paying attention to their conversation. We're all worried about Harry, but we also all knew that this was going to happen. He's been King about it for weeks. We just have to try our best to remain patient. Daphne could see Hermione's eyes were quite watery, as if she too were fighting the urge to cry in frustration. I wish we could have gone with them, Neville whispered. We should be with him. This doesn't feel right. You've been saying that all day, Hermione said, turning to her boyfriend. Ever since breakfast, you've been saying that you've had a really bad feeling. I've noticed that too, Tracy said, looking at Neville. You've had this really strange look on your face and you've been kind of jumpy. It's like you're expecting something to happen. Neville shrugged and sat up a bit straighter in his seat. I had this weird dream last night and it's had me kind of anxious all day, he admitted. What was it? Daphne asked, hopping to get her mind off Harry's absence. There was fighting, here at Hogwarts, and this man who I swear I knew was cutting down anyone who got in his way to get at me, like I was his sole focus. It's so nice you don't have a persecution complex or a big head or something, Nev, Tracy smirked. What did he look like? Hermione asked, ignoring Tracy's attempt at a joke. She felt her anxiety over Harry switching to Neville. His look of confused trepidation had her on the edge now. I can't remember now. I've been trying, hoping I might recognize him or something, but I just can't. I don't know why, but I can't shake the feeling that something really bad is about to happen. Do you think it might be Rudolphus Lestrange? Tracy asked, closing her own book. I mean, you did kill his wife. If anyone had a reason to want revenge, it would be him. Neville looked thoughtful for a moment before he agreed. Guess so. And it's not like he can just call me out and challenge me. He's still wanted by the Ministry. Neville shrugged. Okay, we all need to stop this right now, Hermione said. We're just making things worse. Harry's going to be fine. He and Dumbledore are going to do what they have to do and they'll come right back and Daphne will snog his brains out and we'll all laugh about how silly we were being. Hermione's right. Tracy nodded firmly. This isn't doing any of us any good. Harry will be. Boom. Every voice in the library went quiet as they heard and felt the castle shake under the thunderclap. Every single head turned towards the entrance to the library, anxiously awaiting for something to come bursting through the doors. Someone did. Professor McGonagall, looking terrified, burst in the library, shouting for Madame Pince to begin helping students get to the emergency exits. The old crone rushed to the library doors, wand in her hand. All students, drop what you are doing and follow me at once. There were a lot of books dropped, and frightened questions being shouted to McGonagall, who ignored them all, looking at each and every face, searching for someone in particular, it seemed. Neville had gone very white as he stood up and unsheathed his wand. He couldn't shake the feeling that the very dream he had just described to his three friends was about to come true, and he was not going to be able to stop it. Hermione, Tracy, and Daphne followed his example, all taking out their wands and preparing themselves for a fight. But before they could move, Professor McGonagall had stepped in front of them. I have been looking for you four since dinner. You must follow me and stay close, she said, looking at other students who were heading for the exit. Professor, what's going on? Hermione asked, her voice shaking. Neville noticed and glanced at her and had to smile. Despite her obvious fear, her shoulders were set and she looked ready for a fight. Death Eaters have entered the castle, the stern professor said quickly. I am to take you four to Professor Dumbledore's office. I don't know what is supposed to happen after that, he would not say. But he's gone, Daphne said quickly. He and Harry left hours ago. There is no time to discuss it, McGonagall said, turning on her heel. Stay close and keep your wands out. The 4 teens didn't try to question the Gryffindor head of house any further. The library was now empty, as Madame Pince had hurried them all out and was likely on their way to one of the emergency exits McGonagall had mentioned. With McGonagall leading them, Daphne and the others began making their way towards the headmaster's office. Once they had left the library, they could hear what must be something close to what hell sounded like. There were screams and the sounds of fighting somewhere below them. Neville's first urge was to run down the stairs and try and help, but Hermione's hand on his arm kept him at her side. Professor, what's happening with all the other students? Neville asked. There are 4 passages that lead to Hogsmeade. Each of them are near one of the school houses. The students are being led to those passages. From there, they will be able to flee home, or in the case of Muggleborns, to a safe location where their parents may come and get them. Daphne gave a small sigh. Astoria was likely on her way home now. McGonagall and her young charges rounded a corner, heading for the stairs, when 2 Death Eaters appeared at the other end of the corridor. There was hardly time for a breath when McGonagall and the two Death Eaters raised their wands. Diffindo, Protgo, Confundus. Both the Death Eaters' spells smashed into McGonagall's shield, shattering it. Neville and Tracy rolled from behind the Transfiguration teacher, each blasting the Death Eaters, while Daphne and Hermione helped McGonagall back to her feet. She had stumbled under the force of the Death Eaters' spellwork. Neville hit the first Death Eater in the chest with a bludgeoning hex, knocking him 20 feet down the hall to crash into a suit of armor. Tracy only managed to graze the second with a cutting curse, which ripped the man's hood off. The Death Eater didn't stay and disappeared around the corner, but not before Neville and Tracy got a good look at him. "Goyle?" Tracy asked in awe. "Voldemort let Goyle into the Death Eaters." "What?" Daphne asked in utter disbelief. "Then I guess the one I got would be Crabbe," Neville said, watching them to make sure no one else got the drop on them. "Still, that was a powerful Diffindo he fired," he admitted begrudgingly. "Indeed it was. This way," McGonagall said as she began leading them again. The screams were getting louder as they got to the stairs. McGonagall stopped just short of descending the staircase, trying to decide what the wisest course would be. Dumbledore had been very adamant about what should happen to the 4 young people she was leading. He wanted them in his office if anything should happen. She was sworn to making sure they arrived safely. She turned to the 4 and shook her head. "We're going to have to go another way," she said, and began leading them back the way they had come. The 4 teens didn't bother trying to ask, but followed their teacher as quickly as she was leading them. 2 long corridors and a staircase later, Neville and the girls found themselves on the 5th floor. McGonagall seemed to be very frightened, as she had gone very pale. They had not met any more resistance, but had heard more than a few explosions during their exodus. Daphne's head was spinning. There were so many questions to be asked, and she knew that this wasn't the time, nor was she sure that McGonagall had any answers for her. She wished over and over again that Harry were here, or that she knew for sure that her younger sister was safe. And then it hit her. Or rather, something really solid hit her. Daphne found herself on her side, with someone's hand in her face. There were squeaks and groans of pain, as several people tried to get out of the unintentional tangle of bodies on the stone floor. "Daphne, Torre, oh thank the gods," Daphne said, hugging her younger sister tightly. "What is going on? Why aren't you 3 at the emergency exits?" McGonagall asked. "We got separated from a bunch of other kids that Professor Sprout was leading," Astoria said. 4 Death Eaters blasted apart the Charms corridor, and we had to run the other way. "Are any of you hurt?" Tracy asked, helping one of the other girls to her feet. "Gretchen and I are okay, but I think Tabby hurt her leg," Astoria said, pointing to the girl who Neville was helping up. "Can you walk, Miss Graham?" McGonagall asked. The girl nodded, tears in her hazel eyes. McGonagall nodded and beckoned them all to follow her once again. She figured she could make an emergency portkey for the 3 stragglers once they reached the headmaster's office. As they hurried along, McGonagall spoke over her shoulder. "It is imperative that you reach the headmaster's office. Should we get separated, please do your best to get there at once. The password is Jelly Belly." "You're not serious." Hermione stared at her favorite teacher. "That's not really the password, is it? You know the headmaster and his sweet tooth," McGonagall said, waving the students back as she approached another corner. She peered around for a moment to make sure they were clear before leading them on. It was another few minutes of racing down corridors and halting at corners, bustling downstairs, and through passageways before they confronted anyone again. Professor McGonagall was starting to feel that they might make it without any further obstruction when a section of wall just ahead of her blasted outward. Dust filled the air, making it very difficult to see anything, much less breath. Neville and the girls fell to the ground instinctively, as they had been training to do since last summer. It was a good thing, too, because almost at once, several spells shot out of the dust cloud and passed over their heads. Neville and the others all fired in return and sought cover. The dust began to clear, mostly due to one of their adversaries, banishing the cloud to get a better view of their opposition. There were 6 of them, all adults, given their size. Neville and Hermione were huddled together in a tiny alcove. There was barely room for both of them to squeeze in to keep from being hit by a volley of spells the Death Eaters flung at them. Fortunately, Daphne and McGonagall got their attentions, giving Hermione time to run to where Tracy was keeping the 3 additions covered behind a large pillar. Neville was beginning to get angry now. He fired spell after curse after hex, only to have those damned idiots in black robes duck, weave, and shield themselves. To make things worse, they seemed to be enjoying themselves. It was as if this was some sort of big game to them now. Two of the Death Eaters were focusing on Hermione and Tracy, as well as the three girls they were trying to protect. The two girls were doing some truly admirable shield work. As ones would break under the onslaught, the other would cast a new one. McGonagall was proving to be a force to be reckoned with, as two of the Death Eaters were struggling to keep the woman pinned down. It was almost artistic the way the woman wove her spells together. It would have been more impressive if she managed to hit one of the blighters. That left two for Neville and Daphne to contend with. The corridor was filling with smoke and dust again as spells blasted into walls and the stone floor. There was a shriek of pain, and Neville turned just as Tracy called out Hermione's name. It appeared as if Hermione had been hit by something and had slumped against Tracy, who couldn't hold her shield up and keep Hermione from falling to the floor. Fortunately, it appeared that Astoria had gotten a shield up. Seeing Hermione with her eyes closed and limp in Tracy's arms was too much for Neville. He leapt out of the alcove he was hiding behind, sending a severing hex at one of the Death Eaters. It connected, taking the man's leg just below the knee. The Death Eater fell to the floor, screaming at agony and clutching his bloody stump. "Get that bastard!" he screamed to his fellows, who all turned their focus on the last Longbottom. Neville had no time for a follow-up curse and instead conjured a wall of marble as 5 purple curses streaked towards him. Neville felt his wall shake on their impacts. "Get Hermione and let's get out of here," Neville shouted. Daphne nodded and scrambled towards the fallen witch. "She was just stunned," Tracy said. "One of those jerks caught us between shields." Daphne revived her friend, and with Tracy's help got her on her feet again. Hermione looked shaken, but she took her wand back from Daphne, and they were off again, following McGonagall back the way they'd just come. Tracy and Neville brought up the rear, making sure that the 3 younger girls managed to keep up. Neville was about to say something to Tracy, when suddenly the world began spinning, and he felt as if the wind were knocked out of him. Dust was choking him, and his ears rang loudly. Coughing and spitting, Neville got shakily to his knees when he felt someone grab him and haul him up to his feet before slamming him bodily into a wall. "I've been looking all over for you, Longbottom," the man snarled, his masked face inches from Neville's. Neville realized suddenly that his wand was no longer in his hand anymore. He had a moment of real panic before his mind pushed away any fear, and he began to assess his situation. "Lose something," the man growled, holding up Neville's wand. "So did I my brother's wife." The man took off his mask to reveal a grizzled, scarred face, one that Neville recognized at once. "Oh, Rudolphus is going to owe me big time for not killing you myself." Rabastion Lestrange grinned manically as he once again slammed Neville into the wall. Neville's head was spinning from being hit against the cold stone of the castle's walls, but he had no trouble realizing he was in a very bad predicament. He was without his wand, but thanks to Mad Eye's training, he was not without defense. He saw that the other Death Eaters had gone after the others, which left him alone with Rabastion Lestrange. That would make things a lot easier, Neville realized. While Rabastion was gloating over his success, he failed to notice Neville slipping his hand into his pocket. He had to be as subtle as possible, or this would not go the way he needed it to. "You know," she squealed like a pig. Neville began to chuckle, hopping to keep his enemy's attention on his face. "What did you say?" Rabastion's smile melted off his face. "What the fuck did you say, you little prick?" Neville began to chuckle harder as his hand slipped out of his pocket, grasping a small dagger. "I said your sister-in-law squealed like a pig when I stuck her. It was pretty pathetic. Big bad Bellatrix squealing like a common fat sow. I'll show you pathetic, boy." Rabastion snarled, raising Neville's own wand to aim it right into the boy's face. Neville didn't hesitate. There was no inner conflict, not even a moment to take a breath, only cold, hard survival instinct. Neville clutched the dagger tightly in his hand and shoved it hard and deep into the Death Eater's throat. Rabastion's eyes bulged as blood began to pour out of the wound onto his robes and into his lungs. Choking and coughing, Rabastion dropped Neville's wand and began backing away. Neville bent over to pluck up his wand, keeping his eye on the dying Lestrange. He guessed that he'd managed to cut an artery, given the amount of blood that was spilling from the wound. It was all over in a few seconds. Rabastion Lestrange lay dead, slumped against the wall. Hearing Death Eaters coming towards him, Neville pocketed the dagger again and took off in the direction he'd originally been heading in. He had no idea where the others were, so he had to pause a moment to get his bearings and figure out the quickest way to the headmaster's office. He knew that's where Hermione would be heading, and he was not about to keeping the love of his life waiting for him any longer than he needed to. And if he happened into any more of Voldemort's errand boys, McGonagall had her hands full now. It was taking all of her strength to keep Hermione Granger, easily the most rational young woman she had ever met in all her long years, from running back to where they had lost Neville Longbottom. The girl was frantic, and neither of her two friends could get her to calm down. "He'll be fine. With you as a girlfriend, I'm sure he knows as many spells as Dumbledore by now," Tracy kept repeating, but Hermione would only scream and fight against the hands that were pulling her away from her boyfriend. Both Daphne and Tracy were becoming very tired from fighting Hermione down the hall. "Maybe we should stun her," Astoria suggested, looking very fearful as they moved as quickly as they could through the castle, trying to avoid any other Death Eaters. "Miss Granger, if you do not calm down, I will stun you myself." "I need to get Neville," Hermione shouted. "He's hurt, and I need to." There was a loud crack, and Hermione her face stinging from where Daphne had slapped her. "If you go running back there, you're going to get yourself killed, and Neville would be extremely angry and wind up getting himself killed. Neville is very powerful, and the only thing on his mind is getting back to you," Daphne shouted at the gob-smacked girl before her. "You want to help him, we need to get to Dumbledore's office. That's exactly where he's going, and we don't want to keep him waiting." Finally, they had gotten through to the hysterical bookworm. Tears streaming down her face, she nodded slowly, and they were able to move much faster once again. McGonagall led them up some stairs, hidden behind a large portrait of a one-eyed witch, and through a long corridor that looked as if there had been some fighting recently. The Transfiguration teacher was beginning to worry that her fellow teachers were not having an easy time of things, and hoped that they were managing to get students out of the castle. Her momentary lapse in focus cost her. They rounded a corner and found themselves standing before a large group of Death Eaters who were rounding up stray students and confiscating their wands. There was a strange moment where McGonagall and the teens looked at the Death Eaters while they stared back, as if everyone's mind took a vacation for a moment. And then everything sped up. "Run!" McGonagall shouted as the Death Eaters began firing spells. Daphne clutched Hermione's hand and began leading her away from the battle, looking back to see Tracy clutching Astoria and running right behind her. The two other girls were keeping pace as well. "We've got to get to Dumbledore's office now," Daphne screamed as she pulled Hermione back through the passageway they had just come from. When they re-emerged on the 4th floor again, Hermione took the lead, taking Daphne down another set of stairs and through a series of twists and turns and long corridors. They were sprinting as fast as they could run, not bothering to look back anymore, until they heard another explosion and several shrieks of terror. Hermione skidded to a halt, and Daphne nearly fell on her face from her momentum. They turned to see a large chunk of the wall had been blasted apart, and there was a huge cloud of dust blocking their view of Tracy, Astoria, and the other girls. They could also hear chunks of rock falling from the ceiling and crashing upon the floor. "Tori!" Daphne shouted, involuntarily starting to walk back towards the devastation. "Get going!" Tracy's voice shouted to them. "We're right behind you, just go. We're not leaving without you," Hermione said, beginning to head back for her friend. "BOMBRDA!" came an unknown voice, followed by a loud smacking sound. "Get out of here, we're coming," Tracy shouted as someone screamed in pain and several spells flew through the dust and smoke at them. "No," Daphne screamed, raising her wand. "Daphne, Gio." Astoria screamed from somewhere deep in the rubble and confusion. Hermione clasped her friend's hand and began dragging her way. Daphne only gave a little resistance before allowing Hermione to lead her on. The two girls ran for all they were worth now. Both had tears streaming down their faces now. They flew through the castle as fast as their feet could carry them, determined to make it to the headmaster's office, as McGonagall had told them to do. Hearts pounding and lungs burning, they took a few hidden passages, slinking carefully in open corridors and flying downstairs, until they were only 2 corridors away from their destination. They took a moment to stop and try and catch their breath. Panting and doubling over, neither of them could remember being this exhausted from running since they had begun their physical training so long ago. "How far are we?" Daphne asked through gasps of air. "Not far now," Hermione said, feeling the world spin around her from running. "Should we wait and see if Tracy and Tori catch up, Should we go back and help them? Hermione shook her head emphatically. If we get caught, they'll just use us to get to Harry. He won't hesitate to come after us, and they'll kill us before he even has a chance to do anything. Daphne hated to admit it, but her friend was right. Still, her heart broke under the conflict she felt. Her sister and the girl who'd been her friend for as long as she could remember were likely fighting for their lives. She had every confidence that Tracy, and even Astoria, would put up an epic fight, but Daphne had no idea if they would get out of that mess. She wanted to go back and help them, but she knew that Hermione spoke the truth. They were nothing more than bait to get to Harry, and no one could afford for Harry to be killed. They heard footsteps coming closer, and they each tensed up. Both girls clutched their wands tighter, and taking great gulps of air, nodded at each other, and as one jumped around the corner, prepared to take out any Death Eaters who had dared try and capture them. "Whoa!" Neville shouted, holding up his hands. "It's me, it's only me." He was quite dirty, and his robe was torn in a few places, and the girls could smell the distinct odor of burnt cloth. "Neville!" Hermione shouted, jumping into her boyfriend's arms. "I thought." "I'm okay, but we need to move. There's a few tossers after me, and they're not far behind." Daphne grabbed the back of Hermione's robes, and they all began running again. Neville, being the fastest of the three at the moment, led the way, holding 2 wands. He had snatched one off a Death Eater he had managed to trounce with a rather inventive use of a shrinking spell. He had no idea why that spell popped into his mind, but he knew he would laugh about the incredibly shrinking waist of that man. Thousands of diet jokes kept popping into his mind whenever he thought about it, and he could not stop smiling. "There!" Hermione shouted as they caught sight of the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. "Jelly Belly," Daphne said, and the gargoyle leapt aside, allowing them to pass by. The 3 of them hurled themselves up the stairs and into the office, before collapsing in exhaustion upon the floor. Fawkes, the headmaster's phoenix, trilled a soft song that effectively eased their worries a bit and helped them to relax enough to take stock of their situation. "Where's Tracy and Astoria?" Neville asked, noticing for the first time that they were short a few people. "What happened to McGonagall? We ran into a bunch of those bastards and she told us to run," Hermione said. "We got separated from Tracy. She told us she would catch up. What happened to you?" Neville looked at himself and noticed for the first time how he must look, clothing torn and singed, hands bloody. He looked up at his girlfriend's concerned cinnamon-brown eyes and tried to smile as if he had just come in from a fine walk in the woods. "I met Rabastion Lestrain. He was a bit upset with me, but I imagine his brother's going to be even more angry with me, especially after he finds his brother. I ran into a few more Death Eaters. One of them was Parkinson. Pansy." Daphne looked up, still breathing hard from all that running. "She tried to get me in a body bind. In fact, everyone I encountered tried to take me alive. No one threw anything more dangerous than a cutting curse, really." "What did you do?" Hermione asked, hanging on his every word. "Well, Pansy's going to have to learn to write left-handed, and there's a Death Eater who's going to be envied by any witch on a diet. Other than that, I just ran here. What are we supposed to do here?" Daphne said, getting shakily to her feet. She had never been in the headmaster's office before, and at the moment, it was the last place she wanted to be. She knew it was only a matter of time before they were discovered, and she had no idea if Harry or Dumbledore were on their way back, nor did they have any means to warn them. All of her worries went out the window when the door burst open, and the 3 teens brought their wands to bear on the intruders. "I assure you that we come in peace." Dumbledore sighed, clutching at his chest and heaving himself towards his desk, nearly knocking Daphne out of his way. "Where's—" Daphne never finished her question as Harry came in just behind the headmaster and grabbed his girlfriend, pulling her tightly to him. "Please, we have very little time," Dumbledore said, though his voice sounded quite weak. He motioned for the 4 youngsters to join him on the other side of the desk, before he stumbled over to his familiar's perch. "Fawkes, it is time, my old friend." The phoenix gave a soft trill and vanished in a flash of crimson flame. Dumbledore turned back to the 4 teens and very clumsily stumbled back to his desk, where he picked up a silver teapot and handed it to Harry. "That is a timed portkey. It will take you to a safe house where further instructions await you," he said, struggling to breath. "You're coming with us," Harry said, handing the portkey to Neville. "We've got to get you help." Dumbledore shook his head. "My journey is at an end. I am so sorry for everything. It wasn't supposed to happen this way, but fate had other ideas. Remember all you've learned and trust in each other. I am very, very honored to have known you, Harry." "Sir," Harry's voice caught in his throat. "Harry, it's activating," Daphne said, grabbing his arm. "Harry, ask Sirius about his brother," Dumbledore said quickly. "Sir," Harry said again, looking at the headmaster, a man whom had done so much to try and redeem himself in the course of the year. His attention was caught by a flurry of movement behind the slowly sinking old man. Dumbledore turned to see what Harry was staring at as well. "AVADAKEDAVRA." Harry had no time to react as he felt Daphne's grip on his arm tighten, and Neville grabbed the back of his jacket while something was shoved into his back. He saw the dreaded green light, and then the world spun away. It was a very strange sense of foreboding that not felt as he lay on his bed, staring at the map he had stolen from Harry Potter. He'd been memorizing the map for weeks now, learning every secret of the great castle, all in preparation for the moment when his dark master would finally take over. Nott was wondering where it was that Potter and Dumbledore had gone to when they had disappeared off the map. They had been gone for 2 hours, and he had been watching the map diligently for their return, as well as keeping his eye on Longbottom, who was in the library with those traitorous girls, Greengrass and Davis, as well as the Mudblood. His master was most pleased that he had come into possession of this map, and had, according to Lestrange, been most eager to examine the map himself. He had seen Lestrange only the day before, when he'd finished repairing the caved-in passageway. It had been then that Lestrange had tasked him with watching Longbottom carefully. He had made it clear that he should know exactly where the boy was. Nott knew it was not a problem, thanks to Potter's map. He had also been given another task, one that he hadn't even expected. A task that had kept him awake all night, thinking about. Nott knew that his master's siege was to happen soon, and he had known that there would be help from within the castle itself, though he had no idea who the other Death Eaters were. Well, almost no idea. There was a couple of people who were all but flaunting their allegiances. He had noticed both Crabbe and Goyle had bore the mark on the arms the other day, when the 2 goons had finished their showers. The idiots hadn't even bothered to hide the mark at all. If their master knew of their lack of secrecy, they would know severe pain, as Nott had known Draco had experienced. That memory still made him smile. He had just been marked and masked when Draco was brought before the Dark Lord, and punished for his obvious failings in accomplish the task he'd been given. Nott didn't know at the time what that task and really had no interest in learning it. He had his own job to be getting on with. He sat upright on his bed quite suddenly as his arm burned. He clutched it tightly, trying to stop the searing pain shooting up his arm, when the door to his dorm burst open, and both Goyle and Crabbe came stumbling in and going to their trunks. The 2 hulking boys began throwing on black robes that Nott recognized at once. The battle was about to begin. Glancing at the map, Nott saw that both passages he'd told Lestrange about was now clustered with names, all moving towards the castle. He leapt out of his bed and opened his own trunk to don his robes. Both Crabbe and Goyle stared blankly for a moment, unsure of what their roommate was doing, until they saw the ornate silver mask in Nott's hand. "Yeah," Goyle grinned, slipping his mask on. "Let's kill some fucking mudbloods," Crabbe chuckled. Nott followed his 2 roommates out into the common room, where a number of others, all wearing the masks and robes of their order, were gathering. There were also a number of Slytherin students staring in horror at their fellows. Nott had known there were other Death Eaters within the school, but he was genuinely surprised by the number. Over half of his house were gathered in their garb. Nott didn't understand why there were so many, or why the Dark Lord would allow people so young into his ranks, unless they were simply sheep for the slaughter. "Anyone who wishes to live," said one of the bigger robed figures, "should stay here or fight with us. Those who remain here will go before the Dark Lord." With that, all of the robed figures poured out of the common room to take up arms against the teaching staff and anyone who resisted. Nott straggled behind as they marched, overwhelmed suddenly by what it all meant. Many of his fellows were likely to die, and it was very possible that he would be one of them. Nott stayed with the group until they got to the Great Hall. He then remembered that he had 2 jobs to accomplish, and he had left the key to them both on his bed. Going back for the map, Nott was able to miss the first bit of fighting when Aurors, who had been stationed at Hogwarts, tried to subdue the junior Death Eaters. There were shrieks of surprise when Nott burst into the common room once again. He simply ignored them and ran into his dorm and snatched up the forgotten map. A quick scan showed him that Longbottom was still in the library. All he needed to do was find Lestrange. "Abe!" Dumbledore gasped, clutching his chest. We need brooms. Harry watched as the man called Abe gave a very disapproving look before turning and stomping into the Hog's Head. Harry was about to question Dumbledore regarding his clearly ailing condition when the old man cut him off. My brother, Dumbledore said weakly, looking to Harry. He and I have never seen eye to eye, not since we were young men anyway, but there is very few people I trust more. Harry nodded, not really listening to the headmaster. It was everything he had not to just start running towards the castle. They had failed to get the Horcrux in the cave, only to return to Hogsmeade and find the dark mark hovering ominously over the castle. He had no way of knowing what had happened, or if in fact it was still taking place. His friends were there. They could be fighting Voldemort's forces, or they could be. He refused to allow himself to think on it. Here, Abe snarled as he shoved two ratty-looking brooms out. They're old, but they'll do the job. Are you sure about this, Al? There's gotta be another way. Abe, Dumbledore smiled, though it was clear he was suffering serious pain. It is one of my deepest wishes that things between us had been better. I must finish my journey. I will tell them that you miss them. Abe nodded, clapping his brother on the shoulder. Albus mounted the broom and urged Harry to do the same. We are going straight to my office, Harry. Do as you must to make sure we are unimpeded in our journey, but keep close to me. With that, Dumbledore kicked off the ground, followed closely by Harry. Normally, the feeling of the night air on his face as he pushed a broom to its limits would be thrilling and exhilarating. Tonight, however, Harry was immune to it. He had only one focus. He needed to find his friends and make sure they were safe. Dumbledore sat down right in front of the gates, with Harry right on his heels. They pulled their wands and ran as fast as they could up to the castle. Harry kept pace with the headmaster, who was clearly struggling to remain standing. Yet the headmaster managed to surprise Harry when they met the first resistance at the entrance hall. A group of Death Eaters had apparently been stationed at the great doors to prevent people coming or going. What truly surprised Harry was the size of the Death Eaters. They were all shorter than he was. Harry took up his wand, ready to start throwing curses, when Dumbledore's hand came to rest on his shoulder. Students, Dumbledore said, making a slashing motion with his wand, bowling all the robed figures over. Students, Harry looked appalled. How can they be students? Did you have any idea they had taken the mark? I did, but I could not check them, any of them. Dumbledore said guiltily. People have rights, Harry, without cause. I could not violate students' privacy unless I could prove they posed a threat. The headmaster sounded very tired as he spoke, and his face looked very old as he approached the now unconscious junior Death Eaters. Harry glanced at one whose mask had fallen away and recognized her as a fourth year. His anger boiled hot at the sight of the girl. While he understood Dumbledore's dilemma about being able to check students, it didn't change the fact that he and the rest of the student population had been walking around for months while young killers in training and been entirely unaware of it. Come, Harry, we have little time, Dumbledore said, fighting to remain on his feet. Harry and the headmaster slipped into a hidden passage, narrowly avoid a group of Death Eaters coming down the grand staircase. Why would Voldemort use children? Harry asked, trying to fight down his anger. It doesn't make sense. Voldemort has no regard for life other than his own. The children are simply a means to his end. Dumbledore wheezed, leaning against a wall for a moment. They are merely a new batch of easily manipulated sycophants, brought up by their own parents to believe that his way is the right way, another tool for his use. It's disgusting, Harry growled, and Dumbledore nodded. Especially when you consider that they will make great shield for him. Harry looked up with horror in his eyes. Most people will not initiate an attack against children. It will allow his forces to gain the upper hand in any fight. Harry clenched his teeth in anger. The arrogance of the Dark Lord in using children as nothing more than human shields. And what was worse, those children were so blinded by their dreams of glory and power that they had no idea of what their choice to follow the Dark Lord truly meant. Dumbledore stared at Harry with a heavy heart. The battle had come, just as he knew it would, but he had never thought he would be so weakened. He only hoped that his orders were being carried out. He had called Hagrid, Severus, and Minerva to his office before he had left with Harry. It had been difficult to get them to understand, and only Severus agreed right away. It is my belief that this castle will come under attack before the night is through, he had told them. Hagrid, I need you and your brother to hide in the mountains. It is of great importance that you remain hidden until the time is right. But how will I know? Hagrid asked, looking to Snape and McGonagall. Someone will let you know, my friend. For now, it is important that you survive. Dumbledore turned to his other two teachers. The safety of the students is paramount. You and the other teachers must get them all out through the emergency passages, but you cannot start until an attack comes. Any sign that we know of their plans, and the consequences will be dire, I fear. Can't we get them assembled? McGonagall asked. I'm afraid not. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. I fear that there are students loyal to Voldemort within the castle. We cannot risk any of them getting word out. You must appear as if you are ignorant of any threat. If he even feels that we know of his plans, we will suffer greater losses. While I do not believe he will kill children, as they are far more useful to him alive, I do not wish to give him the chance to even consider it. McGonagall looked as if she were about to argue when Dumbledore cut her off. But if an attack is coming, why not keep Hagrid here? McGonagall asked. Surely we could use him to assist in keeping the Death Eaters at bay. That's Rig. Me and Grop would be quite proud to defend the school, Hagrid said proudly, puffing out his vast chest. I truly admire your courage and your desire to protect the school, but the odds are not in our favor this time. We must yield to them for now, but it is only temporary, I promise you both. Dumbledore looked very sad at having to order the practical surrender of the school, but the safety of the children was far more important. Gather the teachers and the prefects and alert them to what they must do, but tell no one else. Position them all close to the houses and any place where students might be in preparation for a mass evacuation. McGonagall stared at Dumbledore for several moments, looking as if she wanted to argue. Eventually, she slowly nodded and agreed to carry out Dumbledore's request. There is one other thing that must be done, and it is of the greatest importance, Dumbledore said after McGonagall had complied with his wishes. Should an attack occur, it is vital that Mr. Longbottom and Miss Greengrass, Granger, and Davis are brought to this office straight away. They will be safe inside until I return to get them out. I cannot begin to stress how important that task is. Those for students must be kept safe. I don't understand. McGonagall looked very confused. Why those four? It isn't important that you understand, only that those four are kept safe. They will play vital roles in the future, and without them and young Harry, I fear for the end of our world as we know it. It will be done, Headmaster, Snape said. It is McGonagall that I wish to see this task done. Severus, you have another task I wish for you to complete. Snape's eyes narrowed at the insinuation. Dumbledore didn't have time to try and ease his young friend's conscience over what he had been asked to do, but Dumbledore knew that there would be no dignity or mercy should Voldemort be the one to end his life. At least with Snape, it would be quick, and there would be no gloating or great presentation of the corpse. You have your assignments, and now I must finish mine. He felt terrible, saddened that those would be the last words he would ever get to speak to either of his most trusted and revered friends and colleagues. What was worse was that he knew he would never have an opportunity to remedy that. But it was out of his control now. He needed to do what he had set out to do before he was forced to pass on the quest to young Harry. We must get to my office, Dumbledore said, taking a deep breath, steeling himself for the next part of the journey. He had to get Harry to his friends and get them all out of the castle. The preparations were already made. He had simply to get Harry and his friends together. Harry jogged alongside the headmaster as they made their way through the passage. Harry heard small, distant explosions. Dumbledore gave a heavy sigh. I ordered that the students be helped to escape, Dumbledore said weakly, knowing that Harry was looking at him for answers. I only hope that the teachers manage to get them all out of the school. They will, sir. Harry tried to reassure the headmaster. Dumbledore nodded at Harry's words, and they pushed on. They emerged from the passage, and Dumbledore looked about to make sure they were alone. When he was sure, Dumbledore slowly led Harry out into the open, and together they headed for the stone gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the headmaster's office. Theodore Nott had seen very little in the way of battle. He had followed the map and located Rudolphus Lestrange to inform him of Longbottom's location. Rudolphus had a mad gleam in his eye as he and several other Death Eaters followed Nott through the castle, chasing the little dot with Longbottom's name on it. At one point, Rudolphus' brother, Rabastion, appeared to have cornered the squib. Then, Longbottom's dot began moving again, and Rabastion's dot remained still, and then slowly faded off the map. When they came upon the scene, Rudolphus let out a roar of bloodlust at the sight of his brother's body, slumped against the wall. He and the Death Eaters ran down the hall, all but forgetting Nott, who had suddenly been entranced by two new dots on the map. Quickly, he turned and began running in the opposite direction. Not arrived in time to see the stone gargoyle jumping back into place in front of the entrance to the headmaster's office. He had seen Potter just as the gargoyle returned to its place as guard. Not knew he had no hope of learning the password, so he did the only thing he could think of. Reducto. A large chunk of stone was blasted off the statue, which remained for the most part, standing defiant. Not through more blasting hexes, destroying the gargoyle a piece at a time until finally, nothing remained. Not chuckled at his work, wondering why no one had ever thought to do that before. Not tucked the map into his robes and clutched his wand tightly. He needed to move quickly. He could not allow anyone time to retaliate. Taking a deep breath, Not ran up the spiral stairs and kicked in the door to Dumbledore's office. His wand was up taking aim, and he shouted the words that would end the life of the greatest wizard since the great Merlin had walked the earth. Avada-Kedavra. There were screams of outrage from the many portraits, all shouting their anger at the assassin. Dumbledore's face looked shocked, surprised that it was a student, a mere 6th year, who had killed him. Dumbledore slumped onto his desk and slid down upon the floor. Not then looked up and saw that Harry Potter was there. Not knew he was not allowed to kill the Gryffindor golden bastard, but he could capture him. His wand rose again, but to his great disappointment, Potter and the people he was with disappeared. "No!" Not yelled, lunging into the room as if he could bring Harry back. He fell to his knees on the spot, pounding his fists on the floor in anger. He had failed to capture Potter. His master would be very displeased at his failure, and Not feared that there would be a Cruciatus curse in his future. Then he turned and saw the foot of Albus Dumbledore from behind the desk, still lying where he'd fallen under Not's wand. He began to smile. He hadn't failed at all. He'd done as he'd been told and killed Dumbledore. Not stood, coming around the desk again to look upon the body of the greatest wizard of all time, chuckling at the ease in which he'd been killed. And then he really looked at his handiwork, and he felt suddenly cold and empty. The full weight of his actions began to settle in on him. His stomach gave a lurch as he stared into the now vacant, empty blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore. He still wore the look of surprised recognition upon his ancient, weathered face, and Not felt as if someone had walked over his own grave. He ran a hand through his hair and tried to turn away, but his eyes were locked with Dumbledore's, and he was overcome by a strange feeling, one he'd never felt in all his life. Footsteps sounded in the stairwell, and Not turned as Professor Snape appeared in the door. The former potions teacher stared silently at the body of Dumbledore and the Death Eater standing over him. There were no signs of anyone else in the office. "Well done," Snape said evenly. "The Dark Lord will be most pleased with you. You will be rewarded above all others, and I will see to it that you get all you deserve. Reveal yourself to me." Not removed his mask, and Snape had to fight not to reel in shock. The boy's eyes looked red and misty. He turned back to stare at the headmaster's body. Snape entered the office and bent down to inspect the former headmaster's body, sliding his long fingers down Dumbledore's face and closing his eyes. He had failed to do as he had promised. It was not him who ended the great man's life, but a child whose soul was now broken. Pushing all of his guilt aside, he rose again to look at Not. He still had a part to play, and so far as he knew, Harry Potter was safe. So long as the boy was safe, he, Snape, had to remain ensconced in Voldemort's inner circle. He would have to remain the spy and do his best to aid the boy when he could. It was the only way that he would be able to eventually find his own end. "Come, the battle is over, and the students that didn't get away are being taken to the Great Hall for his arrival. You must be there so he knows that you have done what no one had been able to do before." Not nodded, and with Snape to guide him, left the office of the headmaster. Snape allowed himself one last glance to the man who had played so prominently in his own life. He vowed to that memory of Albus Dumbledore that he would see Lord Voldemort's life ended, even if it took his own dying breath. "No, no!" Harry shouted as the office vanished in a swirl of color. He and the others had been port-keyed away. When the spinning stopped, Harry found he was in a very dark room. Harry fell forward as the arms grasping him let go. "Harry!" He heard Daphne's voice from somewhere beside him. There was a sound like something bumping into a table and trying to keep object from falling on the floor. Harry scrambled to his feet once again, ready to defend himself and his friends. "Lumos!" Neville's wand lit the room slightly, and Daphne grabbed Harry in her arms. She began to cry in earnest now, clutching him close as if he might vanish if she didn't keep a hold of him. Harry began to relax a bit as he wrapped his arms around the shaking form of his girlfriend. "I thought," she began to speak, but her storm of emotions prevented her from continuing. "He's dead," Harry said weakly, and he and Daphne sank to the floor. "He's dead. I'm so sorry." Hermione sniffed as she sat down next to Harry and Daphne. Neville also sat down, wiping at his eyes. They were all beginning to feel the full weight of what they had all experienced, yet none of them seemed to be able to form the words to express their feelings. "He knew he was going to die tonight," Harry said, his voice hardly a whisper, though it was quite loud in the dark, silent room. "He said goodbye to his brother. He said goodbye to me." He looked at Neville and Hermione, who both looked very tired and saddened. "Did you do it?" Hermione asked softly, tears falling from her eyes. "Did you destroy it?" Harry slipped his hand between himself and Daphne and retrieved the fake locket from his pocket and handed it to Hermione, who looked frightened by the thing. "It's a fake," Harry said sourly. "Everything he did was for nothing, and now—" "A fake?" Hermione asked, picking up the locket, still looking at it with trepidation. "But where's the real one?" Harry shrugged as Daphne sat up to look at the locket in Hermione's hands. "Where's Tracy?" Harry asked. Daphne looked up at Harry, her eyes filling with tears again. Harry pulled her close, feeling as if her look of despair was answer enough. Hermione's eyes fell, and she began to cry once again. It was Neville who spoke, finally giving Harry the answer he felt he already knew. "They got separated while heading to Dumbledore's office," he said. "Astoria was with her." Harry felt his chest tightened. Tracy and Astoria, two people who had come to mean so much to him. Tracy was Daphne's best friend, and Harry knew well the value of a real friend. He had lost his own best friend less than a year ago. Had it not been for Astoria, Harry wondered if he and Daphne would have come together at all. She had pushed for them to just kiss and let things be what they would be. She felt that he and her sister were overthinking things and had gotten overly involved in their budding relationship. "Where are we?" Neville asked, looking about the dark room. "I don't know," Harry said. "But I think we're safe for the moment. Should we try and find out?" "No," Daphne said through her tears, gripping Harry's jacket in her hands. "Can't we all just stay here? Let's just stay until it gets light and then we can look around, please." Harry looked at Neville, who appeared to be settling in his position with Hermione in his arms. He looked at Harry as if to say that given all that had happened, perhaps it was best. Slowly, Harry nodded and tightened his hold on the girl he loved. They held on to each other, trying to find a small bit of comfort after what they had seen and lost this night. They all felt their eyes grow heavy as they heard the very calm, soothing sound of Phoenix' song seeming to come from all around them. Harry's heart felt heavy, and he felt like he needed to do something in retaliation against the Dark Lord. But now was not the time. He was hurting, as were his friends, and they needed each other. Revenge could wait until they were more prepared. For now, all that mattered was that they were alive and together. Tomorrow, they would declare war.
Thanks for watching part 2. For part 3, please subscribe to my channel.